Song, the chief pilot of the Aviation Authority, unexpectedly finds himself reborn in an era poised to embrace a golden decade in civil aviation. Initially, he merely wished to save his ailing mother from an imminent death, but he soon realized he could achieve much more. From the timeless classics to the majestic Queen of the Skies, and from the pinnacle of twin-engine aircraft represented by the Boeing 777 to the ultimate dream aircraft, the Boeing 787, he witnesses the liberalization of civil aviation regulations, the rise of private airlines, the advent of low-cost operations, and the transformation of air cargo. With insights from the future, Song consistently navigates the path of success. While the world remains oblivious to the dawn of the golden age of civil aviation, Song is already meticulously orchestrating his plans. He aims to ride the wave of this transformative era and construct his own aviation empire. At the Jinchuan City Airport's operational area, within the Blue Sky Airlines flight preparation room, the clock strikes 10 a time that hardly signifies peak flight departures. The preparation room is sparsely populated, with only 3 individuals gathered around a single table, presumably a crew team. Outside, spring is in full bloom, but the captain, Wang Chong, feels an unusual restlessness emanating from the co-pilot, Song. From the moment they met, Song has inexplicably wore a smile, leaving Wang Chong perplexed by his demeanor. Song, Wang Chong remarks, "Are you aware that today is your route check? If you fail, you may very well be reassigned to ground duties." Wang Chong can no longer tolerate Song's carefree attitude, despite his disdain for Song's lack of diligence. He offers a word of caution. Song's smile remains unwavering. He has every reason to be cheerful, has been granted a second chance at life. Just yesterday, he should have perished in a car accident while attempting to save others, only to discover that he has been reborn 2 decades in the past. It took him a good half of the day to come to terms with the reality of his situation. Indeed, fate has bestowed upon him the opportunity to live anew. According to Song's memories, he is currently in a phase of utter disregard. After graduating from flight school and entering the airline, he indulged himself as if he were a student celebrating post-exams, resulting in an unprecedented 3 consecutive failures during proficiency checks. No pilot in the history of Blue Sky Airlines has ever failed a proficiency check thrice in a row. Coupled with his lack of cooperation with fleet operations, the flight department's leadership has reached their limit and has mandated a performance evaluation route check for Song. Should Song perform adequately during the route check, he might be granted another chance. However, if he continues to exhibit a lackadaisical attitude, the flight department will have no choice but to consider revoking his flying privileges and relegating him to ground duties. Under normal circumstances, any pilot facing a career-defining route check would be understandably anxious. Yet, Song's demeanor is disconcertingly relaxed. He harbors no fear prior to his rebirth. He was the chief pilot of the Civil Aviation Authority. Although the 737 has seen better days in the future, his foundational skills remain intact, and he is more than capable of handling a mere route check. "Instructor, I'm well aware of the importance of this check. I will fly to the best of my ability." Song responds amiably. Wang Chong grunts in acknowledgement. "You're in a lower position, so I won't make it difficult for you. As long as you follow the procedures and avoid major errors, he'll sign off for you." Despite Song's unwavering confidence in his operational abilities, he graciously expresses gratitude for Wang Chong's goodwill. Checking the time, Wang Chong notes that there is still a moment before their entry, and gestures for Song to hand him the route check work order. Song promptly retrieves it from his flight bag and presents it to Wang Chong. Wang Chong glances over it and casually inquires, "Have you been reviewing the theoretical material lately?" Song instinctively replies, "I reviewed it last night." Wang Chong raises an eyebrow. "Are you saying you crammed?" No, I focused on it last night, but I've been studying it consistently," Song hastily clarifies. After his rebirth, he only truly organized his memories by nightfall, realizing he had a route check the next day, hence his last-minute review of theoretical knowledge, which also includes oral examinations. However, as he delved into the flight manuals, he discovered that much of the content felt familiar. A brief recollection reminded him that, prior to joining the company, he had spent days poring over various flight manuals to prepare for the ATPL exam. Most candidates memorized past exam questions, rarely bothering with the flight manuals due to their overwhelming volume. However, Song understood that relying solely on past questions could lead to significant omissions. Thus, he opted to review the manuals for a higher chance of passing. The manuals he studied then contained substantial overlap with the current 737 manual. His diligence during that time stemmed not from a fervent passion for flying, but rather from a desire to pass the exam in order to secure a position at the airline, enabling him to subsequently lead a life of complacency. The contents of those manuals faded from memory over time, only to resurface with clarity after his rebirth. As for why Su-Tsang had adopted a lackadaisical attitude, it was straightforward, simply had no affinity for flying. To be precise, he did not yet love it. His enrollment in flight school was purely a consequence of parental pressure. In a bid to persuade the resistant Su-Tsang to pursue a degree in aviation technology, his father promised that once he secured a position at an airline, he would no longer impose restrictions on his life. Thus, upon graduating from flight school and joining the airline, Su-Tsang felt he had fulfilled his parents' expectations, and his subsequent slothful lifestyle was an act of defiance against them. Had Su-Tsang not been reborn, it is likely that within 2 to 3 years, his mother would have succumbed to lung disease, marking a pivotal turning point in Su-Tsang's life. Following that event, he would begin to recognize his own talents, ultimately evolving from a rebellious and lackadaisical pilot to the chief pilot of the Aviation Authority. However, having been granted a second chance, Su-Tsang is determined to prevent his mother from succumbing to illness. Furthermore, he is intent on locating his future wife, Chin Xian. In summary, there remains much for him to accomplish. Noticing Su-Tsang lost in thought, Wang Chong rapped the table. What is the electrical load limit for the APU? Su-Tsang momentarily faltered, not anticipating that Wang Chong would begin the oral examination so soon. Nevertheless, he quickly composed himself and responded, 41,000 feet. And the bleed air? Wang Chong pressed further. 17,000, Su-Tsang replied. For electrical supply and bleed air. That depends on whether we are on the ground or in flight. Su-Tsang responded effortlessly. On the ground, it's 15,000 feet. In flight, it's 10,000 feet. Wang Chong's eyes lit up. These questions regarding the APU were not overly complex, yet they required a clear understanding. Wang Chong's mouth twitched slightly. Are you implying that you managed to review the entire oral examination outline in one night? Not quite, Su-Tsang replied calmly. It is not merely the oral examination outline. It encompasses the standard operating manual, crew usage manual, crew training manual, operational manual, quick checklists, and the oral examination outline, all completed in one night. Su-Tsang possessed an extraordinary memory, and with the revival of his prior accumulated knowledge, he traversed through an array of flight manuals at a pace that could only be described as formidable. He knew he could not afford any missteps in this assessment. His audacious proclamation left both Wang Chong and the first officer speechless. Wang Chong, particularly, was struck with incredulity, letting out a laugh tinged with irritation. Do you have any idea how many pages those manuals contain? To claim you finished them all in one night is rather absurd, don't you think? Unfazed by Wang Chong's growing ire, Su-Tsang stated a number with unwavering composure, 789. Wang Chong paused, taken aback. What did you just say? I mean to say that I am indeed aware of the number of pages in those manuals, Su-Tsang replied, his demeanor as tranquil as still water. The crew usage manual has the most content, totaling 789 pages. Following that is the crew training manual, which has 622 pages, and then the quick checklist, comprising 372 pages. Su-Tsang recited the page counts of each flight manual with the precision of a finely tuned machine. Wang Chong and the first officer exchanged glances, having never before encountered someone who could articulate the exact page numbers of the manuals. Soon after, the first officer hurriedly retrieved a white covered manual from the flight bag, the crew usage manual. Flipping to the last page, he was astonished to see the page number, glancing back at Su-Tsang in disbelief. Indeed, it was 789 pages. He had only brought the crew usage manual with him and did not possess the others to verify Su-Tsang's claims. However, seeing Su-Tsang's unwavering confidence suggested he was likely not fabricating the truth. Wang Chong, noticing the first officer's expression, realized Su-Tsang was speaking facts, albeit he was only mildly surprised. Such a feat was hardly extraordinary. To memorize the page numbers of manuals is a rare occurrence. Wang Chong remarked with a smile that felt somewhat strained, revealing an underlying awkwardness. It was not that it was rare, rather, Wang Chong had never encountered such a phenomenon. Do you think I skimmed through them haphazardly? Su-Tsang inquired, a hint of displeasure flickering across his face. The high-frequency questions posed earlier were not included in the oral examination outline, and thus do not fall within the purview of this route assessment. However, if you were to inquire as a private individual rather than an examiner, I could likely provide an answer. Wang Chong's eyelids flickered. You truly know? Su Tsang accurately pointed out that this question was indeed absent from the oral examination outline, as it had simply been an impulsive inquiry from Wang Chang. The communications system content in the crew usage manual, page 231, contains relevant information regarding the frequencies 29.489 and 29.490 MHz. Su Tsang stated with a hint of exasperation. However, instructor, is it really appropriate to ask such a question, akin to querying the various ways to write the character for Hui? The inoperability of high frequencies 29.489 and 29.490 MHz is akin to that of very high frequency 120.00 MHz, as these frequencies can adversely affect the aircraft's equipment, such as the oil pressure gauge and flight management computer. Yet, while some pilots might still be aware of the inoperability of very high frequency 120.00 MHz, high-frequency communication has long ceased to be the primary means of communication for the 737, and many pilots might not utilize it even once in a year, leaving them oblivious to the prohibited high-frequency frequencies. Wang Chang was momentarily speechless before he chuckled wryly. Indeed, it is a rather trivial question. Forget it, you've passed the oral examination. Go ahead and call for a vehicle we are about to enter. As Su Tsang approached the vehicle dispatch station to inquire about the entry vehicle, the first officer leaned closer to Wang Chang. Instructor, was he correct? How come I was unaware? Wang Chang sighed. Of course, you wouldn't know. Not just you, I suspect even some captains might be unaware. There's indeed something amiss with his 3 proficiency checks. As an examiner, Wang Chang was privy to certain intricacies of the assessments. If an examiner were determined not to pass an examinee, there were numerous ways to achieve that. Could it be that this lad had offended the company examiner during his proficiency checks? Or perhaps he had drawn the ire of some superior, thus prompting the examiner to act against him? The first officer scratched his head. Instructor, I can't say. We'll see how he performs in the flight later. If there are no issues with his flying, there might be something peculiar at play. Based solely on the content of the preceding oral examination, Wang Chang had developed a favorable impression of Su Tsang, feeling a sense of injustice on his behalf. The journey remained silent, shrouded in an eerie stillness as they approached. Su Tsang was lost in thoughts of a promising future, while Wang Chang contemplated how to advocate for Su Tsang if he were indeed targeted due to non-technical issues. Meanwhile, the first officer was simply daydreaming, his mind a blank slate. The silence among the flight crew led to a palpable tension among the cabin crew following behind, with the group of 8 remaining largely mute, creating an atmosphere of rigidity. Upon reaching the aircraft, Su Tsang took his place in the cockpit to prepare, while Wang Chang conducted a walk-around inspection and the first officer attended to fueling. When Wang Chang completed his walk-around and entered the cockpit, he found Su Tsang relaxedly reclining in his seat, seemingly lost in thought. After stowing the flight bag and taking his seat, Wang Chang surveyed the panel. Have you completed the preparations? Su Tsang pointed upwards towards the overhead panel. Yes, I'm just waiting for the inertial navigation to calibrate, and then it'll check the CAS. That was quick, Wang Chang remarked, mildly surprised at Su Tsang's cockpit preparation speed. Cockpit preparation is an essential skill for every pilot. Veteran first officers typically execute this smoothly, having developed their own preparation processes, minimizing the chance of errors. However, new first officers often struggle to find their rhythm amidst the multitude of switches, buttons, and controls, making it easy to become disoriented. It is no small feat to complete the process without overlooking anything. Wang Chang removed his reflective vest and quickly scanned the panel, noting no apparent errors. He then checked the CDU, finding all data inputted correctly, including the departure and arrival procedures for the airports, with no discrepancies. New pilots often find themselves confused about which runway to use, especially at airports with dual or even triple runways. Even if they discern the correct runway, multiple approach and departure directions can complicate matters further. However, Su Tsang's choice of runway and the corresponding procedures were exceptionally precise. Furthermore, the weight data, cost index, and speed restrictions he had pre-entered displayed a level of professionalism that belied his experience. Chapter 3. The co-pilot Su Tsang did not resemble a novice co-pilot. Rather, he exuded the confidence of a seasoned aviator with years of experience. Reclining leisurely, Su Tsang glanced to the navigation panel and noted that the calibration light had extinguished, indicating that the inertial navigation system was ready. He prepared to test the CAS system, only to be halted by Wang Chang's raised hand. Su Tsang, let us postpone that test for now. I have some inquiries to make, Wang Chang said, carefully choosing his words. Have you perhaps offended any company executives or inspectors? "I don't believe so," Su Tsang replied, hesitant to assert anything too definitively. Having recently returned to life, some of his memories remained hazy. He could not foresee that Wang Chang's demeanor had shifted to one of grave seriousness. "Su Tsang, there's no need to fear. If someone is indeed targeting you, I will ensure justice is served. The company has not yet reached a point where certain individuals can act with impunity." From his observations in the cockpit, Wang Chang was nearly convinced that Su Tsang was not as outrageous as the company rumors suggested. He had undoubtedly become a target. Wang Chang dismissed Su Tsang's words as mere expressions of apprehension regarding potential retribution. Little did he know that Su Tsang was not concealing anything. He genuinely could not recall having offended anyone. Although his memories were not yet entirely clear, he could ascertain that he had previously been lackadaisical in his approach, leaving no room for blame on others. However, Su Tsang could not share the truth of his rebirth with Wang Chang, so he offered an awkward smile and fell silent. To Wang Chang, Su Tsang appeared as a pitiable novice co-pilot under duress, which only fueled Wang Chang's sense of justice and his desire to support Su Tsang. At that moment, Su Tsang perceived Wang Chang's intentions. He felt akin to the protagonist of an exhilarating novel, where everyone believed him to be a mere worm floundering in the muck. Yet in reality, he was a dragon soaring through the clouds. Even with the experience of a past life, Su Tsang could not suppress the exhilaration coursing through him. The vast skies beckoned, inviting him to explore freely. Without conscious thought, he grasped the control yoke, eager to demonstrate the prowess of a chief pilot to Wang Chang. The sole concern was the significant trust issues that had arisen due to the MAX series following the 737NG, which had led to a severe decline in the reputation of the 737 aircraft, ultimately resulting in its withdrawal from the mainstream market. Although Su Tsang had ascended to the rank of chief pilot, he felt a slight unfamiliarity with the controls of the 737. Nevertheless, he held confidence that he would manage well. Wang Chang, increasingly impressed by Su Tsang, began to exhibit a more favorable attitude, and the atmosphere in the cockpit lightened as a result. Subsequently, Su Tsang proceeded methodically with his tasks. Push back, start, taxi, and align with the runway. Blue sky 9433. Ground wind 230 at 1. Runway 21. You are clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff, runway 21, 124. 35. Su Tsang acknowledged. After repeating the instructions, Su Tsang firmly grasped the control yoke and declared, "You have control, traffic information." Wang Chang disengaged the brakes, his right hand poised over the throttle. "Control the operations. Establish communication. We are moving." He set the takeoff thrust. As Su Tsang's voice fell, Wang pressed the TOGA button, causing the auto throttle to increase to the predetermined reduced thrust value based on the assumed temperature. At this moment, Su Tsang was maneuvering the aircraft, yet the throttle remained under Wang's command. Moments later, the thrust levels of both engines stabilized, aligning closely with the limits displayed on the CDU. Takeoff thrust set 95. 1. Wang announced. Su Tsang utilized the rudder to guide the aircraft along the runway, while also dedicating part of his attention to Wang's standard callouts. Upon hearing the confirmation of the takeoff thrust setting, Su Tsang calmly replied, "Checked, continue." Wang raised an eyebrow. Su's tone suggested he was managing his focus quite adeptly. Many novice pilots would be wholly absorbed in maintaining the runway direction at this stage, rendering them oblivious to their co-pilot's standard calls, let alone responding. As the aircraft accelerated to 80 knots, Wang reminded, 80 knots. This was a critical juncture in the takeoff, integral to the decision-making regarding any potential abort. "Check, continue," Su Tsang reiterated, affirming he had acknowledged the left seat's prompt. With the aircraft gaining speed, the effects of the control surfaces began to amplify, and the crosswind turbulence started to exert a notable influence on the aircraft trajectory. Although the airport reported minimal ground winds, with virtually no crosswind component, appearing deceptively calm, Wang knew from observing the wind bags near the runway, nearly parallel to the ground, that the actual wind conditions were certainly more robust than 1 meter. Nonetheless, Su Tsang's corrections to the runway direction were remarkably precise. He would promptly mitigate any deviation the moment it occurred rather than waiting for it to become conspicuous before employing drastic measures. This method, while seemingly straightforward, often eludes many pilots who cannot discern initial deviations until they grow significantly pronounced. By that time, it may be too late for effective correction. Recognizing deviations requires both innate talent and technique. Given that Su Tsang had not flown in the captain's seat often, Wang doubted he had formulated his own methods. It must simply be Su's natural sensitivity. During this brief takeoff roll, Wang found himself increasingly impressed with Su Tsang. In truth, it was not just Wang who felt this way. Su himself was quite pleased. After years away from flying the 737, he still found it second nature, affirming his status as a prodigious aviator. Just as Su was reveling in his success, Wang suddenly called out, "V1." Beyond the speed, the aircraft could no longer abort the takeoff, marking a critical decision point. As the aircraft surpassed V1, Su Tsang reined in his relaxed demeanor, tensing his muscles. For the liftoff speed, VR typically differed from V1 by only a few knots. "I shall soon demonstrate what a perfect takeoff looks like," Su thought to himself. Indeed, mere seconds later, Wang abruptly shouted, "Rotate," as if stimulated by some unseen force. Su Tsang found himself momentarily transported back to the familiar sensations of piloting a preferred business jet. Instinctively, he yanked the control yoke with fervor, causing the aircraft to surge upwards abruptly. However, in the next instant, a cold sweat trickled down Su Tsang's spine. This was a disaster waiting to unfold. Having grown accustomed to the nimble responsiveness of business jets, he had inadvertently applied the same ascent techniques to a Boeing 737. Business jets are typically endowed with immense power and exceptional maneuverability, often featuring shorter fuselages. At times, with sufficient speed, a mere tug could send the aircraft soaring nearly vertically into the heavens. Yet, the dynamics of a large airliner are fundamentally different. Employing such tactics could spell catastrophe. But Su Tsang soon realized something alarming. The nose of the aircraft was rising far too rapidly, even accounting for his momentary excitement. Such an ascent was simply unprecedented. There seemed to be a malfunction with the aircraft. Before Su Tsang could ascertain whether it was his error or a fault with the plane, a muted thud reverberated, and the fuselage shuddered as the control yoke seemed to seize momentarily. They were on the verge of tail striking. Due to Su Tsang's exemplary performance during the earlier taxi phase, Wang Chang had let his guard down slightly. It was only when Su Tsang lifted the wheels that he recognized the gravity of the situation. As the realization dawned on him, the unsettling noise of the tail strike reverberated through the cockpit. Wang Chang's complexion drained of color, and he suddenly bellowed, "Su Tsang, what on earth are you doing?" Chapter 4. Transition to ground position. Undoubtedly, Su Tsang's line inspection was a colossal blunder, executed in an exceedingly comical manner. Initially intending to showcase his skills to the inspector, he instead became the subject of a grand jest. While the fundamental principles of aviation are universally applicable, the nuances in handling private jets and larger aircraft are quite significant. Having spent an extensive period piloting private jets, Su Tsang's ingrained habits were not easily altered. In his later years, due to his position as a chief pilot, he possessed licenses for multiple aircraft types. Compared to large passenger planes, Su Tsang harbored a greater affinity for flying smaller private jets. Moreover, with the near extinction of the 737 in his later years, even Su Tsang seldom flew it, which culminated in this humorous incident. Once the aircraft experienced tail strike, the functioning of the pressurization system could potentially lead to unforeseen damage to the fuselage, rendering further flight impossible. A return to the departure airport was the only option. Consequently, the aircraft Su Tsang was aboard made a full circuit before returning to Jinchuan Airport. After such a significant mishap, upon landing, the entire crew received calls from the flight department, requesting them to visit the office of the general manager for a discussion. Su Tsang had never previously visited the general manager's office and was aware that the head of the flight department was an instructor for the Airbus fleet, with a less than amicable relationship with the Boeing team. Of course, given Su Tsang's previous underwhelming performance, even if the general manager hailed from the Boeing team, a cordial rapport seemed unlikely. As the senior members, Su Tsang and Wang Chang were the first to enter the office. The first officer, serving as an observer, found a situation slightly more favorable as he was called aside for a conversation with the fleet captain. However, perhaps concerned about Su Tsang and Wang Chong exchanging glances. The general manager first summoned Su Tsang for a private discussion, leaving Wang Chong momentarily outside. Approaching the office door with a sense of trepidation, Su Tsang was greeted by a rather spacious office. The large room housed only a stark desk, a sofa, and a half-height green potted plant. Upon entering, Su Tsang was momentarily blinded by the harsh light streaming through the expansive glass wall opposite him. Seated with his back to the glass wall was the general manager of the flight department, Liu Jinghua, whose figure was enveloped in a halo of light, rendering him somewhat indistinct. Did no one inform him about the severe light pollution in the office? Su Tsang mused silently, taking a moment to acclimate to the intensity of the illumination. However, when he finally discerned Liu Jinghua's exceedingly grim visage, a jolt of apprehension coursed through him. The seemingly gentle warmth of the sunlight only served to exacerbate the agitation of the man before him. As Su Tsang approached Liu Jinghua's desk, a flicker of disdain crossed the sharply defined features of the general manager. To be fair, Liu Jinghua's appearance was quite commendable. Unlike many pilots who had succumbed to the ravages of time, he exuded no such greasy demeanor. Rather, his hair was meticulously styled, and his complexion was fair and smooth, presenting him more as a male model than a pilot. Su Tsang, you truly surprise me, Liu Jinghua remarked. Liu Jinghua suddenly smiled, yet this smile, even under the embrace of sunlight, appeared ominous in Su Tsang's eyes. Perhaps it was for the best. He would no longer have to see you. This was the final encounter. Liu Jinghua snatched a piece of paper from the desk and casually tossed it to Su Tsang. Sign this. Su Tsang caught it and upon glancing up, realized it was a confirmation of his transfer. Signing this would mean relinquishing his flying qualifications and transitioning to a ground position. Su Tsang had no intention of signing it and could only muster a forced smile. Mr. Liu, there seems to be a minor issue with this matter. In retrospect, Su Tsang discerned some discrepancies. Even if he had inadvertently been a bit too vigorous, it should not have resulted in a tail strike. However, the mechanical inspection's conclusion was indeed a tail strike, leaving Su Tsang perplexed. Minor issue? Liu Jinghua clapped his hands in amusement, rising slowly, then seized a nearby document and hurled it forcefully at Su Tsang while berating him. Minor issue? The mechanic's report just came in. The tail skid has already been compressed beyond recognition, and it is highly likely that extensive repairs are needed. You worthless thing, since joining the company, you have generated no benefits, yet the company must spend money to clean up your mess. How dare you still stand here? In truth, Liu Jinghua's words were rather restrained. To be precise, during the transition from trainee to second officer, they could not form a complete crew with the captain as the first officer could, resulting in minimal or no value creation. Since Su Tsang's arrival at the company, he had neither studied nor practiced nor cooperated, and he remained an unqualified trainee without any advancement. Yet, this seemingly valueless trainee was still drawing a monthly base salary of 7,000 yuan, akin to receiving a free ride from Blue Sky Airlines. Furthermore, this tail strike had caused a significant problem, with repair costs amounting to astronomical figures, leading to a substantial financial loss for Blue Sky Airlines. Forcing Su Tsang to transfer was already an act of great mercy from the airline. It was likely that the recruitment personnel who brought Su Tsang on board would face repercussions. Su Tsang's face flushed crimson, and he could not simply say that his habitual flying of business jets had caused him to misjudge the control force this time. If he were to voice such an explanation, Liu Jinghua could very well send him to a mental institution on the spot. Mr. Liu, grant me another chance. I assure you I will no longer be complacent. Su Tsang could only plead earnestly. You are well aware of your previous complacency. What were you doing before? Did the fleet offer you fewer opportunities? Either sign and transfer to another department to leave me in peace, or just get lost. Liu Jinghua was so incensed that his head throbbed, wishing he could strip Su Tsang of all dignity. He had only recently assumed his position, and Su Tsang had already caused such a debacle. Was this not a slap in his face? Su Tsang stood there, somewhat at a loss. The sight of Liu Jinghua's gritted teeth made it clear just how deeply his previous performance had resonated. Suddenly, Liu Jinghua's phone on the desk lit up, revealing a new message. Upon picking it up and taking a glance, His expression abruptly shifted as he hastily suppressed his menacing demeanor, transforming it into a facade of feigned amiability. However, upon noticing Su Tsong lingering behind, he shot a fierce glare in Su Tsong's direction, instructing him sternly. When someone enters shortly, you shall remain silent and stand aside. Had time permitted, he would have preferred to send Su Tsong away entirely. As if to corroborate Lu Jinghua's words, a commotion arose outside the door, accompanied by the sound of voices, indicating a considerable number of individuals. A wave of anxiety washed over Lu Jinghua, prompting him to gesture for Su Tsong to take refuge in a corner. Su Tsong, speculating that a significant figure was approaching, disregarded Lu Jinghua's unpleasant demeanor and quietly retreated to the corner, standing still and voiceless. Chapter 5. Future wife seeing Su Tsong's perceptiveness. Lu Jinghua felt a slight sense of reassurance. However, in the next moment, the door swung open and a multitude of individuals entered in succession, led by Lu Jinghua's direct superior, the Vice President of Operations, Luo Yong. As the head of the entire aviation system, Luo Yong's demeanor was remarkably humble at this moment. He adopted a guiding posture, almost bending over at a 90-degree angle. Following Luo Yong were two women. One appeared to be in her 20s, tall and slender, with skin as smooth as jade. Her long, raven-black hair was casually tied back, with a few strands falling delicately at her temples, adding a unique charm to her presence. The other woman, slightly older, exuded an air of mature elegance, dressed in a sharp, light blue suit that conveyed a sense of professionalism and steadiness. Trailing behind the two were three attendants, who appeared rather ordinary compared to the striking women. Luo Yong maintained a lowly stance before the younger woman, halting the office to allow her to proceed first, while introducing Lu Jinghua. President Qin, this is our department's general manager, Lu Jinghua. The young woman scanned the office, her gaze landing on Su Tsong, who stood in the corner with his head bowed. However, she refrained from commenting and quickly shifted her attention elsewhere. As for Lu Jinghua, whom Luo Yong had emphasized, she merely glanced at him without further interest. It seems your company offers quite generous treatment. Even a department manager has such an impressive office, the young woman remarked softly. Startled, Su Tsong suddenly trembled as her voice struck a familiar chord within him. Lu Jinghua, uncertain whether this was a compliment, recognized that influential figures often spoke in veiled terms, leaving one to ponder their true intentions. Nevertheless, he managed to muster a stiff smile in response to the young woman's words. Thank you for your kind words, President Qin. You need not be so tense. There may be numerous opportunities for collaboration in the future, the young woman replied with a slight nod, preparing to take her leave. Yet, as she turned, she noticed Su Tsong, who had lifted his head and was staring intently at her. The young woman halted, her brow furrowing slightly in displeasure. Do you have something to say to me? She inquired. Lu Jinghua and Luo Yong were both taken aback, following the young woman's gaze to discover Su Tsong's behavior. Such a direct stare was undeniably rude, especially toward the young woman. Su Tsong was no lecher. Rather, the woman before him bore an uncanny resemblance to his future wife, Qin Xin. Yet, according to his recollections, they were not supposed to meet for several more years. How could he encounter her here? Or was it merely a coincidence of appearance? A chill enveloped Lu Jinghua and Luo Yong, rendering them momentarily frozen. Lu Jinghua cautiously glanced at Luo Yong, only to find his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he wished to devour him whole. This young woman was a super client of their company. How could such a blatant breach of decorum be tolerated? The young woman cast a deep glance at Su Tsong, yet her expression remained unchanged. She merely lowered her brow, took a deep breath, and silently turned to leave. Once she exited the office, Luo Yong realized that his back was drenched with sweat. Gritting his teeth, he shot a glare at Lu Jinghua and Su Tsong before hastily pursuing the young woman. After a brief moment, Lu Jinghua confirmed that she had indeed departed and could no longer contain himself. Do you know who that person was? She is a representative from the Spring and Summer Travel Agency, here to discuss a charter contract exceeding $1 billion. Get out. I don't want to see you again. Just leave. Su Tsong responded with a simple acknowledgement. As he reached the door, He hesitated for a moment before turning back to ask Lu Jinghua, was that person named Qin Xian? However, the only reply he received was a stack of documents and Lu Jinghua's furious outburst. Observing Lu Jinghua's heightened blood pressure, Su Cang decided it best not to press further and quietly closed the office door. Wang Chong, leaning against the wall by the door, rolled his eyes. Don't let him blow a gasket. Su Cang scanned the floor, but he could no longer find any trace of the woman who might be his future wife. He sighed, addressing his instructor. Although it may sound like I'm making excuses, unforeseen issues have indeed arisen regarding the tail strike incident. I apologize for that. A tail strike is no trivial matter. Although it was Su Cang who was piloting as the responsible captain, Wang Chong could not evade accountability and would certainly face repercussions. You needn't apologize. As captain, I must bear the responsibility. I accept that. Wang Chong glanced at Su Cang, casually inquiring, what are your plans? Will you transition to a ground position or leave the company? Wang Chong was a relatively good instructor. Although he had initially been infuriated by Su Cang, he managed to remain composed and communicate effectively. Reflecting on his future plans, Su Cang fell into contemplation. If all went as expected, his mother's lung condition would deteriorate over the next 2 to 3 years, ultimately necessitating a lung transplant. In his previous life, she had concealed her illness until it became impossible to hide when the transplant was required. The surgery's cost could easily reach several $100,000, with ongoing treatment following. By the time Su Cang had transitioned to a ground position, he could not possibly afford such expenses, resulting in his mother's permanent departure from his life. His mother's death prompted the rebellious Su Cang to gradually find clarity, ultimately leading him to enlist in the military at his father's suggestion. Fortunately, at this juncture, his mother's condition had not yet reached such a critical stage, allowing for the possibility of managing her illness. As for transitioning to a ground position, Su Cang was disinclined to take that route. Typically, pilots unable to fly for various reasons were reassigned to the dispatch office, earning a modest salary of a few thousand per month. If his mother were in good health, Su Cang would have found that word acceptable. However, given the imminent threat of exorbitant medical expenses, he recognized the necessity of pursuing alternative avenues for income should he be unable to continue flying. With this thought, a sense of regret washed over Su Cang. He has never engaged in the trivialities of lotteries. If he were to possess a few winning numbers, merely purchasing tickets could suffice to cover his mother's medical expenses. Nevertheless, Su Cang, who harbors memories of the future, remains relatively optimistic, for after all, there's still a maximum of 2 years left. I suppose it is time for me to depart, Su Cang remarked. Departing may be for the best. One cannot earn much on the ground. Wang Chong was not particularly surprised by Su Cang's decision. Yet a question lingered in his mind. I had my friend investigate your background. How is it that the highest scoring graduate in the history of the Flight Academy has found himself in such a predicament? Do you not feel it is a lamentable waste of your prodigious talent? Chapter 6. Surviving against all odds. The Flight Academy evaluates students based on their overall performance during their tenure, assigning scores upon graduation to assist airlines in assessing the value of each graduate. A score above 80 is considered above average, while achieving 90 indicates that the graduate is seen as a promising candidate for further nurturing by the airlines. In its 50-plus years of establishment, the Flight Academy has never awarded a perfect score to any graduate until the arrival of Su Cang. Su Cang distinguished himself as the fastest student to reach the private pilot stage, to solo, and to complete his studies in the Academy's history. The rarity of perfect scores arises not only from the evaluations of in-house instructors impacting graduation scores, but also from the critical assessments by examiners during private pilot, instrument rating, and commercial pilot evaluations. While the opinions of Academy instructors might be influenced by various factors, the external examiners, who are often not affiliated with the Flight Academy, remain largely unaffected by such biases. These examiners are typically known for their stern demeanor. Merely passing is commendable, let alone receiving a flawless evaluation. Nonetheless, Su Cang achieved this remarkable feat. It was precisely due to Su Cang's unprecedented perfect graduation assessment that Blue Sky Airlines exhibited considerable leniency towards him. Otherwise, Given Su Tsang's lackadaisical behavior since joining the company, he would have faced dismissal long ago, rather than being afforded so many opportunities. Su Tsang remained silent, unsure of how to respond to instructor Wang Chang's remarks. The reason his parents compelled him to pursue flying was straightforward. They had heard of the lucrative salaries of civil aviation pilots, while Su Tsang's own aspirations were never taken into account. Being a pilot is a profession that can be pursued for a lifetime, yet his parents unilaterally made that decision for him. Su Tsang, possessing a keen intellect, exhibited a certain individuality, particularly at his young age. Thus, the Academy's most outstanding graduate went on to create a record at Blue Sky Airlines by failing 3 consecutive proficiency checks. However, people inevitably grow. After the passing of his mother, all resentment faded, and Su Tsang, reborn, found it difficult to blame his parents, who had toiled in the fields their entire lives. Perhaps it was not too late for redemption. Su Tsang felt a flicker of joy. Fate had granted him a chance to start new. Yet, Wang Chang lamented, "There is no remedy for regret. Is there truly no remedy for regret?" Su Tsang whispered, as if contemplating otherwise. Just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him, and he turned to Wang Chang with a look of confusion. "Instructor, did you notice anything unusual about the aircraft we just flew?" Wang Chang furrowed his brow. "That plane is relatively new, having just arrived." "What are you trying to imply?" Sensing that Wang Chang thought he was merely making excuses for a mishap, Su Tsang chose not to elaborate further. Perhaps it truly was merely a lapse in his handling. After bidding farewell to Wang Chang, Su Tsang resolved to return home to pack his belongings before heading back to his hometown. Before leaving, he needed to return his flight credentials to Blue Sky Airlines. When Blue Sky Airlines recruited Su Tsang, they covered all his training expenses with the flight academy. Should he choose to leave, the airline would not object, but he must surrender all his flight credentials. Descending to the first floor, Su Tsang's phone unexpectedly rang. Upon checking, he realized it was his father calling. With a hint of urgency in his voice, he answered, "Dad, what's wrong?" Typically, his father only called for significant matters due to long-distance charges. "Son, your mother has been taken to the hospital and is currently in critical condition." The anxious voice of Su Zhenming resonated through the line. "Earlier this morning, your mother mentioned difficulty breathing, and I thought it was just her chronic ailment. But just now, she collapsed." Su Tsang's steps abruptly halted. "What did the doctor say?" A physician who exited the emergency room mentioned something about fibrosis. "What does that mean? Fibrosis?" Su Tsang's eyes widened in shock. In his previous life, his mother's condition had deteriorated rapidly, leading to severe pulmonary fibrosis before her passing. Yet, wasn't pulmonary fibrosis supposed to take at least 2 years to develop? How could it have worsened so swiftly? Although his parents had concealed the severity of her illness to spare him worry, they wouldn't hide such a critical situation. The absence of prior updates on her declining health indicated that the lung disease had escalated dramatically in a short span. Why was this happening? Su Tsang's mind raced. If her condition had indeed reached the point of pulmonary fibrosis, it was exceedingly grave and might necessitate a lung transplant. However, not only did he lack the funds for such a procedure, but even if he had, the success rate of lung transplants in this era remained uncertain. Based on his recollections, Su Tsang's heart raced. Could his rebirth have triggered some adverse changes? He had anticipated 2 more years, but now, he was uncertain about his mother's condition even in 1 year's time. "Dad, how much money do we have at home?" Su Zhenming did not withhold the truth. "We probably have about 20 to 30,000, at most 30,000. 30,000? It was indeed as he remembered. The family was financially strained, and his meager salary had barely allowed for savings. In comparison to the hundreds of thousands required for a lung transplant, it was but a drop in the bucket. At that moment, Su Tsang was engulfed in turmoil. His mother's illness had taken him completely by surprise. Even with his rebirth, how could he possibly amass such a sum in such a short time? He forced himself to regain composure. "Dad, stay at the hospital and keep watch. Once Mom's condition stabilizes, ask the doctor if a lung transplant is necessary and what challenges might arise. I will be home tomorrow, or at the latest, the day after." In this era, flight routes were limited and some were not available daily, so Su Tsang needed to inquire further. After hanging up, he felt a whirlwind of confusion, unable to find solution. His rebirth had yet to allow him to leverage the advantage of information disparity, and now he was faced with an overwhelming crisis. There was no time to consider other matters. Even if he remained with the company as a pilot, he would not be able to gather the necessary funds for the surgery within a year. The golden age of civil aviation has yet to arrive, and at present, the salaries of pilots have not seen an explosive increase. After a while, he returned to his residence to return his credentials, to spare Blue Sky Airlines any further inconvenience. Just as Su Tsang approached the entrance of the base building, he heard the rhythmic sound of tapping. Surrounding the base building, several metallic scaffolds had been erected, where workers were diligently engaged in repairs on the outer walls. At the entrance, a middle-aged woman carrying a large bag walked ahead of Su Tsang. However, as she stepped out of the building, she tripped over something unknown and fell, causing numerous invitation-like items to scatter from her bag. Su Tsang, in a hurry, hesitated momentarily as he passed by her, but ultimately chose to remain silent and continued on his way. Yet after only a few steps, an uneasy feeling settled in his heart, prompting him to halt and turn back to assist her in gathering her belongings. Just as Su Tsang was about to pivot, a steel pipe, approximately a meter long, plummeted from above, landing merely 2 or 3 steps in front of him. Chapter 7. The Resurrection of Failure. Watching the steel pipe crash down and shatter the tiles not far away, Su Tsang felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Had he not been impulsively driven to assist just moments ago, it could very well have been his skull that was shattered instead. Before Su Tsang could recover from the fright, a man's panicked voice echoed from above. "I'm so sorry, so sorry. I must not have secured it properly." Looking up, Su Tsang saw that the voice belonged to a worker repairing the wall atop a scaffold, and the fallen steel pipe had presumably come from his direction. His heart still raced. He was merely 2 or 3 steps away from becoming the latest casualty of misfortune. Rather than vent his anger at the worker, he silently turned and approached a middle-aged woman nearby. The woman, who had been gathering her belongings, was drawn to the commotion caused by the steel pipe's fall. Upon seeing Su Tsang approach, she marveled. "Young man, you've escaped a great calamity." Su Tsang offered a wry smile, replying, "This should be called good deeds reaping good rewards." The ancient said, "Do not neglect small acts of kindness." And it was indeed a mere flicker of benevolence that had saved his life. The middle-aged woman seemed to grasp his implication and pulled a card from the invitation she had collected, handing it to Su Tsang. "You work for the company too, right? My son's birthday is the day after tomorrow. If you have time, you're welcome to join us, so my son can share in your good fortune." In this moment, Su Tsang's emotions were somewhat complex, yet he accepted the invitation. "I probably won't be able to make it, but I appreciate the invitation. Wishing your son a happy birthday." In a sense, this woman had become a half-hearted savior to Su Tsang, her stumble inadvertently granting him a second chance at life. They say that those who survive great misfortune will surely find future blessings. Perhaps this encounter would lead him to a solution for his mother's illness. This narrow escape ultimately became a mere interlude. Upon returning to his modest hotel, Su Tsang searched online for flights back home, discovering that only one ticket with Feiyu Airlines was available for the day after tomorrow, which he noted down. At that time, online payment was not yet widespread, so he had to visit a nearby ticketing agency to book the flight. Given it was for the day after tomorrow and the ticket prices were regulated, there were no discounts, and he spent nearly 2,000 yuan for a single ticket. Over a decade ago, 2,000 yuan for a ticket could be considered a luxury expense, or rather, at that time, air travel was a means of transportation for the upper middle class. This return trip would likely mark his final departure from Jianchuan City, as he intended to pack all his valuables to take back with him. Yet, after searching the small hotel room extensively, he found that the most valuable items he owned were merely gaming account cards. For he had squandered the past 2 years engrossed in virtual worlds. "Su Tsang, you truly are beyond redemption," he thought, gazing at the stack of account cards in his hands, his heart a tumult of emotions. Had he been able to progress normally and achieve promotions over the past 2 years, the money he would have saved might have been just enough to cover his mother's surgery. In that moment, Su Tsang pondered how much better it would have been if his rebirth had occurred even earlier, allowing him to escape the mire of stagnation. Were it not for his mother's plight, he would have gladly discarded those gaming cards. "Currently, I find myself in a precarious financial situation. These account cards could still fetch some money, so I shall retain them. Tidying up his belongings, Su Tsang noticed that it was already late, and the employees of the company had long since departed. He decided to deliver the flight documents the following day. With some time to spare, Su Tsang quieted his mind to contemplate his future plans. The advantage of being reborn lies in the ability to possess knowledge of future events that many remain unaware of, such as lottery numbers, forthcoming commercial trends, and valuable items that will appreciate significantly. Indeed, participating in a lottery would be the simplest and most effective approach. Regrettably, Su Tsang had never engaged with lotteries in his previous life and had amassed no advantageous information. As for commercial trends, it seems that a certain instant messaging application, FlyTalk, which would soon gain nationwide popularity, is on the horizon. The parent company of FlyTalk ascended to prominence in the domestic internet sector due to this very software. If only he could locate the founder of FlyTalk to invest in a partnership, the potential returns could be astronomical. The dilemma is that Su Tsang himself is devoid of funds to sponsor anyone, and furthermore, he is entirely unaware of the founder's current whereabouts. After some contemplation, it occurred to him that the founder might be named Zhao Fei, likely only slightly older than himself. It is said that one of the most audacious investors who funded Zhao Fei's entrepreneurial endeavors reaped an astonishing 10,000-fold return. Su Tsang lay back on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, and after a moment lamented, "Oh, where art thou, my fortune bringer? If the path of investing in future commercial giants proves unfeasible, then the only recourse is to acquire items that will appreciate substantially." This notion resonates deeply with Su Tsang. Without a doubt, real estate will yield the most remarkable appreciation in value in the future. Countless individuals will achieve financial freedom through property speculation. In fact, Su Tsang had already contemplated this avenue. On his way back, he had made a point to observe the information posted by various real estate agencies, gaining some insight into the current housing market. Take Jianchuan City, for example. The price of ordinary commercial housing in the city center is currently over $2,000 per square meter, yet in a decade, this price is projected to soar beyond $20,000. At this moment, however, the majority of the populace has yet to recognize the commodity nature of real estate. The several real estate agencies he visited were nearly deserted. In the future, being able to purchase property at $2,100 per square meter in the city center of a provincial capital like Jianchuan would be akin to receiving a windfall. Even considering inflation, the potential for appreciation remains extraordinarily remarkable. Moreover, this scenario is based on Jianchuan merely being a second-tier city. Were it situated in a prime location of a first-tier city, the appreciation would be even more staggering. The challenge, however, is that all of his funds, combined with the emergency money from his mother, would only suffice to purchase a modest restroom in a place like Jianchuan. While properties have futures, it has never been heard of being able to sell a restroom separately. Additionally, the surge in housing prices will take some time, and in the next year or two, he cannot expect to gain substantial benefits from property investment. His mother cannot endure such a prolonged wait. Ultimately, Su Tsang's predicament is evident. He has minimal startup capital and is constrained by his mother's illness, which limits his capacity for long-term investment. The pursuit of his first fortune, coupled with the constraints of time, rendered Su Tsang utterly helpless. He was engulfed by a profound sense of having been reborn, albeit without the tangible experience of such a transformation. Why, he wondered, had the exhilarating upheaval typically associated with protagonists in novels or films who have been granted a second chance eluded him. At this juncture, the inquiry circled back to its origin. Why had he squandered the previous 2 years? Had he not wasted that time, he would have been able to cover his mother's medical expenses or secure the initial capital needed. Su Tsang sighed deeply, lamenting, "What a dismal failure of a reborn individual I am." Chapter 8. Immunosuppressants. After a night of restless contemplation, Su Tsang became increasingly convinced that he was a failure as a reincarnated soul. If he could not save his mother, what purpose did his rebirth serve? Su Tsang held no significant desire for wealth or fame. He did not envy those who navigated the realms of business and politics. His sole wish was to preserve his mother's life. Should he fail in this endeavor, he would have to endure the agony of her passing once more, making his rebirth seem futile. The following morning, Soo-song stepped outside with his identification, only to discover the streets bustling with activity. It dawned on him that something was amiss. Upon checking the date, he realized it was Saturday. His mind had been so chaotic over the past few days that he had completely forgotten that yesterday was Friday. Now, even if he went to the company, no one would be there, and with tomorrow being the weekend, he would find no one present. This meant he could not return his flight documents. The airplane ticket was undoubtedly time-sensitive, so he would have to postpone the matter of returning the flight documents. Originally, he had planned to submit the flight documents while informing the aviation department of his decision to leave the company, but now those discussions would also be delayed. However, he was regarded as utterly useless by the company, so no one would notice his absence. After returning home, he would address the documents and his resignation when he had the chance. Resolute in his decision, Soo-song returned to his lodging, settled his accommodation fees with the hotel owner, and safely stored his flight documents in his luggage. That evening, he received a message from his father, indicating that his mother, Chun-min, was temporarily stable, which brought a wave of relief to Soo-song. However, his father did not mention any further treatment details, and Soo-song refrained from asking more questions, knowing he could inquire with the doctor in person once he returned home. Another night passed, and the next day, Soo-song arose early to catch the 7 a.m. shuttle to the airport, as taking a taxi would be prohibitively expensive. He carried little, just a backpack and a handheld bag, primarily containing clothing, while the flight documents were securely zipped in the pocket of his jacket. In truth, Soo-song's flight was scheduled for around 11 o'clock, but the airport shuttle only operated 3 times a day, necessitating an early departure. Waiting at the airport for a couple of hours was of no concern to him. Perhaps it was due to his anxious state of mind, but the hour-long journey left Soo-song feeling a bit car-sick. Upon arriving at the airport, he found that self-service check-in was not yet available, and since it was still early, the manual counters were not open for check-in either. Soo-song settled onto a bench, prepared to catch a brief nap. He felt quite dizzy and even neglected to eat the buns he had brought as breakfast. It was quite the irony for a pilot to experience motion sickness. Soo-song found himself at a loss for words regarding his state. To prevent oversleeping, he set an alarm and closed his eyes to rest. As his muscles gradually relaxed, his consciousness began to fade, and soon, the soft sound of snoring could be heard. Since his rebirth 2 days prior, he had encountered numerous events, and coupled with his car sickness, he fell into a deep slumber. Time slipped away, and in a hazy state, Soo-song felt a peculiar sensation in his thigh. Upon investigation, he realized it was his phone vibrating. Startled awake, he checked the time and saw that there were less than 50 minutes until takeoff. The alarm should have gone off half an hour ago. How'd he slept so deeply? Soo-song rubbed his eyes, noticing that it was his father, Soo Jinming, calling. He adjusted his posture slightly before answering. "Dad, what's the matter?" "Son, have you arrived at the airport?" Soo-song shook his head, having just woken up from slumber that left his neck sore. "Yes, I'm about to check in." "Oh, about that matter you asked me to inquire about earlier. I spoke with the doctor during their rounds." Soo Jinming paused, his voice dropping to a hushed tone, likely to avoid being overheard outside the hospital room. "The doctor's recommendation is conservative treatment." "Conservative treatment? Isn't that just waiting for death in the case of pulmonary fibrosis?" Soo-song could hardly believe the doctor would suggest such a thing. It felt akin to preparing for the worst. Soo Jinming's voice was laden with resignation. "I mentioned the lung transplant surgery you suggested. However, the doctor explained that the immunosuppressants used to combat organ transplant rejection have significant side effects, particularly on the kidneys. As you know, your mother's kidney condition isn't good. Even if she underwent a lung transplant, she'd need to take medication afterward, which her body couldn't tolerate. The doctor said that even if the surgery were successful, it might only extend her life by a year or two. Spending hundreds of thousands for just a couple of years, it hardly seems worthwhile." Upon hearing his father's words, Soo-song straightened up abruptly. He had momentarily forgotten the necessity of immunosuppressants following a lung transplant. In his previous life, his mother had not even reached that stage before passing away, so his concern had naturally diminished. The first-generation adrenal corticosteroids and the second-generation cyclosporin were known for their severe side effects, particularly the latter, which posed significant renal toxicity, something his mother, Chen Min, could not endure. Rationally speaking, the doctor's advice was sound. To exhaust one's finances for merely extending life by a couple of years, and with a diminished quality of life at that, seemed futile. If only there were a third-generation drug like rapamycin. Suitsong pondered. He recalled that 3 years later, the third-generation macrolide immunosuppressant, rapamycin, would be available for clinical use, making headlines at the time. Rapamycin had significantly fewer side effects compared to its predecessors, particularly in terms of renal toxicity. It was practically a perfect match for his mother's condition. Yet, by then, his mother had already passed away, and Suitsong had merely glanced at the news. His knowledge of this new drug limited. He was unaware of its production origins or the current progress in its development. However, he vaguely remembered that the packaging bore a green leaf logo, but he could not recall the manufacturer's name. After a moment of contemplation, Suitsong said to his father, "Dad, could you ask the doctor if they've heard of a new drug called rapamycin?" Although the doctor would likely have more up-to-date information, he feared that the small pharmaceutical company that developed rapamycin might not be widely recognized. Rafa what? Such terminology was clearly beyond the grasp of Su Jinming, who had only an elementary school education. Never mind. I'll ask the doctor myself when I return. I need to check in now. Suitsong glanced at the time, realizing he was nearing the last moment for check-in and could no longer afford to waste time explaining rapamycin to his father. Oh, go ahead. Just send me a message when you board. Suitsong quickly hung up the phone and hurried towards the check-in counter with 2 bags in hand. Fortunately, there was no line at the counter. Suitsong approached briskly and handed his identification to the clerk, requesting, if possible, "Could you assign me a seat by the aisle or window?" The clerk operated the computer for a moment before unexpectedly returning the identification to Suitsong. "I apologize, sir, but we are fully booked. There are no available seats." Chapter 9, Overbooking. Suitsong was taken aback. He had purchased his ticket and paid the fare, only to be informed that no seats were available. What utter nonsense! However, Suitsong quickly grasped the situation and retorted, "Is it overbooked?" The clerk's expression was also less than pleasant as she nodded. "Yes, sir. If you are willing, we can reschedule your flight for the day after tomorrow and offer you a compensation of 500 yuan. How's that sound?" Overbooking is a common practice in the civil aviation industry, as there are instances where passengers cancel their tickets at the last minute or simply do not show up. Consequently, as the flight approaches departure, any vacant seats are unlikely to be sold, resulting in a waste of resources. Thus, the marketing departments of airlines often adopt overbooking strategies, selling 3 to 5% more tickets than the actual number of seats available. However, if all ticket holders show up and the flight is overbooked, some passengers may find themselves unable to board. Unfortunately, Suitsong found himself in such an unfortunate predicament. In fact, had Suitsong not taken a nap, he might have checked in earlier and avoided this situation altogether. When such occurrences arise, airlines typically have compensation measures in place for affected passengers. Generally, they offer full refunds or rescheduling options, along with additional cash compensation, and may even arrange complimentary accommodation. Nevertheless, Suitsong did not wish to refund his ticket or reschedule. He directly stated, "Just announce at the boarding gate if anyone is willing to accept a cash refund or reschedule. I still wish to return." The clerk was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that this young man seemed well informed about the procedures for handling overbooking. Typically, if passengers refuse to accept refunds or rescheduling along with cash compensation, airlines will contact those who have already checked in to see if anyone is willing to accept the refund or rescheduling in exchange for compensation. Some passengers, not in a hurry, might consider the additional monetary offer and agree. "Sir, please hold on a moment." The clerk, realizing the gravity of the situation, prepared to call her superiors for guidance. Unbeknownst to her, Suitsong had placed both of his bags on the counter and pointed at his luggage, saying, "First, check my bags in." The clerk, setting down the phone, replied with a hint of regret, "Sir, I need to confirm that someone is willing to relinquish their seat before I can process your baggage check. This is your concern. I am determined to board the flight." Suitsong stated calmly, "If 500 yuan in compensation does not entice anyone, then increase it to 800, 1,000. Surely someone will be willing." The clerk was taken aback by Suitsong's boldness and hurriedly explained, "Sir, the compensation policy must adhere to regulations and cannot be altered at will. In that case, I shall directly contact the Consumer Association or the complaint hotline of the headquarters, and we shall see how your company responds," Suit Song replied. The clerk, merely an employee performing her duties for compensation, found herself at a loss for words. Suit Song's resolve was unmistakable. He did not seek money. He simply demanded to board the plane, and he was unwavering in his stance. The clerk felt overwhelmed. This young man appeared exceptionally challenging to deal with. Given that civil aviation was not yet widespread, many individuals were unfamiliar with the flight processes, let alone the channels for filing complaints. Most individuals, when faced with issues, typically resort to lodging complaints with the airline's customer service. However, such an approach is not dissimilar to a commoner petitioning a magistrate. Airlines dread the prospect of matters escalating to consumer associations or regulatory authorities, as that could prove disastrous. The clerk had never encountered a passenger so difficult to placate, and for a moment was at a loss as to how to relay Suit Song's words to her superiors. Observing the clerk's flustered demeanor, Suit Song sighed and remarked, "We are colleagues in the same industry. Let's not make this so awkward. Is this flight operated by a two-person crew? If so, I would be willing to enter the cockpit, as long as I can board the plane." Suit Song initially spoke casually, yet he noticed the clerk contemplating his words. And then she earnestly inquired, "Sir, are you part of the crew?" The term crew is an internal designation. Those within the industry do not refer to pilots as such, but rather as a crew, just as pilots seldom call flight attendants stewardesses. Yes. Suit Song realized that the clerk was genuinely considering the possibility of allowing him into the cockpit, leaving him speechless. Is it really possible to enter the cockpit? Suit Song had merely spoken in jest. Access to the cockpit is governed by stringent regulations. Apart from the operating crew, only individuals assigned by the airline or regulatory authorities may enter. There is no room for casual entry. The clerk responded, "Do you have your identification? I can consult with my superiors. However, if someone is willing to relinquish their seat, you would not need to enter." The implication was that if there were no seats available, it might indeed be feasible to accommodate him in the cockpit, a notion utterly unheard of. Nevertheless, Suit Song quickly came to terms with the fact that the domestic aviation sector was still in a nascent phase, and many regulations were fundamentally lacking. What would seem absurd today might become commonplace in the future. Although Suit Song felt somewhat uncomfortable with such a seemingly casual approach, he did not oppose it. After all, his sole desire was to return home without causing any trouble. "Here are my documents," he said. The clerk took his license and flight duty authorization, confirmed their names matched, and proceeded to make a phone call. Suit Song glanced behind him, ensuring no one was approaching, and then comfortably leaned against the check-in counter to await news. In hindsight, not having retrieved his documents was indeed a stroke of fortune. Even with the lax regulations, only those with proper identification would be afforded such privileges. After approximately 10 minutes, it appeared that the clerk had reached a resolution. She tapped the counter to gain Suit Song's attention. Growing a bit impatient, he turned around to see that the clerk had placed his documents on the counter, along with an additional piece of paper. Suit Song glanced at the paper and recognized it as the mission order for Flight YF-60-321. To his astonishment, his name was prominently listed under the crew section. "Having communicated with the company, it has been arranged for you to join the crew, sir. Upon landing, you may contact our customer service team to discuss compensation matters." The attendant gestured towards the security checkpoint, indicating that time was of the essence. "Sir, you may proceed directly through the crew passage." Although Suit Song had no particular preference for where to sit, the airline could not afford such leniency, thus necessitating appropriate compensation later. As for adding crew members, it is not uncommon in subsequent eras for other airlines to do so. Overall, the attitude of Feiyu Airlines remains commendable. Suit Song gathered his documents and nodded to the attendant, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your efforts." The attendant maintained a professional smile, replying, "Sir, I wish you a pleasant journey." Chapter 10. Bird Strike 1 can only say that traversing the crew passage is indeed much more convenient, sparing one from long queues and the cumbersome security checks. In any industry, internal personnel invariably enjoy certain privileges. Presently, The terminal at Jianchuan Airport has yet to undergo expansion, consisting solely of a single, modestly sized building. Su Tsang jogged along, burdened with a backpack and a carry-on, which proved somewhat taxing. Ever since he learned of his assignment to the crew, he had opted against checking in his luggage. As a crew member, he could stow his belongings in the cabin crew's wardrobe, allowing him to retrieve them directly upon disembarking, thus avoiding the wait at the baggage carousel. The distance from security to the boarding gate took less than 5 minutes, and upon arrival, Su Tsang found the boarding process already underway. He was in no hurry, placing his belongings on a seat to catch his breath, inwardly lamenting his previous lack of exercise as he found himself slightly winded from a mere 5-minute jog. As passengers boarded, he retrieved his crew boarding pass, hung it around his neck, and grasped his luggage in task order, making his way to the gate. The ground staff scrutinized the task order and crew boarding pass several times before granting Su Tsang entry. The puzzlement arose from the fact that his boarding pass clearly indicated he was with Blue Sky Airlines, yet he was listed as part of Feather Airlines crew. Nevertheless, as long as the names on the documents matched, there would be no issue. After passing through the gate, he encountered another security check at the corridor leading to the aircraft. Upon reaching the cabin, Su Tsang approached the purser to express his intentions regarding joining the crew, presenting his credentials for her review. "Please wait a moment while I consult the cockpit," the purser said, glancing back towards the jet bridge to ensure it was clear before partially stepping into the cockpit. Shortly thereafter, the purser seemed to have reached an agreement with the cockpit crew, taking Su Tsang's luggage. "I'll place it in the wardrobe for you. You may enter now." Su Tsang thanked her and opened the cockpit door, discovering the captain and first officer engaged in conversation. Observing the cabin layout, Su Tsang realized the aircraft was a Boeing 737, a detail he had overlooked when purchasing his ticket. Upon seeing Su Tsang enter, the two greeted him warmly, particularly the bespectacled captain, who appeared quite refined. Civil aviation pilots are not entirely prohibited from wearing glasses, provided they meet the necessary standards. Of course, pilots typically refrain from donning them outside of work. "I hear you intend to file a complaint against our company with the Consumer Association and the authorities?" The captain's tone and demeanor suggested he was teasing rather than malicious. "I have an urgent matter at home and am eager to return," Su Tsang replied, somewhat sheepishly scratching his head. "I apologize for the interruption." The captain laughed heartily. "Not at all. We're all colleagues here. You fly Boeing, don't you? I'll make sure the observer's seat is prepared for you." The first officer, eager to assist, began to rise to adjust the seating for Su Tsang. "I fly Boeing myself, so I can handle it." Su Tsang quickly declined the first officer's generous offer. However, out of courtesy, Su Tsang did not immediately take his seat. Typically, one would wait until the cabin door was closed before the observer would settle in, as this was a customary practice. As soon as Su Tsang's words fell, the chief attendant opened the door to report, "Captain, there is still one VIP remaining, who will arrive shortly." Saying this, she lightly tapped Su Tsang's shoulder, who was standing in the aisle. "Have you stowed your luggage?" Just as Su Tsang was about to express his gratitude, he caught sight, in his peripheral vision, of a ground vehicle approaching the aircraft, adorned with the insignia of Feiyu Airlines. "Is someone arriving?" Su Tsang remarked casually. "Huh." The chief attendant followed Su Tsang's gaze and leaned slightly into the cockpit, catching a glimpse of the company's ground vehicle through the windshield. "Captain, it's the VIP shuttle. It must have arrived." After she spoke, she left the cockpit to greet the guests. The captain grimaced slightly, evidently displeased with the situation of waiting, but he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Noticing that Su Tsang was still standing, he gestured for him to sit. "The guests are here. Please take your seat. It could be a bit noisy in the cockpit, so bear with us." No, Su Tsang replied with a dry smile as he lowered the observer's seat. The captain of Feiyu Airlines was somewhat overly enthusiastic, and Su Tsang found this manner of interaction a bit disconcerting. Fortunately, it was not long before the chief attendant returned to announce that everyone was present. Indeed, the vehicle that had approached beneath the aircraft was there to transport the VIP. Once the cabin door was closed, the crew began to enter their working state, especially during the critical phases from pushback to cruising altitude. It was likely that in the next half hour, the two pilots would not have the energy to engage in idle chatter with Su Tsang. While others might be curious about the pilot's work dynamics, Su Tsang, as a fellow aviator, felt no such interest. Even though the observer's seat was less comfortable than the benches in the waiting area, Sutsong sat down and found himself yawning incessantly. He wondered if other pilots experienced similar drowsiness. Typically, they were brimming with energy. Upon hearing the sound of the engine starting, he instinctively began to feel sleepy. Nonetheless, Sutsong felt it inappropriate to doze off in the cockpit as a guest. He merely tilted his head, his gaze unfocused on the instruments. His mind preoccupied with thoughts of immunosuppressants and financial matters. The aircraft pushed back smoothly, without any delays. After the pushback, Sutsong discreetly sent a message to his father before shutting off his phone and slipping it into his pocket. Currently, Jianchuan Airport had not yet undergone expansion. There was only one terminal, and it operated on a single runway. The ramp area was quite cramped, and after pushback, a mere turn led directly to the main taxiway. The tower frequency seemed to feature only Feiyu Flight 6321, far from the bustling scene that would characterize the Southwest Airlines hub a decade later. However, as they taxied to the runway threshold, the tower did not clear the aircraft for takeoff, but instead instructed Feiyu 6321 hold at the runway threshold. The captain instinctively glanced towards the vicinity of the airspace, but saw no incoming aircraft, which piqued his curiosity. Is there a time constraint? In reality, they were 10 minutes ahead of schedule. At times, flights may be scheduled to depart earlier, yet it does not guarantee takeoff, as the air traffic controller may instruct the aircraft to remain at the runway's threshold until nearly the designated time. However, the control tower did not corroborate the captain's assertion, stating instead that bird control operations were underway on the runway, with an expected duration of 3 minutes. The captain casually acknowledged this, only to hear the first officer remark, "It seems there have been frequent bird strike incidents during this period. The airport has received numerous complaints, likely out of fear. Any bird strike event occurring during the takeoff phase falls under the airport's responsibility, and should such occurrences escalate, the airport faces potential penalties. As the birds migrate for the winter, it will take another 2 months for the situation to settle." The captain yawned and said, "We shall wait." Chapter 11. Thrust Decay. Jianchuan City occupies a rather unique geographical position, characterized by mild winters and cool summers, making it a favored destination for numerous birds seeking refuge during the colder months. The airport, already situated in a remote area, is further frequented by these avian visitors. The captain stretched lazily, having spotted a bird scare vehicle traversing the narrow path at the edge of the runway, while the sky intermittently erupted with the sounds of firecrackers. Given the circumstances, it was likely that yet another crew had reported a bird strike, prompting the airport authorities to react swiftly. Should the frequency of bird strikes escalate, the most severe consequence could be the temporary closure of the airport, a scenario that would undoubtedly be a source of embarrassment for Jianchuan Airport. Noticing that a wait was inevitable, the captain casually engaged the parking brake, switched off the taxi lights, and reclined his seat, enveloping himself in a sense of comfort. As the cockpit descended into tranquility, Sutsong could perceive a subtle swaying of the aircraft's fuselage, not attributable to the engine's operation. The wind had picked up. With his hands clasped behind his head, the captain lazily turned his gaze toward the windsock by the runway. This cursed location seemed to be jinxed, having just transitioned from the rainy season to the windy one. The first officer followed the captain's line of sight and observed the windsock standing rigidly parallel to the ground, continuously spinning, indicating that the wind direction was notably erratic. It was still before noon. Upon their return, would the winds not intensify? The first officer casually remarked, just as an instruction came through from the control tower. Feiyu 6321, you may proceed to runway 23 with a corrected sea level pressure of 1020. Expecting a prolonged wait, the captain perked up, disengaged the parking brake, applied a bit of throttle, and scanned the runway and its surroundings to ensure there was no risk of runway incursion. The first officer acknowledged the tower's command, activated all external lights, initiated the terrain display on their side, pressed the weather radar test button, and switched the cast to TARA mode. The runway was clear, and thrust was set to 93. 5. The first officer's mouth moved slightly, indicating that the feeling of drowsiness was not unique to Sutsong. As the aircraft aligned with the runway centerline, the tower issued the takeoff clearance. FAU 6,321. Ground wind 150 at 12, gusts up to 15 meters. You are cleared for takeoff on runway 23. Cleared for takeoff on runway 23. FAU 6,321. The first officer raised his eyebrows, noting that the meter had indicated only a stable wind of 7 meters during preparations. How had conditions changed so swiftly? Despite their earlier relaxed demeanor, both the captain and the first officer fully focused their attention as the moment to take flight approached. As they neared alignment, the captain pressed the timer button and simultaneously advanced the throttle, advising, "The wind is somewhat unstable. Be mindful of wind shear." "Understood," the first officer replied, tapping the window handle and making a final adjustment to his seat for added comfort. Ultimately, he quickly scanned the takeoff configuration, confirmed its accuracy, and noticing that thrust had stabilized at 40, he decisively called out, "Direction is good. Takeoff thrust is stable. Let's go." The captain promptly pressed the TOGA button, and the two CFM 567B-24 engines roared to life, unleashing a formidable thrust of up to 220,000 Dan, propelling the heavy aircraft, weighing several tons, into an accelerating motion. Cang tilted his head, idly observing the rapidly passing runway, centerline markers, his ears filled with the standard calls of the captain and first officer. While the content was generally similar, subtle distinctions were evident. Even within standard operating procedures, variations existed among different airlines. Suddenly, Cang felt a slight jolt from the aircraft, accompanied by a change in its direction of takeoff. He had not been meticulously monitoring the aircraft's status, as he was not the one piloting the flight and felt no need to be overly diligent. Instinctively, he attributed the disturbance to turbulence. As the aircraft's speed increased, the effects of the control surfaces became more pronounced, and the turbulence began to have a noticeable impact. However, what he initially thought was a minor incident soon escalated, as the aircraft trajectory became increasingly unstable. Just then, the first officer noticed a fluctuation in the thrust of the number 2 engine. He hesitated briefly, understanding that engine thrust is not constant and minor variations are normal. However, after a moment's indecision, the thrust of a number 2 engine plummeted from the preset standard of 93.5 to 91. A 1% change in N1 rotation speed is acceptable, but such a drastic drop signified a problem. The first officer, no longer willing to wait, promptly alerted the captain, "Captain, there's an anomaly with the thrust of engine 2. At that very moment, the thrust of engine 2 plummeted further, dropping below 80. This created a significant thrust imbalance, exacerbating the already unstable takeoff trajectory. This was alarming. The captain quickly diverted his attention to the engine display on the upper DU, immediately identifying the abnormal N1 of engine 2. As the operator, during the takeoff phase, most of his focus was on external factors. Initially, he had attributed the aircraft's erratic movements to turbulence, but it now appeared that the instability was likely caused by the engine's malfunctioning thrust. At this point, the aircraft had exceeded 80 knots, and only an engine failure would justify an aborted takeoff. Yet, did the sustained decline in thrust from engine 2 meet the criteria for such a decision? In this ambiguous scenario, it seemed as though the engine had failed, yet it had not completely done so. Such indecisive situations are particularly vexing. Perhaps having never encountered such a dilemma, the captain found himself momentarily uncertain. The decision to abort the takeoff rested solely with the responsible captain, and amidst his anxiety, the first officer awaited the captain's resolution. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the cockpit. Despite the captain's hesitation, he did not relinquish control over the aircraft's status. Even as the thrust of engine 2 continued to wane, he managed to stabilize the aircraft trajectory. Furthermore, his moment of indecision did not linger for long. Within just over a second, he made his decision. Abort. A reaction time of merely 1 second cannot be deemed as decisively prompt, yet it certainly does not constitute an excessive response. At the very moment he shouted for a takeoff abort, the co-pilot was poised to assist the captain in executing the necessary procedures. However, from behind them erupted a commanding voice. "Continue, V1." In the span of 1 second, equivalent to the blink of 2 eyes, the aircraft accelerated by 6 knots, directly surpassing the V1 speed. This particular aircraft lacked an electronic callout for V1, and the co-pilot, distracted by the engine's irregularities, failed to notice that the aircraft's speed had exceeded V1. Only Su Song, situated behind, discerned this critical detail. Thus, he spoke up. At that moment, the captain exhibited an unprecedented decisiveness. He did not take the time to verify Su Song's assertion, but instead halted the motion of his right hand resting on the throttle. He acted accordingly. Chapter 12. What is wrong with the aircraft? A reaction time of just over a second may not be considered swift, yet it certainly cannot be deemed sluggish. The captain, due to this reaction window, missed the final opportunity to abort the takeoff. Strictly speaking, this cannot be classified as a fault on his part. However, the captain did exhibit commendable qualities. Upon receiving precise information, he was receptive to it, regardless of whether it came from the co-pilot or the passenger Su Song. Generally, the automatic throttle is designed to maintain consistent takeoff thrust, but such mechanisms cannot guarantee absolute uniformity. Typically, a thrust differential of 1 to 2 is deemed acceptable. After visually confirming a notable thrust reduction in engine 2, the captain, even though the engine had not completely failed, resolved to abort the takeoff. This decision was sound in itself, but his timing was regrettably late. At the moment Su Song spoke up, the captain's right hand was already poised to retract the throttle. Had he acted hastily and pulled back the throttle, he would have effectively sealed his own fate. Fortunately, even in this critical moment, the captain remained composed. He did not even glance at the airspeed indicator, but instead heeded Su Song's words, halting the throttle's retraction. Following this internal deliberation, both the captain and co-pilot shifted some of their focus to the airspeed indicator. Upon seeing the readings, both experienced a surge of anxiety, particularly the captain, who broke into a cold sweat. He had come perilously close to making a grave error. The co-pilot, too, was not in a much better position. Reporting V1 was his responsibility, serving as a crucial benchmark for the captain's decision-making. Yet he had allowed the unusual data from Engine 2 to distract him, resulting in a significant lapse in his duties regarding the airspeed monitor. At this moment, the N1 speed of Engine 2 had already plummeted below 50, nearing the thrust levels used during taxiing. Any further decline would render it akin to idling. Having narrowly escaped a dire situation, the captain felt a measure of calm return and temporarily set aside his gratitude towards Su Song, focusing intently on piloting the aircraft. By this time, the plane had surpassed the rotation speed, yet the captain refrained from pulling up. This was not an operational misjudgment. Rather, it exemplified his poise. In the event of single-engine failure, a truly seasoned pilot does not rigidly adhere to speed for takeoff. Instead, they first ensure the aircraft is aligned properly before attempting to lift off. Otherwise, attempting to take off with a side slip could adversely affect the aircraft's climb performance. In extreme scenarios, this could even result in altitude loss and a second landing, which is exceedingly perilous. Su Song had initially harbored concerns that the captain might, in a flurry of panic, forcefully yank the control column to ascend. However, upon witnessing the captain's decision to first correct the aircraft's side slip, Su Song finally breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that this captain was indeed quite reliable. Moreover, the captain exhibited remarkable patience. The thrust reduction in Engine 2 was progressive, indicating that the thrust differential between the two engines was continuously changing, leading to an ongoing alteration in the side slip. The captain maintained the aircraft in a state of taxiing, patiently awaiting the reduction of thrust from Engine 2 to nearly idle levels before gently lifting the plane into the air. As the aircraft ascended, the centerline lights of the runway transformed into a red and white pattern, indicating that less than 600 meters of runway remained. It is evident that the captain was cognizant of this situation, demonstrating remarkable composure. As the aircraft lifted off, it lacked the vigorous thrust typical of a dual-engine ascent, instead resembling a weary, aging figure laboriously dragging its heavy body forward. 5 seconds after departure, the aircraft had yet to establish a positive rate of climb. This does not imply that the aircraft was not ascending, but rather that the rate was so minimal it could not be reflected on the altimeter. which requires a rate exceeding 400 feet per minute for a reading. While visually, the aircraft appeared to be climbing slowly, some truths cannot be verified by mere observation. For the eyes can deceive. In civil aviation, the concept of a positive climb must be corroborated by instruments, which are far more reliable. After approximately 7 or 8 seconds, under the watchful gaze of the 3 crew members in the cockpit, the altimeter finally responded, barely registering a climb rate of around 500 feet per minute. The 3, who had been enduring immense tension, were elated. The captain, not waiting for the first officer to announce a positive climb, shouted, "Retract the gear! Retract the gear!" Indeed, the trio awaited the establishment of a clear rate of ascent before retracting the landing gear, as its presence would hinder the aircraft's climb performance. However, the landing gear could not be retracted until a positive climb was confirmed due to the unavoidable issue of a potential go-around in a single-engine scenario. Although the aircraft was designed to ensure that under specific conditions, it could take off and clear obstacles on a single engine, theory does not always perfectly mirror reality, leading to situations where a single-engine aircraft struggles to climb. In such cases, a second landing becomes inevitable. Except for water landings, having landing gear upon touchdown is preferable to not having any. Clearly, Su Tsang and his crew were relatively fortunate, as they did not face the problem of a second landing. The ascent rate, which had initially begun to decline, was finally maintained at 500 feet per minute after the landing gear was retracted. Achieving a climb rate of 500 feet per minute at the high-altitude Jianchuan Airport is commendable. The first officer wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling the chill of fear from the past half-minute. During simulator training, single-engine scenarios are quite common and eventually lose their thrill. However, in an actual flight, he felt as though his heart was about to leap from his throat. As Flight YU-6321 struggled to climb, the air traffic controller in the tower sat idly before the radar screen, having released the 3 aircraft that had been handed over from ground control. Flight YU-6321 was the last of the lot, and with no flights expected from the approach side for some time, the controller anticipated about a quarter of an hour of respite. He stretched languidly, the prolonged sitting causing a twinge of discomfort in his lower back, contemplating taking a brief stand when he had a moment to spare. At that moment, through the glass, the controller had a panoramic view of the airport, with the runway naturally within sight. Has it really rolled that far? He murmured to himself. Is the aircraft heavily laden? From a control tower, the air traffic controller observed that Feiyu Airlines Flight 6321 had utilized nearly the entirety of the runway before finally taking off, its trajectory notably erratic during the roll. Typically, a Boeing 737 should have lifted off well before reaching the latter part of the runway. However, he dismissed the thought and glanced at the radar screen, preparing to instruct the crew to switch frequencies. Yet, upon noticing the flight data for Feiyu 6321, he immediately sensed something was amiss. What has happened to this aircraft? Chapter 13. The composed captain, the air traffic controller, remained unaware of the initial climb rate achievable by the 737. However, he was confident that exceeding 1,000 feet per minute was certainly within reach, and maintaining a meager ascent rate below 500 feet per minute was utterly implausible. The primary requirement upon takeoff was to clear obstacles. How could one possibly manage to ascend at a rate less than 500 feet per minute while doing so? The controller held his breath momentarily, realizing that Flight YU-6321 exhibited no signs of ascent. He abruptly stood up to visually assess the aircraft. It was evident that Flight YU-6321 was climbing at an exceedingly sluggish pace. By this point, a typical aircraft would have long since vanished from sight. Yet Flight YU-6321 remained within view. Moreover, from a visual standpoint, aside from its unusually slow ascent, there appear to be no other issues. He glanced back at the radar screen, noting that Flight YU-6321 had yet to activate the emergency transponder code, and the radio had not broadcasted any Mayday or Pon-Pon calls. The sudden movement of the controller startled his colleague, who inquired, "What is wrong with you? So jumpy?" The controller's gaze flicked back and forth between the radar screen and the aircraft, ignoring his colleague's curiosity. "Don't talk. I'm busy," he replied curtly. His colleague turned his head to glance at the radar screen. "Once we clear this aircraft, we can take a break, right? Shouldn't we change the frequency?" The controller's expression darkened further. Thus far, Flight U-6321 had not regained a normal climb rate. Logically, he should have handed over control to the approach control by now. Yet he hesitated, seemingly awaiting something. In the cockpit, the altitude of 400 feet, which should have been achieved in a heartbeat, took nearly a minute to reach. During this interval, the N1 RPM had already dropped below the threshold for thrust, leaving only the wind-generated N1, and an ENG fail indication appeared on the N2 display. Having corrected the aircraft's yaw while on the ground, the captain managed to keep the plane aligned with the extended center line of the runway after takeoff. As the aircraft surpassed the 400-foot altitude, the captain immediately inquired, assessed the failure. The first officer had already mentally prepared for this moment. As soon as the captain posed a question, he promptly responded, "It is a simple engine failure, with no memory items." While the captain was at the controls, protocol dictated that he should transfer control to the first officer, allowing him to focus on diagnosing the failure. This was the practice in simulator training, where the first officer could typically handle the aircraft competently. Now, however, having passed through the most perilous phase of initial ascent, transferring control seemed reasonable. Yet, in the reality of an actual emergency, the captain was reluctant to entrust the aircraft to the first officer. Fortunately, the aircraft had stabilized, making it somewhat manageable to divide his attention. The N1 indicated a rotational speed, while N2 did not. The EGT index was at 0, and the ENG fail warning illuminated. Although the readings for fuel flow, oil pressure, and oil quantity were also at 0, they still displayed values. This data presented a clear picture. The engine had simply shut down, not failed catastrophically or suffered severe damage. Thus, there were indeed no recorded parameters left. It was confirmed that the engine had failed. The captain refocused his attention, preparing to issue further instructions to the first officer when a thought struck him. He slightly turned his head back and asked, "Brother, do you think it's an engine failure?" Suitsong was taken aback by the captain's request for his opinion, but quickly replied, "I believe so too." "Good." The captain, no longer hesitating, commanded, "Declare pon-pon. Request to maintain a single side and manage the emergency." The first officer did not react particularly to Suitsong's involvement. Upon receiving the captain's directive, he immediately contacted the tower. "Pon-pon, pon-pon, pon-pon, Feiyu 6321, second engine failure, requesting to maintain a single side, managing the malfunction." Both pon-pon and mayday are declarations made by aircraft in distress, yet they differ slightly. In a rudimentary sense, one might interpret pon-pon as a situation that is somewhat less urgent than a mayday. For instance, if there were an engine fire rather than a mere engine failure, it would necessitate a mayday declaration. At any moment, an aircraft fire is a matter of utmost urgency, allowing no delay. In the tower control room, the controller had sensed something was amiss and awaited this moment, responding without hesitation. "Feiyu 6321, you may maintain a single side, and you can report your turn." Maintaining a single side, turning report. The first officer quickly acknowledged, knowing there were other matters to attend to. At this juncture, the controller in the tower felt somewhat at a loss. This was his first encounter with an engine shutdown. Nevertheless, he remained calm, refraining from unnecessarily disturbing the crew, understanding that this was a critical moment and that any inquiries could wait. After a brief pause, he contacted the approach control to explain the situation as per handover protocols. He needed to transfer Feiyu 6321 to approach control. However, he surmised that the flight would likely return to land, and distracting the crew with communication matters would only complicate things, so he decided to communicate with approach in advance. This situation was not overly complicated, but with Feiyu 6321 declaring pon-pon, the airport would likely enter a state of emergency as well. Consequently, all control points from the ramp, ground, tower approach to the regional control would be affected. In this moment, the newly promoted controller felt a sense of significance he had never experienced before. Taking a deep breath, the controller tapped his colleague. "Please keep an eye on things for me. There are currently no aircraft in this airspace, so we should accommodate the crew's requests as much as possible." The colleague was not averse to stepping in temporarily, as the controller had mentioned. With no other aircraft in the vicinity, coordination was quite manageable. "What do you intend to do?" Upon inquiry, the controller had already slipped to the door of the control room, waving to his colleague. "I'm off to find the director." In the cockpit, the captain, noticing the aircraft's stability, instinctively rubbed his nose. "Let's pull out the checklist." "I've got it ready. Shall we proceed now?" The first officer had already laid out the engine failure or shutdown checklist across his lap, poised to execute the non-normal checklist tasks. "No rush." The captain waved his hand. "We'll discuss it after the flaps are retracted." Sitting in the back, Su Tsong raised an eyebrow, appearing quite surprised, and couldn't help but admire. This captain truly possesses remarkable composure. Chapter 14. I cannot descend. Numerous pilots, or more precisely, many captains, often commence the abnormal checklist after ensuring that the aircraft is stabilized and communication with air traffic control has been established. While one might argue that this practice is not entirely erroneous, Su Tsong personally perceives it as inappropriate. A mere engine failure does not present the same urgency as a fire or severe engine damage. Initiating the checklist prematurely does not furnish the pilots with any substantive assistance, but rather serves to placate the crew's impatience and anxiety. Moreover, the interval during which the aircraft stabilizes and communication is established with control typically occurs at an altitude between 400 and 1,000 feet. Due to the aircraft's inefficient climb performance, there exists a waiting period ample enough for the pilot to communicate with air traffic control and still allow for additional time. During this surplus time, some pilots tend to complete the engine failure or shutdown checklist. However, this checklist is not as succinct as the engine abort start checklist and is unlikely to be completed in a short span. Furthermore, subsequent actions would necessitate conducting the engine in-flight start or single engine landing checklists. This implies that the timing for initiating the checklist is destined to be interrupted, as once surpassing 1,000 feet, the aircraft must accelerate and retract the flaps, while also considering the maneuvering towards the turn point. Given the awareness that hastily conducting the checklist yields no discernible benefits and is bound to be interrupted, why not wait until the flaps are retracted and most procedures are completed before calmly undertaking the checklist? One could say that the captain's approach mirrors that of Su Tsong in later years. Although the aircraft climbs slowly, the 600 feet altitude is not an excessively protracted journey. It is certainly achievable. After a brief pause, upon reaching 1,000 feet, the captain instructed the first officer, "Increase speed." The first officer promptly adjusted the speed window to a target of 220 knots, with a demand for acceleration. The aircraft guidance began to descend, trading a reduction in descent rate for an increase in speed. At this juncture, the captain slightly adjusted the control force and subsequently engaged the autopilot. The autopilot can be activated in single-engine operations, and the manual even advocates for this practice, as it liberates the pilot's attention to address the exceptional situation at hand. However, in single-engine scenarios, the autopilot does not manage the rudder control. This means that even with the autopilot engaged, the pilot's feet must remain on the rudder pedals. With the autopilot activated, a considerable amount of the captain's focus was freed. He glanced at the airspeed indicator, then turned the distance knob on the navigation page, scrutinizing the printed departure chart for a moment before marking a point labeled ML, Min Long, on the CDU's fixed page. Soon, a positioning point labeled ML appeared approximately 10 nautical miles to the right of the airfield on the navigation display. The captain pointed to this point. Once the flaps are retracted, request to fly a hold at this point. Understood. The first officer, without further inquiry, checked the airspeed indicator, V215. Flaps 1. The captain scratched his head and began to consult the QRH. Meanwhile, as the first officer was completing the checklist, the captain also kept an eye on it to ensure no mistakes were made. As the aircraft accelerated, the flaps retracted, and the captain pressed the altitude change button, selecting maximum continuous thrust on the N1 limit page of the CDU. The first officer then requested a right turn to circle the ML point. Approval was granted to proceed to ML and circle once there. At this moment, the controller returned and inquired, "Do you know what caused the engine failure?" This was a perfectly reasonable question, yet left the captain and first officer exchanging glances, as neither could ascertain the reason. Could it merely be a simple engine malfunction? In the brief silence within the cockpit, a voice emerged from the back. It must be a bird strike. The first officer instinctively turned to Su Tsong, asking, "How do you know? I thought I heard a collision sound during the takeoff roll." Song replied with a shrug, but I'm not certain. He continued. When the second engine failed, the vibration level was consistently around 3, which is not a typical reading. It suggests that a bird must have struck the engine blades, causing the increased vibration due to deformation. Although a vibration level of 3 remains within acceptable limits, it is notably elevated, as a normally functioning engine should operate below 1. The failure of the engine and the increase in vibration should not be directly correlated. Thus, it is likely that external factors were at play. Did it really register a level of 3? The first officer furrowed his brow, realizing that with the second engine now shut down, the vibration level would naturally be at 0. However, he had neglected to monitor the vibration levels earlier. The captain's lips twitched slightly. He had noticed the second engine's vibration reading, but dismissed it as it did not exceed the limit, failing to connect it to the possibility of a bird strike. There was no denying that Song's hypothesis held considerable weight, especially in light of the recent spate of bird strike incidents at Jinchuan Airport, rendering the speculation more credible. The captain licked his dry lips. Let us just say that that's what it is. It's merely conjecture, and we want to be held accountable for it. Once we land, we can confirm whether the second engine encountered a bird strike. As the first officer responded to the tower, the captain's thoughts suddenly latched onto a peculiar concern. Checklists and procedures were secondary. The primary focus remained on one outcome: landing. The pressing question was, where would they land? Reflecting on the ground winds reported by the tower during takeoff, the captain felt a wave of unease wash over him, and his expression darkened involuntarily. Song, who had been contemplating the upcoming procedures, caught sight of the captain's troubled profile and instinctively held his breath, asking, "What is with that expression?" At that moment, both the first officer and captain, having just finished their communication with the tower, turned their attention to Song, and the captain quickly realized that Song was addressing him. The aircraft was currently maneuvering towards ML, and there was nothing particularly alarming at that moment. The captain let out a wry smile and first addressed the co-pilot, instructing him to initiate the post-takeoff procedures. He then turned to Song, not regarding him with disdain, but rather acknowledging his significance due to the reminder about V1 during takeoff. Without concealing his feelings, he sighed and asked, "Where do you think we should land?" Song immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, furrowing his brow in concern. "Is there an issue with returning to this airport?" he inquired. "Indeed," the captain replied, a hint of regret crossing his face. "It seems I cannot land." Chapter 15. Our decision to return. Why is it that we cannot descend? Are you not the captain? It seems rather premature to assert that landing on a single engine is unfeasible without even attempting it. Song scrutinized the captain's profile. Sensing an ominous shift in the atmosphere, his demeanor suggested a lack of confidence, devoid of jest. The captain, visibly perturbed, muttered, "Let me think it over." He then turned to the first officer and quietly instructed, "Engine failure or shutdown checklist." Regardless of the circumstances, the abnormal checklist must be addressed before making any further decisions. The first officer, having overheard the captain and Song, felt a twinge of anxiety but obediently commenced the checklist. Engine shutdown can only be executed when flight conditions permit. The first officer focused on the QRH, red, auto throttle, if engage, disengage. The captain, also consulting the QRH, pressed the auto throttle cutoff button on the thrust lever as the AT switch on the MCP panel was likewise disengaged. With the auto throttle deactivated, they proceeded with the checklist. Thrust lever, affected side, retract fully. At this moment, the actual RPM of the second engine had diminished entirely, yet the throttle levers remained aligned with the first engine. To shut down the engine, the second engine's throttle must first be retracted. "Protect one engine," the captain commanded, relinquishing control of the first engine's throttle and solely grasping the second engine's throttle. The first officer understood the protocol and paused the checklist, instead maintaining a firm grip on the first engine's throttle to prevent any erroneous retraction. This precaution stemmed from a prior incident involving another airline that mishandled their throttle during a single-engine scenario. The crew not only retracted the wrong throttle, but also mismanaged the start lever. Under high-pressure conditions, one cannot maintain excessively high expectations regarding clarity of thought, even among professionals. Second engine thrust lever, confirm retraction. As the captain spoke, he gradually retracted the second engine's throttle. Given that the throttle had lost its effect, there was no change in the aircraft's attitude during the retraction process. Once the second engine's throttle was fully retracted, the first officer withdrew his left hand, returning control of the first engine's throttle to the captain. If conditions allow, operate the engine at idle thrust for 3 minutes. The captain glanced at the timer. 1 minute remained, necessitating a brief pause. Wait, could you inquire about the current wind conditions? Indeed, Soo-Song felt a jolt of apprehension, as he had anticipated. The limits of crosswind and gusts were daunting to the captain. Were both engines operational, this might still be manageable, let alone under single-engine circumstances where the aircraft's stability and maneuverability were compromised. Seizing the opportunity, the first officer confirmed with the tower, soon receiving unfavorable news. Feiyu 6,321. Current ground wind 160 at 13, gusting to 14 meters. The tower, upon inquiry, recognized the challenging wind conditions. Feiyu 6321. What is your decision? Return or divert? The captain raised his hand to silence the co-pilot and replied, let us deliberate further. Please assist me in gathering information about Irai Airport. Irai Airport, being the closest to Jianchuan Airport, is theoretically the most suitable alternate landing site. Yet, the captain's expression remained clouded with concern. Very well, I shall investigate, he added. Is Irai Airport designated as the alternate landing site? Soo-Song inquired incredulously. We are currently in the windy season. If we cannot land here, how can we possibly land at Irai? What about Qingshan? He suggested. If all else fails, we could divert to Qingshan Airport. Qingshan Airport is operational? The captain turned to Soo-Song with a look of confusion. I had not heard that Qingshan Airport had opened. Soo-Song paused for a moment, then realized he was presently in the year 2000. The southwestern hub, Qingshan Airport, had yet to be inaugurated and would not commence operations for another 2 years. His mind, clouded by urgency, had led him astray. It's nothing. I must have misremembered, he casually dismissed. In the year 2000, airport density was significantly lower than it would be 2 decades later, with most runways being short and narrow, resulting in a scarcity of viable alternate landing options. However, the domestic civil aviation sector was on the cusp of a golden era. Suddenly, a spark of insight flickered in Soo-Song's mind, as if he had grasped a thread of future possibilities. Yet, before he could elaborate, the control tower relayed a message. Irai Airport is operational today, but we are experiencing gusts of wind reaching 10 meters. According to meteorological forecasts, wind speeds are expected to increase in the near future. At this moment, the 2 individuals in the cockpit had just disengaged the starter handle for Engine 2. Upon hearing the tower's announcement, the captain's expression darkened considerably. He was acutely aware that Irai Airport was notorious for its turbulent winds during spring and summer, reputedly more severe than those at Jianchuan Airport. Although the current gusts were measured at 10 meters, their intensity could surpass the 15-meter gusts experienced at Jianchuan. Following the checklist, the co-pilot shut down the right side components, transitioning the flaps to a high-flow position. Subsequently, they initiated the Auxiliary Power Unit, APU. The APU required some time to start, and the captain leaned against his forehead. Let us complete the pre-takeoff checklist. In that brief interlude, the captain's mind was engaged in a fierce internal debate. Irai Airport stood as their only theoretically suitable option. However, the perilous turbulence there was far more daunting than at Jianchuan, and even with 100-fold courage, he would not dare attempt a landing there. Not only, but even veteran instructors within the company deemed Irai Airport exceedingly challenging. Yet, if they were to consider another alternate airport, the only option would be the considerably more distant Qianxi Airport. But that airport was perilously far, making fuel management exceedingly risky, particularly under single-engine conditions. The aircraft's cruising altitude would be significantly lower, resulting in higher fuel consumption. Should they run low on fuel, they would be in dire straits. This was their current predicament. The choices were regrettably few. Observing the captain's conflicted demeanor, Soo-Song felt a similar turmoil within himself. In the future, he had once managed a turbulent single-engine landing. If the captain reached a point of no return, perhaps it would fall upon him to take over. Even Soo-Song, who was now the chief flight engineer of the Bureau in later years, would not dare to land at the Irai airport during the windy season under a single-engine scenario. The winds there are truly terrifying. With a furrowed brow, the captain completed the post-takeoff checklist alongside the co-pilot. Yet the APU had yet to start properly, plunging the cockpit into an eerie silence. Su Cang could no longer contain himself, just as he was about to speak. He noticed the captain had seemingly made a significant decision. His expression was no longer one of confusion as he pressed the communication button. "Tower, we have decided to return." Chapter 16, an uncommon checklist. Irai Airport is situated in the northwest of Jianchuan City, nestled against the Tsongshan Mountains and bordering the Irai Lake, making it a location of exceptional geomantic auspiciousness. However, such abundant fortune can sometimes bring about adverse consequences as well. During the month of early spring, the weather cools, while the Earth's energy rises, harmonizing heaven and earth and awakening the flora. As spring arrives, Irai Airport enters a windy season. Although this may not be prominently reflected in weather reports, the turbulence encountered while flying can be so severe that even the most seasoned captains hesitate to take flight. Irai City boasts extraordinarily rich tourism resources, yet its ground transportation options are woefully inadequate. The only reliable means of air transport has been shunned by airlines due to the harsh meteorological conditions that deter them from establishing routes. Originally a military airfield, Irai Airport has gradually shifted away from its military usage. The local government had contemplated developing commercial aviation, yet after discussions with several airlines within the province, none were willing to operate there. If it were not for the utter lack of suitable alternate landing sites, Feiyu Airlines would unequivocally avoid choosing Irai Airport for their dispatch. However, it is evident that the airport's notorious reputation has a deterrent effect. Even though the captain of flight Feiyu 6321 lacked confidence in executing a single-engine landing, he ultimately opted to attempt the landing rather than divert to Irai Airport. The air traffic controller, unaware of the captain's intricate and tumultuous psychological state, instinctively presumed that a return for landing was the primary choice. Feiyu 6321, do you require a holding pattern, or shall we proceed directly to the 3 boundaries for approach? The controller inquired. We are currently circling above ML, preparing to request joining the approach on our own, the captain replied. At that moment, the number 2 engine displayed no fire warning, and its N1 speed was normal, with no abnormal vibrations detected in the aircraft structure, meeting the conditions for an airborne restart of the engine. Regardless, since the number 1 engine was functioning properly, they could attempt to restart the number 2 engine. As anticipated, the air traffic controller granted permission. At this juncture, it happened to be a lull in the approach and departure traffic, significantly easing the pressure and essentially allowing flight Feiyu 6321 a degree of freedom in their maneuvers. After completing the engine failure or shutdown checklist, they took the opportunity to conduct the post-takeoff checklist while the aircraft circled the ML point, ready to attempt an airborne start of the number 2 engine. As the co-pilot was rummaging through the relevant checklist, he suddenly noticed that the oil quantity indicator for the number 2 engine displayed 0. He turned to the captain, puzzled. "Captain, has the oil leaked from the number 2 engine?" The captain was taken aback, following the direction pointed out by the co-pilot, and realized the issue with the oil quantity, his expression changing instantly. Just like a common household vehicle engine, an aviation engine requires oil, otherwise it cannot operate. Among the various causes that can lead to engine failure, many are related to oil, such as high oil temperature, low oil pressure, or oil bypassing the filter. In these checklists, if conditions cannot be controlled, without exception, they would revert to the engine failure or shutdown checklist. In other words, any issues concerning the oil would directly lead to engine failure. Although the second engine has been shut down, there remains a possibility of a restart. However, should the oil system encounter issues, the chance for a revival diminishes significantly. An engine devoid of oil, even if restarted successfully, will inevitably falter shortly thereafter. If the oil has leaked, would there still be a need to attempt an airborne restart? At that moment, the captain found himself engulfed in uncertainty. If a restart proves impossible, he would be forced to execute a single-engine landing in a strong crosswind, a daunting prospect indeed. The first officer, sensing the captain's hesitation, was equally bewildered. He turned the checklist to the engine airborne restart page, yet felt unsure whether to proceed. The captain, wiping his face, was just about to instruct the first officer to abandon the engine airborne restart checklist in favor of the single-engine landing checklist when they were interrupted by Su Tsang's voice from behind. When the N2 rotor speed falls below 8, it is normal for the oil quantity to display as 0. Did you not know this? Both the captain and the first officer turned towards Su Tsang in unison. The captain's voice suddenly sharp with inquiry. How do you know? Su Tsang, noticing their gaze, instinctively furrowed his brow, momentarily feeling as if he had returned to the role of chief pilot at the General Bureau. A sensible driver keeps an eye on the road ahead. Do you think flying an aircraft is any different? Su Gang Vito Gonli. Startled, the captain and first officer immediately recognized that in their astonishment, they had neglected to monitor the aircraft's status, and a wave of shame washed over them as they turned their heads back. The demeanor of this young man reminded the captain of the inspectors sent by the Bureau during surprise checks. The resemblance was uncanny. Could he be a representative from the Bureau of Blue Sky Airlines? The captain mused, perplexed, as he could not recall any such young representative from Blue Sky Airlines. Representatives from the Bureau are a rare commodity in any airline, a fact well known to all. Yet, Su Tsang's unfamiliarity was overshadowed by a presence that, in the captain's eyes, surpassed that of many officials he had encountered. Observing that both the captain and first officer were deeply engrossed in their thoughts, Su Tsang's expression softened slightly as he remarked, "The Boeing checklist should contain notes regarding this. How could you be unaware? Notes? None that I can see." The first officer replied, having perused the engine airborne restart checklist several times without detecting any pertinent descriptions. "None? Now you have me puzzled. Such annotations should be commonplace." "Impossible to overlook," Su Tsang countered, visibly perplexed. The first officer glanced at the captain, clearly seeking guidance, but the captain's expression revealed his inner turmoil. The crew's dilemma stemmed from the imperative of engine protection. A mere engine shutdown can often be managed with repairs, resulting in losses that are not as severe as one might imagine. However, if an attempt is made to restart the engine without oil, the lack of lubrication among the engine components could inflict catastrophic damage, potentially leading to the complete failure of the engine. If the captain were to heed Su Tsang's words, yet find no basis for them in the checklist, it would imply that he would bear the responsibility for any subsequent issues. The risk of a single engine being rendered inoperative weighed heavily on the captain, who felt incapable of shouldering such a burden. Just as he contemplated the prudence of caution, Su Tsang suddenly inquired after a moment of reflection, "Have you obtained the English version of the QRH? Let's take a look." Chapter 17. My Descent if an airline employs foreign pilots. It is highly likely that an English version of the manual will be provided. However, Su Tsang was uncertain about the specific circumstances at Feiyu Airlines and whether an English version of the manual existed. Generally, the English manuals used by airlines are directly sourced from Boeing, and they are almost identical. "Is there an English manual?" The first officer eagerly affirmed, "Yes, yes, yes." He repeated it thrice, pointing towards the compartment beneath the trim wheel near the captain's side. "Brother, take a look over there." When it came to such trivial matters, the first officer was certainly more informed. Over here, the captain genuinely had no idea that an English manual might be in his vicinity. Since assuming the role of captain, he had ceased to concern himself with such details. Upon lowering his gaze, he indeed spotted a QRH in the location indicated by the first officer. After retrieving it and glancing through its contents, his expression grew increasingly disconcerted, prompting him to hand it over to the first officer. "You have a look." Unlike the majority of future pilots who possess an ICAO Level 4 proficiency in English in this era, few actively sought to learn the language unless they were flying international routes. If a pilot was academically challenged before their flight career, it was likely that they would remain so for life. Clearly, this captain belonged to the cohort that did not fly international flights. The first officer, however, recognized some terms. After a brief moment of searching, he successfully located the chapter on in-flight engine starts. He merely glanced at it before discreetly casting a sidelong glance at Su Tsang, then unfolded the checklist to show the captain. "Brother, there really is." The captain glanced at the position indicated by the first officer and was met with the English phrase, Oil quantity indication as low as 0 is normal if windmilling into RPM is below approximately 8. Although the captain's command of English was poor, he could comprehend some of the simpler words in the sentence and could roughly infer its meaning. Indeed, it was a revelation. The captain gestured for the first officer to return the checklist, his mind tumultuous with a storm of thoughts. He was certain that even many pilots with ICAO Level 4 proficiency would not be aware of this note, as they too would not consult the English version of the manual. While Sutsong could not clearly see whether the first officer was pointing to the exact phrase, the expressions on the captain and first officer's faces suggested its presence. In this moment, Sutsong felt an overwhelming sense of reflection. The current state of civil aviation in the country was indeed quite negligent. Not only were the translations inaccurate, but some were entirely omitted, truly astonishing. With concrete evidence in hand, the captain hesitated no longer and promptly began the attempt for an in-flight start. Following the checklist, he shut down the right side components and initiated start using bleed air. At this time, the thrust of engine 1 stabilized above 70, and the pipeline pressure consistently maintained above 40, a level that was absolutely sufficient for bleed air operations. The pressure was confirmed to meet the requirements. Under the captain's command, the first officer set the start switch of engine 2 to the ground position, and then they began to wait for the N2 speed to increase. Once the N2 speed exceeded 11, the captain raised the start handle of engine 2 to idle, and they both instinctively began to time, their gazes fixed on the EGT indicator. At that moment, the aircraft was at a low altitude, surrounded by clear skies, and the engine had not been shut down for long. Logically, in such circumstances, a restart should yield a response quickly, without prolonged waiting. However, after 30 seconds had elapsed, there was no reaction from the EGT. Although Sutsong had mentally prepared himself, witnessing the situation unfold still revealed a look of disappointment on his face. With no increase in EGT within 30 seconds, the captain could only lower his head in dismay and disengage the engine start handle once more. The first officer inquired, "Shall we try again?" This time, the captain resigned himself swiftly, waving his hand. "No need. It hasn't been over an hour since the shutdown. There's no point in trying again. Engines that have been shut down for over an hour may require multiple attempts to restart." Clearly, they did not fall into this category, and repeating the attempt would serve no purpose other than to amplify their disappointment. The captain then turned the heading knob in a wide arc. "Let us make 2 more circles and proceed with the single-engine landing checklist. We're going to land." It was evident that the captain had accepted the outcome of single-engine landing, no matter how reluctant he was to confront it. The single-engine landing checklist progressed swiftly, primarily involving the configuration for landing with flaps set to 15 and a near-ground flap suppression switch activated. At this juncture, the entire airspace was open to them, necessitating minimal preparation. They could simply extend a 5-mile leg. Upon learning of the crew's decision to reapproach, the control tower became bustling with activity, with firefighting and medical support mobilizing. "Feiyu 6321, if possible, can you hold in the air for 10 minutes? We need to ensure ground support is in place." As the crew prepared to turn onto the base leg, the control tower suddenly requested the crew to hold in the air. There was no other option. Jinchuan Airport had not encountered such a severe incident in a long time, so long that the emergency response teams had become sluggish. The actual deployment speed was considerably slower than anticipated. To ensure that support would be nearby for the landing, the airport could only hope that the crew would wait in the air for a moment longer. Logically, a single-engine hold should not be an unreasonable request. Of course, if the crew, having declared an emergency, insisted on landing immediately, the airport could not intervene. The captain was not overly troubled. Waiting another 10 minutes was manageable. What truly concerned him was the landing itself. How tense was the captain? Since deciding to return, he had confirmed the wind direction and speed at the airport with the controller 3 times. Such frequency was clearly abnormal, perhaps influenced by the captain's anxiety. The first officer sat rigidly, his back straight and tense, as if his whole being were a taut bowstring, ready to snap under any additional pressure. This was not a promising sign. Sutsong sat in the back, acutely aware of the oppressive atmosphere in the cockpit, thick enough to feel like it was about to burst. Under normal circumstances, he would remain indifferent, for his true identity was that of a passenger, not a crew member. However, should the captain, whose body was tense as stone, botch the landing, there would be no escape for him. One could hardly place hope in a miraculous second chance. Amidst the peculiar tension, the captain was startled by a sudden voice from behind. "Captain, if you don't mind, may I take over the landing?" Suitsong said earnestly. The captain, perhaps overwhelmed by anxiety, responded with a delayed reaction, turning his head to ask, "What did you say?" Suitsong raised his voice slightly and declared with gravity, I will handle the landing." Chapter 18. The inevitable aviation disaster. The captain appeared momentarily stunned. When Suitsong suggested that he take control, a sense of relief washed over him internally. The pressure of landing with a single engine amidst a strong crosswind was indeed overwhelming. To complicate matters, it was a challenge he had to confront. "Are you the captain or an instructor? I heard from home that your boarding pass indicates you are with Blue Sky Airlines." The captain did not provide a definitive response to Suitsong's inquiry, yet the very question indicated he was seriously contemplating the feasibility of Suitsong's proposition. The boarding passes of the crew bore the insignia of their respective airlines, and the check-in personnel had communicated this to the company, prompting Fly Feather Airlines to seek the captain's opinion. It was only with the captain's consent that Suitsong was permitted to board. One thing was certain: Suitsong was indeed a bona fide pilot, though his exact rank remained uncertain. Nevertheless, given Suitsong's earlier display of composure, the captain instinctively categorized him as a figure of captaincy or higher. This was not merely a product of the captain's overactive imagination. The external demeanor of first officers, captains, and especially seasoned instructors is markedly distinct, easily discernible by even those with a modicum of experience in civil aviation. The captain's misjudgment regarding Suitsong's status was understandable. Who could have anticipated that another soul resided within him? After a brief moment of silence, Suitsong ultimately provided a vague response. I suppose so." The captain nodded in acknowledgement, but refrained from further comment, instead focusing on communicating with the cabin crew to inform them of the aircraft situation and the decision to return to base. Ironically, it was not until the captain announced to the cabin that one engine had been shut down and that they would be returning that the cabin crew even realized an engine had ceased operation. The crew had been seated in the forward and aft work areas during takeoff, and it was understandable that they might not have heard the engine sounds clearly. However, it was quite remarkable that the passengers in the front cabin, particularly those seated near the right side adjacent to the engine, were completely oblivious to the situation. Nonetheless, this ignorance proved fortuitous. Had the passengers been aware that one engine had failed, it would likely have incited widespread panic, necessitating considerable effort to calm them. Following the captain's instructions, the chief attendant relayed to the passengers that a minor malfunction required a return, though the specific details would be withheld. The process of reassuring the cabin passengers unfolded surprisingly smoothly, alleviating significant stress for the crew as they prepared for the ground support to be in position. Approximately 8 or 9 minutes later, the airport tower notified the crew that they could begin their approach, providing radar guidance and initiating a descent in altitude. "I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work," the captain murmured, lowering his head. He wiped his face with a small towel and issued commands to the first officer. "Verify altitude, check speed, flaps 1. Suitsong understood the captain's intent. He loosened his grip, calming his restless spirit, for it seemed that his moment to take action would soon arrive. At that moment, near the threshold of runway 23 at the airport below, there lay a designated apron exclusively for private jets. In this era, private jets are still quite a rarity within the country. On the expansive, independent tarmac, only 2 private jets are parked, one of which is a white-painted Gulfstream GIV, a long-range business aircraft capable of intercontinental travel. A passenger stair vehicle is stationed at the front cabin door of this Gulfstream, where a few staff members are engaged in necessary preparations, indicating that takeoff is imminent. The cabin can accommodate a dozen passengers. However, at this moment, it is utterly vacant, save for a striking young woman idly perusing a magazine within. Had Suitsong been present, he would have easily recognized this woman as Chin Xian, a representative of Chuanxiu Travel and quite possibly his future wife. Chin Xian swiftly flipped to the last page of the magazine in her hands. discarding it onto the small table before her, supporting her forehead with a hand, her impatience evident in her tone. Are we not able to depart yet? The secretary, who had been trailing closely behind her, promptly rushed over from the front cabin, leaning in to whisper, "Miss, the cockpit has informed us that the airport has prohibited departure. We need to wait." Prohibited from leaving? What is the issue? Chin Xin raised an eyebrow. Is the weather in Yangcheng unfavorable? Her return to her hometown of Yangcheng was sanctioned as a temporary flight route, and under normal circumstances, delays should not occur. The most plausible explanation would be related to weather conditions. However, it appeared that the issue did not stem from the weather, but rather from complications at the airport. All grounded aircraft were currently awaiting clearance for takeoff. Intrigued, Chin Xin inquired further, "What seems to be the problem?" The secretary delicately gestured upward with her slender fingers. "Above us, there is an aircraft that has experienced an engine failure. We must wait for it to land first." An engine failure? Even with her considerable composure, Chin Xin couldn't help but express a hint of surprise. This was no trivial matter. Although Chunxiu Travel did not engage in the aviation industry, she frequently liaised with airlines, making her somewhat of an insider. Given the circumstances, it seemed the airport had entered an emergency status, making it quite reasonable for them to be grounded. Since departure was not an option, it would seem that the aircraft must be landing soon. Thus, they would have to wait a little longer. Chin Xin gazed through the cabin window into the sky outside, as if searching for something. Chapter 19. An unprecedented skid. As Chin Xin had anticipated, Jianchuan Airport had indeed entered a state of emergency. Not only were the aircraft on the ground unable to take off, but the approach zone was also not accepting any incoming planes. At this moment, the airspace within a 60-kilometer radius of Jianchuan Airport was occupied solely by Flight EU-6321. The aircraft was not adhering to the standard approach procedure. Rather, it was joining the approach under the directives of the control tower. Typically, this task will be managed by an approach control position. But in an effort to alleviate communication pressure on the crew, the duty supervisor coordinated to merge the responsibilities of approach control with the tower. Following the guidance of the radar, the aircraft transitioned into the final approach and executed a 30-degree angle to intercept the glide path. Flight EU-6321 was cleared for a blind landing on runway 23, fully established. As the tower granted permission for the blind landing, the moment the first officer echoed the clearance, the captain made a final confirmation. Course 231, frequency 108. 15, identification code IUT, cleared for blind landing on runway 23. Course established. With no issues regarding the course, navigation frequency, or landing identification code, the captain pressed the VOR LOC button to set the approach heading. While awaiting the interception of the course, the captain glanced at the first officer, who sat as still as a statue, prompting a sigh from him. He patted the first officer on the shoulder and gestured behind him, saying, "Why don't you switch places with him?" This took both the first officer and Su Tsang by surprise. After a brief moment of astonishment, the first officer asked a crucial question. "Captain, is this compliant?" Replacing a crew member without any apparent incapacitation seemed rather unreasonable. This was the first officer's instinctive reaction. With a serious expression, the captain slowly articulated, "In these windy conditions, do you feel confident in executing a single-engine landing? I mean a real flight, not a simulator." Although simulators strive to replicate the operational environment of real flights, those who have flown know the vast differences between the two, whether in terms of flight conditions, aircraft performance, or the crew's psychological state. The first officer took a deep breath, comprehending the captain's intent. The captain was clearly uncertain about the landing and wished to have Su Tsang on board to assist at a critical moment. Ultimately, in such circumstances, the first officer offered little assistance regarding the landing. Rather than allow the first officer, who would not contribute to a crucial issue, to remain in position, it was more prudent to place hope in the seemingly capable Su Tsang. Despite Su Tsang insisting he was the captain, he was not foolish enough to accept everything Su Tsang claimed. Yet at this juncture, he had no other choice. Having reached this point, even though the first officer still questioned the compliance of the captain's decision, he was able to distinguish between what was urgent and what was not. Accepting a penalty was meaningless if one did not survive to face it. Suitsong initially believed the captain would allow him to assume control only after attempting unsuccessfully once. It now appears that the captain has found the pressure he is under to be far greater than anticipated, to the extent that he lacks confidence in successfully executing a go-around after a failed approach. Silently, he unbuckles his seatbelt, rises and folds his seat, preparing to temporarily stow it away. At that moment, the captain's voice resonates once more. I have pondered this for quite some time, and no matter the circumstances, I cannot relinquish full control of the aircraft to you alone. I must remain present. Therefore, you shall have to occupy the right seat. You may find it unfamiliar, but this is my utmost concession. Many captains and even instructors find it somewhat disconcerting to return to the right seat after having flown extensively from the left, just as a co-pilot might feel uneasy when suddenly seated in the left seat and manipulating the control yoke with their right hand. In the captain's mind, he still regards Suitsong as someone of captain or higher rank, despite the absence of any evidence to validate Suitsong's assertions. Never mind, it is all the same. Suitsong, devoid of the distinctions between left and right, had piloted numerous seasoned co-pilots, captains, and instructors from the left seat in his past life. At that time, he had comfortably settled into the right seat. When Suitsong spoke, his tone was as steady as the surface of an ancient well, devoid of ripples, as if the formidable challenges that could overwhelm a captain were mere trifles in his presence. The captain felt as though his heart had been sharply pierced by Suitsong's words. The disparity was indeed vast. Any pilot with even a modicum of experience could comprehend their predicament at this moment. Nevertheless, Suitsong's calm demeanor gave the captain a false impression that the weight of the world was merely a trivial matter. The co-pilot also rose to yield his position, and as they passed each other, Suitsong stepped into the right seat. Just as he settled down, the flight path was intercepted. Suitsong quickly adapted to his role, performing standard communications while fastening his seatbelt. The captain appeared somewhat tense, responding with a faint acknowledgement as he pressed the app switch, set the approach descent path, and adjusted the go-around heading. Once his seatbelt was secured and his seat position adjusted, Suitsong grazed the control yoke, feeling its smooth, cool surface against his palm. I truly belong here. For reasons unknown, even amidst such peril, the moment he occupied this position and touched the control yoke, Suitsong felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance, as though he were inherently meant for this place. Suitsong extended his left foot forward, discovering that the left rudder was nearly fully depressed, prompting a moment of confusion. Is the side slip really that pronounced? In reality, an aircraft in single-engine operation can experience side slip under conditions of asymmetric thrust, but it shouldn't necessitate fully depressing the rudder. Was it the influence of the wind? The captain, too, harbored uncertainties regarding the cause. We will soon enter the final descent phase. Throttle back, and we'll reassess. As the captain's words concluded, the descent path was intercepted, and he adjusted the go-around altitude while issuing commands. Speed check, deploy landing gear, flaps to 15. In the case of a single-engine landing, flaps set to 15 constitute the standard landing configuration. Suitsong confirmed that there were no anomalies in speed. He lowered the landing gear lever and positioned the flap handle into the 15-degree slot. At this moment, the aircraft began its descent along the glide slope, and the pilot's viewpoint descended, capturing the entirety of runway 23 at Jianchuan Airport. One could say that the heavens were indeed favorable, as the visibility was estimated to exceed 10 kilometers, with only scattered clouds above, hardly obstructing the view. Visually, the angle between the aircraft's nose and the runway was approximately 45 degrees, a side slip that Suitsong had never encountered before. Chapter 20. The Vitality. 3 years later, at an altitude of 2,500 feet, the radio altimeter was operational, and the control tower issued the landing clearance. Feiyu 6321, surface wind 160 at 13 knots, gusts at 16 meters. Runway 23 is clear for landing. Be cautious of the five-sided wind. Runway 23 is clear for landing. Feiyu 6321. Suitsong replied to the tower, subsequently grasping the control yoke, albeit without exerting much force, while his feet gently rested upon the rudder pedals. He could sense the captain continuously adjusting the rudder inputs with considerable amplitude. The landing directive had been given. Sutsong's gaze fell upon the upper left corner of the navigation display, where real-time aerial wind data was presented. Although the five-sided wind at Jianchuan Airport was somewhat more favorable than that at Irai Airport, it still posed a considerable challenge among domestic airports. Moreover, in a single-engine scenario, the aircraft's capability to withstand crosswinds and gusts was significantly diminished, causing it to rise and fall like a solitary vessel amidst a tempest, inducing a palpable sense of trepidation. Turbulence incessantly battered the vertical stabilizer, subsequently affecting the crew's ability to manage the aircraft's side slip. Under normal dual-engine operations, the yaw damper would assist in eliminating side slip. Thus, pilots typically would not manipulate the rudder mid-flight. However, the emergence of a single engine disrupted the yaw damper's equilibrium. In fact, if the crosswind at Jianchuan Airport, blowing from 160 degrees, were stable, the vertical stabilizer would naturally counteract the rightward yaw induced by inconsistent thrust levels. Unfortunately, the five-sided wind at Jianchuan Airport was anything but stable. At times, a sudden and powerful right crosswind would not only exacerbate the aircraft's side slip, but would render even full rudder deflection ineffective in halting it. In such perilous moments, applying full left rudder became the most hazardous maneuver, as the airflow necessitated left aileron input to maintain the aircraft on the intended flight path. Normally, left rudder with right aileron would be the standard operation, while left rudder with left aileron could easily lead to a rollover. The captain had attempted to engage the autopilot during the descent. However, turbulence rendered it incapable of maintaining a stable approach attitude. Faced with no alternative, the captain resorted to manual control of the aircraft. Yet, the complexity of the aircraft state far exceeded his expectations. Even with guidance to assist in determining the aircraft's attitude, the automatic throttle could not be activated. In extreme circumstances, the captain might even need to increase the thrust of the number one engine to create a greater thrust differential to counteract the right crosswinds effects. However, any alteration in throttle would trigger a chain reaction affecting airspeed. Under the single-engine landing configuration, the speed envelope was already constrained. The turbulence itself would induce severe fluctuations in speed, and coupled with the throttle adjustments at an altitude of 1,000 feet, the captain had begun to feel overwhelmed. At 1,000 feet, the landing configuration was completed. Sutsong promptly activated all external lights, signaling the cabin of the impending landing. Observing the captain's anxious maneuvering, Sutsong inquired, "Shall I take over?" However, the captain remained resolutely focused on piloting the aircraft, offering Sutsong no response for an extended period. He did not fail to hear Sutsong's words. Rather, all his concentration was devoted to manipulation, leaving him unable to engage in conversation with Sutsong. This was evidently a critical juncture, and the captain was nearing his limits. Truth be told, the winds at Jianchuan Airport today were exceedingly peculiar. Generally, as one descends from a height, the wind speed diminishes somewhat due to friction with the ground. Consequently, the challenges of maneuvering in a low-altitude environment would be alleviated. Yet, inexplicably, as the aircraft descended, the intensity of turbulence increased, leaving the captain overwhelmed and unable to attend to anything else. Shortly after the aircraft passed the altitude of 1,000 feet, it suddenly pitched violently downward, and the speed of the plane surged upward as if propelled by a rocket. This abrupt change startled the captain, who instinctively pressed down on the yoke to comply with the guidance. However, this downward pressure was excessively forceful, causing the descent rate to escalate from 900 to a staggering 1,500 feet per minute. Although the concept of stable approach was not yet heavily emphasized in this era, such a descent rate below 1,000 feet was unequivocally abnormal. Just as Sutsong was about to issue a warning, the co-pilot, seated behind, could no longer contain himself and abruptly shouted, "Descent rate." Yet the captain was confronted not merely with an excessive descent rate, but also with the failure to appropriately reduce throttle while maintaining pressure on the yoke. During a 5-mile approach, it is common knowledge that a reduction in throttle is needed when pushing down on the yoke, yet this fundamental error manifested in the captain's performance. He had reached his limits, and the tremendous pressure was beginning to impair his basic operational capabilities. Furthermore, the co-pilot, acutely aware of the situation, was also succumbing to tension, causing his perception to narrow and become distorted. The co-pilot was the first to recognize the alarming descent rate, yet he astonishingly overlooked the rapidly increasing airspeed. At this point, the aircraft's speed was perilously close to its maximum threshold. They were both faltering. Suitsong thought to himself, in that cockpit, only one person remained composed, and that was Suitsong. He refrained from alerting the captain about the speed issue, knowing that, given the captain's state of overload, he would be incapable of responding to any reminders in a timely manner. Though it was somewhat improper, Suitsong resolved to intervene in the captain's control. Without disclosing his intentions to the captain, Suitsong swiftly placed his left hand upon the back of the captain's right hand, inadvertently adjusting the thrust lever of engine 1 to a lower setting. Simultaneously, Suitsong shouted emphatically, "Retreat your foot." One could only commend the captain for his prowess, as even in such a near-overloaded state, he instinctively grasped Suitsong's intent through the forceful action of reducing throttle without any verbal cue. With the throttle of engine 1 reduced, the thrust differential between the wings nearly vanished, necessitating a corresponding reduction in control surfaces to avoid inducing a new sideslip. Under Suitsong's commanding shout, the captain swiftly retracted his left foot. As he gently elevated the control yoke, the rate of descent of the aircraft diminished almost instantaneously. Simultaneously, he increased the throttle of engine 1, aligning the corresponding rudder adjustments accordingly. Suitsong's grip on the control yoke tightened as he awaited the captain's imminent transfer of control. In truth, Suitsong believed it would be more prudent to allow him to pilot the aircraft from this moment onward. However, he recognized the impossibility of such a request, as it pertained to the captain's pride, an endeavor worth attempting nonetheless. At an altitude of 500 feet, Suitsong could discern the structures surrounding the airport with clarity. Suddenly, his gaze inadvertently landed upon an office building with a pristine white facade. Such buildings were commonplace in the airport's administrative zone. Yet this particular one captivated Suitsong's attention instantly. Atop the central roof of the edifice stood a colossal emblem, a vast green leaf, identical to the logo that would grace the packaging of the third-generation immunosuppressants developed 3 years hence. Chapter 21. Engine Explosion to Suitsong's astonishment. The pharmaceutical company was situated right within the airport work zone. As he gazed at the logo adorning the top of the office building, its details became increasingly vivid with the descent in altitude, and he grew ever more convinced that this logo bore an uncanny resemblance to the one that would appear on the packaging of rapamycin 3 years hence. While greenleaf logos were commonplace, this particular emblem featured a distinctive detail, a crack extending from the apex of the leaf down to its center. His mother's lung transplant surgery was not only hindered by the exorbitant costs, but was also critically constrained by the lack of qualified immunosuppressants necessary to mitigate the rejection response of the new organ. Without suitable immunosuppressants, the lung transplant would be rendered utterly futile. Initially, Suitsong had no knowledge of the status of rapamycin 3 years into the future. Yet he never anticipated that the very source of this predicament lay beneath his very nose. Should he manage to safely return to his hometown, it appeared that waiting for rapamycin to hit the market would be his only recourse. In a sense, he might even be inclined to express gratitude for this bird strike. However, Suitsong's fleeting moment of distraction, which led him to abandon his vigilance over the aircraft and assistance to the captain, resulted in an overwhelming surge of pressure on the captain, who began to lose control of the aircraft. Suitsong had not expected that his brief lapse in focus would precipitate such a loss of command. He dared not entertain any other thoughts and hastened to aid the captain in stabilizing the aircraft. Suddenly, within the depths of his pupils, he discerned the silhouette of a white private jet. On the independent tarmac connected to runway 23, 2 white private jets stood parked. At this low altitude, Suitsong could even distinguish that one was a Gulfstream while the other was a Hawker Beechcraft starship. Yet, these details paled in significance. Upon spotting the pharmaceutical company that would one day release rapamycin, it was as though a long-dormant memory had awakened within him. In a past conversation with his wife, Qin Xian had recounted an incident years ago at Jianchuan Airport, where she narrowly escaped a calamitous encounter with death on the private jet tarmac. At that time, A Fayou Airlines aircraft had suffered a bird strike shortly after takeoff, resulting in the failure of one engine. Tragically, as the aircraft attempted to return for landing, it was struck by another bird, severely damaging the remaining operational engine. In the face of lost power and strong winds, the pilot completely relinquished control, landing directly on the runway's centerline, and the aircraft disintegrated upon crashing into the tarmac at the head of runway 23. The shockwave and debris from the explosion had fallen perilously close to the private jet where she had been. Had that Fayou Airlines aircraft advanced just a little further, she would undoubtedly have perished on the spot. Sutsong recalled the tragic incident as the 124 bird strike disaster, 124 signifying the date of the calamity, January 24th. This had been merely a casual exchange between husband and wife about the past, yet upon witnessing the two private jets at the head of runway 23, Sutsong found himself inexorably linking this flight to the 124 bird strike disaster. Moreover, the emergence of this thought spread through him like a contagion, spiraling beyond his control. At that moment, the captain exhibited clear signs of being unable to manage the situation. The lateral slip, airspeed, heading path, and glide path. Any correction made to one piece of data inevitably leads to discrepancies in the others, necessitating further adjustments in a relentless cycle of corrections. It resembles a game of whack-a-mole, as the aircraft can never find a stable equilibrium, demanding constant and repeated recalibrations. Recognizing the overwhelming challenge at hand, the captain relinquished his final vestige of pride, admitting his inability to manage the current situation. Not only did he feel inadequate in safely landing the aircraft, but even maintaining altitude over the runway seemed beyond his capacity. "Brother, assist me with the throttle. I will focus on controlling the aircraft," he implored. Yet, despite this plea, the captain did not fully relinquish control to Sutsong. He merely sought Su's cooperation in managing the throttle. By freeing himself from that task, the captain could redirect his considerable energy towards the control yoke and rudder. However, it was Sutsong who remained unresponsive, prompting the captain to call out to him twice in desperation. Yet Su held firm. "You manage the throttle. I will pilot the aircraft," Sutsong replied softly. The captain was apprehensive about entrusting the aircraft to Sutsong. Was Sutsong truly comfortable handing over control to this captain? From the recent approach, Su harbored profound concerns regarding the captain's abilities. Initially, out of respect for the captain's authority, Su hesitated to intervene forcefully, but now, with his own life at stake, he could no longer afford uncertainty. Moreover, an unsettling feeling lingered within Su. While the current turbulence posed a significant challenge for the captain, Su felt confident in the possibility of a safe landing. However, this situation seemed starkly different from the tragic events of the 124 disaster. What about a second bird strike? Sutsong was not well versed in the intricate details of the 124 disaster, yet the present circumstances diverged from his recollections, leaving him apprehensive about unforeseen complications that could arise and whether the captain would address them in time. Su resolved that he needed to take control of his own fate. "Do you wish to take over?" the captain asked, taken aback by Su's intention to assume command of the aircraft. The captain, already in a critical state, found his mindset thrown into disarray. The fleeting lapse in focus had inevitably resulted in an irretrievable deviation. The aircraft had veered off course by nearly 2 points. At that moment, the aircraft trajectory no longer aligned with the runway's centerline, but instead pointed towards the extended edge of the runway. Now nearing an altitude of 200 feet above the decision height, the entire runway lay clearly within the sights of both Sutsong and the captain. However, according to the standards for a stable approach, they ought to execute a go-around. Nevertheless, at 200 feet, Su felt confident he could rectify the aircraft's path. Aware that the situation might not end well, he believed it was prudent to land swiftly, lest the night stretch on with unforeseen complications. The 124 disaster haunted his thoughts like a nightmarish specter. "Are we still landing?" the captain questioned, noticing the significant deviation and contemplating a go-around. Despite his mild reservations regarding Su's desire to take control, when the moment of decision arrived, he turned to Su, awaiting his judgment. However, just as the captain finished speaking, Su's pupils dilated in alarm. A massive flock of birds suddenly swept low across the runway, densely packed. How could they possibly land now? Su Tsang shouted urgently, "Go around! Go around!" The captain instinctively pushed the throttle, and as the power of the number one engine surged nearly to its maximum, he also fully turned the left rudder, causing the aircraft to ascend with a piercing howl. "Go around, flaps up!" the captain bellowed. Amidst his command, Su Tsang, though still shaken, complied and retracted the flaps as instructed. In the brief moment of retracting the flaps, the captain, while maneuvering the aircraft, couldn't help but catch his breath. We nearly collided with a flock of birds. However, Su Tsang's anxiety visibly diminished, yet he blindly scanned the outside, murmuring, "We might encounter a second bird strike." Upon hearing this, the captain paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. "What nonsense are you talking? How could we possibly be so unlucky as to experience a second bird strike?" As if in response to the captain's words, a shadow like an arrow shot past from the left front of Su Tsang's field of vision. Instantly, the aircraft jolted violently, and the sound of an explosion echoed in everyone's ears. Chapter 22. Do not move. Let it burn. Take a leave tomorrow. In the first-class cabin, a solitary young man sat, his features strikingly handsome and his demeanor exuding an extraordinary charm. However, when the flight attendant informed him of a technical malfunction necessitating a return to the departure point, his mood soured considerably. Had he known, he would never have purchased a ticket from such a disreputable airline. Even a brief escapade could lead to complications. The young man was not particularly concerned about the safety of the aircraft. Rather, he was irked that his precious leisure time was being compromised due to this flight. Calculating the time, he recalled that his workaholic sister's private jet should have already taken off, sparing him the extreme embarrassment of a chance encounter upon their return. He had just inquired about the flight's resumption with the attendant, but she could provide no definitive information. He contemplated switching to another flight if the wait extended further. Stretching his limbs, he gazed through the window and could discern the details of the ground below, suggesting that they would soon be landing. For some inexplicable reason, the sensation of descent felt particularly unsettling this time. The aircraft swayed ominously, convincing him never to fly with this airline again. As he pondered his next steps, the aircraft began to tremble more violently, prompting him to grumble and adjust his seatbelt. Just as his hand reached for the buckle, the plane seemed to be thrust upwards abruptly. Pulled up? With his extensive flying experience, he could sense such a marked change. He turned his head slightly to glance at the two flight attendants in the forward galley, one of whom was the lead attendant. Both wore expressions of confusion, clearly as bewildered as he was by the sudden ascent. Yet, after the plane had risen, they leaned towards each other, whispering anxiously, appearing quite secretive. What was happening? The young man cared little for the reasons behind the altitude gain. He merely recognized that this unexpected ascent would delay him by at least another 20 minutes. Did he truly have an abundance of idle time? Ignoring whether the aircraft was indeed climbing, he instinctively reached for the call button to summon an explanation from the crew. However, just as his finger was about to press the button, the entire aircraft jolted as if it had collided with a solid object, shaking violently, threatening to disintegrate. This was clearly not the result of normal turbulence. Before the young man could comprehend the unfolding chaos, the economy class erupted in a cacophony of screams. A tumultuous uproar that was unmistakably collective rather than the result of a single individual or a few discontented passengers. It was a full-scale riot. The two attendants in the forward galley, alerted by the commotion from the economy section, leaned into the corridor to ascertain the cause of the disturbance. Yet, before they could discern the situation, the cabin erupted with piercing cries of panic. The engine has exploded. In the control tower, air traffic controllers could observe via radar and visual confirmation that Flight U-6321 had indeed ascended. However, he did not take the initiative to contact the crew, but rather awaited their communication. Just as the aircraft had barely transitioned into its initial ascent, the tower controller spotted the plane from his vantage point in the azure sky. To his utter astonishment, a fiery serpent, stretching dozens of meters, erupted near the left wing of the aircraft, presenting a magnificent yet terrifying sight from afar. Within the relatively calm confines of the control tower, many witnesses were taken aback, especially the colleagues surrounding the controller, who instantly rose to their feet, exclaiming, "How could this happen? The tower controller, seemingly acting on instinct, bit his thumbnail, as if this minor act could quell the turmoil rising within him. It appeared that the engine had sustained internal damage, leading to a fuel line leak, which was ignited by the high-temperature exhaust. The tower controller swiftly shifted his gaze from the large window to the radar screen, where the altitude and position information of flight FAU-60-321 was displayed. At 5,000 feet, 3 nautical miles from the airfield, the situation was perilous. As he calculated the altitude ratio, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Given the position of flight FAU-60-321, a dual-engine failure at this altitude was, strictly speaking, insufficient. Moreover, the crew faced a critical dilemma. They needed to execute a turnaround. Jianchuan Airport was situated within the operational area, scattered with various facilities, while the surrounding neighborhoods offered no viable alternative for an emergency landing. The crew had no choice but to return. As the crew made contact, a colleague approached the radar screen, noting the altitude information of flight FAU-60-321. His expression clouded with worry. Can we make the turn at this altitude? The tower controller's face darkened. Logically, altitude would rapidly diminish during the turn, exacerbating an already precarious situation. Rationally speaking, the aircraft was destined to land beyond the runway. He could only hope that the engine had not yet completely shut down, allowing for a brief extension of time. The tower controller sighed, placing his hopes in the realm of futile fantasies. Meanwhile, in the cockpit of flight FAU-60-321, Su Tsang's gaze briefly scanned the DU data of Engine 1. The N1 speed of Engine 1 was fluctuating wildly, drastically diminishing, while the EGT surged against the odds, nearing its limit. With the violent oscillations of the N1 speed, the aircraft followed suit, rising and falling as if reflecting the very breath of life. "I will take control," Su Tsang declared without hesitation. "Start the APU. We must turn back." The captain was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the situation. The sudden, thunderous explosion seemed to emanate from the vicinity of the left engine, but he could not ascertain the cause of such an anomaly. Naturally, in dealing with emergencies, thorough assessment is never the foremost priority, especially in such critical moments. As both engines were on the verge of losing thrust, any delay would only strip away their final chance of survival. Flight FAU-60-321, both engines have lost thrust. Initiate a turn and prepare for visual landing. Su Tsang pressed the communication button and succinctly articulated his intention. Without awaiting the tower's response, he resolutely veered to the left. In this perilous moment, Su Tsang was merely informing the tower, rather than seeking permission. As if to corroborate Su Tsang's declaration, the EGT of Engine 1 finally breached the red line threshold, accompanied by the incessant blaring of the fire alarm. The co-pilot, seated behind, instinctively shouted, "Engine 1 fire alarm." Memory item. The captain, already on edge, found himself reflexively grasping the thrust lever of Engine 1, with the auto throttle disengaged. The next step following the memory item was to retract the thrust lever of Engine 1. However, Su Tsang shot a cold glance at the captain, commanding, "Do not touch it, let it burn." Chapter 23. Dancing on the edge, turning in a stall. From a moment, the engines encountered trouble during takeoff. The captain's mind was in a state of extreme tension. It is understandable that he would exhibit some erratic behavior, such as overreacting by initiating the checklist for severe engine fire damage or separation. Su Tsang's actions undoubtedly illuminated the captain's state. He was simply fatigued, not lacking in capability. In the blink of an eye, the captain recognized his mistake and immediately retracted his right hand from the thrust lever of Engine 1. He gently pulled the APU start switch and glanced out the left window, but saw no sign of the Jianchuan Airport runway. At that moment, the runway lay directly behind the aircraft, obscured from view. However, what truly puzzled the captain was Su Tsang's choice of turning direction. Why not turn right? At this moment, the captain's mind became clearer. The side slip combined with the wind would only carry them further away, making it impossible to return. Su Tsang's response was succinct. Presently, the steady crosswind was pushing the aircraft from left to right, and although the thrust from Engine 1 was diminishing, this did not negate the existence of side slip. As long as side slip persisted, the aircraft would tend to veer to the right. If they chose to turn right at this juncture, Under the influence of two positive feedback factors, when the crew completed a 180-degree turn, they would find the aircraft had drifted a considerable distance to the left of the runway. While this might not pose a significant issue with power, it became an exceedingly troublesome predicament in the absence of thrust. Engine 1, exhibiting its last vestiges of stubbornness, struggled to operate amidst the flames. But Su Tsang was acutely aware that this was merely the engine's final flicker of life. "Can we turn left?" The captain expressed his concern. Su Tsang remained impassive. "If we cannot turn, then we must increase the angle." Yet, a steep angle would lead to a rapid loss of altitude, jeopardizing their ability to reach the field. "Then you should pray that Engine 1 can burn a little longer." The exchange between Su Tsang and the captain was remarkably brief, resembling an ordinary conversation between individuals. However, by the end, the captain was clearly on edge, each word uttered with a sense of tension. It was evident that he could not suppress his anxiety, especially upon realizing that the aircraft could not make the turn. Both the wind and the residual thrust from Engine 1 were impeding their ability to turn left, precisely what the captain had feared. Initially, Su Tsang adopted a conservative approach, employing only about a 20-degree bank. For a single-engine aircraft with flaps extended to one, this was not an overly cautious angle, but it was evidently insufficient for the current situation. Although the turn was initiated, the change in heading was agonizingly slow. If this continued, they might not even be able to turn in time to fly over the runway. The captain exclaimed, "The wind is too strong. In a single-engine state, the turning angle is limited, and we simply cannot turn." Unable to turn back, it merely indicated that the slope was insufficiently steep. Such considerations were secondary in this moment of urgency. With that, Su Tsang disregarded the limitations imposed by the loss of power during the turn, increasing the gradient to between 30 and 35 degrees. He promptly informed the cabin crew to prepare for an emergency landing and brace for impact. Sweat dripped from Su Tsang's forehead, coursing down his brow and glistening on his lips. He pressed his lips together, acutely aware of his heart pounding wildly. Fresh blood surging through his limbs, a vital necessity at this moment. If possible, he intended to declare a mayday, requesting an immediate evacuation and ground support from air traffic control. Previously, Flight U-6321 had announced a pon-pon status, a lesser emergency compared to mayday. However, the situation had clearly escalated beyond the pon-pon classification, necessitating a redeclaration of an emergency, specifically a mayday. In the haste of the moment, Su Tsang had only communicated his intent without updating the emergency status. Now he required the captain's assistance to complete this process, including the request for an immediate evacuation post-landing. The captain was prompt, responding immediately to Su Tsang's request to notify the cabin crew. Yet, upon glancing at the PFD display, a cold sweat enveloped him. The aircraft's airspeed lingered precariously at the upper limit of the red-black speed band, while the pitch limit indicator clung closely to the attitude indicator. Although the first engine still retained some residual power, it was utterly insufficient to counter the additional descent rate during the turn. The reason dual-engine failures often preclude a return after takeoff lies in the complications introduced during turns. Once the aircraft begins to maneuver, lift is compromised, accelerating the rate of altitude loss. At 5,000 feet, maintaining a straight dual-engine glide is already a daunting challenge, let alone while executing a turn. The power from the first engine could not sustain a turn while preserving adequate maneuvering speed. This dilemma was dictated not by the crew's skill, but by immutable physical laws beyond anyone's control. Thus, Su Tsang found himself at a crossroads between speed and altitude. Clearly, he deemed altitude to be of paramount importance. Hence, he resolved to dissipate some kinetic energy by slightly easing back on the control yoke to arrest the aircraft's descent. However, under the constraints of insufficient power, this action constituted a standard deceleration maneuver. Consequently, shortly after establishing a slope exceeding 30 degrees, the aircraft's speed plummeted from the maneuvering speed of flap, setting one down to near stall speed. Once the aircraft achieved a gradient beyond 30 degrees, its heading began to shift noticeably. Su Tsang calculated that they needed to maintain this slope for some time to align with the heading of runway 05. Yet, the aircraft was struggling to endure. The altitude remained perilously low, and Su Tsang could not relinquish the control yoke. He was compelled to maintain his grip, indicating that speed was still sacrificed. Imminent stall loomed. Upon observing that Su Tsang had yet to relinquish the control stick and was still gripping it tightly, the captain's voice erupted with a sharp urgency. "Release it at once." The captain felt a surge of alarm as every hair on his body stood on end. At that moment, the aircraft was not merely turning, but also exhibiting a degree of lateral slip. What does a stalled aircraft with lateral slip mean? It signifies a spin. With just a gust of wind, the plane could uncontrollably roll over, devoid of any possibility for recovery. However, the captain's admonitions failed to halt Su Tsang's actions. He continued to manipulate the control yoke, causing the aircraft's speed to swiftly exceed the red-black speed zone, while the attitude indicator surpassed the limits of the pitch indicator. Concurrently, the stall management computer signaled, causing the two control yokes to begin trembling. The aircraft was shaking. Chapter 24. Absolute sensation. The captain felt a wave of numbness surging from his back to his scalp. He refrained from reminding Su Tsang and instead gripped the control yoke firmly with his left hand. He had to take action. Simultaneously, his right hand poised to grasp the throttle of the number 1 engine, signaling his intention to regain control of the aircraft. However, at that moment, Su Tsang's left hand swiftly clasped the captain's right wrist with urgency and strength. Su Tsang's expression remained unchanged, his voice icy and resolute. "Do not move. The aircraft is not yet stalled." The captain hesitated for a moment, but quickly grasped the essence of Su Tsang's words. The shuddering of the control yoke was not an indication of entering a stall, but rather a warning sign that the aircraft was approaching a stall. Stalling is an exceedingly perilous phenomenon in any aircraft, particularly in the realm of civil aviation, where safety is paramount, and such situations must be avoided at all costs. Thus, Boeing provides alerts to prevent the aircraft from stalling, offering a warning, namely, the shuddering of the yoke, before stall conditions arise. The aircraft's shuddering offers a buffer of 1.3 times the stall speed. For instance, if the aircraft is set to stall at 100 knots, it will begin to shudder at 130 knots. This indicates that even within the range of 100 to 130 knots, the aircraft has not yet entered stall. You are playing with fire. The captain could not accept such a precarious maneuver, for there is no clear demarcation between the onset of shuddering and an actual stall. The crew cannot discern what constitutes a stall from what merely signals an impending one. 5 knots. I will maintain the speed 5 knots below the shudder threshold. Not a single knot more. With that, Su Tsang forcefully wrenched the captain's right hand away from the throttle of the number 1 engine. At this juncture, although the throttle had not been adjusted, the actual thrust had dwindled to just over 40% in one, nearing the threshold of idle thrust, indicating that the aircraft was approaching a state of powerlessness. In such a precarious situation, Su Tsang was compelled to undertake some risky maneuvers. Often, there are no perfect solutions. Action must be taken nonetheless. The captain clenched his jaw tightly. In this wind, you cannot maintain a stable speed. In a state of powerlessness, the aircraft was essentially gliding, literally drifting with the wind. Even under the previous conditions with 1 engine's power, he had struggled to maintain the aircraft status, let alone now. If Su Tsang could accurately maintain a speed 5 knots below the shudder threshold, the captain might begrudgingly accept it, but he doubted Su Tsang's ability to do so. As if to validate the captain's concerns, a sudden burst of turbulence caused the aircraft's descent rate to momentarily drop to 0, yet the speed was visibly diminishing. However, just before the speed decreased, Su Tsang pressed down on the control yoke, and the airspeed indicator barely registered change, not even a single knot. But that was not the end of it. While suppressing the speed change, Su Tsang suddenly and swiftly pulled the yoke to the right. Yet, for the captain's perspective, the aircraft showed no sign of increasing its pitch. Why then was the descent being reduced? At the very moment the captain conceived this thought, the aircraft was suddenly jolted by an unexpected gust, causing it to veer sharply to the left. However, Su Tsang had already initiated corrective measures. In that fleeting instant of turbulence, he created a counteracting effect, leading the aircraft's tilt to increase to 35 degrees for a duration so brief that no warning was triggered. The cockpit was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the captain's labored breaths, rising and falling with urgency. It was too swift. Su-Tsang's corrections were executed with remarkable alacrity, anticipating deviations before they manifested. He deftly confined any potential misalignment within the narrowest of margins. Despite the Boeing 737 shortcomings when juxtaposed with the Airbus 320, a true aviator would invariably prefer the 737. Here, the pilot could genuinely feel the control forces, thus attuning to the movements of the control surfaces and the aircraft's fluctuating state. A top-tier pilot can seamlessly integrate with the aircraft through the very sensations of control. Perhaps this state of human-machine synergy requires a decade, two, or even a lifetime to attain, yet at this moment the captain seemed to glimpse it. It was as if he wielded the aircraft with effortless precision. Was this the essence of absolute tactile sensation? At that instant, he felt an urge to let out a triumphant roar. His mentor had once remarked that some individuals are blessed by destiny. Their starting point is where others conclude. These individuals disregard airspeed, attitude, throttle settings, wind direction, or lateral drift. They manipulate the aircraft solely through instinct and sensation, commanding it to manifest in whatever state they desire. This exemplifies the chasm that exists between individuals, the essence of absolute tactile sensation. The captain was utterly convinced that even if Su-Tsang were to be blindfolded, he would still discern any discrepancies in the aircraft's condition and rectify them with utmost speed. In such turbulent conditions, many captains struggle to maintain stable airspeed, even with both engines operating normally. It was all the more remarkable that Su-Tsang was simultaneously managing descent, tilt, and lateral drift. How extraordinary it was to have such a talent within Blue Sky Airlines. The captain was rendered speechless, utterly overwhelmed by Su-Tsang's prowess, leaving no room for rebuttal. The realm of aviation is both sordid and pure. At this moment, the captain's reputation bore no significance. Su-Tsang remained unfazed by the astonishment his maneuvers elicited from others. He could only sense the control column growing heavier, compelling him to gradually ease off to maintain the aircraft's speed stability. This was due to the impending failure of the number one engine, while the speed could not afford to diminish further. As the aircraft continued its turn, they could already glimpse the terminal of Jianchuan Airport. A few more adjustments, and the aircraft would align perfectly with the runway. Victory appeared imminent. "We are about to touch down off the runway," Su-Tsang suddenly exclaimed. The captain, taken aback, responded, "What did you say?" At the moment, the captain's voice resonated. It was as though a cacophony of rusty gears grinding against one another erupted from the left side of the aircraft, followed by a dull, thunderous roar, reminiscent of something bursting within an iron barrel. Amidst the tremors of the plane, tranquility finally descended. The N1 speed of engine 1 plummeted to 0, rendering even the wind speed non-existent. In that instant, Su-Tsang withdrew his left foot from the rudder pedal and sighed, "You may extinguish the fire now." Chapter 25. Emergency landing outside the runway. As the first engine ceased operation, both generators powered by the engines failed, and the aircraft's AC power supply was interrupted. Following a faint sound of an electrical switch tripping, the cockpit was plunged into darkness. Su-Tsang glanced toward the upper left, and the captain, understanding the situation immediately, promptly activated the APU generator switches on both sides. In an instant, the aircraft regained its AC power, and numerous electrical systems resumed operation. When both engines are inoperative, starting the APU is invariably the primary choice. I shall record the memory items pertaining to the severe damage from the engine fire. The captain wiped the sweat from his brow with the heel of his hand, perhaps oblivious to how disheveled he appeared. Truth be told, even at this moment, he struggled to accept the reality of having experienced 2 bird strikes. The absurdity of 2 bird strikes was compounded by the fact that both had impacted the engines, inflicting unimaginable damage. Was there any difference between this and being struck by lightning twice in succession? His gaze shifted forward, and he could already discern Jianchuan runway, with the number 05 clearly visible upon it. Yet, at less than 2,000 feet, it felt insufficient to reach the runway. However, the captain had no time to ponder such matters. He had numerous tasks to address. At this moment, Su-Tsang concentrated entirely on controlling the aircraft, disregarding established procedures. Certainly, while on the ground, everyone understood the protocols. For instance, when shutting down an engine, the PM would supervise the PF in reducing thrust levers. The PF would oversee the PM in cutting off the relevant engine start levers. And the PF would guide the PM in pulling the fire handles for the affected engine and turning them to the stop position. But now, Suitsong devoted all his energy to maintaining the aircraft's optimal glide ratio, while also ensuring a precise, ultra-low speed. There was no mental bandwidth left to assist the captain in completing the memory items related to the engine fire. Moreover, the control yoke was shaking violently, making it nearly impossible for an average person to maintain control. Nevertheless, Suitsong managed to pilot the aircraft steadily amid the persistent turbulence. At this juncture, the captain did not burden Suitsong further. Instead, he grasped Suitsong's hand to guide his actions. The auto throttle had already disengaged, and the thrust lever for the first engine was fully retarded. Then, the captain took Suitsong's left hand and positioned it on the start lever for the second engine. "You safeguard the second engine. I will handle the first," the captain declared. The co-pilot silently observed from the rear, noting that the captain's actions indeed aligned with the protocol of the PF supervising the PM when cutting the affected engine start lever. Yet, Suitsong did not even glance at the start lever. His movements were entirely guided by the captain, a mere act of self-deception. However, the co-pilot refrained from voicing any objections, understanding the gravity of the situation. The captain bore no psychological burden regarding this act of self-deception. After severing the starter handle of Engine 1, I grasped Suitsong's hand once more, guiding it over the APU and the fire extinguishing handle of Engine 2. With a theatrical flourish, I withdrew the already illuminated fire extinguishing handle of Engine 1, rotating it to the stop position. Once the fire extinguishing bottle release light illuminated, I immediately commenced the countdown. Although extinguishing the fire would not restore the engine's functionality, it was imperative to address the situation. Neglecting it could allow the fire to spread, leading to unforeseen calamities. In their current predicament, they could ill afford any complications. Once the captain had completed his tasks, Suitsong's voice rang out again. 500 feet, 200 feet, 50 feet, report to the cabin. Understood. The captain did not call for the crew, but directly activated the passenger announcement. Crew, take your positions. This served as a signal for the crew to prepare for evacuation, a prearranged agreement made before the flight. However, many passengers, despite their confusion regarding the directive, instinctively sensed that it boded ill. Consequently, passengers situated near the engine in the middle of the economy class became frantic, unbuckling their seat belts and rushing towards the first class. The economy section was already filled to capacity, leaving only the front first class as an escape route. Yet with 4 or 5 rows of people surging forward, the once spacious first class became overcrowded in an instant. As the sole occupant of the first class, the young man who had been there was unaccustomed to such chaos. Already anxious, he was nearly paralyzed with fear, his heart racing. Why must I encounter this when I simply wanted to sneak out for some fun? He thought, cowering in the corner, observing the panicked crowd, feeling small and helpless. In this critical moment, the chief flight attendant rose from her workstation and rushed into the first class. Confronting the oncoming throng, "Please return to your seats. This will affect the aircraft's balance. We are about to land." However, the frenzied passengers were beyond heeding her words. Driven by instinct, they sought to distance themselves from the vicinity of the burning engine. The chief's assertion regarding the impact on the aircraft's balance was not an exaggeration. As so many congregated towards the front, the aircraft's nose began to uncontrollably dip downward. Yet, in this precarious situation, Suitsong could not pull back too much. The plane was already shaking, and further action could lead it to stall. How could this be happening? The captain recognized the aircraft's alarming behavior. If this continued, they would inevitably crash onto the upslope of the runway, with no chance of survival. Suitsong's ears perked up as he distinctly heard the increasingly chaotic noise from the rear cabin, swiftly deducing the source of the problem. However, the captain was quick to react. Just as Suitsong was about to divert his attention to the cabin issue, he pressed the passenger announcement button again, his voice erupting in a near shout. "Run forward." And we all died together. The captain's voice was so powerful that it left Suitsong's ears ringing. There was no finesse in that shout. It was raw emotion, imbued with a desperate will to survive, culminating in a pitch so sharp that it was painfully jarring. It can only be said that in moments of peril, such words prove to be the most effective. The agitated passengers, after a brief moment of bewilderment, ultimately chose to heed the captain's instructions and began returning to their seats. At last, the aircraft started to regain a semblance of normalcy. However, this commotion caused Su Tsang's expression to darken considerably. If he had previously harbored doubts, he could now draw a definitive conclusion. "Follow my command, and do not falter," Su Tsang stated with a grave demeanor. "We will not land on the runway. We must prepare for an emergency landing off the runway." Chapter 26. The great rock soars with the wind on the private jet apron at the head of runway 23. Qin Xin found herself rather bored. She had just attempted to call her brother, Qin Ling, only to discover that his phone was turned off, which struck her as quite surprising. Logically, at this hour, Qin Ling should have been here discussing the details of the subsequent charter contract with Blue Sky Airlines, and it was unusual for him to be unreachable. However, she dismissed her concern, reasoning that perhaps her brother was in a meeting. As Qin Xin languished in her ennui, her secretary hurried over, whispering urgently, "Miss, the airport has instructed us to disembark." "Disembark? What is happening?" Qin Xin inquired, perplexed. "There has been a serious issue with the plane in the sky. It's about to make an emergency landing," the secretary continued. "The runway will be closed for an extended period, and we want to be able to leave regardless." Realization dawned on Qin Xin. It appeared that something truly grave had occurred, and they were not to witness anything inappropriate. One could say her intuition was remarkably accurate. Previously, Flight Feiyu 6321 had experienced a single engine failure, a rare occurrence, yet not fatal. However, moments ago, the crew announced that both engines had failed, a dire situation necessitating the consideration of the worst-case scenario. Under such circumstances, certain scenes must be shielded from public view to prevent a backlash of social opinion. The secretary was indeed correct. The runway would soon be shut down, and even the entire airport might close, rendering their departure impossible. "Let us go. There is no sense in throwing a tantrum at the airport," Qin Xin remarked, displaying a pragmatic attitude without further protest. At that moment, Jianchuan Airport was likely overwhelmed with chaos, and it was irrational to sulk. Seeing Qin Xin's understanding demeanor, the secretary breathed a sigh of relief and promptly said, "The car will arrive shortly. Let us wait outside. It feels stifling to linger here." With that, Qin Xin brushed off her attire and stood up, making her way slowly toward the cabin exit. Upon stepping out, the cool breeze greeted her, tousling her elegant hair and obscuring her vision. She gazed up the runway, where a shadowy figure loomed in the sky. "Is that the plane?" Qin Xin asked softly. The secretary nodded. "It should be." At that moment, Flight Feiyu 6321 trailed a long plume of black smoke as it descended ominously. "Doesn't that plane look in a poor state?" the secretary questioned hesitantly. "No." Qin Xin shook her head. "It doesn't merely appear to be in bad shape. It is indeed in dire straits. It cannot land." Having acquired some knowledge of aviation, Qin Xin, despite her limited understanding, was able to discern the grave condition of Flight Feiyu 6321. It lacks sufficient altitude. The situation aboard Flight Feiyu 6321 was exceedingly precarious, and the atmosphere within the cockpit was palpably tense. At this very moment, even the co-pilot could discern that their altitude was insufficient. Su Tsang wiped the sweat from his brow and urged, at 200 feet, fully open the exhaust valves to relieve pressure. Upon leveling off, "Turn off all fuel pump switches." The captain remained silent, only murmuring, "What if we can't land on the runway? Can we ensure safety?" Just then, the timer for the fire extinguisher elapsed. The indicator for the first engine's fire suppression handle ceased to illuminate. The co-pilot remarked from behind, "The fire is out." Su Tsang managed to force a semblance of a smile, though it looked more like a grimace than joy. "After so long, I finally hear some good news." At this juncture, the aircraft broke through 1,000 feet, yet Su Tsang could clearly see the earthen structure ahead of the runway. Regardless of the calculations, they would not reach the runway. The captain clenched his jaw, reflecting that had the passengers not surged forward, creating an unexpected descent torque. They might have had a sliver of hope. That sudden increase in downward force was indeed the final straw. Perhaps this was fate. Those behind had unwittingly sealed their own doom. 1 minute until touchdown, brace for impact. Even in the depths of despair, the captain dutifully fulfilled his responsibilities, though he harbored little belief in its efficacy. If the current descent trajectory continued, the aircraft would strike the rising terrain of the runway's foundation, a fatal landing zone, devoid of any chance of survival. Their only prayer was for a few more moments of life. In other circumstances, they might seek alternate landing sites. But within the airport's operational area, numerous buildings rendered suitable options non-existent, such as fate. At that moment, Su Tsang suddenly declared, "Turn off the guidance." Due to Su Tsang's prolonged control of the aircraft at a speed below the designated threshold, the guidance system persistently urged him to lower the nose to gain speed. Although Su Tsang could choose to disregard it, the incessant prompts were irksome. The captain silently disabled the guidance on both sides, understanding that it would not alter their fate. Su Tsang's mind was clearly in turmoil. Indeed, even the hardest of hearts cannot remain unmoved in the face of death. Altitude, 500 feet. The captain relayed this once more to the cabin crew, but it was also meant for Su Tsang. Su Tsang gripped the yoke tightly, his palms slick with sweat, and a flicker of confusion crossed his resolute gaze. Was it truly impossible to alter history? Must his existence bow to the relentless tide of fate? No flaps or landing gear. The captain had resigned himself to their fate. Su Tsang gazed at the rapidly approaching ground, despair beginning to envelop him as well. Without power, even divine intervention could not save the aircraft. However, deploying flaps, and especially the landing gear, would eliminate any chance of recovery. Su Tsang was unwilling to accept this. Very well, deploy. Just as Su Tsang was about to succumb to the crushing reality, he suddenly sensed something, his eyes widening in astonishment. In an instant, Su Tsang halted his words, seizing the right hand of the captain, who was poised to deploy the flaps. A serene expression gradually morphed into one of palpable excitement. No, we cannot release them yet. Just a moment longer, please. The captain furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by Su Tsang's actions. Why delay the landing gear? Was he suggesting a belly landing? What were we waiting for? Suddenly, Su Tsang's body began to tremble, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Can you feel it? The captain, bewildered, pondered the cause of this urgency. Just as the captain's words faded, the aircraft, which had been in a steady descent, abruptly ceased its downward plunge. Su Tsang exhaled a long sigh, his eyes ignited with hope. At last, the wind has risen. Chapter 27. Flaps deviation at the head of runway 23. Chin Xn stood atop the passenger shuttle, gazing at the descending Feiyu 6321 aircraft, her heart heavy with unease. In that moment, even the secretary, who lacked knowledge of aviation, could discern that the altitude of Feiyu 6321 was alarmingly low. Why are they flying so low? The secretary fretted. Can they even land safely? Almost as soon as the secretary's words fell, the aircraft, owing to the runway's gradient, vanished from sight, disappearing beyond the horizon. The secretary gasped, covering her mouth in shock. It has fallen. The plane has fallen. Chin Xn sighed deeply, a sense of foreboding enveloping her. In her mind, the fate of those aboard the aircraft seemed sealed. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, a few might escape the clutches of death. Yet, she was not devoid of compassion. Such a tragic scenario was one she wished to avert. Is the vehicle not arriving soon? Chin Xin turned her head away, refusing to gaze at the sight of the aircraft's descent. It will soon be chaotic here. It is best to leave early. Suddenly, a stirring sensation coursed through Chin Xin's heart, as if she sensed something amiss. Why was it so eerily quiet? A plane crash should generate some noise. Why was there nothing but silence? Abruptly, she caught sight of the secretary's astonished profile, prompting her to furrow her brow. What is it? She followed the secretary's gaze, where delicate fingers slowly pointed into the distance. Miss it. It has ascended again. What? Chin Xin gasped in astonishment, swiftly turning her gaze to the sky at the opposite end of the runway. In that fleeting moment, her pupils contracted in horror, as if she had witnessed the most terrifying spectacle imaginable. The aircraft, once thought to have vanished beyond the horizon, had inexplicably surged back into the clouds, re-entering their field of view. Impossible. How could this be? It should have lost power. Why was it still climbing? Chin Xin grasped the railing of the shuttle, nearly losing her balance in shock. This shouldn't be happening. Why is it happening? It is meant to be this way. It is meant to be this way. In the cockpit, Su Tsang, seated at the right, let out a near-manic roar. Heaven does not forsake me. Heaven does not forsake me. What had once seemed a certain demise was now transformed by an unexpected updraft, though the captain on the left shared in the astonishment. Beads of sweat trickled down his back. Had it not been for Su Tsang's momentary hesitation regarding the deployment of the flaps and landing gear, they would have met their doom, even with the updraft. The instant the landing gear and flaps were engaged would provide the aircraft with an additional pitch-up moment. Yet this force would not endure for long and would ultimately convert into drag. 300 feet, it's time. Su Tsang reined in his wild laughter, baring his teeth. Flaps to 5. The captain, startled, gathered his focus and promptly complied, adjusting the flaps from position 1 to 5. However, before the hydraulic system could lower the flaps to position 5, Su Tsang issued another command without hesitation. Deploy landing gear, flaps 15. In such circumstances, the flaps were never the paramount concern. The standard landing configuration for single-engine operations is flaps 15. However, there exists no definitive standard for dual-engine failure landings. Unlike the criteria for single-engine landings, the guidelines for dual-engine failure landings lack clarity, as the ability to land in such situations heavily relies on luck. Even Boeing has not provided explicit instructions regarding whether a dual-engine failure landing should be made on the runway. When faced with such a dire situation, regardless of the configuration employed, the landing location, or the technique used, as long as the aircraft could land safely, that was deemed the correct approach. Given that there was no standard for flap position, one must discern the priorities, and crucially, the release of the landing gear lock requires time. There was no time to waste. Generally, lowering the first stage of flaps occurs only after the preceding stage has been fully deployed. Yet, this time, Su Tsang did not have the luxury of patience. The captain, displaying remarkable resolve, prioritized immediate action over all else, directly lowering the landing gear handle, while simultaneously setting the flap handle to 15, disregarding the flap position indicator. In the midst of these maneuvers, the aircraft descended another 100 feet, yet the captain remained cognizant of his responsibilities, swiftly announcing over the intercom, altitude 200 feet. His right hand reached for the pressure panel overhead, intending to deactivate the component switches, only to recall at that moment that, due to the dual-engine flameout, both components lacked pressurization. Logically, the pressurized air within the cabin should have largely dissipated by now. Nevertheless, the captain turned the pressure selector to manual and opened the exhaust valve until the indicator confirmed it was fully open. Although this action seemed somewhat superfluous under the current circumstances, in extreme situations, a pressure differential between the cabin and the outside could render the cabin door inoperable during evacuation. A scenario the captain could not permit. As the flaps and landing gear were deployed, the aircraft not only ceased its descent momentarily, but even leveled off for an instant. However, with the fleeting updraft dissipating, the initial pitch-up moment from the landing gear and flaps vanished simultaneously. Upon passing through the final 200 feet, the aircraft began its rapid descent. 200 feet, or 60 meters, may not seem high, yet it remains perilous. Too fast, descending too quickly. Su Tsang felt a tightening in his chest as the glimmer of hope he had fought so hard to seize threatened to slip away. He could not let that happen. Thus, he shouted urgently, "Continue lowering the flaps, flaps 25, 30, 40, do not stop." The captain's hand grasped the flap handle without hesitation. But as his peripheral vision caught sight of the airspeed indicator, his pupils constricted. No, the speed is too great. The flaps will unload. In a low-altitude environment, the corrective space diminishes. Su Tsang, taking advantage of the rising air currents, elevated the aircraft's speed to a normal range, ensuring that insufficient speed would not compromise the effectiveness of the control surfaces. However, due to the rapid deployment of the flaps, the aircraft did not have sufficient time to decelerate. At flap settings of 30 and 40 degrees, excessive speed could lead to flap unloading. The captain's momentary hesitation infuriated Su Tsang, who bellowed, "I don't care if it unloads. Deploy them, and keep them deployed until the end." The captain uttered no further words, and, complying with Su Tsang's directive, began to continuously extend the flaps. Su Tsang narrowed his eyes slightly, aware that the outcome of life and death hinged on this critical moment. Unbeknownst to him, as the flaps were extended, the indicator needle on the flap position display began to diverge gradually. Chapter 28. My 2 decades of mastery as the flaps were gradually extended. The aircraft experienced a persistent nose-up moment. The accelerating descent rate was promptly arrested, and the plane began transitioning to a more standard descent. According to Su Tsang's calculations, the flaps would be fully deployed just as the aircraft approached the runway, ensuring a harmonious alignment. An altitude of 50 feet, the aircraft barely hovered above the runway, an ideal approach height. However, as it neared touchdown, the crosswind remained formidable, with the aircraft's nose forming an angle exceeding 40 degrees with the runway. In Cang Xian's view, a colossal machine descended with a discernible tilt, evoking a sense of overwhelming gravity. Was this normal? Beside her, the secretary gazed at the astonishing drift angle of flight FU 6321, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her mind. In her understanding, the plane was on the brink of landing, yet still misaligned with the runway, a stark contrast to her expectations. It was now a test of his skill. Landing amidst a strong crosswind required precise rudder control, and he had but one chance. Despite knowing she was merely an observer, Cang Xian felt an inexplicable tension, her alabaster fingers clenched tightly together. The crux of landing in such crosswinds hinged on straightening the deviated nose at the moment of touchdown. This maneuver demanded exceptional finesse. Any miscalculation could prove fatal. Under normal circumstances, if a pilot realized the rudder was not aligned, they could simply initiate a go-around, having a second opportunity to land. However, for flight FU 6321, it was a one-shot affair. Perfect landing or runway departure. There was no room for error. Not only was Cang Xian's secretary questioning the situation, but even the captain in the cockpit felt an unsettling uncertainty. Faced with such a pronounced drift angle, the captain could not guarantee the success of correcting the aircraft trajectory. Would they succeed? Although the captain's tone remained relatively composed, the very act of posing such a question at this critical juncture revealed his own lack of confidence. With the aircraft nearly leveled, such a remark could disrupt Su Tsang's focus. Yet, Su Tsang merely responded with a calm assurance. "It's fine." The captain could not fathom Su Tsang's serenity, as if landing in such strong crosswinds were a mere triviality. However, perhaps influenced by Su Tsang's demeanor, the captain's racing heart began to steady. Without further hesitation, he diligently attended to his responsibilities. 50 feet was the threshold for leveling out. Adhering to Su Tsang's earlier directives, the captain swiftly shut down all fuel pumps. With both engines already extinguished, the status of the fuel pumps became irrelevant, serving solely to mitigate the risk of fuel leakage during landing. Yet, just as the captain switched off the final fuel pump and Su Tsang initiated the leveling process, the aircraft, previously tilted to the right, unexpectedly executed a bizarre left roll, so pronounced that the left wingtip appeared poised to touch down first. What was happening? Such a drastic shift startled the captain, instinctively causing him to hold his breath. The abrupt and conspicuous change in conditions truly took him by surprise. Even though the control tower reported gusts of over 10 meters, typically at such low altitudes, airflow is influenced by the terrain, resulting in a slightly reduced wind speed and a more stable environment, thus avoiding such intense turbulence. At this moment, the aircraft tilted to the right, yet its wings rolled to the left, presenting an exceedingly bizarre state. If the left wingtip were to touch down first, it would inevitably plunge into the ground, causing the entire aircraft to veer off the runway. Conversely, if the controls were pressed to the right, given the already significant angle of deviation, the nose might tilt even further right, rendering correction impossible. Consequently, should the aircraft land not aligned with the runway centerline, it would directly veer off to the right. Lacking power, the crew could not apply throttle to halt the descent, which would afford the pilot additional reaction time. Alternatively, they could abandon all restraint, push the throttle fully, and start afresh. Alas, Su Tsang and the others had no such choice. 1 second. No, not even a second. The captain's mind was a blank. How could he possibly avert disaster in such a fleeting moment? Thus, Su Tsang demonstrated what it truly meant to possess extraordinary skill. Under normal circumstances, one would wait to align the rudder after the main landing gear made contact with the ground, a more prudent approach. This is because, with one main gear touching down, the ground friction would provide a point of reference for rudder application, making it considerably easier. However, Su Tsang had no time to wait for the engine's main wheels to land. He needed to align the aircraft mid-air, and not only that, he had to halt the roll. What does it mean to coordinate the yoke and rudder? There was no room for hesitation or trial. It was a one-shot endeavor. Without a moment's pause, Su Tsang pressed firmly on the left rudder, the force so immense that he nearly instantaneously corrected the deviated nose, aligning it perfectly back to the runway centerline. Simultaneously, he pressed down hard on the right control, nearly vertical to the ground. This action not only quelled the danger posed by the unusual roll, but also countered the leftward movement caused by the abrupt left rudder application, firmly securing the aircraft on the runway centerline. In Cang Xian's view, in a matter of mere seconds, an unforgettable scene unfolded. The aircraft, originally with its nose veering right and the left wing descending, suddenly corrected itself mid-air, leveling the wing in an instant. The magnitude of this correction was so astounding that Cang Xian felt as though the enormous mass of over 60 tons had transformed into a mere toy, effortlessly manipulated. Such an unrealistic sensation inevitably cast a dreamlike aura over her. How could this be possible? Cang Xian's rosy lips parted slightly, as if witnessing the most illogical phenomenon on Earth. What lay before her truly felt like the collapse of the heavens, piercing her very soul. Beside her, the secretary's eyes widened in astonishment as she murmured, "How did they accomplish this?" Meanwhile, within the cockpit, the captain was nearly overwhelmed by the urge to let out a triumphant howl. This deft maneuver, this precise adjustment, encapsulated Su Tsang's prowess honed over the next 2 decades. A sight that would inspire awe in anyone fortunate enough to witness it, reminiscent of celestial beings. Yet, this correction drained the aircraft of its final vestige of energy. In those last 20 feet, the airplane plummeted almost directly to the ground. The left landing gear made contact first, bearing the immense and nearly unfathomable force of the descent. Bang! The tire, unable to withstand such tremendous pressure, exploded upon impact. Chapter 29. Blowout at the control tower. A multitude of individuals gazed intently at the radar screen, while another group held their breath, peering through the windows, some even wielding binoculars to observe flight Feiyu 60-321. The altitude was insufficient. This was dire. They could not descend. It was catastrophic. From the vantage point of the control tower, the relative height of the aircraft to the ground was not easily discernible. Yet combined with the data on the radar, the situation of flight Feiyu 60-321 became somewhat clear. If even Cang Xian, a semi-enthusiast, could comprehend the circumstances, how could the air traffic controllers fail to understand? Initially, the atmosphere within the control room was steeped in gloom. However, akin to Cang Xian's reaction, the moment flight Feiyu 60-321 encountered an updraft and inexplicably ascended, there was a sudden surge of energy within the control room. Yet, the most remarkable maneuvers during the leveling off were obscured from the controllers due to their angle of view, thus depriving them of the awe that Cang Xian experienced firsthand. With the grace of an antelope's leap, it was a maneuver worthy of being enshrined in textbooks. Nevertheless, all the focus of the air traffic controllers was drawn to the moment of touchdown. The aircraft's ground logic sensor was installed on the main landing gear. As soon as the main landing gear compressed, the aircraft's ground logic was activated, and this was immediately reflected on the radar. It had landed. It had landed. The controller responsible for flight Feiyu 60-321 had been glued to the radar screen, and upon witnessing the moment of the aircraft's ground logic activation, he nearly leaped from his seat, shouting to a colleague observing from the window, It has landed, hasn't it? It has landed, hasn't it? The colleague by the window, binoculars in hand, grinned from ear to ear, laughing in response. It has landed, it has landed. However, the jubilant atmosphere in the control room was abruptly constricted by a sharp rebuke. A controller forcefully pushed through the crowd, rushing to the window to observe the runway, only to discover that flight FAU 6321 was still on a runway, prompting him to inquire, "What is wrong? What is amiss?" At the moment of touchdown, an unusual plume of smoke seemed to arise. Deep down, the colleague was uncertain. Didn't aircraft tires often emit smoke upon landing? The controller could not help but ask. The wheels of the landing gear do not rotate on their own. Thus, at the instant of touchdown, the tires first scrape against the ground, and then, propelled by friction, the wheels begin to turn. The friction at the moment of contact can easily produce a large cloud of white smoke, a scene not uncommon, even for seasoned controllers. The colleague scratched his head. He certainly understood that aircraft tires frequently produce smoke upon landing, yet this time felt distinctly different. However, he could not articulate precisely how. Soon, another colleague discerned an anomaly. Something is off. Why is the aircraft not decelerating? What did you say? The controller's scalp prickled with unease. Could there truly be a problem? In the cockpit, the captain had just manually deployed the speed brakes, cursing under his breath. What was that sound? Was it a blowout? The irony of joy turning to sorrow. The captain had finally realized the gravity of the situation. Just moments ago, as the aircraft touched down, a muffled thud resonated within the cockpit, followed by an unsettling instability in the direction of the landing roll. Fortunately, Suitsong's prompt corrections averted the peril of veering off the runway. However, the captain soon realized that the aircraft appeared to be failing to decelerate. Initially, he suspected that the dual-engine failure had led to hydraulic system issues, rendering the automatic brakes inoperative. Yet, in reality, even if the engine-driven pumps of the AB system were non-functional, the hydraulic pressure generated by the electric pumps should theoretically suffice to compensate for the required hydraulic pressure. Of course, no situation is absolute. Theoretical concepts are not immutable laws. For instance, during periods of significant hydraulic consumption, the electric pump might falter, leading to low hydraulic pressure. Under such extreme circumstances, the automatic brakes might indeed be incapacitated if the pressure was insufficient. However, if the automatic brakes were inoperative, the release preposition light should have illuminated. Yet it remained dark throughout the ordeal. It was evident that Suitsong had discerned the underlying issue. He had certainly heard the muffled sound upon landing, and although there were no abnormal indicators, he had likely grasped the situation. With the automatic brakes failing to cope with the current conditions, he shifted to manual braking without hesitation, decisively disengaging the automatic brakes. As the release preposition light illuminated, the aircraft transitioned to manual braking. Since touchdown, the aircraft had scarcely decelerated, having already consumed a significant portion of the runway, which was not to be squandered carelessly. The runway at Jinshuan Airport was not yet the exaggerated length of over 4,000 meters seen in later years. It measured a modest 3,200 meters, which would be considered a standard for regional airport runways in the future. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the runway had been utilized. Suitsong hesitated no longer, pressing the brake pedal fully to the floor. The aircraft's braking system strongly advises against pulse braking, especially at high speeds, as it not only generates excessive heat that could overwhelm the brake pads, but also yields poor braking efficiency. Thus, to halt as swiftly as possible, one must maintain steady, full pressure on the brake pedal. Simultaneously, aside from the captain deploying the speed brakes, Suitsong pushed the control yoke forward to enhance the friction of the main landing gear wheels. As for engine reverse thrust, it was inconsequential since both engines were shut down. "Stop," Suitsong urged silently, as the runway's threshold came into clear view. He could even see a business jet on the ramp beside the runway, adjacent to a passenger stair truck with two individuals standing atop it. However, he sensed that after an initial rapid deceleration, the effectiveness of the brakes was waning, likely due to overheating brake pads, with a risk of them melting. Directly ahead of flight U-6321, Chin Xin watched helplessly as the aircraft hurtled toward her. Although, strictly speaking, they were not on the runway of the aircraft. The immense clouds of smoke billowing from the landing gear instilled a sense of impending terror, as if the plane might explode at any moment. Her secretary, gripped by fear, murmured softly, "Miss, should we move away a bit?" "Not at all." Chin XN, however, harbored no intention of departing. Her captivating phoenix eyes were fixed intently on the approaching aircraft, and a sudden glimmer of joy illuminated her face. It seemed the plane was about to come to a halt. Chapter 30. The arrival of the officials. Even though the aircraft's braking effect had weakened considerably, the energy it carried still failed to sustain itself. As the plane reached the final third of the runway, its speed began to diminish at a visibly rapid rate. In pursuit of optimal deceleration, the captain kept the speed brake handle deployed until the aircraft was on the verge of coming to a complete stop. Ultimately, just as the aircraft approached the end of the runway, it finally came to a halt. At that moment, a massive cloud of smoke billowed from the two main landing gear, enveloping the entire fuselage in an ethereal atmosphere reminiscent of a celestial realm. Behind the aircraft, the runway bore a long streak of tire marks, with remnants of rubber scattered along its length. Inside the cockpit, Suitsong seemed to detach from reality as he released the control yoke. A mere 20 meters remained before the aircraft would have veered off the runway. Should that occur, there would be no barriers ahead, only a perilous descent awaiting them. They had been fortunate, narrowly escaping death once more. A sheen of sweat coated his palms, and Suitsong instinctively engaged the parking brake, releasing a long-held breath as if a tremendous burden had finally been lifted. "Captain, let us initiate the evacuation." Suitsong swiftly grabbed the quick checklist from beneath the control wheel, the last page of which contained the evacuation checklist. Although the fire alarm for Engine 1 had dissipated, the recent descent and landing had been anything but safe. It was prudent for the passengers to distance themselves from the aircraft as soon as possible. However, just as Suitsong opened the evacuation checklist, the captain snatched it from his hands. With his gaze cast downwards and a slight nod, the captain offered Suitsong the utmost respect, declaring in a serious tone, "No, you are the captain. You should make the announcement." Approximately 20 seconds later, the emergency exit door on the right side of the aircraft swung open, proving to be a wise decision, considering the prior fire alert from the left engine made evacuation from that side less secure. Emergency evacuations were a routine aspect of the crew's training, and they executed the procedure with practiced ease. As Suitsong broadcasted, "I am the captain. Evacuate, evacuate, evacuate." The passengers in the cabin responded promptly, moving in an orderly fashion towards the exits. Fortunately, there was no chaos among the passengers during this flight, and the cabin crew's swift and precise execution of the evacuation procedure ensured that the entire process was devoid of panic. In less than half a minute, all passengers had disembarked. Following this, the crew began to check for any remaining individuals, and upon confirming that there were none left, the flight attendants began to descend. Eventually, Suitsong and the captain emerged from the cockpit, where the chief flight attendant hurried over after completing the cabin inspection to report, "Captain, the cabin has been thoroughly checked. There are no remaining passengers." The captain remained silent, gazing at Suitsong as if awaiting his command. Suitsong hesitated for a moment, but did not decline. He gently nodded to the chief flight attendant, saying, "You may go." The chief steward momentarily found himself at a loss, but after exchanging a glance with the captain, he acquiesced to Suitsong's command and descended the emergency slide. At this moment, only the captain and Suitsong remained aboard the aircraft. The captain, with a weighty tone, patted Suitsong on the shoulder and smiled, saying, "It is your turn to receive the applause." With that, the captain leaped down before Suitsong, and at the instant he landed, the gaze of everyone below converged upon the emergency exit. It is well known that the captain should be the last to evacuate. This is both a responsibility and an honor. However, the captain chose to bestow upon Suitsong the opportunity to bask in the crowd's acclaim, a recognition that Suitsong rightfully deserved. Surrounded by the emptiness of the environment and the eager gazes from below, Suitsong felt as though he were ensnared in a dream, an illusion that seemed unreal. In the annals of his experience, this event would certainly not conclude with such a heartwarming resolution. In essence, his presence had altered the course of history, changing the fates of those doomed individuals below. Perhaps this is the mission of my rebirth. Suitsong murmured softly to himself, then stepped off with his right foot, landing on the emergency slide and sliding down. The captain, who had already descended, assisted Suitsong. The time from when Suitsong took control of the aircraft to the evacuation had not been extensive. Nevertheless, the mental and emotional toll Suitsong had endured during that period was immeasurable. As he supported Suitsong, the captain sensed that a significant portion of Suitsong's weight bore down upon him, a clear indication of Suitsong's exhaustion. Unbeknownst to whom it was attributed, the evacuees silently followed the captain and Suitsong, neither speaking nor making a sound, akin to a flock of migrating geese instinctively following their leader. Leaning against the captain, Suitsong, who had not felt the fatigue while aboard the aircraft, now experienced an overwhelming ache in his muscles. Without the captain's support, he would have been unable to walk unaided. Suddenly, with his head bowed, Suitsong quietly confessed, "There is something I deceived you about. I am not the captain of Blue Sky Airlines." The captain abruptly halted his steps, gazing at Suitsong in disbelief, before bursting into hearty laughter. "You realize this only amplifies my embarrassment, don't you? I did not intend to." Suitsong began to explain, but his gaze drifted to a figure in the distance on the tarmac, a slender, graceful silhouette, Chin Xin, though they were separated by a considerable distance. Suitsong was certain that Chin Xin was watching him. According to history, he should not have encountered her for many years. The fact that they met so many years earlier imparted a sense of unreality upon their first encounter, leading Suitsong to question whether he had mistaken her identity. Yet now, he could affirm that he had not erred. Suitsong did not acknowledge Chin Xin, nor did he entertain the thought. He had many matters to attend to, and romantic entanglements were not within his immediate considerations. Suddenly, a figure emerged ahead of Suitsong and the captain. He discerned the captain's attire, but when his gaze fell upon Suitsong, a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. However, he ultimately approached the two individuals, presenting his credentials to the captain and Suitsong. "Greetings, I am from the Southwest Regulatory Bureau. And who might this be?" The official clearly indicated Suitsong, whose attire evidently did not conform to that of the crew. Yet, the captain supported him, which was quite peculiar. "I assisted a little during the flight. Must I also undergo an investigation?" Suitsong inquired. "Indeed," the official replied without further questioning, gesturing towards the co-pilot behind them. "You as well, please come forward." Chapter 31. Discovering the issue in the office of the general manager of Blue Sky Airlines Flight Department, Liu Jinghua was dozing off in his chair. The previous night, he had flown until after 2 in the morning, and by the time he settled into bed, it was already past 3. Although leaders often enjoyed numerous benefits, there were times when they suffered as well. After completing the flight, it was Liu Jinghua's duty day, and he had to oversee the pre-flight preparations in the morning, which meant he had only managed to rest for a mere 2 or 3 hours. Once the morning rush of departure subsided, Liu Jinghua stealthily returned to his office for a brief nap. Just as he began to drift into a hazy slumber, he faintly heard hurried footsteps nearby, followed by a sudden pat on his shoulder. Startled, he instinctively jumped up, his heart racing from the unexpected interruption. The person beside him was equally startled by Liu Jinghua's reaction and nervously remarked, "General Manager Liu, you nearly gave me a fright." Liu Jinghua blinked his dry eyes open and, upon recognizing his secretary beside him, sighed in relief. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, he scratched his head in irritation and asked, "What is it?" "General Liu, we just received news from Jianchuan that a Feiyu Airlines aircraft has encountered a bird strike, leading to a dual-engine failure and an emergency landing at our airport." Liu Jinghua stretched lazily, showing little interest. "Dual-engine failure? What a stroke of bad luck. But why are you so anxious to tell me? It's not one of our planes that's in trouble." While somewhat surprised, Liu Jinghua maintained a detached attitude, prioritizing his rest over the troubles of other airlines. "It may not be our aircraft, but there are people on board who are connected to us," his secretary said, a peculiar glint in his eyes. Liu Jinghua raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that?" "The authorities just called. Besides the 2 crew members from Feiyu Airlines in the cockpit, there is another person on board." A sense of foreboding began to stir within Liu Jinghua. "So? That individual is one of ours, a pilot from Boeing Squadron 2. His secretary presented Liu Jinghua with an employee file. It's him. Lu Jinghua took the file, and upon seeing the name at the top, his expression turned strange. Su Gang? Yes, General Lu. It's the Su Tsang who is seeking a transfer to a ground position. His secretary added. Lu Jinghua cradled his head in his hands, dropping the file, and looked at his secretary with grave seriousness. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Well, so far, we do not have much information. However, the authorities have not expressed any significant concerns, so it should not be a bad sign. Assessing gains and losses in the face of adversity had become second nature to Lu Jinghua, nodding thoughtfully at his secretary's words. He reflected that if Blue Sky Airlines were implicated, the authorities would have already stormed in to hold him accountable, rather than allowing him to languidly nap at work. It seemed likely that this was merely a case of being inadvertently drawn into a particular situation, with no direct connection to his company. Although he could not comprehend why Su Tsang had ventured into the cockpit of Feiyu Airlines, Lu Jinghua felt considerably relieved, as no calamity had occurred. With a yawn, he inquired, "What do you want with me, as this matter seems unrelated to us?" The secretary, equally perplexed by the authorities' intentions, vaguely replied, "The Bureau has instructed us to go to the regulatory office to retrieve someone. Originally, this task was meant for General Manager Wang, but he is currently engaged in discussions regarding the 777 with the headquarters, hence you have been assigned. General Manager Wang is the chief pilot of Lantian Airlines, and any dealings with the authorities typically fall under his purview. However, in his absence, the general manager of the flight department must step in. Retrieve someone? One might think I am heading to the police station," Lu Jinghua remarked, wiping his face. "Well then, it must be the airport's regulatory office. Shall we depart now?" "Yes." Immediately, the secretary responded, adding in a hushed tone, "The chief pilot of Feiyu Airlines is also present. Please exercise some restraint, General Lu." Rising from his seat and brushing off his attire, Lu Jinghua sneered, "That will depend on whether Li Qinqing knows his place." The secretary, smacking his forehead, felt a sense of exasperation. The saying rivals among peers proved true, especially for competing airlines. The operations of Lantian Airlines and Feiyu Airlines overlap significantly, leading to mutual disdain. Given Lu Jinghua's notoriously irritable temperament, he genuinely worried that a scandal might erupt at the regulatory office. Approximately 20 minutes later, Lu Jinghua arrived at the airport's regulatory office building. The director of aviation safety emerged to welcome him and led him to a small conference room, where he discovered Su Tsang already present. Not only Su Tsang, but also Li Qinqing, the chief pilot of Feiyu Airlines, was in attendance, accompanied by a captain adorned with 4 stripes, who appeared rather unwell, likely the pilot from the troubled flight. Lu Jinghua harbored no fondness for Li Qinqing, who reciprocated the sentiment with equal disdain. Since Lu Jinghua's entrance, Li Qinqing had maintained a sour expression. Undeterred, Lu Jinghua chose not to expend energy on a petty quarrel and quietly took a seat beside Su Tsang. "General, Lu has arrived late. There may be some details you are unaware of, so allow me to summarize the fundamental situation," the director of aviation safety stated amiably, his demeanor softening the previously tense atmosphere with a smile. However, this leniency stemmed from the fortunate circumstance that the dual-engine failure incident did not result in casualties and was handled satisfactorily. Had the aircraft crashed or lives been lost, it would be unfathomable for the director to maintain such calmness. Both General Lu and General Li need not wear grim faces. The overall handling of the situation had been commendable, and a lighter mood was warranted. The director's remarks set the tone for the discussion. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinghua merely rolled his eyes, while Li Qinqing exhaled deeply, visibly relieved. With the director's assurance, it seemed that Feiyu Airlines would not suffer significant repercussions at an official level. During their journey to the regulatory office, the secretary had relayed all pertinent information to Lu Jinghua. Although he was not well versed in the finer details, Lu Jinghua could roughly ascertain that Su Tsang played a supportive role in this incident, with minimal involvement. This realization brought him a sense of ease, especially upon witnessing the sigh of relief that Li Qinqing had just released, which further elicited a smirk from him. However, the director of aviation security shifted his tone, directing his gaze towards Lu Jinghua and Su Tsang, and with a chuckle remarked, In this incident, Su Tsang provided considerable assistance. However, we have uncovered certain issues that necessitate a discussion with you, Mr. Liu. Chapter 32. Suspension of Flight Qualification as Time Passed. The small meeting room of the Jinshuan Regulatory Bureau descended into a prolonged silence following the safety director's inquiry. It must be said that the Bureau's efficiency was truly remarkable. Within a brief period, they had reconstructed the entire incident with considerable clarity. Lu Jinghua had initially assumed that Su Tsang played an inconsequential role in this event, but the safety director's remarks revealed that he was, in fact, a direct participant. Particularly, when the safety director mentioned that Su Tsang had falsely claimed to be the captain of Blue Sky Airlines to secure his position, Lu Jinghua shot him a fierce glare. Regarding Su Tsang's reckless assertion of his technical qualifications, I do not perceive it as a grave matter. After all, those capable must bear more responsibilities. If one can provide substantial assistance, we shall not dwell excessively on trivialities, the safety director chuckled. At this point, Lu Jinghua released a sigh of relief, thankful that the Bureau did not intend to pursue the matter further. However, the safety director shifted his tone, his expression turning serious. Both Captain Guan and Su Tsang performed admirably during this incident, yet there remains a pertinent question. During the initial approach, Captain Guan instructed Su Tsang to take the controls, but in the final descent phase, Captain Guan repeatedly called upon Su Tsang for assistance, to which Su Tsang did not respond. Subsequently, the aircraft experienced a loss of control and encountered a second bird strike. As the safety director spoke, he turned his gaze towards Lu Jinghua. I inquired with Su Tsang, and he stated that his mind had wandered during that time. However, when I pressed him for an explanation as to why his mind had wandered, he remained silent. At this moment, Su Tsang lowered his head, remaining mute, as if everything were unrelated to him. The period of mental wandering mentioned by the safety director coincided precisely with Su Tsang's startling realization that he was amidst the historical 124 air disaster. The visceral experience of confronting the history of an aviation catastrophe enveloped him in a profound sense of destiny, leaving his mind momentarily paralyzed. Indeed, this matter requires further clarification. With this thought, Li Qinxing became animated, his neck craned, and his demeanor aggressive. I say, Lu Jinghua, if your company's co-pilot had lent a hand at that moment, perhaps the aircraft would have landed safely without encountering a second bird strike. Are you suggesting that your co-pilot bears no responsibility whatsoever? Upon hearing this, Captain Guan, seated behind Li Qinxing, immediately raised his head, eager to offer an explanation, but was promptly silenced by Li Qinxing's fierce glare. Lu Jinghua, not one to be trifled with, felt his temper flare. What a villain to cast the first stone. Li Qinxing, have you forgotten your medication? Are you so bereft of sense that you spout such nonsense? Su Tsang was assisting you, and now you're attempting to place the blame squarely on him. I was unaware that such absurdity existed in this world. Li Qinxing rolled his eyes. Am I not stating a fact? If so, let him provide an explanation. Instead, he remained silent. Su Tsang, of course, could not articulate anything. After all, discussing matters of rebirth with regulatory officials could very well land him in a psychiatric institution. Su Tsang's philosophy was to refrain from deceit. For once a single lie was spoken, 10 more would be needed to cover it, ultimately leading to an ever-expanding chasm that one could scarcely bridge. Thus, he chose silence, confident that the authorities would not penalize him for this matter. Having ascended to a high-ranking position in the subsequent years, he possessed a profound understanding of the bureaucratic nuances. The agency was not one to nitpick, as long as the final outcome was commendable and there were no significant issues regarding personnel, assets, or public opinion. They exhibited a degree of tolerance for the blemishes arising during crisis management. However, Lu Jinghua could not remain composed. Fearful and agitated, he vehemently accused Li Qinxing. Li Qinxing, back when you hired a new captain who aborted takeoff, you ended up seeing a psychologist for half a year. How dare you speak ill of others? Su Tsang remained silent, not out of modesty, but rather out of trepidation. Overwhelmed by fear, he too would be frightened by a sudden strong crosswind during approach. He was merely a junior trainee, grappling with immense psychological pressure. What was the issue with a momentary lapse? At Lu Jinghua's words, Su Tsang cast a surprised glance in his direction, astonished that Liu Jinghua would defend him at such a juncture. As for Liu Jinghua's conjecture that Su Tsang was merely slow to react due to fear, that was entirely his own fabrication. Mr. Li, this matter has nothing to do with Su Tsang. It is solely my inadequacy that has led to such significant discrepancies. Su Tsang's supervisor also chimed in to support him. Now, not only had Su Tsang's vulnerabilities been exposed, but his own colleagues had also turned against him. Igniting Li Shenxing Isafui. He had painstakingly seized upon Su Tsang's missteps during the incident, hoping to extricate Feiyu Airlines from the situation, only to be met with Liu Jinghua's vehement opposition. The safety director was left in a quandary. Observing two esteemed individuals, a general manager from Blue Sky Airlines and the chief pilot from Feiyu Airlines, engaged in a quarrel akin to a marketplace dispute, which was quite unbecoming. I must interject, gentlemen, the agency is not seeking to assign blame. They merely wish to clarify certain details. There is no need for such agitation, the safety director implored. Liu Jinghua scoffed disdainfully. The moment Su Tsang stepped out of Blue Sky Airlines doors, he bore our company's reputation. Li Qinxing, I am well aware of your ulterior motives, using Su Tsang's minor issues to cleanse your own airline's name. Do you think Blue Sky Airlines is made of clay? While Liu Jinghua held a less than favorable view of Su Tsang, in the public eye, Su Tsang was one of their own. Regardless of how harshly Liu Jinghua might scold him behind closed doors, it was not Li Qinxing's place to cast aspersions. This is a matter of principle. Li Qinxing suddenly wore a bemused expression. Oh my, those unaware might think you are truly protective of your own. Su Tsang represents Blue Sky Airlines? Then what is your application to the agency for the suspension of Su Tsang's flying privileges signify? Are you not slapping your own face? Liu Jinghua was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? At that moment, the safety director's expression mirrored his confusion as he produced a document. Not long ago, your company sent us a letter requesting the suspension of Su Tsang's flying qualifications. What is the meaning of this? At this moment, even Su Tsang was slightly taken aback. It appeared that following the failure of the flight route inspection, the company had decisively resolved to prevent Su Tsang from flying, promptly sending a letter to the regulatory authority to request the suspension of his qualifications. Liu Jinghua snatched the letter issued by Blue Sky Airlines, which clearly stated the request to suspend Su Tsang's flying credentials, complete with the official seal of the flight department at the bottom. Liu Jinghua's expression was as grim as water. Despite his disdain for Su Tsang, he was entirely oblivious to the circumstances surrounding this matter. General Manager Liu, what on earth is going on? The Director of Flight Safety was equally curious. Chapter 33. Betting on the route, Liu Jinghua's face turned ashen. Was this not akin to being publicly slapped by one's own? In truth, the situation could hardly be blamed on Blue Sky Airlines. The expenses for Su Tsang at the flight academy were covered by Blue Sky Airlines, and had he transitioned to a ground position, the airline would surely have taken decisive action. This clearly illustrates the absurdity of Su Tsang's previous actions. Li Qinxing remarked sarcastically, "That's enough. If one did not know better, they might think you were overly protective." Su Tsang, when your company initially recruited him, believed they had struck gold, only to discover they had unearthed a ghost. Failing 3 proficiency checks, who in the entire airport work area was unaware of this. Sometimes, having too much notoriety is not a blessing. Su Tsang entered Blue Sky Airlines bearing the title of the Flight Academy's best graduate, which naturally attracted the attention of some with ulterior motives. However, his subsequent development diverged wildly from expectations, rendering Blue Sky Airlines the subject of ridicule within the Jianchuan airport work area. The safety director furrowed his brow. The nature of this conversation seemed to have taken a turn. He could discern that the general manager of Blue Sky Airlines flight department and the chief pilot of Feiyu Airlines harbored personal grievances, their words laced with hostility. Furthermore, Li Qinxing was rather malevolent, seizing upon Su Tsang's minor missteps to cast aspersions. Such individuals might excel in leadership, yet he personally found their demeanor distasteful. Su Tsang had initially intended to remain silent and let the tempest pass. But as Li Qinxing's remarks grew increasingly outrageous, he felt a simmering irritation rise within him. What I did in the past has no bearing on this matter. Why must it be incessantly reiterated? Sutsong remained courteous, aware that officials were present and it would be inappropriate to speak too harshly. However, Lu Jinghua was unrestrained, directly posing the question, "Since you hold Sutsong in such disdain, how about a wager?" "On what?" Li Qingqing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "If Sutsong is merely a useless burden in your eyes, let's wager on his future." Lu Jinghua's eyes narrowed slightly. "Your Feiyu Airlines holds the record for the fastest captain hiring at 3 years and 11 months, correct? I wager that Sutsong will be appointed captain even more swiftly than that. What say you? Do you dare accept?" The safety director was momentarily dumbfounded. What was this? This was ostensibly a discussion regarding Feiyu Flight 6321, yet had devolved into a betting scenario between the two. Li Chunxing's eyelids twitched, yet he seriously contemplated the proposition, calmly asking, what are the stakes? Recently, did not Feiyu Airlines secure the 4-year operating rights for the Jianchuan to Yangcheng route? Precisely after 4 years. This route will be up for retender, perfectly aligning with the timeline. Ultimately, whoever prevails will claim the Jianchuan to Yangcheng route, thus sparing both our companies from contention, allowing us to avoid benefiting outside parties. What do you think? As Lu Jinghua mentioned the prospect of others benefiting, the safety director's expression shifted dramatically, and he cleared his throat lightly. Although I belong to different departments, is it entirely appropriate for you to speak of such matters in my presence? However, upon hearing this proposal, Li Qingqing pondered for a considerable time before his eyes gleamed with excitement. This appears to be a clash of wills between Lu Jinghua and his rival. However, it is in fact a pragmatic solution to determine the ownership of the Jinchuan-Yangqing flight route 4 years hence. The Jinchuan-Yangqing route occupies an awkward position, being neither particularly desirable nor easy to relinquish. Should this route be abandoned in 4 years' time, it would effectively be forfeiting it to Blue Sky Airlines, which is a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, a fierce contest against Blue Sky Airlines would necessitate substantial financial maneuvering, a task the leaders of Feiyu Airlines would likely find insurmountable, leaving them in a state of profound indecision. Lu Jinghua's seemingly reckless actions provided a way out for both airlines, offering a workable solution, albeit one that carries an air of frivolity. Li Chunxing, as the chief pilot of Feiyu Airlines, was inherently involved in route operations and held a significant voice in such matters. Without a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced to Lu Jinghua's proposition. It's a deal. However, he stipulated that the captain's inspection must be overseen by a representative appointed by our company, ensuring that no undue favors would be granted. Do you think I lack integrity like you? Lu Jinghua chided the bewildered Sutsong. What are you still sitting there for? Let's go. He glanced at the still confused director of flight safety. Director Su, all is well, I trust? If there are no issues, I shall take him with me. The director of flight safety assessed both Lu Jinghua and Li Qingqing before finally waving his hand. All right, let us call it a day. We will reach out to you should any further issues arise. Lu Jinghua shrugged and strode out of the meeting room, with Sutsong trailing behind. Just as they reached the door, Lu Jinghua suddenly recalled something. He turned back and retrieved the letter requesting the suspension of Sutsong's flying credentials from the table. Grinning as he addressed the director, Director Su, let us pretend you never saw this letter regarding Sutsong. My apologies for the jest. The director, rather amiable, chose not to dwell on Lu Jinghua's audacity, instead responding with a wry smile. Jinghua, is this a bit too playful? Their exchange hinted at a degree of personal rapport between them. Director, as someone within the industry, you must be aware of the substantial sums required to secure flight routes nowadays. It has become a considerable burden for us. Lu Jinghua sighed. This arrangement benefits both Blue Sky and Feiyu. Moreover, Sutsong might yet prevail. The director, well aware of the various undercurrents involved in route approvals, recognized the truth in Lu Jinghua's words and simply waved his hand. Very well, this is your decision. Lu Jinghua nodded, refraining from further comment, and quietly exited the meeting room. Once outside the regulatory bureau, he pulled a cigarette from his pocket and offered one to Sutsong. Care for smoke? Sutsong, a non-smoker, politely declined Lu Jinghua's offer, but earnestly sought clarification. Mr. Lu, Were you serious about what you just said? What do you think? Lu Jinghua lit his cigarette, squinting back at the imposing building of the Regulatory Bureau, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. However, such a significant matter rests upon my shoulders and I. Su Tsang did not continue, yet the implication was abundantly clear. Lu Jinghua exhaled a ring of smoke, appearing to be a seasoned smoker. He patted Su Tsang's shoulder and said, "This matter does not concern you. Without this wager, we would still endeavor to seek alternative solutions." Su Tsang, do you find my previous statements absurd? One day, when you have the opportunity to occupy my position, you will come to realize that reality is even more absurd. As he spoke, Lu Jinghua suddenly broke into a violent fit of coughing, irritably discarding the cigarette but onto the ground, stomping on it several times, while muttering curses under his breath. What a stroke of misfortune. Chapter 34. 3 years. Captain, in our country, the minimum flight hours required to apply for a flight route license is 2,700 hours, with a maximum of 1,000 hours flown per year. In reality, a pilot who manages to log over 900 hours in a year is considered quite exceptional. This implies that regardless of efficiency, hiring a captain necessitates at least 3 years of experience. However, this notion is rather idealized, as even if one passes all the examinations, merely scheduling these assessments requires considerable time. The record for the fastest hiring of a captain in the history of Feiyu Airlines is a result of serendipity and favorable circumstances, making it nearly impossible to replicate. Li Qinxing's unhesitant acceptance of Lu Jinghua's proposal stemmed from his belief that Su Tsang would certainly fail to achieve it. The opportunity to acquire a flight route without any cost is undoubtedly an enticing prospect. After exiting the Regulatory Bureau building, Lu Jinghua and Su Tsang chose not to summon the company's vehicles, but instead walked back to the company. Both the Regulatory Bureau and the base of Blue Sky Airlines are situated within the airport's operational zone. Thus, the walk takes merely over 20 minutes, not particularly far. Su Tsang followed silently behind Lu Jinghua, who ambled casually with his hands in his pockets, exhibiting none of the demeanor expected from the general manager of an airline's flight department. Today, Su Tsang felt he had gained a new understanding of Lu Jinghua. Previously, he had perceived Lu Jinghua as a quintessential bureaucrat, selfish and vindictive. However, the recent experience suggested a different facet of his character. As if he had read Su Tsang's thoughts, Lu Jinghua spoke without turning around. "Do you think I'm different today than when we first met?" "There is indeed a difference," Su Tsang replied candidly, voicing his inner thoughts without reserve. Lu Jinghua continued to walk, his words flowing. "When the company recruited you, 3 airlines competed for your talents, including Feiyu Airlines. In the end, we spent a total of 120,000, which is double the usual cost for a standard flight trainee. The budget for that recruitment was signed by me. Do you understand what that signifies?" Su Tsang lowered his head. "I have disappointed the company. Perhaps you have your reasons, or perhaps not, but the perception left behind is rather unexpected." Lu Jinghua, with his back to Su Tsang, could not see his expression. "From the moment you joined the company, everyone had high hopes for you. Yet you have single-handedly ruined all of it, turning us into a laughingstock among airlines." Suddenly, Lu Jinghua halted, slowly turning to face Su Tsang. "So, do you think I should be angry?" Standing 2 paces away from Lu Jinghua, Su Tsang kept his eyes downcast, silent. After a prolonged silence in the tense atmosphere, Lu Jinghua finally spoke again. "Do you still wish to fly?" Su Tsang shivered, nodding vigorously almost immediately. "You will rejoin the Boeing fleet. This is your last opportunity." Lu Jinghua raised 3 fingers. 3 years and 11 months. "Can you become a captain before then?" Su Tsang found himself momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately offering a response that could appease his own conscience. "Mr. Lu, I can only say that if I do not become a captain within the stipulated time, it will certainly not be my fault." Lu Jinghua paused in surprise before bursting in a hearty laughter, exclaiming, "That's enough, quite sufficient. However, I will not assist you. Everything must be earned by your own efforts." With that, Lu Jinghua turned to continue his path, yet this time, Su Tsang did not follow. Instead, he called out to Lu Jinghua, "Mr. Lu, I will not be returning to the company for now." Lu Jinghua halted and turned back, his expression one of mild surprise as he inquired, "What is it?" "I need to go to a place to inquire about something important," Su Tsang replied. Lu Jinghua did not press him further and waved his hand dismissively. "If you have matters to attend to, go ahead. Just ensure your phone is on. The company may reach out to you." Su Tsang nodded slightly. "Thank you, Mr. Liu. I will take my leave." "Go on," Lu Jinghua replied nonchalantly, turning away without probing into Su Tsang's destination, striding towards the blue sky aviation base. Su Tsang bit his lip and turned in the opposite direction. Guided by intuition, Su Tsang searched for over half an hour before finally halting in front of a somewhat desolate factory gate. The sign above the entrance read Yuan Yi Pharmaceutical Company Limited. Looking through the gate, the cracked green leaf logo caught his eye. This factory was indeed the pharmaceutical company he had observed from the sky. If all went as anticipated, they would develop rapamycin in 3 years. Rapamycin was his mother's only hope for survival. And today Su Tsang felt compelled to uncover the truth. Who would have imagined that the future globally renowned immunosuppressant rapamycin would originate from such a forlorn and desolate entrance? Standing at the gate for quite some time, Su Tsang saw no one apart from the drowsy guard at the small side entrance, lending an eerie ghost town atmosphere to the place. The bleak scene sent a chill through Su Tsang's heart, as such desolation did not bode well. Approaching the guard, Su Tsang roused him from his slumber and expressed his desire to meet with the company's manager. However, the guard scrutinized Su Tsang with a sidelong glance and retorted, "What is the purpose of your visit? Do you have an appointment?" Aware that his visit was somewhat abrupt, Su Tsang opted for honesty, explaining directly, "My mother requires a lung transplant, but there is no suitable immunosuppressant available. I heard that you are developing a new type of immunosuppressant, so I came to inquire about it." "You're quite a filial child," the guard remarked, his demeanor softening upon hearing that Su Tsang was there to save his mother's life. He instructed Su Tsang to wait a moment while he retreated into the guardhouse, presumably to consult with his superior. After about 5 minutes, the guard emerged, opened a small gate, and pointed towards the central building within the factory complex, saying, "Enter that building, the first office on your left." Su Tsang hastily expressed his gratitude and hurried towards the building, following the guidance of the elderly security guard. I turned left upon entering the building and soon discovered the office he had indicated. Peering inside, I found the decor to be quite unadorned, featuring merely a desk atop which rested a bulky computer monitor. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man in a white coat, appearing to be in his 40s, with his feet propped up on the table, gazing at Su Tsang with a casual demeanor. Suddenly, the man's eyes narrowed, and in a tone tinged with inquiry, he pointedly addressed Su Tsang. "Our company is developing a new immunosuppressant. How did you come to know about it?" Chapter 35, The 10 Million Task. This has indeed left Su Tsang momentarily speechless. He nervously touched his nose, stammering a vague response. "It was mentioned incidentally by my mother's attending physician. My mother has kidney issues, and the current immunosuppressants are not suitable for her. I heard that the new drug you are developing has minimal harm to the kidneys, so I thought I would come and try my luck." The middle-aged man before him was Lu Jinxin, the head of Yuanyue Pharmaceuticals and the chief technician for the new drug, rapamycin. However, his demeanor and appearance differed somewhat from Su Tsang's impression of a technical expert. If not for the name tag prominently displayed on his chest, Su Tsang would have immediately perceived him as nothing more than a disheveled drunkard. "The doctor said so?" Lu Jinxin stroked his stubble thoughtfully, shrugging slightly without dwelling too much on the matter. Although rapamycin had not yet been made public, there had been some preliminary discussions with colleagues in the field, making the leak of information somewhat inevitable. The pharmaceutical industry is quite small. Any stirrings are hard to keep under wraps. Lu Jinxin scratched his neck, appearing as though he had not fully recovered from a hangover, and said impatiently, "Theoretically, our new drug does have significantly lower nephrotoxicity. Let me ask you this. How much longer can your mother hold on?" Upon hearing this, Su Tsang's eyes lit up with hope. "She should be able to last a bit over a year, at most 2. If I were to spare no expense, I believe I could secure her another year of life, albeit at a tremendous cost." "A year more?" Lu Jinxin clicked his tongue. "To be frank with you, our research will cease in 3 months. What did you say?" Sootsong's pupils constricted as he stepped closer to Lu Jinxin's desk. Why will it stop? Is the new drug completed? Lu Jinxin sighed, shaking his head with a bitter smile. If it were completed, would I be in this predicament? We've run out of funds. Our resources will only last another 3 months. After that, all work will come to a halt until I can secure more financing. Out of funds. Even though he had anticipated this outcome, Sootsong was reluctant to accept it. Projects like the development of new drugs, which are notoriously costly, often lead smaller firms like Yuanya Pharmaceuticals into financial turmoil. It appeared that Lu Jinxin had not always looked so disheveled. It was likely that the stress of financial issues had taken its toll on him. Sootsong leaned against the desk, one hand supporting his forehead, feeling utterly overwhelmed as a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Lu Jinxin remained silent, patiently allowing Sootsong to come to terms with the situation. Sootsong's current state mirrored his reaction upon first learning of the funding chain's collapse. After a prolonged silence, Sootsong finally regained some composure. He took several deep breaths before asking seriously, if funding were sufficient, how long would it take to complete the development? If there were no financial issues, it would take just over a year. We are already in the final stages, Lu Jinxin replied candidly. Sootsong's heart tightened. The timeline for the new drug's development coincided perfectly with the deadline for his mother's surgery. If the drug's progress were to lag behind, Sootsong could perhaps find solace in the notion of fate. Otherwise, the weight of responsibility would be unbearable. Yet, if the development could indeed be realized but was delayed by financial constraints leading to his mother's demise, Sootsong felt this would cast a shadow over his entire life. Have you not considered attracting external investment? Why are you so adamant about financing it yourself? Sootsong inquired. This should be a promising investment project. Securing funding should not be too difficult. Lu Jinxin, who had previously held a favorable disposition towards Sootsong, immediately grew cold at this remark. His knuckles rapped heavily on the desk as he retorted, "You don't seem like an ignorant youth. You must understand that once capital is involved, many decisions are no longer within my control. Capital seeks profit. While my aspiration is to develop a medication accessible to the masses, profit cannot be my primary concern. Do you truly believe I should pursue external investment? But you currently lack even the funds for development. What purpose does persistence serve?" Sootsong persisted. "Enough." Lu Jinxin's voice escalated sharply. "I allowed you in here to explain the situation because of your quest to save your mother, not to hear your lectures. I would rather wait a few more years than allow this medication to become a tool for the exploitation of the common people." Lu Jinxin's resonant voice struck Sootsong profoundly. He recognized that Lu Jinxin possessed certain ideals, and his words had encroached upon those ideals. In the years that followed, Lu Jinxin indeed adhered to his principles, delaying for another 2 years without allowing external capital to intervene. "I apologize. I have become somewhat agitated," Lu Jinxin said, rubbing his face with his palm before waving his hand dismissively. "You are aware of the situation. There is nothing more I can do. You may leave." However, Sootsong remained steadfast, contemplating before earnestly asking, "What is the funding shortfall for the final stages of a new drug development?" "About 10 to 20 million, Lu Jinxin replied casually. In the realm of new drug development, where costs often exceeded hundreds of millions, 10 to 20 million could merely suffice for the completion of the project. Soon, Lu Jinxin seemed to sense something, observing Sootsong deep in thought. "What are you pondering? If I could procure this sum, would you be willing to accept it?" Sootsong stated with utmost seriousness. Lu Jinxin was momentarily taken aback. "What did you say? I mean, if I could provide this amount, would you accept it?" Sootsong's eyes radiated sincerity. "I do not care about profit, nor will I interfere with your dreams. I only wish to save my mother." Lu Jinxin stood there, momentarily stunned. "You young man," upon exiting the gates of Yuanya Pharmaceuticals. Sootsong tilted his head to face the blazing sun, and after a long pause, all his thoughts coalesced into a soft sigh. Eventually, Lu Jinxin acquiesced to Sootsong's proposal, but the question remained. Where would the money come from? Over 10 million. Even if he were to weigh himself and sell at the price of bare paws, he wouldn't amass over 10 million. Life truly is arduous. Sootsong plopped down on a large rock by the roadside, lamenting the considerable difficulties of existence. reflecting on the experiences of protagonists in films and novels who reborn and achieved great feats. He wondered how his own life had devolved into such a predicament. Suddenly, Sutsong's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a message from Lu Jinghua. He composed himself and answered the call. "Sutsong, have you completed the task?" Lu Jinghua inquired, his tone tinged with urgency. "Yes, I just finished." "What's the matter, Mr. Lu? Now that you're done, hurry over to the company and come to my office." Lu Jinghua insisted, lowering his voice for reasons unknown. "The representative from Chuanxia Travel is waiting for you. Get here quickly." Chapter 36. The Green Train in the Sky. "Father, I have some matters to attend to, so I want to be returning for now." Alongside the road, Sutsong spoke on the phone with his father as he walked. Since Lu Jinghua had graciously consented to grant Sutsong another opportunity, it was prudent for him to remain with Blue Sky Airlines until he devised an alternative means of earning. "Don't worry, it's all right. Attend to your affairs. Your mother and I will manage here," Su Jinming immediately replied. "By the way, are you still using that bank card?" "Yes, I am. Why do you ask?" "I have some funds here. I will transfer them to that card shortly. Please take the time to check it." Sutsong paused momentarily, then added, "Dad, Mom needs her medication, so let us opt for the best. If funds are insufficient, just let me know, and I will find a way." Upon hearing this, Su Jinming hesitated. "Son, the doctor mentioned it's unnecessary. The effect of premium medication is minimal." Su Jinming came perilously close to outright declaring a cessation of treatment, a notion that Sutsong understood all too well. It was likely that his mother was aware of this as well, indicating that she had already resigned herself to her fate. Yet, Sutsong found this acceptance intolerable. "Father, listen to me. Mom still has a chance. Trust my words. Do not be reluctant to spend money on her medications. Every additional day she lives is a day filled with hope." On the other end of the line, Su Jinming's voice quivered with emotion. He felt that Sutsong had succumbed to an irrational obsession. The doctor had spoken plainly, so why persist in futile efforts? As Sutsong had anticipated, Su Jinming had laid bare the situation to Sutsong's mother. Upon learning the truth, she preferred to refrain from spending money on what she deemed futile, choosing instead to save it for Sutsong. "Son, your mother's illness cannot be treated. An incurable illness is her fate, unalterable." Though these words sounded harsh, they were uttered through tears by a 50-year-old man. Even the lowliest creature clings to life. Who would willingly forsake their existence unless utterly devoid of hope? However, such a statement pierced Sutsong's heart, igniting a fervent outburst. "I refuse to accept fate. One more year. Let my mother endure just one more year, and she will witness the hope of living." At that moment, Sutsong had reached the entrance of Blue Sky Airlines. His sudden outcry startled the security guard. Regaining his composure, he ran his fingers through his hair and stood still for a while. After a brief interlude, Sutsong inhaled deeply. "Father, I must go. I have matters to attend to at the company. Just remember what I said." With that, he ended the call, wiped his eyes, displayed his employee ID to the guard, and entered the base building amidst the guard's bewildered gaze. Had it not been for the bird strike incident at Feiyu Airlines, he would have been home by now, keeping his mother company by her bedside. Yet, fate had curiously led him back to this place. Following Lu Jinghua's directions, Sutsong made his way directly to the office of the general manager of the flight department. Upon arriving, he found Qin Exin leisurely seated on the sofa, savoring her tea, while the office's owner, Lu Jinghua, stood nearby, visibly restless. Suddenly, Lu Jinghua spotted Sutsong's arrival, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve. He hurriedly went out to welcome Sutsong inside. "Why have you only just arrived? Miss Qin has been waiting for quite some time." "It's no trouble. It hasn't been long," Qin Exin remarked, rising from the sofa and casting a glance at Lu Jinghua. He immediately understood the cue, grinning as he patted Sutsong's shoulder before slipping out, closing the office door behind him. The room was left with only Sutsong and Qin Exin. In the presence of his future wife, Sutsong felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Under Qin Exin's scrutinizing gaze, he managed a wry smile and asked, "Miss Qin, is there something you need from me?" "Nothing particularly significant, just bringing you something," she replied, extracting a black card from her handbag on the coffee table and handing it to Sutsong. "This card contains 1 million. and the password is 6 ones. Here, take it. Excuse me? Su Tsang had envisioned numerous reasons for Qin Xian's visit, but never anticipated her coming to bestow money upon him. Why are you giving me money? Without regard for Su Tsang's acceptance, Qin Xian pressed the card into his hand. My brother was on flight Feiyu 6321 just now. You save his life. 1 million is hardly excessive. Upon hearing this, Su Tsang immediately recalled the last VIP passenger boarding the flight. Could that person indeed be Qin Xian's brother, his future brother-in-law? In an instant, Su Tsang pieced together the connection, marveling at the serendipity of fate that had led him to unwittingly save his future brother-in-law's life. If that were the case, the reward of 1 million seemed quite modest. Under different circumstances, Su Tsang might have hesitated to accept, but given his current financial needs, he felt no compunction as he slipped the card into his pocket. After all, they would soon be family, and accepting the money bore no moral burden. Seeing Su Tsang accept the bank card with such ease brought a smile to Qin Xian's face. I appreciate straightforward individuals like you. Some people, despite their desperate love for money, still put on a facade of superiority. Well, I've seen you, the gift is given, so I'll take my leave. True to Su Tsang's impression of her, she was indeed a forthright and decisive woman. Grabbing her handbag, Qin Xian offered no further words and appeared ready to depart, leaving Su Tsang somewhat speechless. Wasn't it said that those who are reborn often feel an indescribable connection upon meeting their future partners? Why did it seem that Qin Xian harbored no special feelings for her future husband? These curious thoughts flitted away as Qin Xian moved to open the door to leave, prompting Su Tsang to call out to her, Miss Qin, I heard you signed a 10 billion contract with Blue Sky Airlines? Do the employees of Blue Sky Airlines possess such a sense of ownership? Is this your area of concern? Su Tsang quickly waved his hand, signaling that he meant no offense, and plunged into the main topic. Chartering a flight, while convenient, incurs high costs. Have you never considered establishing your own airline? Qin Xian was uncertain whether it was mockery or genuine interest, as a subtle smile graced her fair and delicate face. Do you have any idea how much it costs to establish an airline? She inquired. There is some merit in the notion that renting is preferable to purchasing. No. Su Tsang interjected. I believe Miss Qin has misunderstood. The domestic airlines certainly incur substantial expenses, and investing solely in supporting the primary tourism business would indeed be a waste. He chuckled lightly. What I meant to convey is the establishment of a single model, low-cost budget airline. Chapter 37. Trial run route. Lu Jinghua was aware of Qin Xian's purpose for seeking Su Tsang, pondering that expressing gratitude should not take much time. However, after waiting for over an hour outside the office, there was still no sign of their emergence. What would they be doing in there? Leaning against the office entrance, Lu Jinghua was filled with questions. Meanwhile, inside the office, Qin Xian remained immersed in the vision Su Tsang had painted regarding low-cost airlines, taking a considerable time to digest his words. Confusion clouded her beautiful eyes. You speak of a singular aircraft model, secondary airports, and simplified in-flight services. Isn't this akin to a green-skinned train in the sky? In her understanding, civil aviation should embody sophistication, with impeccably dressed pilots, youthful and attractive flight attendants, and premium onboard services. Yet, Su Tsang's description suggested that these delightful fantasies of civil aviation could be readily discarded. Su Tsang snapped his fingers. Precisely. It is like a green-skin train. The investment by Chuanxia Travel and Civil Aviation is precisely to complement your tourism industry, to transport tour groups to their destinations. So why should one care about the existence of first-class cabins, meals, or free baggage allowance? Qin Xian felt as though her entire worldview was profoundly shaken. Previously, Chuanxia Travel had relied on charter contracts with airlines for group transportation, with charter costs comprising a significant portion of their expenditures. If they could indeed compress this cost, it would be undeniably enticing. Yet, could civil aviation truly operate in this manner? It was entirely contrary to her understanding. Moreover, one cannot merely regard low-cost airlines as ancillary tools. They possess the potential to be lucrative in their own right. The domestic sinking market remains an untouched blue ocean with unimaginable potential. The operational model of low-cost airlines would not truly unfold in the domestic sphere for another 11 years. This model is not a novel concept. Foreign airlines began implementing low-cost operations back in the 1990s. Indeed, despite Su Tsong's grandiose claims, the subsequent era would reveal that low-cost airlines do not necessarily guarantee profitability, with numerous failures along the way. However, the integration of the low-cost airline model with Chuanxia Travel's affordable tourism will become a formidable weapon. Chuanxia Travel's extensive network of retail sales points could effectively address their sales issues, and by leveraging the travel agency's market network, they could expand the airline system. Consequently, the flight occupancy rate could be assured, maintaining the company's normal cash flow. Su Tsong was so confident that this model would succeed with Chuanxia Travel because, even without him, over a decade later, Chuanxia Travel would establish its own low-cost airline, Chuanxia Airlines, which would eventually grow into the largest low-cost airline in the country. In the future, the success of Chuanxia Airlines would inspire countless airlines to emulate its model, yet very few would replicate that success. Many would find themselves in financial turmoil, tarnishing their original brands. Spring-Summer Airlines boasts an unparalleled sales network, courtesy of its parent company, Spring-Summer Travel, a feat unmatched by other airlines. Furthermore, the establishment of Spring-Summer Airlines occurred during the mid-phase of the golden era of domestic civil aviation, which meant it did not fully capitalize on the burgeoning benefits of this thriving industry. Had Spring-Summer Airlines been founded at the inception of this golden age, it undoubtedly would have reached unprecedented heights by reaping the full rewards. Those who came after truly embodied the proposals articulated by Su Tsong, instilling him with a profound sense of confidence, enabling him to speak with unwavering conviction, devoid of any hint of uncertainty. Qin Xin could perceive Su Tsong's resolute demeanor, which only intensified her intrigue. She was not a naive heiress, oblivious to the intricacies of the industry. From the diagrams Su Tsong presented, she sensed the potential for a transformative achievement that could revolutionize the sector. However, Su Tsong's vision was exceedingly avant-garde and constrained by the limits of her era. Qin Xin struggled to grasp many aspects fully, often hindered by ingrained thought patterns. What you mentioned earlier seems rather vague. Could you elaborate further? Qin Xin inquired thoughtfully. For instance, which aircraft model would be utilized? How can labor costs be minimized? What modifications would be made to the cabin layout? And how should the route structure be adjusted? It must be acknowledged that Qin Xin was genuinely contemplating these matters, her inquiries delving into the crux of the issues at hand. While the fundamentals of low-cost aviation necessitate cost reduction, the specifics of implementation are laden with complexity. Upon being posed these questions, Su Tsong, who had previously been quite loquacious, suddenly fell silent, leaning quietly against the sofa, his expression devoid of any particular emotion. Qin Xin was momentarily perplexed by Su Tsong's reaction, but soon grasped his intent and tentatively asked, "Are you seeking to negotiate terms?" Su Tsong sighed. Truth be told, even if Qin Xin currently held no connection to him, she would eventually become his wife, and it felt somewhat peculiar to negotiate with her. Despite feeling a tinge of embarrassment, he admitted, "I am in dire need of funds. I believe this proposal holds considerable value." Su Tsong scratched his head, his face slightly flushed. Qin Xin was taken aback by Su Tsong's candor, yet she bore no resentment. In all sincerity, his words had stirred something within her. Valuable contributions ought to receive appropriate compensation. "How much do you seek?" She responded directly, her straightforwardness causing Su Tsong to redden further. Clearing his throat, Su Tsong coughed a few times, if possible, 10 million? To be honest, as he uttered this figure, Su Tsong wished he could vanish into the ground. Though it could be seen as merely transferring money from one hand to another, the act felt undeniably shameful. If your proposal is as compelling as you suggest, 10 million does not seem exorbitant. Qin Xin mused thoughtfully. However, to validate your plan, we would need to invest a substantial amount of money. What if it fails? In the early stages, Spring-Summer Travel has already invested heavily in charter flights and cannot afford to allocate excessive funds to test Su Tsong's proposal, despite her intrinsic belief in its merit. Why not initiate a small-scale pilot project? For instance, we could station an aircraft at Arai Airport, establish a dedicated office, and conduct a trial run of low-cost routes, ultimately assessing the results. Suitsong contemplated this. I've already envisioned the trial route, Arai to Baoan. Chin Xin felt her eyelids twitching uncontrollably, pondering whether Suitsong had meticulously planned this all along. This scheme appears exceedingly well thought out. As tourism professionals, you must have evaluated the considerable potential of Arai as a travel destination. The Arai to Baoan route would undoubtedly be emblematic. Suitsong's expression was earnest. If feasible, I would like to operate this route. Chapter 38. Promotion examination for Level 1 co-pilot. You are negotiating an enormous contract worth $1 billion with Blue Sky Airlines. Though it is yet to be signed, perhaps you could propose an additional clause in the contract to wet lease an aircraft from Blue Sky Airlines to operate from Arai Airport, along with hiring necessary ground administrative personnel to establish an office. This could effectively resemble a simplified airline, allowing us to evaluate the operational outcomes over a period of time. Suitsong inquired cautiously. Such operational results should be quite significant for reference, greatly mitigating risk. What do you think? Chin Xin glanced at Suitsong with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. You certainly have arranged everything for your employer quite clearly. Life has its demands, and I have pressing matters that require substantial funding. Suitsong admitted earnestly, perhaps you believe I am asking for an exorbitant amount now. But in a few years, you will realize the immense benefits this proposal could yield. I will assess these matters on my own. The issue lies in my lack of confidence in you as a person. Chin Xin replied with a shrug. I am aware of your reputation, which does not inspire trust. How can I believe in you? Suitsong found himself momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that his past indiscretions had cast a shadow on Chin Xion's perception of him. However, it was only natural for her to harbor doubts about someone of dubious repute. Yet, this situation had unfolded, and Suitsong could not simply revert to a time before he joined the company. Did this imply that his aspirations were doomed to failure? He sighed inwardly, acknowledging the difficulty of his predicament. The notion of proposing a low-cost airline was a spur-of-the-moment idea from Suitsong, and he recognized that such a spontaneous thought lacked thoroughness. Thus, the absence of the anticipated outcome was not entirely surprising. Just as he began to feel despondent, Chin Xin unexpectedly remarked, however, the recent flight YU-6321 incident has certainly been eye-opening. I can offer you an opportunity. Would you like to give it a try? Suitsong instantly perked up, his spirits lifted. What opportunity? You're still a trainee, correct? Generally, it takes 2 years to ascend from trainee to level 3 co-pilot. I want you to accomplish this within 2 months. Can you do it? 2 months? Suitsong quickly calculated in his mind. Transitioning from trainee to level 3 co-pilot necessitates 200 hours of flight experience. Although he had previously been lackadaisical, he had managed to accumulate over 30 hours. This meant he needed to amass 170 hours within 2 months, averaging nearly 90 hours per month, according to the Civil Aviation Administration's flight time regulations. This would essentially require flying continuously for 2 months. Furthermore, all examinations from trainee to level 1 co-pilot, and from level 1 to level 2, and level 2 to level 3 must be passed on the first attempt. Should he fail any test, he would have to wait at least 28 days for a retest. The challenge lay in Suitsong's knowledge that few co-pilots at Blue Sky Airlines were able to log the required hours, with most averaging only 60 to 70 hours per month. It seemed nearly impossible to accumulate 170 hours within 2 months. However, this is not a matter that requires contemplation at present. Regardless, it is best to agree first and discuss later. Certainly, Suitsong readily acquiesced to Chin Xion's demands. If I fulfill your requirements, will you endorse my proposal? What a jest! Chin Xion chuckled while adjusting her attire. That amounts to 10 million, not merely 1,000. Once you manage to ascend to the position of a level 3 co-pilot within 2 months, I shall contemplate wet leasing an aircraft and establishing an office by Arai Lake. Furthermore, you will need to validate the viability of your operational model to me. Should either of these conditions remain unmet, that sum will elude you. Transitioning from an apprentice to a level 3 co-pilot within 2 months, followed by the trial operation of the Arai route, is no trivial endeavor. Nevertheless, Su Tsang yearned to attempt it, as it represented his sole opportunity. Very well, it is settled. Su Tsang resolutely accepted the challenge posed by Qin Exine. Having an opportunity, however slim, is preferable to having none at all. Qin Exine rose, raising a finger. You possess but one chance. Failure will preclude further opportunities. With that, she departed the office leisurely, leaving Su Tsang burdened with the weight of the future, acutely aware that he would need to exert himself to meet Qin Exine's demands. Shortly after her departure, Lu Jinghua peeked back in, inquiring with curiosity, "What were you two discussing in there for so long?" "Oh, nothing much." Su Tsang contemplated briefly. "General Manager Lu, I wish to apply for promotion. It won't interfere, will it?" "Huh. You wish to promote to level 1 co-pilot?" Lu Jinghua remarked. "Go ahead and fly to the standards department. The company has already requested the regulatory authority to rescind the letter, so your flight qualifications remain unaffected. Feel free to proceed with the promotion. However, if I recall correctly, the promotion to level 1 co-pilot entails a theoretical examination, doesn't it?" Su Tsang rubbed his eyes, feeling a slight sting. "No need. If there is nothing else, I shall head to the standards department now." Lu Jinghua merely nodded. "Go ahead." Realizing he could not afford to delay any longer, Su Tsang hastened to the technical administrator of the standard department to apply for the promotion examination. Upon Su Tsang's arrival, the technical administrator appeared astonished, as if witnessing the sun rising from the west. In truth, Su Tsang could have applied for the promotion long ago, as long as he had been recruited into the airline, completed the necessary modifications, and finished the training. He could have sought the promotion. Yet, Su Tsang had previously shown no interest in advancing, choosing instead to languish in the role of an apprentice. "I had thought you transitioned to a ground position." Su Tsang's reputation in the flight department was quite renowned, even among ground administrative personnel. This was not a favorable reputation, and though Su Tsang was not particularly thin-skinned, he still felt a flush of embarrassment. "There were some issues. I remained with the fleet." It was evident that the technical administrator was unaware of Su Tsang's actions aboard flight YU-6321. The technical administrator did not inquire further, but swiftly reviewed the recent records of theoretical examinations. Typically, a theoretical exam for pilots is not conducted for an individual alone. It is generally necessary to wait until a sufficient number of candidates have gathered. After a considerable period of searching, the administrator remarked, "There is a theoretical examination for Airbus scheduled in 3 days. Is this time frame acceptable, or is it too tight?" "No problem. Just that one will suffice." "What time is it?" "At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in the adjacent theoretical training classroom." The technical administrator confirmed, "If you have no objections, shall I go ahead and register you?" Su Tsang nodded. "Yes, please register me." Chapter 39. The Terminator of Air Disasters 2 days later, in the office of Luo Yong, the vice president of operations at Blue Sky Airlines. Employees passing by instinctively veered away, as the sound of Luo Yong's furious roars intermittently echoed from within. "Lu Jinghua, have you lost your senses? Are you willing to gamble on a flight route?" Luo Yong's face contorted with rage, veins bulging as if he might resort to physical confrontation. Standing across the desk, Lu Jinghua bowed and apologized profusely. "Director Luo, the Jinchuan Yangqing route is nothing but a trivial line. Rather than squandering money on such a route, wouldn't it be wiser to strike a private agreement with Feiyu Airlines? We all seek a graceful exit." Luo Yong wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, having shouted so vehemently that he splattered quite a bit. "Do you not realize that such actions come across as childish and absurd? What then? Are we to hand over money to the transportation department like fools? Are you truly satisfied with that?" Lu Jinghua appeared to harbor a long-standing grievance. Last year, the facilitation fees for a secondary airport route exceeded $1 million. The Jinchuan Yangqing route, involving a first-tier airport, will incur costs several times greater. And that does not even guarantee we will secure the route. Our fierce competition with Feiyu serves no purpose other than to squander funds. It is not a premium route resource, so why invest such substantial capital? Luo Yong found himself at a loss for words in response to Lu Jinghua's barrage of complaints. Ultimately, What Liu Jinghua stated was indeed factual. In a society driven by personal connections, it is not an exaggeration to say that over 90% of matters require some form of facilitation, which invariably demands financial expenditure. As long as Blue Sky Airlines and Feiyu Airlines compete for the Jinchuan-Yanqing route, a considerable sum will be required regardless of the outcome. Yet, the thought of the two companies withdrawing without reason was equally disheartening. Thus, Liu Jinghua contemplated that rather than enduring this contentious existence, it might be preferable to resolve matters through a farcical gamble, such as the prevailing environment. What can we do? Luo Yong was weary of chastising Liu Jinghua further. Regardless, you cannot subtly mock the transportation department in front of Director Su. The Aviation Security Department and the Transportation Department are, after all, part of the same family. What if your words were to reach their ears, leading to repercussions for us? A family does not always share the same sentiments. Director Su is not one to gossip. And besides, we may not necessarily lose. Wouldn't acquiring a flight route without any cost be a cause for celebration? As he spoke, Liu Jinghua produced a stack of printed materials from behind him, presenting them to Luo Yong. Director Luo, take a look at this. What is it? Luo Yong received the documents, glancing through them. Is this QR data? Liu Jinghua nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he urged, Director Luo, just focus on the data below 50 feet. There's no need to examine the rest. Below 50 feet? What about it? Luo Yong, reaching for a pair of glasses, donned them to better examine the densely packed data, which was becoming increasingly challenging to decipher with age. He flipped through the pages, quickly locating the information pertaining to altitudes below 50 feet. The QR data is remarkably detailed, encompassing variables such as wind direction and speed, true airspeed, ground speed, angle of attack, pitch, elevator, ailerons, and rudder inputs, along with N1 RPM, rate of climb, flap position, and more. To the untrained eye, these elements may seem incomprehensible, and even seasoned professionals like Luo Yong require a moment to process the information. Soon enough, Luo Yong discerned an issue. Filled with apprehension, there seems to be a malfunction with the flaps. Are they misaligned? The QR data reveals that during the leveling phase below 50 feet, the flap handle had already been set to the 40 position, with the right flap successfully positioned at 40. However, the left flap became stuck between the 15 and 25 positions, a classic sign of a flap misalignment failure. Indeed, the dual-engine failure had rendered the hydraulic pumps of the AB system inoperative, while theoretically, an electric pump could serve as a substitute. Peculiar failures may arise under high hydraulic demand, such as the issue with one side of the flap. Liu Jinghua remarked, in a super-low altitude environment, the inconsistency between the flaps led to an abrupt roll, compounded by the significant angle of sideslip inherent to the aircraft. Luo Yong placed the printed QR data on the table, exclaiming, "This appears quite troublesome." Troubling is an understatement. Liu Jinghua recalled the shock he felt upon examining the QR data, still astonished. General Luo, you also saw the data, right? A single rudder input corrected the aircraft's alignment with the runway centerline, and a mere push brought the main wing to a level position, flawlessly executed. Such skill, such technique, is not something one could master even if they began flying from birth. General Luo, do you think this young man possesses some extraordinary talent? In response, Luo Yong maintained a pragmatic perspective, shrugging slightly. After all, he is the only graduate in the history of the Flight Academy to achieve a perfect score. Such talent is hardly surprising. So, why be so pessimistic? He undoubtedly had the capability to become a captain 3 years and 11 months ago. Luo Yong shot a stern glare at Liu Jinghua. But what if something goes awry? 3 years and 11 months is not merely a matter of capability. If any single aspect falters, the endeavor could fail. Do you understand? I understand, Liu Jinghua replied nonchalantly. If Su Tsang succeeds, it will be a joyous outcome. If he fails, the company will pursue accountability, and I will resign, distancing myself from any company-related consequences. In essence, regardless of the outcome, the company would incur no losses. Luo Yong was taken aback, realizing that Liu Jinghua intended to play both sides. If they win, great. If they lose, he would simply feign ignorance, correct? Meanwhile, In a modest guest house within a rural area of Jianchuan, Su Tsang lay on the bed, still clothed, yet his eyes were tightly shut. Beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead as he mumbled incoherently, seemingly trapped in a nightmarish reverie. Suddenly, Su Tsang jolted awake, gasping for air. Wiping the sweat from his brow, his heart racing uncontrollably. What felt like reality. Su Tsang scratched his neck once again, noticing that he was perspiring profusely, evidently quite frightened. Over the past few days, he had tirelessly perused the manual, determined to pass the theoretical examination in one go, and even without studying, he would likely fare well. Under the immense mental strain, Su Tsang had dozed off while studying and experienced a vivid dream of an aviation disaster, filled with astonishingly realistic details that jolted him awake. During this period, aside from focusing on the theoretical exam, Su Tsang had also been contemplating the aviation disaster. He had not only personally endured the calamity of Flight 124 of Feiyu Airlines, but had even altered the fates of those aboard the ill-fated aircraft. Did this imply that Su Tsang possessed the ability to save the lives of future victims of aviation disasters? However, one concern lingered in Su Tsang's mind. The details of the Flight 124 disaster did not entirely align with his recollections. Chapter 40. What are you thinking? In retrospect, Su Tsang pondered that although the aviation disaster involving Feiyu Airlines coincided with the date and cause of the calamity, there appeared to be a significant discrepancy in the specific timing. Recalling the historical incident of Feiyu Flight 124, it seemed to have occurred in the evening, whereas this particular event transpired in the morning, marking a substantial temporal difference. Su Tsang was uncertain whether he had misremembered or if some unforeseen alterations had arisen due to his rebirth. However, since the outcome was favorable, he chose not to dwell on it excessively. Despite his position as the chief pilot of the Bureau, Su Tsang was not an expert in civil aviation history. Furthermore, it was pivotal to note that the aircraft involved was a Boeing. In the years following, the once illustrious Boeing company would suffer a significant blow with the 737 MAX model, leading to its decline and eventual retreat from the mainstream commercial aviation market. By the time Su Tsang neared the end of his tenure, he had largely ceased to concern himself with Boeing aircraft, reminiscent of the once mighty McDonnell Douglas, which had faded into the annals of history. Having little regard for aircraft models that were no longer operational, Su Tsang instinctively overlooked related information. He lamented not having studied civil aviation history more thoroughly. Rubbing his temples, he recalled that within the last couple of years, there would be a catastrophic failure during a water landing, a tragedy that subsequent analyses have failed to resolve, rendering it a virtually inescapable fate. His recent dream had placed him in the midst of that incident, leaving him considerably shaken. Rising from his bed, he took a generous sip of water, feeling his heartbeat gradually stabilize. He fervently hoped to avoid encountering that ill-fated accident. In truth, Su Tsang had harbored an unsettling premonition since earlier. If his recollection of the Feiyu Flight 124 disaster was accurate, it implied that the timing of the catastrophe had indeed shifted. This raised concerns about the reliability of his memories regarding other aviation disasters, suggesting that the timing of such incidents might be subject to change. What was even more disconcerting was the possibility that not only the timing could alter, but also the location and the airline involved. This implied that Su Tsang might genuinely confront that enigmatic disaster. Surely, such misfortune could not befall him. After all, having experienced the fortuity of rebirth, he felt it improbable that he would be doomed to misfortune. Reassuring himself, he clicked his tongue and picked up his wallet from the table. Inside, he found a thin stack of cash, his remaining assets, amounting to 3,000 yuan. Just 2 days prior, he had been a millionaire, but now he found himself reduced to a state of financial despair. Qin Xin had gifted him 1 million, which he promptly passed on to Liu Jinxin to facilitate the continued development of rapamycin. Liu Jinxin, seeing Su Tsang's funds as an investment in his venture, assured him that not only would it benefit the public, but it would also yield substantial profits, painting a tantalizing picture of future success. Subsequently, Su Tsang sold all of his gaming cards and sent his remaining funds to his father, Su Zhiming, given that his mother was not yet eligible for a lung transplant. The money he transferred, combined with the family's savings, was more than sufficient to cover her high-quality conservative treatment. Originally, I intended to peruse the manual further. However, I realized that it would only exacerbate my mental fatigue without yielding any significant benefits. Thus, I decided to take a brief respite and strike a balance between work and rest. Just as I settled down, my phone buzzed with a message from the company, notifying me that the flight schedule for the upcoming week had been sent to my email. Back in the year 2000, the airline's method of disseminating flight plans was rather cumbersome, as they would package the upcoming week as assignments and send them to the pilots' inboxes. Sutsong hastily logged into his email, and indeed, he found a document detailing the flight tasks for the following week. Upon opening it, the muscles in Sutsong's face tensed in dismay. To his astonishment, there was merely one assignment for Jianchuan-Bu, which amounted to less than 3 hours of flight time for the round trip. Given the sparse density of flight tasks, it seemed implausible to accumulate sufficient flying hours within a month. He would be lucky to garner 40 or 50 hours, a stark contrast to Sutsong's aspirations. Why was it so minimal? Sutsong pondered for a moment before reaching out to a friend who was a first officer to verify his flight assignments. It is worth noting that the current functionality for checking flight schedules had yet to be developed. In the future, one could easily access such information through a dedicated software created by the airline, eliminating the need for phone calls. However, after a brief conversation, Sutsong found himself engulfed in despair. His friend also reported only one assignment for the upcoming week, which was undeniably disheartening news. This indicated that the planning department was not deliberately targeting Sutsong. Rather, it was a reflection of the broader environment, where flight assignments were scarce. One would expect an increase in flights as the spring festival approached, so why were there still so few? Sutsong tossed his phone onto the bed and flopped down beside it, tossing and turning in frustration. With the current lack of flight hours, the prospects of transitioning to a Level 3 first officer in 2 months or becoming a captain in 3 years were nothing but a mirage. What to do? What to do? Sutsong incessantly scratched his scalp, nearly drawing blood in his desperation. Yet solutions eluded him. After much contemplation, Sutsong resolved to have a brief discussion with the scheduling department. Although he doubted it would yield any results, he felt he had no choice but to try. Soon, he reached the scheduling department, introduced himself, and inquired, "May I ask if the company has indeed reduced flights?" To this, the scheduler did not hold back, candidly replying, "Yes. We recently underwent a safety inspection by the authorities, and our company did not pass, resulting in the cancellation of numerous flights." Did you not know? Indeed, Sutsong's instincts had been correct. Logically, one would expect an increase in flights approaching the Spring Festival, not a decrease. It turned out that the company had suffered due to the authorities' safety inspection. Such penalties for safety violations typically lasted at least a quarter. By the time the flight reductions were lifted, Sutsong's dreams of advancing to a Level 3 first officer would likely be buried. Sutsong licked his lips and slightly organized his thoughts. The situation is this. I currently lack flight experience. Would it be possible to communicate with the planning department to arrange additional flights for me? Although the dispatch room and the planning room are not the same department, they share an office, and information flows freely between them. Therefore, it is feasible to probe for insights from the dispatch side. However, as soon as Sutsong spoke, it elicited a hearty laugh from the dispatch team, leaving Sutsong wishing he could disappear into a crack in the ground. After a prolonged bout of laughter, the dispatch team, with a hint of playful sarcasm, remarked, "Brother, what are you daydreaming about?" Chapter 41. Overly astute, I said, "Brother, do you perhaps harbor some misconceptions, such as feeling targeted?" The dispatcher, visibly agitated, retorted, "Our company's flights have been reduced by more than a third. Feel free to inquire with anyone, whether it be the co-pilot, captain, or instructor. Even the leaders of the flight department are lamenting the lack of flights. You are certainly not alone in this discontent. Do you genuinely believe that your mere words will result in additional flight assignments? Are you lost in a fanciful dream? For reasons unknown." The dispatcher's tone was akin to that of someone who had consumed gunpowder, with 2 out of 3 sentences directed at confrontation. Sutsong was not mistaken. The dispatcher had indeed been in a foul mood lately. There were many like Sutsong who bemoaned the scarcity of flights. For pilots' earnings are directly tied to flight hours. If the hours do not increase, where lies the opportunity for profit? If it were merely ordinary pilots voicing their grievances, the dispatcher might have dismissed it as mere background noise. However, the severe reduction in flights had even impacted the leaders of the flight department. Complaints from leaders carry a weight that those from employees do not, making the dispatcher's position exceedingly difficult, akin to being caught in a web of familial obligation. I apologize, but I truly need to accumulate 170 hours of experience within the next 2 months. Despite the dispatcher's brusque demeanor, Soo-song bore the situation with restraint, for he needed something from him. Just because you have concerns, does that mean others do not? The dispatcher's voice grew louder. Oh, how is it that we have run out of water again? Has the company become so miserly that even bottled water is under strict control? It's infuriating. Soo-song understood that the latter part of the dispatcher's outburst was not directed at him, yet he endured the tirade patiently until he cautiously inquired, "Excuse me, to whom should I submit a request for increased flights? Is there a channel for that?" "What channel? We are all in the same boat. What more do you expect?" The dispatcher's patience was evidently wearing thin. "Brother, I advise you to refrain from bringing this matter up with the company for the time being, as it may be perceived as ungrateful." With that, the dispatcher abruptly ended the call. It appeared to be a genuinely intractable situation. Soo-song's mind was a tangled mess, unable to discern any threads that could lead to a solution. From a practical standpoint, he would rather believe he was being targeted by the company, as that would afford him some means of appeal. In a climate where the entire company seemed despondent, even if a path were to be opened, it would certainly be reserved for the leaders, leaving no opportunity for him. From the dispatcher's tone, it was evident that the leaders were currently brimming with grievances. Thus, there seemed to be no recourse available. Soo-song buried his head into his pillow, covering it with another, and let out a muffled cry. What am I to do? The following morning, at the scheduling office of Blue Sky Airlines, dispatcher Yu Haitao yawned as he clocked in on the first floor before scratching his head and taking the elevator to the 7th floor. The previous night, a vast thunderstorm had swept across the northern and southeastern regions of the country, resulting in over 20 flights being diverted and more than 30 being canceled. As a dispatcher, Yu had labored until just past 5 in the morning, then snatched 3 hours of sleep in the dormitory before hastily returning to duty. He felt as though he were walking on air, and if this continued, he feared he might collapse at any moment. Uncertain whether it was the result of insufficient sleep that caused his blood pressure to rise, Yu-hai felt a surge of warmth rushing to his head, making his eyes bulge uncomfortably. With half-closed eyelids, he staggered into his office, nearly dozing as he walked, relying solely on instinct. Given the current time, he expected the office to be empty. The morning rush had subsided, and he hoped for a brief respite. After yawning several times, just as he was about to open the door, he found it ajar. Did I forget to close it last night? He scratched his head, unable to recall whether he had locked the door before leaving at around 5 in the morning. However, he dismissed the thought and pushed the door open. Upon entering, he was greeted by the serene silence of the office, a setting he found quite pleasing. Adjusting his clothing, he settled into his workspace, hands tucked into his pockets, ready to close his eyes and rejuvenate. Yet, just as he was about to drift away, he suddenly heard a rustling noise, followed by the unexpected question, "Have you had breakfast?" Startled from his semi-dazed state, Yu-hai nearly jumped, his face betraying fear as he turned to the figure that had appeared beside him. As he focused, he recognized a young man in a pilot's uniform, and he exhaled in relief. "How did you get in here? What brings you to my office?" Although pilots frequently communicated with dispatch, it was rare for one to visit the office directly. "I overheard during yesterday's call that the office's bottled water was running low," the young man, Soo-song, explained. "I arranged with the nearby water station to deliver 3 bottles daily, which should suffice. I just replaced one of the bottles." Still groggy from sleep, Yu-hai took a moment to recollect himself before recalling Soo-song's identity. "You were the pilot who called about the flight yesterday?" "Yes, I apologize for my rudeness yesterday," Soo-song replied. "By the way, have you eaten breakfast? I brought an extra portion when I came to the cafeteria." He placed the breakfast he had brought on Yu-hai's desk. "Ah." Yu-hai rubbed his chin, feeling somewhat flustered and unsure of the situation. "This is a bit embarrassing for me. I might have been a bit harsh yesterday. Please don't take it to heart." "Not at all. It was my oversight," Soo-song said with a bright smile. "I heard there were many flights diverted last night. You should rest after your breakfast. I can handle some of the minor tasks." Most flight trainees typically spend some time on administrative duties upon joining the company, so he was familiar with basic operations. "No, you really don't have to be so courteous," Yu-hai said, increasingly uncomfortable with Su Tsang's generosity. Before he could finish his thought, a head peeked through the door, one of the female colleagues from the adjacent flight operations team. She waved at Yu-hai. "Hey, if it's not too much trouble, could you come help us move some water? We can't lift it." As Yu-hai gang was about to rise, Su Tsang firmly placed a hand on his shoulder and responded to a female colleague nearby. "Where are you moving to? I can manage that." "Huh?" The female colleague glanced at Su Tsang's uniform in astonishment, but did not press further. She pointed in a direction, saying, "Over by the storeroom." "All right." Su Tsang then picked up a large bag containing several breakfast portions and added, "Hi go. This is for the other dispatch brothers. Just in case I get busy and can't return, I would appreciate your help in distributing it." With that, Su Tsang jogged off to assist the female colleague with the water. Watching Su Tsang's vanishing figure, Yu-hai remained in his seat, momentarily dazed before finally regaining his composure. After a brief pause, Yu-hai chuckled helplessly and remarked, "What a resourceful young man he is." Chapter 42. My little junior. Perhaps Yu-hai did not fully comprehend Su Tsang's level of initiative. After assisting a female colleague from the flight operations department with her water, Su Tsang promptly returned to the dispatch office. Not only did he diligently clean the office, but he also waited for the dispatchers to finish the breakfast he had brought before taking out the trash. Subsequently, Su Tsang took on the responsibility of printing documents, serving tea and water to the dispatchers, and managing tasks from other departments. Given that the dispatch room predominantly comprised men, whenever other departments required extra hands for laborious tasks, they would turn to the dispatch room, resulting in Su Tsang bearing the brunt of these bothersome duties. During the course of the morning's volunteer labor, he even stepped in to assist with several dispatching tasks. As noon approached, the company was inundated with the aftermath of numerous diversions from the previous night, leading to several flight crews either exceeding their working hours or facing the risk of doing so. The dispatchers were so occupied that they had no time to dine in the cafeteria until midday. However, without being prompted, Su Tsang took the initiative to purchase lunch for all the on-duty dispatchers, as matters of reallocating flight crews were beyond his purview. He seized this rare moment of respite to find a vacant spot in the dispatch room to enjoy his meal. While Su Tsang ate quietly, the dispatchers temporarily set aside their tasks to gather and eat together. Yet, their glances frequently drifted towards Su Tsang, who sat in a corner. "Are the current trainees this industrious?" one plump dispatcher whispered. Typically, trainees are assigned to administrative shifts during their initial period in the company, ostensibly to familiarize themselves with operations. But in reality, it is merely an opportunity to exploit their youthful inexperience as a source of inexpensive labor. However, most individuals would not demean themselves to such an extent, and few would genuinely engage in work that did not belong to them. Rather, they would seek ways to coast through. Yet, Su Tsang's performance today was far from typical. Indeed, the meticulousness with which he swept the floor surpassed even that of the cleaning staff, remarked another dispatcher, his hair slicked back. "Are today's flight trainees truly of such caliber? This is remarkably professional." Yu-hai rolled his eyes nearby, retorting, "What nonsense is this? He isn't on an administrative shift. He came over of his own accord. He called me yesterday, inquiring about any additional flight opportunities due to the scarcity of flights, and then he silently appeared. I have no idea what his intentions are. Isn't it obvious?" The plump colleague yawned, setting his lunch aside and casually digging at his ear. "Today, us youngsters have increasingly assertive temperaments. I've never encountered such an eager young person before. Quite rare, indeed." Yu-hai sipped his soup and seemingly nonchalantly remarked, "So what do you intend to do?" "What do you mean by what I intend to do?" The plump colleague nudged Yu-hai with his shoulder. "Given that you've already had 2 meals courtesy of him, it's only fitting that you return the favor." Yu-hai laid down his chopsticks, pondering the limitations of his role as a dispatcher. Ultimately, it was up to the individual to navigate their own path. Su Tsang silently finished his lunch in a corner. Glancing at the clock in the office, it was already 1 o'clock. He had a promotion examination for a first officer position at 2, and he could not afford a delay. Wiping his mouth casually, Su Tsang turned to check on the other dispatchers, hoping to assist by taking out the trash if they had finished their meals. However, he quickly noticed that the group had ceased dining and was instead engaged in animated discussion. A glance at another table revealed similar plates of uneaten food, indicating that the dispatchers had completed their meals. Yet, what were they so engrossed in? Not wishing to linger idly, Sutsong knew he needed to head toward the examination venue. After a brief wait, he observed no signs of the dispatchers winding down, so he softly inquired, "Have you all finished eating? Shall I clear away the things?" Receiving no response from the dispatchers, Sutsong began to tidy up the remnants of the meal. Just as he was making progress, he felt a sudden pat on his shoulder, startling him. Turning around, he found Hai standing behind him. Apologetically, Sutsong said, "Brother Hai, I need to go for my exam shortly, but I will return afterward." Upon hearing that Sutsong planned to come back, Hai waved his hand dismissively. "You need not return. You are a pilot, not a cleaner. Moreover, here, take this." As he spoke, Hai handed Sutsong a piece of paper filled with names. "These are the second officers who tend to swap shifts frequently. You might reach out to them to see if they have any shifts they wish to give up. In any profession, there exists a segment of individuals lacking motivation, and the aviation sector is no exception. Some pilots exhibit a waning enthusiasm for flying and selectively choose their flights, attempting to pass on those they wish to avoid. Any shift change requires coordination through dispatch. And over time, dispatchers become familiar with those who prefer to swap shifts. Given the current environment within the company, it is unreasonable to expect us to provide assistance without acknowledging this reality." Hai pressed the note into Sutsong's hand. "If you find a shift you can take, call us, and we will arrange it for you." Sutsong felt a warmth in his heart. His efforts to assist had evidently sparked a desire among the dispatchers to guide him in return. Yet, the world is rife with individuals who take kindness for granted, perceiving assistance as an obligation rather than a gesture of goodwill. If dispatchers were such individuals, Sutsong's tireless efforts would yield no difference. Fortunately, this instance bore a favorable outcome, leading Sutsong to reflect on the presence of benevolence in the world. Though they had not directly allocated him additional flights, the dispatcher's support was commendable. Gripping the note tightly, Sutsong expressed his gratitude. "Brother Hai, in the future, if I am not flying, I will come to help. Do not hesitate to assign any tasks to me." With that, Sutsong did not allow Hai the chance to decline and hurriedly exited with the collected trash. Gazing at Sutsong's retreating figure, Hai found himself caught between laughter and tears. At that moment, a plump colleague approached, expressing his thoughts. "If he truly returns after this, I believe this young man has boundless potential." To proactively seek assistance and lend a hand is merely a display of cleverness. However, if he can maintain consistency after receiving help, that would demonstrate remarkable perseverance and determination. He could become the finest in the history of the Flight Academy. Gradually, Hai withdrew his gaze from the doorway, softly murmuring, "My little junior, how far can you truly go?" Chapter 43. Is this not a paper from Airbus? Having disposed of the trash, Sutsong reopened the note that Hai had given him. After a brief count, he noted that there were a total of 11 names on the paper, which provided a considerable range of options. Carefully placing this weighty note into his pocket, Sutsong oriented himself and proceeded directly towards the theoretical training classroom. Typically, this classroom serves as a self-study space for newly arrived trainees, though it occasionally hosts technical seminars or safety workshops. However, today, due to the theoretical examination for co-pilots, the room had been temporarily commandeered by the Flight Standards Authority. The spacious classroom contained only a scant few individuals, presumably those who would be taking the exam shortly. All theoretical examinations for the co-pilot phase share a common question bank across all ranks. Thus, the difficulty level for the transition from Level 1 to Level 2 co-pilot is equivalent to that of moving from Level 5 to Level 6, which conveniently simplifies the task for those responsible for crafting the questions. In the modern era, such theoretical examinations are predominantly conducted electronically, with results generated instantaneously upon completion. Yet in the year 2000, computers had yet to achieve widespread use, necessitating the continued reliance on paper-based assessments. Moreover, unlike the prevalent multiple-choice format of the future, examinations during this period primarily consisted of short-answer questions, eliminating the possibility of random guessing and increasing the overall challenge. Upon entering the classroom, Sutsong casually selected a corner seat and glanced at the few early arrivals, who were fervently reviewing their study materials, appearing rather anxious. Sutsong, however, felt little apprehension. As long as the Flight Standards Authority adhered faithfully to the examination syllabus, he was confident in his ability to succeed. His only concern stemmed from the fact that the domestic civil aviation landscape in 2000 was still in a primitive stage, rife with various unprofessional practices. One could never know if the Flight Standards Authority might spring an unexpected challenge upon him. Despite his confidence, as the time drew nearer, Sutsong could not help but feel a twinge of nervousness. With merely 5 minutes remaining before the examination commenced, a considerable number of unfamiliar faces had filled the classroom. Previously, the Flight Standards personnel had mentioned that today's session was dedicated to Airbus, and it appeared they were correct, as Sutsong was the sole representative of Boeing. Shortly thereafter, an employee clad in a white shirt approached, carrying a stack of examination papers. After ascending the podium, he scanned the room to ensure there were no violations of seating regulations and then began to outline the examination rules. This would be a closed-book exam, and any acts of cheating discovered would be reported to the conduct committee, an implication that should not be taken lightly. Without further ado, he announced, "The examination duration is 1 hour. Now let us distribute the papers." Following this, the proctor took note of the number of students in each row and began passing the pre-counted papers to the individuals in the front row, who then relayed them back. Seated at the rear of the classroom, Sutsong found himself at the end of the line. As the papers circulated, a question arose in his mind. Did the proctor not inquire which candidates were from Airbus and which were from Boeing? While the same question bank is shared among various technical levels within the same aircraft type, it certainly does not imply that Boeing and Airbus could share a common set of questions. However, Sutsong did not dwell too much on the situation, thinking that even the most absurd of circumstances should not hinder the resolution of such a trivial matter. It was likely that the invigilator had already calculated the positions when distributing the papers, ensuring that the Boeing exam was included. Once the papers were distributed, the invigilator leisurely strolled to the back of the room and settled into a chair not far behind Sutsong. Upon receiving his paper, Sutsong first inscribed his name, but rather than hastily beginning, he habitually glanced over the paper. As he surmised, the majority of the content was indeed dominated by short answer questions, with multiple choice, true, false, and fill-in-the-blank questions occupying only a minor portion. In a brief span, Sutsong swiftly reviewed the short answer questions. Wind shear and maneuverability were indeed conventional topics. Sutsong let out a quiet sigh of relief, finding this exam to be relatively straightforward, devoid of any nonsensical inquiries. However, as he continued reading, Sutsong's expression shifted to one of perplexity as he softly read the next question aloud. When airspeed is unreliable, if two ADR outputs are incorrect but inconsistent, while the other ADR is correct, or if all three are incorrect yet inconsistent, what malfunction indicators may arise? Sutsong was momentarily dumbfounded. It seemed that this ADR, presumably referring to the air data reference in Airbus aircraft, had somehow found its way onto his paper. As he continued reading, he encountered another question regarding the meanings of the 3 color-coded areas encompassed by bus. Bus? Backup speed scale? Sutsong was not particularly fond of Airbus planes. So even though he possessed qualifications for mainstream Airbus models in later years, he had not invested much effort in them. Nevertheless, he was familiar with the term bus, which seemed to have no connection to Boeing. A troubling thought began to take shape in Sutsong's mind. Could it be that I have received the wrong exam paper? At a loss for words, Sutsong pressed on to the next question. The reset procedure for an ELAC malfunction in flight control. At this point, Sutsong was thoroughly convinced that he had overestimated the intelligence of those responsible for the exam. Initially, he had thought that even the most absurd individuals would not be capable of distributing the wrong paper. Yet, the cruel reality was mercilessly chastising his thoughts. It truly was that ridiculous. Rubbing his nose, Sutsong cautiously turned around and caught sight of the invigilator, seemingly dozing off at the back of the classroom. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to call out to the invigilator in a controlled tone. "Excuse me, I have a question." The invigilator, perhaps already lost in slumber, did not return to reality at the sound of Su Tsong's voice. Reluctantly, Su Tsong raised his voice further. This time, the invigilator jolted awake, startled, and scanned the classroom several times in confusion before finally locking eyes with Su Tsong, who wore an apologetic expression. Licking his somewhat dry lips, the invigilator, displaying signs of impatience and without even standing up, furrowed his brow and asked, "What is it?" Su Tsong quickly picked up the exam paper and politely explained, "I apologize, but I am from Boeing and this paper appears to be from Airbus." The proctor, perplexed, replied, when they handed me the papers, "They did not mention anything about Airbus or Boeing. Are you perhaps mistaken?" Upon hearing this, Su Tsong realized that the proctor was merely a tool for distributing the papers, likely incapable of making an error. Nevertheless, Su maintained his courteous demeanor. "If it is not too much trouble, could you assist me in exchanging this paper?" The proctor squinted, scrutinizing Su Tsong from head to toe, as if regarding a mouse. "As for the evening, I shall present 2 chapters. The additional chapter released last night will be counted as an extra update. I am grateful for everyone's support during this time, and tonight will also feature 2 chapters. I extend my heartfelt thanks in advance for your monthly votes. Now, I shall return to my writing." Chapter 44. Flight Exchange. Indeed, this examination paper is genuinely problematic. Sukan lamentet haupa. The paper bore no markings from Boeing or Airbus, leaving him to rely solely on the distinct terminology associated with Airbus for identification. Unfortunately, the invigilator was oblivious to these nuances. After a moment's contemplation, Su Tsong pondered, "Perhaps I should seek the opinion of someone knowledgeable in aviation?" If the invigilator lacked understanding, it would be prudent to consult an expert. However, the theoretical instructor had taken a leave of absence the previous day, leaving Su Tsong at a loss for whom to approach. The invigilator finally stood, impatiently striding over to Su Tsong's side. He scrutinized the paper for an extended period, and upon confirming that it exceeded his knowledge, he ceased his inquiries. He then moved to a candidate with an Airbus paper, comparing it with the other's work. A smile of relief suddenly illuminated his face. Returning the paper to the Airbus candidate, the invigilator, as though he had unearthed a profound truth, tossed Su Tsong's paper back onto his desk, exclaiming, "Clearly, this is not the same as the Airbus paper." Su Tsong harbored grave suspicions that this invigilator had indeed been summoned at the last minute, utterly lacking in comprehension. Just because it differed from the Airbus paper, did he not realize that there existed variations, such as the AB paper, to mitigate the possibility of candidates exchanging answers? It was quite common for examination papers in the same venue to differ. Su Tsong, momentarily speechless, nevertheless remained patient and attempted to elucidate, "This truly is an Airbus paper. You could ask those candidates ahead of me to verify." Having been begrudgingly thrust into the role of invigilator and already irked by Su Tsong's interruption of his rest, the invigilator had now lost what little patience remained. His voice, laced with irritation, conveyed, "If you genuinely do not wish to take the exam, you may submit your paper. No one will stop you." The invigilator felt emboldened, primarily because he understood that, should any issues arise, the lion's share of responsibility would fall upon the person who had mistakenly distributed the incorrect paper, not upon himself. Moreover, the instructor knowledgeable about aircraft models was indeed on leave, leaving Su Tsong with no one to assist in identification. In truth, if he were to seek help, he could visit the flight preparation room and perhaps encounter a crew preparing for flight. They would easily discern the matter. However, he was disinclined to do so, as his sole responsibility was to maintain order in the examination hall, and any ensuing complications were of no concern to him. The invigilator's voice had risen considerably, drawing the attention of other candidates. Su Tsong, after a prolonged silence, chose not to respond further. Noticing Su Tsong's quietude, the invigilator refrained from further antagonism and silently returned to his post, resuming his half-closed-eyed slumber. Su Tsong gazed at the Airbus paper before him, sighing deeply, utterly at a loss for words. The absurdity of a Boeing pilot being tested with an Airbus examination paper was indeed a remarkable occurrence. Sighing, he resolved to proceed with the task at hand. Reluctantly, he set about completing the Airbus paper. Approximately 40 minutes later, Su Tsang emerged from the examination hall. A faint hint of bitterness etched upon his face. He was not particularly concerned about his examination. Even if it were questions from Airbus, Su Tsang could effortlessly tackle them. However, he feared that after the fact, the exam authorities might discover that he had taken the Airbus paper and deem his results invalid. Nonetheless, at this juncture, there was little Su Tsang could do. He could only resign himself to fate. Given that the papers were graded manually and the theory instructor was still on leave, it was likely that he would have to wait a few days. Upon exiting the examination hall, Su Tsang took a glance into the dispatch room, only to find the office door unexpectedly closed, leaving him puzzled about what might have transpired. With no one present, Su Tsang deemed it unnecessary to linger and opted to change into casual attire in the restroom before taking the bus back to his residence. Once he returned to the urban village, Su Tsang dropped off his belongings without resting and promptly ventured outside to find a computer room. Indeed, in the year 2000, many places for internet access were referred to as computer rooms rather than internet cafes. His purpose for visiting the computer room was not to indulge in gaming, but to log into the internal network of Blue Sky Airlines. After verification, Su Tsang accessed the internal network and searched for the dozen names provided by Yuhai, where he could find the contact details of relevant personnel. He meticulously noted down all the phone numbers before logging off and leaving the computer room. As he stepped outside, Su Tsang pondered whether he should head to the service hall to purchase a half-minute calling plan for his phone card. If a long-term collaboration was on the horizon, the volume of calls could become substantial, and the phone bills might soon become strained. After a brief contemplation, Su Tsang decided to make an initial round of calls to assess the situation. Upon returning to the small hotel, Su Tsang dialed the first contact, a certain Wang Li. The call connected swiftly, but after Su Tsang explained his situation, Wang Li, the second officer, expressed no immediate intention to switch shifts, which left Su Tsang quite disheartened. Moreover, the subsequent 7 calls yielded similar results. Either the individuals were not interested in flying or indecisive. None of them were willing to assist. Undeterred, Su Tsang placed a call to another individual named Zhou Xinyu. As before, he inquired whether Zhou Xinyu had any intentions of switching shifts. Unlike the previous respondents who had outright declined, Zhou Xinyu remained silent for several seconds before asking, "Brother, do you need to maintain your flight hours?" More or less, I really need the flight time right now. If Brother Zhou isn't keen on flying, I would greatly appreciate it. Zhou Xinyu presumed that maintaining flight hours referred to the requirement of 120 days and 100 flight hours, which often posed a significant challenge for second officers, compelling many to fly specific simulators to meet such prerequisites. However, he was unaware that Su Tsang's requirements were even more stringent, 170 hours within 2 months. Su Tsang preferred not to divulge too many details and continued along the lines of Zhou Xinyu's inquiry, as it was merely a pretext. The other end fell into a prolonged silence, leaving Su Tsang somewhat perplexed about Zhou Xinyu's contemplations. After what felt like an eternity, Zhou Xinyu finally broke the silence. "Brother, you seem rather anxious." Upon hearing the prospect, Su Tsang eagerly exclaimed, "Brother Zhou, I truly find myself in need of some time. If it is convenient for you, could you lend me a hand?" Zhou Xinyu suddenly chuckled. We are colleagues after all. Assisting you is no trouble at all." "Really?" Su Tsang responded with uncontainable joy, wondering if this meant he could finally embark on his venture. He immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Zhou. Shall I call the dispatcher now?" "Hold on a moment, my friend," Zhou Xinyu interjected, shifting his tone. "Regarding my shift next week at Jianchuan, you see, the timing is quite favorable and there are many opportunities. It's a prime assignment. If I were to relinquish such a valuable shift merely to assist you, wouldn't it be fair to have some acknowledgement in return?" Chapter 45, Flights That Cannot Return. Su Tsang was not oblivious to the implications of Zhou Xinyu's words. No, it could no longer be considered a mere suggestion. It was almost an outright declaration. Yet, throughout his current and forthcoming 20-plus years of flying, Su Tsang had never encountered an operational protocol where a shift change necessitated some form of quid pro quo. They were all pilots under the same corporate roof, and it was essential to maintain a semblance of decorum. However, it seemed that Zhou Xinyu could not grasp this notion, leaving Su Tsang genuinely astonished. Song was truly reluctant to yield to someone like Zhou Xinyu, yet the harsh realities compelled him to acquiesce. After a prolonged silence, he composed himself and inquired with a relatively calm demeanor, "I am unfamiliar with the customs here. Might Brother Zhou enlighten me?" Upon hearing Song's words, Zhou Xinyu felt a surge of joy. He had no intention of taking the shift that week. By precedent, it would eventually be passed on to someone else without compensation. However, he had not anticipated encountering Song, an inexperienced individual desperately in need of a flight, which prompted him to tentatively reveal his intentions. To his astonishment, Song was indeed willing to take the shift for a fee, something Zhou Xinyu himself could hardly believe. Zhou Xinyu perceived Song as a naive novice, secretly reveling in his supposed triumph, not only shedding the shift but also pocketing a little extra. "Let's agree on 200, shall we? It's not excessive. The flight I'm offering is quite favorable. You'll easily earn 600 or 700 with the hourly pay and landing fees. By that calculation, you stand to gain 400 or 500, don't you think?" Song, gripping the phone, was on the verge of cursing, for under normal circumstances, he would never tolerate such an indignity. Nevertheless, he managed to suppress his indignation, maintaining a steady tone. "That works. Brother Zhou, please send me your account number, and I'll transfer the funds. I'll text it to you shortly," Zhou Xinyu replied, his voice betraying a hint of glee. "Once you've transferred the money, just call dispatch and inform them that I've approved it." "All right, thank you, Brother Zhou." Song expressed his gratitude before ending the call. On the other end, Zhou Xinyu's face radiated with the thrill of having gained an advantage, mumbling to himself, truly clueless. "And yet he thanks me? TSK, TSK, TSK. Are today, as trainees, all like this?" Meanwhile, Song, after disconnecting the call, felt his earlier smile fade, eventually transforming into a weary sigh. As the lowest tier of technical proficiency, he was indeed subject to the whims of others, with little room for resistance, constantly constrained. However, Song did not dwell on his discouragement. After a moment of reflection, he regained his composure. A true man can endure and adapt. His mother's illness was of paramount importance, and enduring a bit of discomfort for her sake was inconsequential. Just as Song was about to make another call, a text message suddenly appeared on his phone, Zhou Xinyu's bank account number. Was it truly necessary to be so urgent? Song found himself at a loss for words, and simply replied with an acknowledgement, opting to set it aside for the moment and continue making calls. Disappointingly, the remaining individuals expressed no intention of relinquishing their shifts. In recent times, the drastic reduction in flight volumes has left even the landlords with scant resources. Those who frequently abandon their shifts now find themselves reluctantly taking to the skies. After a round of assignments, the only flight secured was the Jianchuan-Ingli route. However, Zhou Xinyu was correct in one regard. The Jianchuan-Ingli flight indeed offers ample time in the air, totaling 7.5 hours across 2 segments, nearly reaching capacity. Although the outcome slightly deviated from his expectations, it was still acceptable. The peculiar situation of having to purchase a flight, however, left Song feeling somewhat disgruntled. Nonetheless, Song is not one to dwell excessively on grievances. After a brief moment of irritation, he let it go, considering it merely a minor inconvenience akin to accidentally swallowing a fly. Without further contemplation, Song sought out a place to transfer the funds. Fortunately, while the 200 yuan stung a bit, it was not crippling. Had it been a larger sum, he would have found himself in a predicament, given that his living expenses were already quite limited. After sending the money, Song promptly contacted the dispatch office, which swiftly reassigned Zhou Xinyu's Jianchuan-Ingli flight to him. After approximately half an hour, he received a text message regarding the flight change, and upon checking his email, he indeed found the new schedule awaiting him. At last, there was a semblance of progress. Returning to his residence, Song contemplated the need to inquire about the duration of the regulatory penalties imposed on the airline. Otherwise, the acquisition of flight assignments would remain perilously inconsistent. The number of pilots who genuinely wish to avoid flying is quite small. Even the somewhat lethargic pilots tend to prefer flying their own shifts rather than relinquishing them. He could not guarantee that he would continue to receive assignments in the future. Only when the airline's flight operations returned to normal could Song expect not only a greater number of assignments, but also an easier time securing them. However, typically, regulatory penalties against airlines last at least a quarter. If that were indeed the case, his troubles would be considerable. The following morning, Sutsong rose early and took a bus to the company. This time, without the need for an examination, he opted not to wear his pilot uniform, instead donning a check shirt. This was preferable, as it would have felt rather odd to ride the bus in full pilot regalia. Sutsong had previously stated that he would assist in the dispatch office during his leisure time, and he meant it sincerely. Upon arriving at the company, he first partook of a meal in the cafeteria before heading directly to the dispatch office in the administrative building. However, even before reaching the office, he could hear the unmistakable sound of shouting emanating from that direction. Straining to discern the voice, it appeared to belong to Liu Jinghua. As Sutsong approached, he noticed that the door to the dispatch office was ajar. Peering inside, he observed that no one was seated. Instead, a group of dispatchers stood at their respective stations, heads bowed as if they had committed a grave error. His ears had not deceived him. At the entrance of the dispatch office, he could indeed see Liu Jinghua's silhouette. Upon witnessing Liu Jinghua, with one hand on his hip and the other gesturing vehemently towards a group of dispatchers, he erupted in a torrent of invective. Recently, thunderstorms have been rampant across various regions, and despite my numerous admonitions to be vigilant regarding the crew's duty periods, it appears my words have fallen on deaf ears. Now, the aircraft is stranded at Luzhou Airport, and you cannot muster a single crew to return it. What do you propose we do? The response to Liu Jinghua was a profound silence, which only served to exacerbate his already simmering frustration. He raised his voice further. If an entire office cannot manage the duty period of a second officer, what purpose do you serve? I simply wish to know, what shall we do about the aircraft at Luzhou Airport? Chapter 46. The gas in my house wasn't turned off. It was the first time Sutsong witnessed Liu Jinghua in such a furious state. Previously, when he had flown the aircraft perilously close to the tail, Liu Jinghua had not exhibited such a temper. Sensing that Liu Jinghua was genuinely enraged this time, the dispatch room was engulfed in silence, save for the echoes of Liu Jinghua's roar. In a corner, Yuhai suddenly felt an inexplicable urge and raised his head slightly to glimpse Sutsong peeking in at the doorway. Initially taken aback, he quickly gestured fervently to Sutsong, urging him to leave at once. Perhaps Yuhai's subtle movements were a tad too conspicuous. Liu Jinghua immediately caught sight of him, following his gaze to see Sutsong. It was uncertain whether it was due to his overwhelming anger, but when Liu Jinghua turned around, a faint flush adorned his face, visually indicating his agitation. What do you want? Liu Jinghua asked curtly. I can't lend a hand, Sutsong replied candidly. Liu Jinghua paused for a moment, then realized, are you on the administrative shift? Huh? I didn't expect you to misunderstand that I was assigned to the dispatch room for an administrative shift. However, Sutsong chose not to elaborate further and simply went along with Liu Jinghua's words. Well, more or less. Liu Jinghua waved his hand dismissively. You should go somewhere else for now. We have some matters to discuss here. Yuhai's lips twitched slightly. This was hardly a discussion. It was evidently Liu Jinghua unilaterally reprimanding someone. Nevertheless, one could not entirely blame Liu Jinghua for his outburst, as they had brought this upon themselves. Liu Jinghua had previously mentioned that recent thunderstorms had caused numerous delays and diversions. This, in turn, led to restrictions on the flight hours and duty periods for the crew. The aircraft stranded at Lucy Airport was incapacitated due to the second officer's predicament. This second officer had flown a flight from Jianchuan to Lucy prior to the current Jianchuan-Lucy flight. Under normal circumstances, it would not have been an issue for the second officer to operate 4 segments within the allotted time. However, the first 2 segments had experienced a 3-hour delay due to poor weather at Zhongshuan Airport. During this 3-hour window, the crew did not take a break, and all this time was counted toward their duty period. Consequently, what had initially been a comfortable duty period had become alarmingly tight. According to standard procedure, had the dispatch been able to monitor the second officer's duty period in real time, the appropriate course of action would have been to replace him and prevent him from flying. Yet the dispatch failed to keep track of this critical aspect. The second officer, believing that the dispatch had not raised any concerns about his duty period. Assumed there was no risk involved, thus disregarding the possibility of exceeding his limits. This led to a mutual oversight, and the second officer proceeded to execute the Jinchuan-Lucy flight. After the aircraft landed at Lucy Airport, it was unable to take off for an extended period due to excessive tailwinds. And it was only then that the dispatch belatedly realized the second officer was about to exceed his duty limits, leaving no possibility for further flights. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the Jinchuan-Lucy route is a specialized line, necessitating a 3-member crew. Without the second officer, the aircraft cannot take flight. Consequently, the situation became rather stagnant. To speak candidly, the pilots certainly bear some responsibility, as they are tasked with monitoring their duty periods. However, the primary accountability rests with the dispatchers. There is no evading that truth. Thus, despite being subjected to severe reprimands from Liu Jinghua, the dispatchers found themselves lacking both the courage and the grounds to contest any of it. Another significant issue is that today marks the 5th day of the second officer's duty, after which he must rest for at least 36 hours. For any airline, allowing an aircraft to remain idle on the tarmac for a day and a half is simply untenable, especially for Blue Sky Airlines, which operates on a rather tight schedule. If the aircraft were indeed to languish at Luxue Airport for such an extended period, the subsequent plans for that aircraft would be thrown into disarray. In response to Liu Jinghua's directive to vacate, Su Cang did not immediately depart. Instead, he tentatively inquired, "President Liu, are there flights that are left uncrewed due to the absence of a second officer?" At that moment, Su Cang resembled a parched sponge, his eyes brightening at the mention of an operational flight. Liu Jinghua, feeling overwhelmed, gestured towards Yu Hai, saying, "You explain the situation to him. Take it outside." Taking it outside? Yu Hai discerned the underlying meaning in Liu Jinghua's words and quickly exited the office, leading Su Cang to the stairwell. Su Cang found himself perplexed by Yu Hai's secretive demeanor, but upon witnessing Yu Hai scrutinizing him with a smile, he remarked, "I didn't expect you to actually show up. Shouldn't they be focusing on finding a solution instead of smiling at such a predicament?" Yu Hai shrugged, adopting an indifferent attitude. What can be done? The situation is as it is. Curiosity piqued, Su Cang pressed, "What exactly is going on?" Yu Hai elaborated on the circumstances, ultimately expressing his exasperation. "Lately, we've been inundated with delays, diversions, and cancellations. We're all swamped, and we simply lack the bandwidth to attend to every little detail. Couldn't someone be sent to Luxue Airport as a replacement?" Su Cang suggested, pointing to himself, "I am available. My rest period is more than sufficient." If it were that straightforward, President Liu wouldn't be so irate. Yu Hai countered, "The Jinchuan-Luxue route is part of a government poverty alleviation initiative. Luxue is exceedingly remote, with land transportation proving nearly impossible. Air travel is the only viable option, and our company is the sole operator on that route, with only 1 flight per week. Therefore, couldn't an additional flight be temporarily scheduled?" Yu Hai regarded Su Cang as if he were naive. To rescue 1 aircraft, you would propose to deploy another? The cost would be prohibitive. The higher-ups would never approve. Su Cang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head, realizing that his recent preoccupations had led him to conceive such an outlandish suggestion. Was there truly no solution at hand? Disappointment settled in Su Cang's heart, as he had hoped for an opportunity to seize the flight. "Actually, there's an option," Yu Hai said, clicking his tongue. "We could arrange for a minibus to transport people to Luxue." Su Cang expressed his bewilderment. "What's the issue with taking a car? A 10-hour bumpy mountain road. Are you willing to embark on such a journey?" Yu Hai retrieved his mobile phone, opened his email inbox, and displayed it to Su Cang. "We have identified 5 potential replacement pilots, but shortly thereafter, we received these notifications: 5 flight suspension orders. This group, in their unwillingness to cooperate with the flight capture, has resorted to such despicable tactics as feigning illness." "Ah, Su Cang, where are you going?" At that moment, Su Cang had already taken several steps away. Lightly clearing his throat, he remarked, "It suddenly occurred to me that I left the gas on before stepping out. I must return immediately." Yu Hai's lips twitched slightly. "You could provide a more convincing reason." Chapter 47. Ground support at the entrance of the dispatch room. Su Tsang stood opposite Lu Jinghua, with the former's expression reflecting a sense of helplessness, while the latter appeared imposing, his brows slightly raised. General Lu, I'm not a local. Sitting for 10 hours on mountain roads could be fatal, Su Tsang stated with utmost seriousness, resting his face in his hand. Hailing from Huaiyang province on the eastern coast, he had seldom encountered even small hills before arriving in Jianchuan, let alone traversed mountainous terrain. Yunnan province, where Jianchuan is located, is characterized by its rugged hills, and it was said that the wheels of vehicles often graze the edges of cliffs. For those unaccustomed to such conditions, merely glancing out of the car window could send shivers down one's spine. It was not that Su Tsang was lazy, rather, the prospect of traveling by land to Lushui posed a considerable psychological and physical burden for him. At this moment, he finally comprehended the sentiments of those pilots who, preferring to feign illness, opted out of this flight. However, Lu Jinghua disregarded Su Tsang's grievances and directly inquired, "Fatalities? Will there truly be fatalities?" While the notion of fatalities was undoubtedly an exaggeration, Su Tsang, upon witnessing Lu Jinghua's frosty demeanor, could only muster a hesitant response, "Not exactly." "Well, since it's not that severe and your timing is just right, you shall go," Lu Jinghua replied matter-of-factly. "The company will reimburse travel expenses at the highest standard. My only requirement is that you arrive at the hotel where the crew is staying before 6 o'clock tomorrow morning." Su Tsang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Was this task being thrust upon him so easily? Noticing Su Tsang's hesitation to speak further, Lu Jinghua suddenly interjected with a sharp tone. "Su Tsang, you claimed you are not the same as before, yet why do I sense no change?" "Su Tsang, do you not comprehend your current situation? Do you believe you are in a position to be selective?" Su Tsang trembled slightly, as if struck by a revelation. Indeed, he should adopt a burning the boats mentality. Why should he still dread the hardships of travel? This indicated that his mindset had yet to be properly adjusted, remaining distant from the tenacious attitude required of fighter. Under Lu Jinghua's piercing gaze, the resistance in Su Tsang's eyes gradually dissipated, ultimately transforming into determination. "I will go. However, I must return home first. My documents are there. Do you have a car?" "No, I do not have a car. I will inform the convoy to send a vehicle to take you back, and then to the station." Lu Jinghua paused before adding, "As long as you can ensure the flight at Lushui Airport, I will apply for a commendation for you, which will offset the points you previously lost." Upon hearing this, Su Tsang recalled that his points had been deducted due to repeated failures in inspections. The points directly impacted his advancement, and while the deductions were minimal, they still posed a risk to his future promotions. The prospect of earning points through a commendation eliminated the risk of being unable to advance due to insufficient scores. This revelation further solidified Su Tsang's resolve to travel to Lushui. "All right, I shall return home now." Su Tsang hurried to the door and addressed Yu Hai. "Brother Hai, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Yu Hai quickly surmised Su Tsang's intentions. "Are you truly heading to Lushui?" "Indeed. I will return to retrieve my clothing and documents before proceeding." Yu Hai's hometown lies adjacent to Lushui, and even for a local, each return home feels like a monumental effort. Despite his verbal reproaches towards the uncooperative pilots feigning illness, he harbored a certain understanding of their plight. Yet, he was taken aback by Su Tsang's willingness to venture there. Given Su Tsang's fair and delicate complexion, it was evident he was not from these parts. Nevertheless, recognizing Su Tsang's resolute determination, Yu Hai refrained from further comments, merely gesturing, "If you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to call us." Su Tsang nodded in affirmation, understood. With that one brief word, he set about preparing to depart. However, he had barely taken a few steps when Lu Jinghua suddenly called out, "Su Tsang, Su Gang Ha Det." Turning around in confusion, "What is it, Director Lu?" Director Lu's gaze wandered, avoiding direct eye contact with Su Tsang, and after a considerable pause, he managed to utter, "Be cautious." Su Tsang was momentarily taken aback, simply responding with an "O," before continuing on his way. Upon descending the stairs, Su Tsang first visited the flight preparation room on the first floor, where the vehicle fleet was stationed. It must be noted that Liu Jinghua was remarkably swift. By the time Su Tsang reached the ground floor, arrangements had already been made with the vehicle team. After Su Tsang communicated his address to the team leader, the leader efficiently coordinated the vehicles and promptly dispatched one for Su Tsang. He was anxious about missing the opportunity to purchase a ticket to Lu Shui, thus appearing somewhat flustered. As he exited the flight preparation room, he inadvertently collided with someone. Ordinarily, Su Tsang was not the sort to lack physical strength. Yet this collision left him staggering back several paces while the other party remained firmly rooted in place. Upon realizing he had bumped into Captain Jean Foley of the Blue Sky Airlines Airbus fleet, Su Tsang's demeanor shifted, and he quickly apologized. "My apologies, Captain Jean. I was in quite a rush." Though Jean Foley was in his 50s and had a few strands of white in his hair, he stood immovable like a rock, showcasing his profound strength. Captain Jean did not dwell on Su Tsang's hasty behavior, waving his hand dismissively. "No matter. Do you have urgent business? Go on. Attend to your matters, but be more careful in the future." "Of course, thank you." Su Tsang expressed his gratitude repeatedly as he hurried past Jean Foley to board the vehicle. Captain Jean paid little mind to the incident and proceeded through the flight preparation room to take the stairway, making his way through the various floors of the flight department, ultimately heading to the flight standards office. Upon entering the office, Jean Foley boldly called out to the head of theoretical training, "How did the results of this round of transfer exams fare?" The head, smiling, replied, "The instructor is on leave. We must wait a couple of days for their return to grade the papers." Although this individual oversaw all theoretical training, their expertise lay solely in administrative matters, leaving them reliant on the return of the theoretical instructor to proceed. Is it truly necessary to wait so long for mere grading? Jean Foley approached the desk of the supervisor and rapped lightly on the surface, inquiring about the examination papers. "Hand them over to me. I'm utterly idle anyway. Let me grade these papers and assess the theoretical proficiency of this motley crew." It was indeed uncommon for a flight captain to engage in such tasks. Although the supervisor verbally expressed reluctance, he did not refuse Jean Foley's request, retrieving a stack of papers from his drawer. Jean Foley accepted the papers, curling his lip in disdain. "A flight captain, you say? He is merely a solitary figure without even a single apprentice." Chapter 48. He is from the Boeing squadron at the entrance of the Jianchuan Eastern Passenger Station. Su Tsang shouldered a large backpack containing his credentials and flight uniform. Fortunately, he managed to catch the only bus to Lucy, which was perilously close to departure. This bus was scheduled to leave at noon and was expected to arrive at the Lucy bus station by 10 in the evening. Thus, time was not an issue. He could even take a nap, and upon reflection, everything seemed manageable. After a brief wait in the waiting room, Su Tsang presented his ticket and boarded an old red-painted minibus. Most passengers placed their luggage on the overhead racks, but given the importance of the items in his bag, he clutched it tightly and found a seat. In the year 2000, common folk had fewer reservations about traveling. Live animals were often brought aboard, as evidenced by an elderly man next to Su Tsang, who had brought a chicken cage onto the bus. The old minibus lacked adequate ventilation, relying solely on open windows for fresh air. Yet, the peculiar odors within the cabin were pervasive. Fortunately, in January, the weather was still cool. Otherwise, Su Tsang would have been overwhelmed. He decided to close his eyes and sleep, hoping that upon waking, he would find himself at the Lucy bus station. Meanwhile, the flight standards office was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the intermittent, slightly aged voice of Jean Foley, who was berating something or other. "What is this? You don't even know the suppression conditions for a low-energy warning? And you still expect to be a co-pilot at level 6? You can write a line for 3 kinds of skin panel failures?" The voice continued, expressing frustration over a flap and slat malfunction, where the reference speed displayed on the PFD was determined by the flap handle position. How could anyone even get that wrong? And to think it could be related to the aircraft's actual configuration. What on earth have you learned? This exasperated voice belonged to Jean Foley, who had not ceased his tirade since he began grading the theoretical exams for the Airbus transition. His complaints had rendered the other employees in the flight standards office mute with apprehension. Perhaps weary from his scolding, Jean Foley tossed his pen onto the table and sighed deeply, slumping back in his chair. His gaze fell upon the back of the theory training supervisor seated to his left. Perhaps sensing the scrutiny, the supervisor felt a chill run down his spine and turned to find Gene fully staring intently at him. "What else would that look, old Gene? It's as if you want to swallow me whole." In the stillness of the office, the supervisor's words echoed like a shout in a cave, reverberating throughout the space and eliciting scattered laughter. Gene fully frowned. "Grading these papers is infuriating. It's quite bothersome. But that is not my concern," the supervisor replied innocently. "I'm only responsible for formulating training plans and determining training types. The specifics of theoretical instruction are not my purview." "I know." Gene Fu Li scratched his head and mused. "When Zheng Wei returns, I must inquire about his teaching methods." The supervisor chuckled. "What's wrong? Did the exam results disappoint?" "Disappoint? They are utterly deplorable." Gene Fu Li's frustration surged as he thought, "By my standards, those recently graded should be grounded from further training. None of them are worthy." His previously cheerful disposition was entirely soured, leaving him in a foul mood. "Perhaps I shall refrain from grading. It's not worth getting so worked up over it," the supervisor suggested. Gene Fu Li, however, was invigorated by the challenge. "Today, I shall see if any of these youngsters possess even a modicum of competence." With that, he picked up his pen once more, seemingly in a contest with himself, and resumed grading the papers. Noting Gene Fu Li's rising temper, the supervisor refrained from further persuasion and returned to his duties. Approximately 20 minutes later, an unusual silence enveloped the office as Gene Fu Li ceased his tirade. Just as the supervisor sensed something peculiar, a soft exclamation emerged from behind. Gene Fu Li, excitedly approaching the supervisor's desk, displayed a paper with a beaming smile. "I told you. There are indeed some remarkable talents in the Airbus fleet. Look at this paper. The answers are splendid." Faced with the forcibly presented exam, the supervisor responded with bemusement. "I must say, old Gene, I cannot comprehend these professional papers. What do you expect me to discern?" What a pity," Gene Fu Li lamented, his expression betraying a longing for more. "It seems I have not flown with this young man before. I must arrange for the planning department to schedule a flight together." Seeing Gene Fu Li in such high spirits, the supervisor couldn't help but smile. "I am well aware of your stringent standards. For you to be so pleased, he must be quite a promising candidate." Gene Fu Li was the only instructor among the B-class pilots of Blue Sky Airlines without a Prot G. This was not due to a lack of co-pilots willing to learn from him. After all, as a distinguished captain of the Airbus fleet, being his apprentice would offer considerable advantages. Rather, it was Gene Fu Li's exacting nature that extended to his selection of disciples. In his view, a worthy apprentice was one of quality, not quantity. The risk of lowering standards and accepting a rogue apprentice who would tarnish his reputation was too great. Due to his exceptionally high criteria for mentorship, many co-pilots hesitated to approach him, leading to a situation where no one actively sought to join Gene Fu Li's teaching group. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his standards for accepting students. Some of his friends often teased him about this, which had become a lingering concern for Gene Fu Li. Whether he is a promising candidate requires further evaluation, he mused, his thoughts becoming animated. "I must fly with him before making a decision. By the way, your computer can access the intranet, right? Please help me look up information on this fellow named Su Tsang." So his name is Su Tsang. Yet, why does it sound so familiar? The person in charge gave little thought and simply accessed the company intranet, entering Su Tsang's name. Upon pressing the search button, the information that unfolded before his eyes left him momentarily stunned. "What is the matter?" Gene Fu Li, hearing the incredulous tone of the person in charge, leaned closer to the computer. At first glance, he spotted Su Tsang's identification photo. The features were indeed well-defined, yet there was an unsettling sense of unfamiliarity. Even if I were unaware of the names of the Airbus fleet personnel, I should at least have some recollection of their faces. "You certainly do not recognize him." The person in charge pointed to the squadron information at the bottom of the file. "He does not belong to Airbus. He is part of Boeing's second squadron." Chapter 49. Bringing him to Airbus, what did you say? Is he from the Boeing squadron? That's impossible. This is clearly an Airbus document. Gene Fu Li could hardly believe his ears. "Take a look for yourself. Doesn't it clearly state Boeing Squadron 2? The supervisor pointed to Su Tsang's squadron information for Jean Fulai to see. In truth, not only was Jean Fulai perplexed, but he himself was equally bewildered. Scratching his head, the supervisor mused, could be a case of having the same name? He murmured as he affixed the numeral 2 after Su Tsang's name. In their computer system, identical names were differentiated by appending a number to the name. However, what left both Jean Fulai and the supervisor even more confounded was the outcome that followed. Upon entering Su Tsang 2, the search yielded no results, implying that the name Su Tsang had no duplicates. This indicated that the Su Tsang Jean Fulai was searching for indeed belonged to Boeing Squadron 2. What on earth is going on? Faced with such an enigmatic situation, Jean Fulai's mind was clearly overwhelmed. The theoretical supervisor, observing Jean Fulai's bewildered expression, found himself equally lost. He promptly stood up and called towards a desk in the front. UXIN, were there any Boeing candidates in the last session of the co-pilot theoretical examination, or were they all Airbus? The employee named UXIN turned around. He was indeed the proctor for Su Tsang's examination that day. With the supervisor's mention, UXIN's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately thought of Su Tsang, pondering whether that fellow might actually be from Boeing. However, he was adept at sidestepping issues. After a moment's reflection, he replied, Instructor Zhang Wei didn't mention any Boeing candidates when he briefed me. This left the supervisor even more perplexed. He exchanged a glance with Jean Fulai and chuckled wryly. Old Jean, I must admit, I'm rather confused by the situation too. However, I believe I know a bit about this Su Tsang. If I'm not mistaken, he has quite a reputation over at Boeing. He has failed several proficiency checks and recently had a near-miss incident with instructor Wang Chang. As he spoke, the supervisor's gaze suddenly caught sight of someone entering through the office door. He paused for a moment, then nudged Jean Fulai, pointing towards the entrance. Look, the person you're looking for has arrived. Why not ask him? Following the supervisor's indication, Jean Fulai turned to see instructor Wang Chang entering. Although one was from Airbus and the other from Boeing, seasoned instructors often shared a rapport, and Jean Fulai was acquainted with Wang. Greeting Wang Chang, Jean Fulai called out, Wang, haven't you flown with a co-pilot named Su Tsang? Wang Chang held no administrative title, but among veteran instructors, it was customary to address each other with such respectful titles. Wang merely glanced at Jean Fulai and emitted a vague sound of acknowledgement. How's that fellow? Jean Fulai inquired. Old Jean, why is someone from Airbus concerned about our Boeing co-pilot? Wang Chang replied as he found a desk and tapped it lightly. Is Wu Yong over here? Wu Yong serves as the head of the quality center in the flight department. Wang Chang recently sought him out, only to be informed that Wu Yong had seemingly gone to the flight standards office. Consequently, Wang Chang made his way to the flight standards office. The employees there appeared perplexed, stating that they had not seen Wu Yong. What? The quality center personnel said he came this way. Wang Chang stroked his stubble, pondering where else Wu Yong might have ventured. At that moment, Jean Fulai approached, akin to a curious child, inquiring, What do you need Wu Yong for? Did the flight operations issue a hard warning? And are you looking for him to delete something for you? What nonsense are you spouting? Wang Chang rolled his eyes. I merely wish to obtain the recent QER data for aircraft 1566. 1566? What is wrong with that aircraft? Jean Fulai gasped in confusion. Aircraft number 1566. It should be a new plane, right? Wang Chang replied. I am aware. I want to examine the QER data related to its takeoff and initial climb. There might be an issue with its hydraulic system or its centering device. Jean Fulai, unfamiliar with Boeing's intricacies, remarked with disdain, Can you speak plainly? I mean, can the control stick's readings in the cockpit accurately correspond to the actual movement of the elevator? Wang Chang, slightly irritated, retorted, Why do you need to meddle in everything? With this, Jean Fulai seemed to grasp the situation and broke into a mischievous grin. Are you trying to find an excuse for that recent tail strike incident? Wang Chang's expression stiffened. Jean Fulai had hit the nail on the head. Ever since he heard that Su Tsang had managed to fly back a twin-engine aircraft that had lost power, Wang Chang had grown increasingly perplexed. If even a serious incident like the Feiyu 6321 could be resolved, how could a simple takeoff lead to a tail strike? It seemed utterly absurd. Thus, Wang Chang recalled Su Tsang's earlier mention of potential issues with aircraft 1566. Initially, Wang Chang instinctively thought Su Tsang was merely seeking excuses, but now his perspective had shifted. What if Su Tsang was indeed correct? With this thought taking root and becoming difficult to suppress, Wang Chang resolved to investigate at the Quality Center. I don't know what you're talking about. Wang Chang, weary of further discourse with Jean Fu Li, intended to seek Wu Yong elsewhere. However, just as Wang Chang began to leave, Jean Fu Li relentlessly pursued him. Yu Haven-T told me how Su Tsang as co-pilot performed. Is he competent? Wang Chang shot Jean Fu Li a glare. Have you heard about the Feiyu 6321 incident a few days ago? He was the one who landed it. Do you think he is competent? After speaking, Wang Chang forcefully pushed past Jean Fu Li and exited the office, leaving Jean Fu Li stunned and speechless. After a considerable time, Jean Fu Li seemed to have discovered something immensely exciting, rushing over to the head of theoretical training, exclaiming, "Are there any type conversion trainings scheduled in the near future?" Huh? The supervisor appeared bewildered. "Old Jean, what are you up to?" Jean Fu Li urged. "Why do you care? Is there any or not?" "Well, there's one for transitioning from Boeing to Airbus. It's scheduled for April." The person in charge squinted his eyes, observing the unmistakable joy on Jean Fu Li's face. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that you intend to poach talent from the Boeing team? Poaching, such a harsh term, Jean Fu Li retorted, somewhat displeased. This is merely the discovery of hidden gems. Since Boeing continues to engage in foolish acts of valuing the packaging over the substance, we cannot allow such talent to go unnoticed. If Boeing is uninterested, our Airbus team is certainly eager. The corners of the person in charge's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Yet he still advised, "Old Jean, isn't this rather inappropriate?" Jean Fu Li glared fiercely. What could possibly be inappropriate? As he spoke, he surveyed the entire office and suddenly bellowed, "Where is the flight training manager?" To the esteemed readers, do not let this story languish. It is already a niche subject, and further inaction will only lead to its demise. Your daily engagement with your delightful little hands, eagerly devouring each new chapter, is the greatest support for the beleaguered author. This work is not merely a collection of short stories like my previous ones. It is a long narrative, and the early engagement is crucial. If the daily reads surpass 500, I shall reward you with a substantial update of 10,000 words, and for every additional 100 reads thereafter, another 10,000 words will be added. My dear gentlemen and lovely ladies, the extent of my dedication hinges upon your enthusiastic engagement. Chapter 50, Desperation Unbeknownst to Su Tsang, who was aboard the minibus. He had caught the eye of the captain of an Airbus, who was plotting to seize him for a purpose unbeknownst to Su. In truth, even if he were aware of this, he would have lacked the energy to contemplate it, for he was currently in a state of semi-consciousness. Perhaps it was the belief that, as a pilot, he should possess a certain resilience against motion sickness. However, once the vehicle transitioned from the smooth asphalt road, Su realized he had overestimated his fortitude. The province of Yunxiang was not particularly affluent, and with the terrain predominantly mountainous, the cost of road construction soared, resulting in a significant decline in road conditions just beyond the urban area. Aside from the initial 2 hours of relatively smooth travel, the subsequent journey felt akin to a torment. The incessant jolting within the minibus rendered sleep elusive, and the air was filled with an array of peculiar odors that churned Su's stomach incessantly. Several times, he felt as if his stomach contents were rising to his throat, yet he summoned immense willpower to suppress the urge. Moreover, the seats of the minibus were exceedingly antiquated, while the discomfort was not immediately apparent on flat terrain. Once they hit the rugged roads, every bone in Su's body seemed to bounce along with the vehicle. He harbored a strong suspicion that if this relentless jostling continued, his very bones would shatter. As they ventured further along the mountain roads, a light rain began to fall, necessitating the closure of the windows. The damp air mingled with the strange smells, fermenting within the enclosed space, and Su felt as though half of his life had already departed. With the vehicle delving deeper into the mountains, the rain intensified, drumming against the vehicle's surface in a chaotic manner, mirroring Su's tumultuous emotions. Yet, The most disheartening moment came around 6 in the evening when the minibus suddenly came to a halt. Initially, Sue paid little heed to this, until the driver returned half an hour later with an unacceptable update. There had been a landslide ahead, rendering the road impassable, and the earliest possible resumption of traffic was not expected until the following day. The driver was contemplating whether to return to Jianchuan. After waiting on the bus for another 2 hours, the rain finally ceased, but the driver received confirmed news that the road clearance would not be completed today. At this juncture, Sue, feeling stifled within the confines of the minibus, decided to step outside for some fresh air. He had to admit that the cool, post-rain atmosphere, infused with the fragrance of fresh grass, was indeed refreshing. However, when Sue learned that the driver had decided to turn back, he wished to call the company to explain the situation. To his dismay, upon checking his phone, he found there was no signal in the area. Most passengers in the vehicle expressed understanding regarding the natural disaster, but this left Sue in a predicament. Had he been able to contact the company, he would have felt no emotional burden in returning with the bus. Now, unable to reach them, he feared that the crew in Lushui might still be awaiting his arrival. In a state of increasing anxiety, Sue approached the driver to inquire about alternative routes to Lushui. The driver informed him that there were no roads leading to Lushui, but there was a small road leading to Linshui County adjacent to Lushui. The driver had contemplated taking this route to reach Linshui first, and then proceeding to Lushui from there. However, the narrow path leading to Linshui County is entirely unpaved, inherently unsuitable for a minibus. With the recent rainfall rendering the road muddy, traversing it becomes even more arduous. The driver discerned Su Tsang's urgent desire to reach Lucy County, but still advised him to return with him. This path is fraught with mountainous terrain, making it perilous for a solitary traveler, and relying solely on one's legs would necessitate several exhausting hours of walking. Thus, Su Tsang found himself in a predicament, torn between two options. In truth, he had considered the possibility of simply returning. After all, it was merely a job, not worth such dire efforts. Yet, the current collaboration with the company presented a valuable opportunity, one that could yield future advantages. Reluctantly turning back felt unjust to him. At this juncture, it was a test of Su Tsang's resolve. However, sometimes human willpower cannot alter objective circumstances. The minibus driver's reasoning held considerable merit until Su Tsang faintly heard the sound of shouting in the distance. Following the noise, he spotted an elderly man with a head of white hair guiding a humble donkey cart towards him. As the cart passed by Su Tsang, a thought struck him, prompting him to follow. Whether it was luck or misfortune for Su Tsang is debatable. The old man was indeed heading to Linshui County, traveling along the mountain path the driver had mentioned earlier. After explaining his situation, the elderly gentleman generously permitted Su Tsang to join him on the journey. Consequently, Su Tsang hopped onto the donkey cart, making his way to Linshui County leisurely. Without this cart, Su Tsang might have ultimately opted to return with a minibus. Yet, at this pivotal moment, the cart provided him with a reason to persevere. Such is human nature, when one is unable to make a decision independently. External forces often lend a gentle push. Meanwhile, in a small hotel in Lucy County, instructor Mo Shangyun lay on his bed, idly watching television. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was the company's operations control. Instructor, we have arranged for someone to take a vehicle over. Classes will resume as usual tomorrow morning, the operator stated directly. Taking a vehicle over? Mo Shangyun replied wearily. I just saw a news update indicating a landslide occurred on the road from Jianchuan to Lucy. Will the vehicle be able to pass? A landslide? We haven't received any notification about that. If the road were impassable, the pilot would surely call us, the operator responded, failing to consider the mobile signal issues in the mountainous region, presumptuously concluding that Su Tsang had contacted the company, implying everything was fine. Mo Shangyun did not dwell on the matter with the operator. All right, whether we resume classes is up to you. The operator continued, then instructor. We'll commence at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Very well. Mo Shangyun replied promptly. Is there anything else? I shall rest now. Instructor, alcohol testing cannot be conducted in Lucy, so you will need to return to the Jianchuan base for retesting. Understood. Mo Shangyun responded casually before hanging up. He yawned, turned off the television, extinguished the lights, and went to sleep. As most individuals gradually succumbed to slumber, Su Tsang, having journeyed for several arduous hours, finally arrives at Linshui County, utterly fatigued. Yet, his expedition is far from complete. Although referred to as a county, Linshui is essentially a somewhat larger village. At the entrance of the county, an elderly man gestured toward another narrow path, saying, "If you wish to reach Lucy County, you must follow this road straight ahead. It will likely take you over 3 hours. However, my child, it is already dark, and it appears that rain is imminent. Are you truly intent on proceeding?" Chapter 51 Teacher, I am here. The path to Lucy County, as indicated by the old man, was indeed a true goat trail, flanked by weeds that reached up to one's waist. In the profound darkness, which seemed almost tangible, an indescribable sense of dread enveloped the surroundings. After all, Yunnan Province was a less developed region, and during the night, the vast expanse of rural areas was nearly devoid of lights. This particular path led into an area that could not even be classified as rural. It was pure wilderness. "Old man, does your county have a base station?" As he gazed into the darkness where the path stretched ahead, a sense of trepidation stirred within him. If only he could establish contact with the company, he would feel justified in spending the night in this small county. During the bumpy ride on the donkey cart, Su Tsang's regret grew. Yet, caught in an unavoidable situation, he sought a reason to abandon his quest. A base station? What is that? The term was evidently beyond the old man's comprehension. Thus, Su Tsang altered his approach, pulling out his phone to show the old man. "Is anyone in your county using this to make calls?" Upon hearing this, the old man understood immediately and replied with enthusiasm, "Yes, indeed." Su Tsang's eyes brightened. The fact that someone was using a mobile phone in the county indicated that there was a signal available. "Let us head in," he urged, eager to enter the town. "Not leaving yet." The old man chuckled. "I told you, wandering in the dark like this is perilous." With that, he urged the donkey cart forward towards the county. As they neared the town, Su Tsang took out his phone to check for signal strength. However, in the enveloping darkness, the brightness of the screen caused him to squint instinctively. Once his eyes adjusted, he was not greeted by signal bars, but rather by the family portrait wallpaper he had set with his parents. Suddenly, Su Tsang halted, entranced by the image on his phone. The old man, noticing that Su Tsang had lagged behind, turned to call out, "Child, what's the matter?" Su Tsang did not respond immediately. He glanced back at the goat trail, tucked his phone away, and stood in silence for a moment before finally addressing the old man. "Old man, I want to be going to the county. I still wish to go to Lucy." Upon hearing this, the old man slapped his thigh in exasperation. "Why won't you listen? Aren't you afraid?" "I am afraid." Su Tsang wiped his eyes. "But I must go there. Wandering in the wilderness at night, who wouldn't he feel fear?" Yet, the fear of losing his loved ones was far greater. Heaven had granted him a chance to start anew. It did not imply there would be another opportunity. He acknowledged the numerous challenges ahead, realizing he could no longer entertain a mindset of hesitation. The old man sat in silence atop the donkey cart for a long while. Suddenly, he leaped down, clutching something tightly in his hand. As he approached, Su Tsang discerned that it was a dagger. The old man pressed the dagger into Su Tsang's hand, speaking earnestly. "Child, you are harboring something in your heart, aren't you?" Su Tsang did not refuse the dagger. Yet he remained silent regarding the old man's inquiry. There are certain matters he preferred to keep to himself. The old man had no intention of prying into Su Tsang's private affairs. He simply cast a deep glance at Su Tsang and imparted a piece of advice. "Follow that path until you see the light. Then you will know you've arrived." Su Tsang sheathed his dagger and took a deep breath, as if the burden on his back had become almost unbearable. Once, he lacked the resolve to cut ties with the past, but now it was time for him to grasp the essence of survival amidst despair. It is often said that while mountains may shift, one's nature remains steadfast. Undeniably, Su Tsang possessed an extraordinary talent that was almost frightening, which allowed him to break free from the confines of his previous life in Blue Sky Airlines, ultimately making his mark in general aviation. He was indeed a true prodigy, blissfully unaware of the harsh realities of life. However, it was now imperative for him to comprehend these truths, to dissect them, and to savor their complexities. He chose not to utter another word and resolutely turned towards the narrow path, embodying the spirit of a solitary warrior. The old man watched as Su Tsong's figure gradually melded into the inky darkness until he vanished from sight. Although Su Tsong's pace was unhurried, it was imbued with an unwavering determination. One must inevitably endure certain trials to incite change. The following morning at 5:50 a.m., outside the small hotel where the crew was staying, the on-duty captain, Mo Shangyun, was dressed impeccably, flanked by the first officer and the second officer, who had already removed his tie and epaulets, alongside several crew members. A minibus awaited at the hotel entrance, designated to transport the crew to the security checkpoint at Lushui Airport. According to the schedule, departure was set for 6 o'clock a.m. However, as the departure time approached, the second officer, who had been mentioned by Operations Control, had yet to arrive. When he had left the hotel that morning, he had specifically inquired at the front desk, only to learn that no one claiming to be from Blue Sky Airlines had checked in the previous night. Subsequently, Mo Shangyun contacted the company's Operations Control, only to find that they had not been able to reach the elusive second officer, as if he had simply evaporated into thin air. The first officer was aware that the company had dispatched a second officer, yet with the departure imminent, he remained conspicuously absent. Uncertain whether it was the company that had let them down or the second officer who had failed to appear, time was running short. With just 3 minutes remaining, the first officer could no longer contain himself and approached Mo Shangyun. "Instructor, what shall we do if he hasn't arrived by 6? Mo Shangyun, expressionless, replied, "If he hasn't shown up by 6, we'll simply return to our rest." As he spoke, he glanced at his watch. Only 2 minutes left. The first officer and the second officer, who was no longer fit to fly, discerned the undercurrent of frustration in Mo Shangyun's calm demeanor and wisely chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, the crew members nearby stifled yawns, many of them having assumed the previous night that there would be no supplementary flight, leaving them somewhat lackluster. The 2 minutes swiftly elapsed, and, as the clock struck 6, he gestured to the crew, "Return to rest. We won't be flying today." He then turned to the 2 officers. "You may head inside as well. I'll inform Operations Control of the situation." "Understood." The 2 co-pilots dared not defy the situation and followed the crew into the hotel. Once everyone had entered, Mo Shangyun's face turned ashen as he dialed the Operations Control number. The call was connected swiftly, and Mo Shangyun immediately exclaimed, "Where's the person you mentioned? Send someone over. I cannot find him at all. Are you mocking me?" Before Operations Control could offer an explanation, a feeble voice suddenly resonated in Mo Shangyun's ear. "Instructor, I am here." Chapter 52. Transformation. Mo Shangyun slowly lowered his phone, the faint echoes of the control room's explanations still audible through the speaker. Yet he found himself unwilling to listen any longer. The sight before him provided a far more profound shock. "Su Cang." Mo Shangyun could scarcely believe his eyes. The man stood before him, splattered with a multitude of mud splashes, his shoes encased in thick sludge, while the mud at the hems of his trousers had already cracked, revealing dampness above the knees. Su Tsong's hair hung limply, matted in a disheveled state, clearly indicative of having dried after being soaked in rain. Su Tsong's complexion was as pale as parchment, his eyes, once vibrant with youthful energy, now bloodshot, and his eyelids drooped wearily, as if he might succumb to slumber at any moment. Exhaustion was evident. There was no need for inquiries or probing. Su Tsong's demeanor alone spoke volumes of his fatigue. Indeed, Mo Shangyun recognized Su Tsong, for he was the inspector who had flagged Su Tsong's proficient checks 3 times. The very individual who had transformed Su Tsong from a rising star into a mere punchline among airlines. It was unlikely that Su Tsong had anticipated that the on-duty captain would be Mo Shangyun. Given their previous unfortunate encounters, even Su Tsong's typically unreserved nature faltered, and he instinctively averted his gaze upon meeting Mo Shangyun's eyes. Mo Shangyun shifted his body to face Su Tsong, scrutinizing him intently for a prolonged moment before finally inquiring. "The company mentioned they have been unable to reach you." "Oh, it rained on the road, and my phone got wet and stopped working. It wasn't intentional." Su Tsong hastily defended himself. Mo Shangyun's gaze sharpened. "Are you implying that you came in the rain?" How did you manage to get here? I saw in the news that the road from Jianchuan to Lushui has collapsed. Yes, it is impassable, Su-Song nodded. However, I encountered a kind old gentleman who allowed me to ride in his donkey cart along a back road to reach Lini County, and then I walked to Lushui. Actually, according to the plan, I should have arrived here by 3 or 4 in the morning. But halfway through, it started pouring heavily, and I couldn't continue. I found a place to take shelter until the rain eased before continuing, which caused a significant delay. As Su-Song spoke, his voice grew softer, as if drained of energy, yet he endeavored to mask his weariness with a flicker of relief. It seems I made it after all. Indeed, you have made it. Yet, it appears that timeliness is not the central issue here, is it? Mo Shangyun, hailing from Irai City, was well acquainted with the surrounding circumstances, as both Lini County and Lushui County fell under Irai's jurisdiction. While taking a donkey cart to Lini County could be deemed within the realm of normalcy, traversing from Lini County to Lushui County in the dark was nothing short of madness. Mo Shangyun recalled being awakened several times by the thunder and rain in the dead of night, meaning Su-Song had been trudging through the wilderness at that very hour. Teacher, is it still early? Su-Song asked. Mo Shangyun exhaled just past 6. Su-Song's expression shifted. Then let us go. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Do you not need to check into a hotel for a shower and change of clothes? Su-Song waved his hand dismissively. No, that would waste too much time. I can simply wash my face in the restroom on the plane and change into a fresh outfit. As he spoke, Su-Song patted the backpack slung over his shoulder, joyfully exclaiming, "Everything I need is right here." Mo Shangyun gazed at Su-Song's weary yet forced smile and sincerely remarked, "Su-Song, is that truly you?" Upon their first encounter, Mo Shangyun had discerned that Su-Song was an individual of remarkable talent, yet he was inherently carefree. The reason Mo Shangyun had called Su-Song 3 times stemmed partly from his frustration at Su-Song's apparent squandering of his extraordinary gifts. The heavens had bestowed upon Su-Song a terrifying aptitude, yet he seemed to squander it without a care, leaving Mo Shangyun, who valued talent, feeling both disappointed and infuriated. However, in this moment, Mo Shangyun could distinctly sense a transformation in Su-Song, a profound change that emanated from within, a shift rooted in his very essence. Instructor. Of course it is me, Su-Song said, resting one hand on the minibus and forcing a faint smile. I'm a bit tired from walking. May I board the vehicle first? Go ahead, you may board first. Upon hearing he could enter the vehicle, Su-Song leaned against the minibus as he walked past Mo Shangyun. As he drew closer, the scent emanating from Su-Song wafted into Mo Shangyun's nostrils, a blend of dampness, sweat, and a hint of animal musk. Sighing softly for reasons unknown, Mo Shangyun felt an unexpected fatigue wash over him, as if he too had been drained of energy. Once Su-Song boarded the vehicle, Mo Shangyun sent a text to the first officer who had returned to the hotel, instructing them to come back. And then he made a call to Operations Control. When the call connected, Operations Control was about to explain something to Mo Shangyun, but he interjected, inquiring, "Who is the duty officer today?" Operations Control was momentarily perplexed by Mo Shangyun's intent, but answered, "It's General Liu. Liu Jinghua." Understood. With that, Mo Shangyun hung up without a second thought and, disregarding the hour, immediately dialed Liu Jinghua's number. Approximately 10 minutes later, the 2 first officers and the cabin crew hurriedly returned to the vehicle, by which time Mo Shangyun had already boarded. The 2 first officers entered the vehicle first, followed by the cabin crew. One of the flight attendants instinctively covered her mouth and nose upon stepping inside, as if encountering an unpleasant odor. Glancing towards the back, she immediately spotted the disheveled Su-Song, with his head tilted, already asleep. Noticing the attendant's intent to inquire about Su-Song's identity, Mo Shangyun quickly pressed his right hand down, signaling for silence, and lowered his voice, "Keep it down. Let him sleep." The flight attendant, quick-witted, soon grasped the situation and explained it to her colleagues before stealthily making her way deeper into the cabin. Remarkably, the group of 8 boarded without a hint of commotion, and the only sound in the cabin was the faint snoring of Su-Song. Chapter 53, Prohibited Knives. Detention. The hotel is approximately a 20-minute drive from the airport. Although the duration is not extensive, it proves to be a welcome respite for Su Tsang, who has not slept a wink throughout the night. After a brief moment of rest, Su Tsang was gently awakened, rubbed his eyes, and disembarked, preparing to undergo security checks. While waiting in line, Mo Shangyun advised Su Tsang to refrain from boarding the plane immediately after passing through security and instead to visit the VIP lounge in the terminal. The lounge at this airport is accessible to the crew, as the lavatory on the aircraft is rather cramped, making it inconvenient for freshening up and changing clothes. Su Tsang found this reasoning sound and accepted Mo Shangyun's suggestion. As soon as Su Tsang approached the security checkpoint, nearly all eyes were drawn to him. His appearance indeed possessed a striking visual impact. Were it not for his communication with the crew, the security personnel might have mistaken him for a beggar who had wandered in. Unperturbed by the curious gazes, Su Tsang presented his flight crew boarding pass, which prompted the verification staff to meticulously scrutinize it several times before confirming that he was, in fact, a pilot. After so many years in security, they had never encountered a pilot with such an outlandish appearance. Once cleared, Su Tsang followed the procedure of placing his backpack on the conveyor belt of the X-ray machine before passing through the security gate for a manual inspection. The security officer, wielding a metal detector, looked at Su Tsang, who resembled a vagabond, and quipped, "Brother, what on earth have you done to yourself?" Su Tsang, uncharacteristically blushing, acknowledged that his current state was indeed less than flattering and that he was emitting an unpleasant odor. "I got caught in the rain, my apologies." The security officer chuckled and promptly began the inspection. The manual check was swift, concluding in just over 20 seconds, after which Su Tsang awaited the screening of his backpack. However, once his bag passed through the machine, the operator inquired, "Is there a knife in your bag? A fruit knife, perhaps?" "Oh, yes, indeed." Su Tsang recalled that before his journey to Lushui, an old man who had driven him there had gifted him a dagger for self-defense. In his exhaustion, he had completely forgotten about it. However, he was not overly concerned. The dagger was quite small, and he presumed it would not pose a significant issue. If necessary, he could always check it in. This little knife held particular significance for him, and Su Tsang wished to keep it. Mo Shangyun, who had already passed through security, overheard the inquiry regarding Su Tsang's knife but exhibited no concern, believing it was a minor issue. Pilots occasionally carry small fruit knives for convenience while on board to peel fruit. Yet, some airports have stricter security measures, which may prohibit such items. In the worst-case scenario, he could check it or simply leave it behind. Noticing Su Tsang's calm demeanor, the security personnel surmised this was merely an oversight by the crew and maintained a steady tone. "Please open your bag for me to inspect. If the length exceeds the limit, it cannot pass." The X-ray machine did not provide sufficient precision. A visual inspection was necessary to determine if the item could pass through security. Su Tsang raised no objections to this protocol and promptly opened his backpack. As the bag was unzipped, a musty, damp odor escaped. Although the bag was designed to be waterproof, its efficacy appeared to have faltered, leaving the uniform inside in an uncertain state of wetness. With a hint of concern, Su Tsang rummaged through the bag with one hand and soon retrieved a small knife, slightly longer than his palm. Mo Shangyun cast a curious glance in Su Tsang's direction, noting that the knife appeared to be rather crudely crafted. Upon receiving the small knife from Su Tsang, the security personnel conducted a cursory examination and muttered, "The length of this knife poses a potential risk." "No problem. If it's not allowed on board, please check it in for me," Su Tsang replied, vaguely recalling that the blade must be under 5 centimeters in length and that there were specific restrictions on the types of knives permitted. Although he could not recall the precise details. In terms of blade length, Su Tsang's small knife was indeed somewhat hazardous. "Let me measure it. If it exceeds the limit, it will need to be checked," the security officer said, nodding and signaling to a colleague, "Fetch me a ruler." While the colleague searched for the ruler, the security officer idly played with Su Tsang's knife, finding it rather intriguing, and remarked, "You seem to have a taste for detail. Even a knife for peeling apples is equipped with a sheath." Su Tsang chuckled awkwardly, offering no reply. Subsequently, the security officer gently pulled the knife from its sheath, revealing the glinting blade. The moment the officer laid eyes upon the blade, the smile vanished, replaced by a look of shock as if struck by an electric jolt, and he flung the knife to the ground. The sound of the knife hitting the floor drew the attention of other crew members and security staff. While Suitsong regarded the officer with confusion, asking, "What's wrong?" The officer wiped his face, his expression darkening. "There's a blood groove on this blade." "What did you say?" Suitsong exclaimed in disbelief. "How could there be a blood groove?" "Impossible." He incredulously crossed over to the X-ray machine and picked up the fallen knife. To his astonishment, he indeed saw a blood groove on each side of the blade. Since receiving the knife from the old man last night, he had not used it, believing it to be a simple tool, never suspecting it to be designed with a blood groove. "What is happening?" Mo Shangyun, noticing the unusual commotion from Suitsong's side, returned to inquire. The security officer's smile had completely vanished as he glanced at the 4 stripes on Mo Shangyun's shoulder and coldly stated, "Are you the captain?" "Yes. I'm the on-duty captain." "What's the matter?" Mo Shangyun, having missed the mention of the blood groove, was perplexed about the issue. The security officer seized the small knife from Suitsong, showcasing it to Mo Shangyun with a serious tone. "Take a look. This knife has a blood groove, which likely places it within the category of prohibited weapons. Once a blade bears a blood groove, the significance of its length becomes irrelevant, marking it as a distinctly lethal control weapon." Mo Shangyun's face paled, yet he feigned composure, stating, "We no longer require this item." The security personnel shook their head, replying, "This is no longer a matter of choice. You cannot leave for the time being." As he spoke, the security officer pointed at Suitsong, declaring, "We will notify the airport police. He must go for questioning." "Captain, I presume you're also required to accompany him." Chapter 54. The aircraft has issues. Blue Sky Airlines Quality Center yesterday. Instructor Wang Chong searched in vain for the Quality Center Director, Wu Yong. Today, however, fortune smiled upon him as Wu was present in his office. When Wang requested the QER historical data for aircraft number 1566, Wu did not refuse, as such data is not overly confidential. However, upon reviewing the QER data for aircraft 1566, a heated argument ensued between Wang and Wu. Since its reception, this aircraft had consistently generated numerous significant warnings regarding its pitch rate, followed later by a surge of warnings concerning its takeoff speed, clearly indicative of underlying issues. Wang meticulously examined all warnings issued since the aircraft's reception. Given its relatively short service duration, there were not an overwhelming number of QER warnings, allowing him to complete his review swiftly. To his astonishment, Wang discovered that the frequency of warnings regarding both pitch rate and takeoff speed was abnormally high, exhibiting a conspicuous pattern of initial pitch rate warnings followed by subsequent takeoff speed warnings. Drawing upon his extensive flying experience, Wang sensed something was amiss. Yet, Wu remained unconvinced, dismissively stating, "Oh, the QER warnings are merely the result of pilot actions. They have nothing to do with the aircraft itself. If there is an issue, it lies with the pilots." Wang countered, "These warnings are not confined to a single individual or a small group. While a few pilots may lack the requisite skills, the sheer number of occurrences suggests a broader problem. Either there is an issue with the QER calculation method, or the aircraft itself is faulty. Regardless of which it is, it must be addressed," Wang insisted. Wu scoffed, "The QER calculation method has been in use for many years without issue. As for the aircraft, what more can be expected from a new model? What if there are indeed numerous incompetent pilots? With the advancement of civil aviation, the reliability of aircraft systems has markedly improved, and the consensus within the industry has long been that human error is the primary source of problems, leading Wu to trust in the pilot's abilities over potential mechanical failures." However, Wang's perspective diverged from Wu's. He passionately argued, "The initial surge in pitch rate warnings followed by subsequent takeoff speed warnings clearly indicates that pilots, upon realizing that the aircraft generated excessive pitch rate warnings even at normal control inputs, began intentionally to moderate their pitch actions. Such arbitrary adjustments in their handling may result in imprecise control, leading to delayed pitch maneuvers and consequently triggering takeoff speed warnings." It must be said, Wang showcased the acumen of an experienced pilot, as he was able to reconstruct the core issue merely from the distribution of the QER data. Wu furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What exactly are you implying?" I am suggesting that the operational input from the crew of aircraft 1566 does not correspond with the actual variation of the elevator control. The actual changes in the elevator are greater than the crew's inputs. Wang Chang earnestly remarked, the aircraft's transmission system or its centering device may very well harbor congenital issues. It will be prudent to have the maintenance crew investigate. Wu Yong scoffed. Isn't the maintenance team supposed to conduct regular inspections? They haven't identified any problems. Wang Chang countered. That merely indicates the checks may not be thorough enough. For instance, a comprehensive inspection for 1566 is warranted. At this, Wu Yong became visibly agitated and immediately rejected the notion, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how much a major inspection costs? Moreover, 1566 is not scheduled for a major check for another 5 years. Your reckless suggestions would disrupt the entire maintenance plan." Wang Chang argued, "We can't simply ignore potential issues. Can we?" Wu Yong dismissed him. Whether there is a problem remains uncertain. Wang Chang insisted, "Why don't you believe me? This aircraft undoubtedly has issues. Where's your evidence?" Wu Yong, now somewhat exasperated, retorted, "If you claim 1566 has problems, then provide proof. Do you think the QER data is sufficient to substantiate your claims?" The exchange between Wu Yong and Wang Chang escalated, with their words becoming increasingly heated, bordering on a quarrel. The other employees in the quality center were bewildered, unsure why the two were at odds. "I say, Wu Yong, if there are indeed issues with the aircraft transmission or centering device, it could lead to significant problems down the line. We cannot afford to overlook this," Wang Chang urged. "And what about the costs?" Wu Yong's tone turned icy. "The expenses for a major inspection, the costs incurred from grounding the aircraft, and the losses from reduced operational capacity." Wang Chang fervently responded, "On what basis do you assert that 1566 must be free of issues? What if you are mistaken?" Wang Chang, both anxious and irate, shot back, "If I am wrong, Suitsong would not be." Wu Yong raised an eyebrow. "Who are you referring to?" Meanwhile, in the flight training office, the training manager was thoroughly exasperated by Jean Fullia's incessant chatter, lamenting, "Jean, you've been going on about this since yesterday. Aren't you tired?" Leaning against the training manager's desk, Jean fully displayed an unyielding audacity, nonchalantly responding, "If you had agreed to help me schedule the simulator earlier, we wouldn't be in this predicament." The training manager sighed in frustration, "But you cannot expect me to schedule an Airbus simulator for a Boeing pilot. Such an unusual request would be rejected by any airline's flight operations department. It's not that I am unwilling to assist, Jean. Does the regulations state that Boeing pilots cannot use Airbus simulators?" Jean fully challenged, lifting his chin defiantly. The training manager, nearly on the verge of uttering a reprimand, restrained himself, opting instead to patiently explain, even if there are no regulations against it, the finance department would not approve such an expense. They would come after me. "Jean, you cannot push me into a predicament. Furthermore, what exactly do you intend to accomplish by scheduling an Airbus simulator for a Boeing co-pilot? What do you want from me?" Jean fully let out a heavy snort, then squeezed out a phrase through gritted teeth. "Weren't you seeking my assistance to operate the simulator for maintaining flight hours last time? If you can help me, I shall take on the simulator duties. What do you say?" Recently, the sharp decline in flight schedules has left many pilots unable to maintain their flying hours, necessitating the use of simulators for this purpose. However, managing these simulators is quite cumbersome, and there are regrettably few instructors at Blue Sky Airlines qualified to operate them, which has left the flight training manager in a state of distress. The flight training manager's eyes lit up. This was indeed a rather constructive proposal. "In that case, you will operate the simulator for 2 hours, accommodating a total of 10 individuals. Once you have completed their assignments, the extra time shall be at your discretion. It will be your prerogative to decide who utilizes the simulator." The flight training manager's mind was still agile. How does that sound? Chapter 55. Reporting to the headquarters, 2 hours for 10 individuals? Jean fully contemplated this in his mind. Maintaining a realistic experience required each person to complete 3 takeoffs and landings. After all, this was not a real aircraft on a simulator. Even a narrower visual takeoff and landing could be accomplished by an individual within 10 minutes at the very least. Thus, for 10 individuals, that would amount to 100 minutes, leaving a surplus of 20 minutes. Although Gene fully found this somewhat insufficient. He reasoned that this was likely the flight training manager's bottom line, and thus he refrained from further negotiations. Despite his inclination to push for more, Gene fully insisted on establishing clear terms with the flight training manager. I must inform you in advance that I can only accommodate 10 individuals. Should I discover even one extra person, I will leave immediately. The flight training manager dared not play any tricks. Resolving this pressing issue was already a cause for relief. He was almost eager to assure Gene of his credibility. Captain Gene, rest assured, I am a person of great integrity. Moreover, Soo-Song could merely be noted as an observer on the simulator, which would make explanations to the finance department more straightforward. Of course, this was merely a note. As long as the task was completed, the remaining time could be at Jin's discretion. That was more like it. Satisfied with the outcome, Gene fully decided not to bother the flight training manager any further and prepared to attend to his own matters. However, just as he was about to exit the flight training office, a bespectacled middle-aged man, looking quite flustered, rushed into the room. Gene fully immediately recognized him as Manager Lin Can from the Operations Control Center and called out, "Lin Can, did you not say Soo-Song was covering the early shift at Lucy? Why is he not here yet?" Manager Lin appeared extremely anxious, momentarily stunned by Gene Fully's call. His eyes widening in alarm, which startled Gene Fully. "Covering a shift? What shift? The man is at the police station." Manager Lin exclaimed with an intensity that left Gene Fully feeling as though the world had tilted on its axis. After a brief moment, Gene Fully shouted, "What did you say? Where?" However, Manager Lin paid no heed to Gene Fully and hurried to the desk of the manual administrator, taking a deep breath before saying, "Help me find a manual." Seeing Lin Can's urgency made the manual administrator somewhat tense. "Manager, which manual do you need?" Lin Can exhaled the Civil Aviation Safety Inspection Regulations and the standards for the identification of control knives. Meanwhile, at the Lucy Airport police station, Soo-Song had been interrogated for 4 to 5 hours. Eventually, the police managed to contact the local police station in Linshui and found the old man with the donkey cart. In China, if one merely manufactured items without inflicting violence upon others, there generally would be no penalties, unless it involved large-scale, unlicensed production. In truth, this old man from a remote mountain town had little understanding of the law. He simply sought means of self-defense, considering that individuals like him often traversed mountain paths. Nevertheless, the old man was somewhat fortunate. The recently issued list of canceled administrative approval items included the production of control knives, specifically items 104 to 107. Otherwise, the old man would have been apprehended. Of course, carrying a prohibited knife is undeniably wrong, considering the unique circumstances of the old man's frequent traversing of mountainous paths. The local police station merely administered a reprimand, instructing him to refrain from using knives with blood grooves in the future. According to the corroborated accounts of both the old man and Soo-Song, it was clear that Soo-Song did not willfully carry a prohibited weapon. After investing considerable time reviewing Soo-Song's past records, which revealed no criminal history, the authorities opted for a mere educational approach, confiscating the weapon and allowing him to depart. Although the process was somewhat arduous, it ultimately resulted in a false alarm. The supplementary flight, initially scheduled to depart at 8:30, was delayed until past 1 in the afternoon. Having been through such an ordeal the entire night, Soo-Song felt utterly drained, both physically and mentally. Given the gravity of the situation, he was uncertain whether the company would impose any penalties upon him. Logically, since the police had not enacted any substantial punishment or recorded the incident, Soo-Song should not face significant repercussions. However, he had no confidence regarding potential issues from other quarters. What about the airport, the regulatory body, or the airline? If any one of these entities deemed a penalty necessary, he would undoubtedly be subject to it. After a considerable time of busyness on the aircraft, Soo-Song felt as though every ounce of energy had been siphoned from him. Once he stowed his backpack in the overhead compartment and sank into his seat, he struggled to rise. He understood the adage that to bestow great responsibilities upon an individual, one must first subject them to hardship, yet this seemed excessively frequent. As though waves of challenges were crashing upon him, affording no respite. At that moment, while the fuel truck had yet to arrive, Su Tsang was granted a brief moment of rest. Upon returning from the aircraft's exterior, Mo Shangyun boarded and noticed Su Tsang resting in the cabin. Su Tsang, upon spotting Mo Shangyun, immediately felt a jolt of anxiety and stood up, expressing his embarrassment. "Instructor, I truly apologize. I never anticipated things would unfold this way." Due to his actions, the entire crew had spent several hours at the police station, and Su Tsang was certain that this was far from a pleasant experience. He sensed that some crew members regarded him with less than friendly eyes during the second entry. Recently, Su Tsang had been living in trepidation, as if walking on the edge of an abyss, fearful of causing further trouble. Yet despite his caution, he had still managed to embroil himself in a predicament. Mo Shangyun placed his flight bag on the floor, tilted his head slightly, and with a hint of confusion on his face, inquired, "Why are you apologizing to me? Did you do something wrong that I'm unaware of?" Su Tsang was taken aback, struggling to comprehend Mo Shangyun's meaning. "I just saw the fuel truck arrive. Go and refuel." Mo Shangyun gestured towards the cabin door. Su Tsang quickly rummaged through his bag to don a reflective vest, hastening towards the exit. However, just as he reached the doorway, Mo Shangyun called out to him, "Su Tsang, were you feeling scared just now?" Su Tsang lowered his head and, after a moment's hesitation, confessed in a subdued tone, "A little." At this moment, Su Tsang wished he could stretch a second into two, fearing any misstep. Yet, Mo Shangyun suddenly broke into laughter. "It's all right. You need not be afraid. Go ahead and focus on your work." Although Su Tsang did not comprehend Mo Shangyun's intentions, he nodded emphatically and hastened down to the tarmac for refueling. Once Su Tsang vanished from sight, the smile on Mo Shangyun's face melted away like snow, ultimately giving way to a subtle sense of anxiety. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the cockpit. The first officer rushed out, clutching his phone, and collided with Mo Shangyun, exclaiming fiercely, "Instructor, a friend of mine at Flying Mark just informed me that Lushui Airport has reported us to the headquarters." Chapter 56. The instructor, "Then I shall speak at the Jinshuan Airport tarmac." Amidst the presence of a Dacia Airlines aircraft, a ground vehicle belonging to Blue Sky Airlines awaited. This vehicle was not intended to transport the crew, but rather to retrieve Wang Xian, the chief pilot of Blue Sky Airlines, who was returning from headquarters. After a wait of several minutes, Wang Xian finally descended from the jet bridge via the staircase. He possessed a tall and slender figure, with a fair complexion and rosy lips, embodying the archetype of an androgynous beauty. However, despite his delicate features, an inner aura radiated from him, sharp and assertive as a sword. Once inside the vehicle, the ground staff eagerly reached for the bag Wang Xian was holding. Yet, upon taking his seat, he did not hand over the bag, but instead turned his head, his gaze piercing, and coldly remarked, "In just a few days of my absence, the company has encountered so many issues. Bringing restricted knives through security?" The ground staff felt a chill run down their spine, and, as they prepared to offer an explanation, Wang Xian abruptly hurled the bag at the staff member's head, who dared not flinch. This intimidating display rendered the driver, who was at the wheel, utterly silent. It was evident that Chief Wang's mood was far from pleasant. Earlier, as he boarded the aircraft, the leaders from headquarters had publicly addressed this matter in front of representatives from various airlines. "My dignity, the dignity of Blue Sky Airlines, has been thoroughly compromised." Wang Xian recalled the scene from 2 hours prior when the leaders had specifically called him out, insisting he return to the company to thoroughly disseminate the civil aviation security inspection regulations. Although the leaders had spoken in a mild tone, the implications were unmistakable, particularly in the presence of representatives from other airlines. Being singled out in such a setting was exceedingly embarrassing. The staff member who had been struck was in a state of panic. Chief Wang was notoriously proud within the company, and to have suffered such humiliation in front of the leaders and airline representatives would surely incite a furious reaction. At this moment, the most prudent course of action was to remain silent, for any explanation would likely exacerbate Wang Xian's ire. The incident involving restricted knives had already been communicated to the authorities by the Lushui Airport, which subsequently informed Blue Sky Airlines. Although the local police had not imposed any substantial penalties, it did not imply that Lushui Airport could disregard the matter. Reporting it to the authorities was merely a procedural obligation, not a targeted attack. It was protocol to report incidents deemed necessary, regardless of whether they resulted in consequences. After venting his frustration, Wang Xian fell into a contemplative silence before suddenly asking, "Where are the others now?" The ground staff, aware of whom Wang Xian referred to, promptly replied, "They should be landing shortly. Have them come directly to the fleet office after they land," Wang Xian stated indifferently. The staff hesitated momentarily, inquiring, "All of them?" Wang Xian narrowed his eyes. "Is the captain?" "Chief, it is instructor Mo Shangyun. Does he also need to go to the fleet office?" The staff at the flight standard cautiously sought approval. After a moment of silence, Wang Xian lowered his voice and said, "Forget it. Just let that offending second officer come over." Meanwhile, in the air, Su Tsang and his team had reached the 5-point position of the number 23 runway at Jinchuan Airport. After lowering the flaps to 30 degrees and completing the landing checklist, the first officer confirmed the landing clearance and, with the agreement of instructor Mo Shangyun, disengaged the autopilot from manual flying. The afternoon breeze at Jinchuan Airport was rather turbulent, much like the unsettled state of the first officer, who was aware that the Luoshui Airport security incident had been reported to the authorities. Perhaps overwhelmed by anxiety, his grip on the controls faltered, making it difficult to maintain speed, let alone guide the aircraft. Mo Shangyun, seated in the left seat, observed the chaotic flying of the first officer with a hint of displeasure and admonished sternly, "You're a level 6 first officer, soon transitioning to the left seat. Yet you can't even maintain guidance? It's merely an 8-meter gust. Is it that difficult to fly?" Chastened by Mo Shangyun's reprimand, the first officer felt somewhat embarrassed but refrained from retorting. He shook off his nerves and focused intently on controlling the aircraft, resulting in a noticeable improvement in the situation. In truth, the first officer had his own grievances. The reporting of the incident to the authorities by Luoshui Airport meant he would likely face repercussions. However, this matter had nothing to do with him. He was merely a victim of circumstance. Yet, instructor Mo Shangyun forbade him from discussing it with Su Tsang, forcing him to swallow his frustrations. Although Su Tsang was unaware of the report made to the authorities by Luoshui Airport, he was not oblivious. He could sense the unusual atmosphere in the cockpit. Having previously held the position of chief pilot at the General Administration, he was familiar with the operational rules of civil aviation and understood that the security issue was unlikely to end well, though he was uncertain about the potential consequences. The winds at Jinchuan Airport were no small matter, yet manageable enough that Su Tsang did not expend excessive energy on it. He casually glanced around, his face betraying his concern. As Mo Shangyun monitored the aircraft status, he caught sight of Su Tsang's troubled expression, which only served to increase his irritation. However, as they neared landing, he refrained from further comment. As the aircraft approached the runway, it seemed the first officer had perhaps overcompensated, causing the plane to drift significantly, likely triggering a warning for a 704. Su Tsang paid little mind to it. After all, Jinchuan Airport had a sufficiently long runway, allowing for some leeway. An occasional warning for a 704 due to extended leveling distance was not alarming and hardly warranted a reprimand from instructor Mo Shangyun. However, once the aircraft had docked at the gate and the engines were shut down, Mo Shangyun did not provide feedback to the first officer, but instead turned to Su Tsang and asked, "Did you see everything clearly?" Su Tsang, still in the process of removing his headset, paused momentarily before responding, "See clearly what?" Mo Shangyun pointed to the bewildered first officer. His performance during the 5-point approach and landing Su Tsang, now momentarily bewildered, halted his actions and replied, "Instructor, was there a problem?" Mo Shangyun's displeasure deepened, as he believed Su Tsang was lying. "Just a moment ago, you appear to be lost in thought. If you claim to have seen clearly, then please recapitulate the 5-edge maneuver and its landing conditions." Su Tsang hesitated, uncertain. "Instructor, should I provide a brief overview, or would you prefer a more detailed account?" Mo Shangyun raised an eyebrow. "How detailed can you be?" Deep down, Mo Shangyun suspected that Su Tsang was merely putting on a facade, for he had clearly observed Su Tsang's distraction during the 5-edge maneuver, yet his words suggested he had been attentively monitoring the situation. Nevertheless, Sutsong's expression remained unchanged as he glanced at the instructor. In that case, I shall proceed to speak. Chapter 57. The terrifying ability to recount emotion gazed at Sutsong, who appeared unwaveringly confident, and, in a fit of exasperation, retorted, "Do you truly believe you can articulate something profound?" In truth, what Shangyan wished to convey was a challenge to Sutsong's ability to fabricate a convincing narrative. With a pointed gesture towards the first officer, he commanded, "Can your phone record? Ensure you capture his words. I refuse to be accused of misjudging him later." The first officer, not daring to be remiss, promptly retrieved his phone and activated the recording feature. Shangyun's ire stemmed from a profound disappointment. He had harbored a burgeoning admiration for Sutsong after witnessing him brave the elements to walk to Lucy County, believing he had finally undergone a transformation. However, he was dismayed to discover that one's fundamental nature is often immutable, as Sutsong once again resorted to idleness the moment they boarded the aircraft, which deeply repulsed Shangyan. Stealing a glance at the first officer, Sutsong was reluctant to dissect the nuances of this landing, as doing so would reveal the inadequacies of the first officer's performance, which he feared might embarrass him. Yet, faced with Shangyun's relentless scrutiny, Sutsong had no choice but to press on. Radio altitude 1,000 feet, engine RPM 54, rate of descent 705. Radio altitude 500 feet, engine RPM 53, rate of descent 700, speed 125. At the mention of speed, Sutsong hesitated noticeably, for this velocity was already below the reference speed, whereas a proper approach speed should exceed it by at least 5 knots. This indicated that at 500 feet, the first officer's speed deviation was quite substantial. Indeed, upon hearing this, the first officer's countenance began to falter, casting a furtive glance at Shangyan. Unmoved, Shangyan maintained a stern demeanor. "Continue." Sutsong cleared his throat and proceeded. Radio altitude 200 feet, RPM 55, rate of descent 604, speed 126. At this juncture, the first officer's face had turned a vivid shade of red, as if he wished to vanish into the ground. The fact that, at 300 feet, the speed deviation had yet to be rectified was indeed excessive. Prior to this, while approaching, there had been reports of gusts. Yet the actual wind direction and speed remained relatively stable, approximately 30 degrees with a speed of 6 knots. Sutsong paused momentarily, recollecting, at a radio altitude of 50 feet. The wind direction shifted to 230 degrees, maintaining a speed of 6 knots, while the aircraft speed increased to 137 knots, with an attitude of around 1.2 degrees and engine RPM at 47. During the earlier phases of descent, Sutsong had provided approximate figures. Beyond 50 feet, they were on the threshold of the runway, where the real challenge lay. As Sutsong articulated these details with such fluency, Shangyun felt his brow unfurl slightly. Sutsong had integrated the wind direction, wind speed, aircraft velocity, attitude changes, and engine RPM into his account. If it were fabricated, it seemed overly seamless. Could it be that he had not been distracted at all? Montak Shangyun Pondat bemusit. The crux of the matter was that even if one were to focus intently, such clarity of recall was extraordinary. One who was merely accompanying the flight could scarcely recall it so vividly. Sutsong was oblivious to Shangyun's psychological transformation and continued to speak. When the radio altitude reached 10 feet, the wind direction shifted to 238 degrees, and the wind speed increased to 9 knots. The aircraft's attitude was approximately 1.5 degrees, entering the level-off phase. As the aircraft entered this phase and descended below 10 feet, the engine speed reduced to 34, nearing slow thrust. However, at a radio altitude of 5 feet, due to wind effects, the descent rate diminished to 0, approaching level flight with the aircraft's attitude at around 2.4 degrees. Just before touchdown, the aircraft descended by 80 feet, resuming its descent with thrust at 32, slow thrust, a speed of 126, and a pitch of 4.5 degrees, ultimately landing over 900 meters from the visual reference point. After finishing, Su Tsang gazed quietly at Mo Shangyun. That was the situation after we entered the runway airspace. He added, "Instructor, I was paying close attention." The first officer's mouth hung slightly agape, even forgetting to stop the recording. He mechanically turned to Mo Shangyun, who also wore a stiff expression, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, Mo Shangyun suddenly asked, "How do you think he flew?" Huh? This question nearly made Su Tsang jump. "Instructor, are you asking me for a critique?" The muscles in Su Tsang's face twitched uncontrollably, his expression becoming decidedly unnatural. "Indeed," Mo Shangyun shrugged. "What you just mentioned were all data points. I am not interested in that. I only wish to hear your summarizing opinion." "Instructor, this." Su Tsang's gaze briefly met the first officer's, feeling an almost palpable awkwardness. As a student, he is a level 6 first officer. I am not qualified. Mo Shangyun smirked. Feeling apologetic, are we? After that, he patted the first officer's shoulder. "Cover your ears." The first officer had already been cursing internally, but still obediently covered his ears, as directed by Mo Shangyun. "Now, he cannot hear. Go ahead." Su Tsang's face twitched, utterly perplexed by Mo Shangyun's reasoning. He opened his mouth, but found himself unable to articulate his thoughts. As Su Tsang hesitated, Mo Shangyun barked, "Speak." This command startled not only Su Tsang, but also the first officer, who was covering his ears. At this point, Su Tsang had no choice but to summon his courage. The deviation correction response was too slow, the coordination of the controls was inadequate, and there was virtually no consideration of the wind's impact on the aircraft status. The correction actions after leveling off were hesitant, and the conclusion? Montak Shangyun Plesit. Gesturing toward the first officer, "He cannot hear." Su Tsang sighed, pondering whether the first officer could indeed hear. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, he had to admit, there is still considerable distance to the left seat's level. Mo Shangyun patted the first officer. "Did you hear that?" The first officer dejectedly removed his hands from his ears. "Instructor, you might as well have let me pretend I didn't hear anything." Aside from having joined the company earlier and possessing a slightly higher technical level, you are otherwise leagues apart from him in every other aspect. Mo Shangyun spoke without a hint of restraint. "Thus, there is no need for you to compare yourself to him. Now, please send me the recording later. I have use for it." Su Tsang couldn't help but feel his face flush with embarrassment when suddenly, his newly activated phone rang, displaying a number belonging to the flight team's assistant. Upon hearing the commotion from Su Tsang's phone, Mo Shangyun remarked, "Answer it." Recognizing the urgency from the flight team, Su Tsang did not dare to delay and promptly answer the call. "Hello, this is Su Tsang." "Su Tsang, you've landed. Haven to you?" The assistant's voice was flat and unremarkable. "After you exit, do not return just yet. Come by the flight team. They need to see you." Chapter 58. Who do you wish to punish? Upon hanging up the phone, Su Tsang found himself engulfed in a wave of anxiety. As he exited the police station at Lushui Airport, he had anticipated that this matter was far from over. His mind was already in turmoil, and with this new call, it seemed his fears were about to be realized. The company had inevitably been informed. Su Tsang's complexion turned pale as he put away his phone, unsure whether his pallor stemmed from exhaustion or trepidation. It should have been a precarious situation, yet accidents continued to unfold. However, Su Tsang's thoughts were rather simplistic. This issue was not only known to Blue Sky Airlines, but had also reached the Civil Aviation Administration. Mo Shangyun noticed Su Tsang's distress and clicked his tongue in disapproval. "What's wrong? You look as if you've swallowed a fly." "Instructor, the fleet has instructed me to step aside and head over," Su Tsang replied, gathering his phone with a hint of despondency. "I still need to pay a visit to the flight safety office." It was somewhat anticipated that Lushui Airport would escalate the matter to the administration. It would indeed be problematic if the company did not intervene. Yet Su Tsang mentioned only his own assignment to the fleet, rather than the entire crew being summoned, which struck him as peculiar. Moreover, neither he nor Mo Shangyun had received any calls. Mo Shangyun's expression darkened as he pondered for a moment. "You should go to the flight safety office. There's no need for you to visit the fleet." Su Tsang looked at Mo Shangyun with surprise. "Instructor, the fleet may have summoned us due to security." Before he could finish, Mo Shangyun shot him a fierce glare. "Silence. Despite his usually stern demeanor, Mo Shangyun rarely displayed genuine anger. However, his earlier outburst clearly indicated that he was on the brink of losing his temper. Seeing Mo Shangyun's agitation, Su Tsang felt no courage to speak further and obediently fell silent. Instructor, won't this be problematic? Su Tsang ventured cautiously. What's problematic about it? Montag Shangyun hoofed. Some individuals are not thinking clearly. I need to have a word with them. You need not concern yourself with anything other than attending to the flight safety office. Do not go to the fleet. Su Tsang remained uncertain. Instructor, this. What about this or that? Mo Shangyun snapped, clearly irritated. Why must you make me repeat myself? At this point, Su Tsang felt it prudent to refrain from further dissent and chose not to press the matter any longer. Once the passengers had disembarked, Mo Shangyun was the first to step off the tarmac, carrying his suitcase. However, instead of immediately boarding the vehicle, he waited at the door until all crew members had gathered. With the captain not boarding, the others naturally hesitated, clustering at the entrance. Mo Shangyun surveyed the assembled crew with a keen gaze. Today, during security checks, a small incident was uncovered, and I prefer that this matter remains undisclosed to others. Therefore, please promptly forget the security check. Should I hear any related rumors in the future and trace them back to any of you, I assure you, unpleasant consequences will ensue. The incident involving Su Tsang bringing a knife through security could not be entirely concealed, yet the spread and velocity of its dissemination could be controlled, as it was indeed not a matter of pride. Although it may carry some bias, the undeniable truth remains that individuals possess an inherent inclination to spread gossip, particularly among the crew members. Without any restrictions, Mo Shangyun could confidently assert that within mere days, the majority of the airline's crew would be aware of Su Tsang's incident at the security checkpoint. While Mo Shangyun's words were measured, the implications were unmistakably clear. Given Mo Shangyun's esteemed position, the crew members had no doubt regarding the authenticity of his warning. It was not a matter to be trifled with. Consequently, the crew members nodded in agreement, while Su Tsang felt a warmth in his heart, knowing that Instructor Mo was looking out for him. Once the message had been conveyed, Mo Shangyun refrained from further elaboration and was the first to board the vehicle. As he settled in, the rest of the crew followed suit, though the atmosphere within the vehicle felt somewhat heavy. Upon arriving at the company's headquarters, the group disbanded, and Su Tsang, following Mo Shangyun's guidance, proceeded to the flight operations office, while Mo Shangyun himself stored his flight bag in the preparation room and made his way to the fleet office. Upon reaching the fleet office, Mo Shangyun directly approached the fleet assistant of Su Tsang's Boeing 2nd Squadron, tapping the table lightly. I hear you are looking for Su Tsang? The fleet assistant, a young woman, glanced around in search of Su Tsang, but found no trace of him, looking a bit puzzled. Yes, instructor, we need to discuss something with him. Mo Shangyun, feigning disinterest, inquired, what is it? The fleet assistant hesitated, unsure if it was appropriate to disclose Su Tsang's circumstances to Mo Shangyun. However, considering that a disciplinary announcement would inevitably follow, she decided there was no need for secrecy and divulged. Su Tsang encountered an issue at the security check in Lushui Airport and may face disciplinary action. Oh. Mo Shangyun elongated his response dramatically, as if suddenly enlightened. The fleet assistant, having clarified the situation, asked Instructor, Su Tsang was supposed to be with you, but why hasn't he arrived? However, Mo Shangyun did not respond to her query. Instead, he furrowed his brow, adopting a contemplative expression while leaning closer. Xiao Wang. At my age, I sometimes struggle to grasp things. Who did you say might be facing punishment? The fleet assistant, thinking Mo Shangyun had not heard clearly, repeated, Su Tsang. Instructor. Mo Shangyun suddenly placed a hand firmly on the fleet assistant's desk, the forcefulness of his gesture drawing the attention of nearly everyone in the fleet office. His voice rose even louder, his ear now closer. I still don't quite catch that. At this point, even the most oblivious individuals understood that Mo Shangyun was not genuinely hard of hearing, but was instead conveying a different sentiment, one that was decidedly less amicable. Especially when the corner of the fleet assistant's eye caught sight of the prominent veins bulging on the back of Mo Shangyun's hand. She felt increasingly at a loss for words. Instructor, the fleet assistant, having never encountered such an intimidating demeanor, found herself utterly speechless. At that moment, a clear and piercing voice resonated from the entrance of the fleet. Instructor, Su Tsang has brought a controlled knife to the security check, and this matter has reached the ears of the authorities. Should he not face consequences? Wang Xian, with a grim expression, slowly entered, his gaze fixated on Mo Shangyun. However, Mo Shangyun appeared indifferent to Chief Wang Xian, his attention remaining on the fleet assistant as he reiterated, Xiao Wang, I simply wish to know who you intend to penalize. Witnessing Mo Shangyun's blatant disregard, Wang Xian's countenance grew even more strained as he called out once more, Instructor. Yet, in the presence of the chief pilot, Mo Shangyun remained unfazed, as if Wang Xian were a mere phantom. At that moment, everyone else in the fleet office kept their heads down, silent, not daring to breathe, creating an atmosphere that was truly stifling. Instructor. After several unanswered calls, Wang Xian could no longer contain himself. Master, are you truly favoring Su Tsang? Chapter 59. I'm flying a Boeing. 6 years ago, Wang Xian joined Blue Sky Airlines, where his unparalleled talent caught the attention of Mo Shangyun, propelling him swiftly to the esteemed position of chief pilot. With no connections or background to rely on, Wang Xian's ascent was solely attributed to his own capabilities, with Mo Shangyun offering minimal assistance along the way. However, at this moment, the once harmonious mentor-student relationship had devolved into an uncomfortable confrontation. Today, in front of the leaders of the headquarters and numerous representatives from various airlines, I was publicly called out due to Su Tsang. The authorities even issued a directive for me to convey the safety inspection regulations. Should we not present ourselves appropriately? Wang Xian, both anxious and indignant, exclaimed, Master, he has made a mistake and deserves punishment. Isn't that only just? Silence. Mo Shangyun snapped back, locking eyes with his once favored disciple. What are you thinking? Don't pretend. I'm unaware. I have told you before, there are always greater mountains beyond the hills, and people more accomplished than oneself. When encountering someone superior, one should strive to refine oneself rather than seek to suppress. Faced with such a public revelation of his thoughts, Wang Xian's expression darkened, and he replied in a voice laced with oppression, Master, you speak too much. Mo Shangyun, observing Wang Xian on the brink of eruption, remained steadfast. You know in your heart whether I speak too much. Why did Su Tsang bring a knife? You all seem indifferent to that. If we punish him today, who will still be willing to exert themselves for the company in the future? This will chill the hearts of the crew. And what will the authorities say? Wang Xian retorted sharply. With a cold laugh, Mo Shangyun responded, If the authorities want us to convey, then we shall convey. There is no need to indulge in actions that merely appease the authorities. In fact, the directive issued by the authorities to Blue Sky Airlines strictly pertained to the communication of the civil aviation safety inspection regulations, with no instruction for punitive measures against Su Tsang. However, adhering to the principle of needing to act, airlines typically undertake additional measures beyond what is requested, such as punishing Su Tsang, to demonstrate their unwavering support for the authorities. This practice aligns with the traditional conduct of airlines, as everyone understands who holds the ultimate authority. In this context, punishing Su Tsang was indeed the standard procedure, albeit it conveniently aligned with Wang Xian's more sinister inclinations. Master, you no longer hold an administrative position. Whether or not to punish Su Tsang is not for you to decide. Yet, Mo Shangyun raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. I am the captain, the leader of the crew. Since you wish to penalize Su Tsang, then the captain should also be held accountable. Include me in the disciplinary notice. Wang Xian's breath quickened, as Mo Shangyun had presented him with an insurmountable dilemma. No matter how he pondered, he could not comprehend why Mo Shangyun was so protective of Su Tsang. Even feeling a twinge of jealousy, seeing that Wang Xian had fallen silent, Mo Shangyun felt a sudden wave of ennui wash over him. With a sigh, he began to walk towards the door. Just as he reached the threshold, Wang Xian, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, Master, am I to gain another junior disciple? But does he truly possess talent? Or is he merely a lucky fool? Master, do you still not comprehend the situation? Mo Shangyun stood at the door for a considerable time, remaining silent, before ultimately leaving the office without uttering a word. Once Mo Shangyun had distanced himself, the flight team assistant, filled with trepidation, inquired of Wang Xian, General Wang, "What about the punishment notice?" Wang Xian did not respond to the assistant at all. Instead, he surveyed the entire office. All the staff members were bowing their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze. At last, Wang Xian let out a heavy snort and departed. Simultaneously, in the flight operations office, Su Tsang's situation was not particularly optimistic. Rather, it was rather peculiar. The Airbus fleet captain, Jean Fully, approached Su Tsang with a sheet of paper, excitement etched across his face. "Did you complete this exam?" Su Tsang glanced at the paper, where his name was glaringly inscribed, and felt compelled to confess, "Yes, I did." Jean Fully's eyes sparkled with delight. How could a Boeing employee answer an Airbus exam? Su Tsang cleared his throat, pondering for a long time without conjuring a plausible explanation, and finally resorted to a vague response. "There seems to be a slight misunderstanding." "Oh, a misunderstanding, is it?" Jean Fully's gaze shifted to the position of the proctor, Yu Xin. Despite being turned away from the two, Yu Xin sensed an icy chill creeping up his spine. Cursing the one who assigned the exam, Zheng Wei, in his heart multiple times, though he had a rough idea of the cause. Jean Fully chose not to confront Yu Xin immediately, as he had more pressing matters at hand. With a cheerful demeanor, he tossed the exam paper onto a nearby desk and continued, "How did you manage to tackle the Airbus questions?" "I was merely perusing some Airbus manuals out of boredom." Su Tsang added nervously, "They were outdated manuals discarded by the company." "Is that so?" Jean Fully scrutinized Su Tsang from head to toe, muttering, "You appear quite refined," exuding a sense of cleverness. "Quite impressive." Su Tsang felt his face twitch in disbelief. What was the connection here? After inspecting Su Tsang for a while, Jean Fully appeared quite satisfied. "How about this? I'll pose 2 more questions. If you answer them correctly, we shall consider this exam passed." Su Tsang was genuinely reluctant to reveal his knowledge of Airbus models and could only feign trepidation. "Captain Jean, I merely glanced at the Airbus manuals. They contain trivial information." Jean Fully raised an eyebrow. "Are you implying you cannot answer them?" Su Tsang nodded, tacitly affirming Jean Fully's assertion. "Is that so?" Jean Fully suddenly raised his voice, calling toward the technical administrator responsible for the promotion examination. "Then Su Tsang shall not pass this promotion exam." "What?" Su Tsang was taken aback, his voice rising in pitch. "Captain Jean, why have you suddenly decided not to let me pass?" Jean Fully raised a finger. "One can afford to eat haphazardly, but one must not speak recklessly. You stated you could not answer, so it is only natural that you do not pass. Is it not?" "Unbelievable." Su Tsang was utterly perplexed, pondering the absurdity of the situation. "Team Jean, I genuinely have no knowledge regarding Airbus. I only fly Boeing." Jean Fully shrugged nonchalantly. "So you fly Boeing, yet you are unaware of Airbus?" A faint smile crossed Jean Fully's lips as he directed his voice towards the technical administrator. "Have you recorded the conclusion?" At this moment, Su Tsang grasped Jean Fully's arm with urgency. "Team Jean, this is rather unfair." Jean Fully raised his right hand, finger splayed. 5 seconds. Take a moment to reflect. Do you truly have any knowledge or not? Chapter 60. The dual-type trainee Su Tsang had come to realize that while others who were reborn swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of their lives, his own journey as a reincarnated individual was a stark contrast. He vividly recalled the day he was to return home, when he narrowly escaped death from a falling steel pipe, only to subsequently encounter a flight accident with Feiyu Airlines. He even found himself entangled in the absurdity of receiving the wrong examination papers, compounded by the fact that the invigilator was rather irresponsible, leading to his current predicament. What is deemed reasonable? A Boeing pilot lacking knowledge of Airbus aircraft. That is what one might call reasonable. Conversely, what is deemed unreasonable? A Boeing pilot who possesses a comprehensive understanding of Airbus theory, and furthermore, is merely a trainee. If Su Tsang were an instructor, a chief engineer, or even a representative appointed by the authorities, such a scenario might be somewhat justifiable. At this moment, Su Tsang was determined to avoid displaying any signs of irrationality. Yet, it was evident that Jean Fuely had different thoughts as he raised a finger. 4. Su Tsang felt his head spinning, pondering what actions to take. However, Jean Fuely's voice resonated in his mind, amplifying the psychological pressure on him. 3. As Jean Fuely's resounding countdown progressed, many in the office of the flight safety team paused their work, intrigued by the unfolding drama. It was indeed a rare spectacle to witness a captain of Airbus compelling a Boeing co-pilot to respond to questions regarding Airbus theory. 2. Jean Fuely's gaze sharpened, exuding an increasingly aggressive aura. 1. In the fleeting moment when his final finger was lowered, Jean Fuely's eyelids drooped slightly, revealing a hint of disappointment as he raised his chin, poised to call out to the technical administrator. However, in the next instant, unable to contain himself any longer, Su Tsang grasped Jean Fuely's right hand and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Wait. Jean Fuely could perceive that Su Tsang was on the verge of breaking, and a triumphant smile crept across his face. Have you figured it out? Su Tsang exhaled deeply. Captain Jean, please pose your question, and I will do my utmost to answer. Do your utmost? Jean Fuely chuckled. Don't try to play tricks on me. Doing your utmost to answer? If your response is inadequate, I shall not let you pass regardless. Su Tsang felt a shiver run down his spine, taken aback by Jean Fuely's direct revelation of his intentions. Su Tsang had planned to select some rather simple questions, feigning a thoughtful demeanor while pretending ignorance on slightly challenging ones, thus rendering it more plausible. However, Jean Fuely had thwarted his strategy, leaving him with no room for subterfuge. At this juncture, Su Tsang found himself in a quandary and could only utter, Captain Jean, please proceed. Excellent. Jean Fuely was quite satisfied. Then let me state my question. The proximity sensor for the cargo door will emit a fault warning if it does not detect that the cargo door is closed. However, what factors could lead to false alarms from this sensor? Initially, Su Tsang had contemplated maintaining an air of deep contemplation, but upon meeting Jean Fuely's unwavering gaze, he abandoned the pretense and replied, the proximity sensor may register false alarms due to oil contamination causing excessive gaps, damage to the electrical switch during cargo loading, circuit failures, or sensor rupture due to water or ice intrusion. Jean Fuely's eyes sparkled with interest as he inquired about the most common reasons encountered during operation. The first one, Su Tsang responded almost instinctively. Excellent. Jean Fuely clapped his hands in delight, clearly pleased. What factors determine the low energy warning? Aircraft speed, acceleration, and trajectory angle, came the reply. When the aircraft falls below the critical energy threshold, how frequently does the system issue a warning? Every 5 seconds. When does the warning cease? Once energy is restored above the critical value. Under what circumstances is this warning suppressed? Jean Fuely's questions flowed like a rapid-fire barrage. Yet Su Tsang answered fluidly without the slightest hesitation, leaving those around him in awe. They could not comprehend how a Boeing trainee could possess such extensive knowledge of Airbus aircraft. Su Tsang refrained from answering immediately, instead offering a wry smile as he asked, Captain Jean, is this the final question? If it were merely an examination, he could respond until dusk without issue. However, with so many eyes upon him, the more he answered, the more peculiar it felt, yet he could not refrain from responding, which was intensely uncomfortable. It all depends on how well you answer this question. Jean Fuely raised a hand. Go ahead. Su Tsang felt a tumult of emotions surging within him, but proceeded nonetheless. Radio altitude below 100 feet, above 2,000 feet. Togatrast. This triggers A-floor or GPWS warnings under alternate or direct law, RA-12 failure. Captain Jean, that should suffice, right? Indeed, absolutely. Jean Fuely's eyes gleamed like flashlights, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Young man, can you fly the 320? Upon hearing this, Su Tsang felt his hairs stand on end, hastily shaking his head as if to ward off an ill omen. No, how could I possibly fly the 320? Theoretically, one could manage with some reading of manuals, albeit rather tenuously, but to actually pilot a real aircraft, if anyone discovered that Su Tsang could indeed fly an Airbus 320, it would be utterly absurd. In the future, Su Tsang would serve as the chief pilot of the Bureau, holding multiple type ratings, having flown narrow-body models 319, 320, and 321, and being familiar with wide-body aircraft 330 and 350, though he had little experience with the 380. Soo-sung understood that this was not the moment to boast. He could not admit to flying the 320, not for anything. Really not? Jean Fully's face was etched with skepticism as he noticed the cold sweat on Soo-sung's brow and tossed him a bottle of mineral water from the nearby desk. You've been talking quite a lot. Refresh your throat. Soo-sung accepted the water, unscrewed the cap, and took a long drink. In such a challenging situation, he could only mask his helplessness with a sip of water. However, Jean Fully was relentless and, seizing the moment while Soo-sung was drinking, suddenly declared, "Let us wrap it up for today, Soo-sung. Are you interested in joining the Airbus fleet?" Soo-sung spluttered, spraying water across the room, but thankfully, Jean Fully was quick to dodge. Soo-sung, with water streaming from his nose, was severely choked. After a vigorous bout of coughing, his head shook like a rattle drum. Jean Dui, I am quite content with Boeing. I have no immediate plans to change aircraft models. What's so great about Boeing? Their ISN, even a small table. I have to eat on my lap. The space is so limited that there's hardly room for a restroom, unlike our Airbus, where one can even lie down comfortably. Jean Fully responded enthusiastically. Moreover, I am the captain of the Airbus fleet. If you stick with me, you will surely relish the finest experiences here. Soo-sung found himself at a loss for words. To so openly exploit public resources without any sense of guilt was quite remarkable. Jean Fully truly was a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 61. Issues with cabin sound. Captain Jean, I appreciate your kindness, but I truly have no intention of transitioning to Airbus models, Soo-sung stated candidly, leaving no room for Jean Fully's fanciful notions. In truth, Soo-sung harbored no prejudice against Airbus. On the contrary, he held a greater affinity for their aircraft compared to Boeing. However, even if Airbus acknowledged Boeing's flight experience, the training for transitioning aircraft models required considerable time, something Soo-sung could ill afford. In light of such a direct refusal, Jean Fully remained unfazed, instead patting Soo-sung on the shoulder and raising an eyebrow. No need for excuses. As a Boeing pilot, you have self-studied numerous theories about Airbus models. Who are you trying to fool by claiming disinterest? Are you worried Boeing won't release you? Leave that to me. Soo-sung was perplexed as to what he had done to give Jean Fully the impression that he was contemplating a model transition. However, seeing Jean Fully's expression, which seemed to suggest he had successfully piqued Soo-sung's interest, left Soo-sung at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. Amidst this impasse, a low, resonant voice reached Soo-sung's ears. Jean Fully, since when did you take up the task of poaching talent? Turning around, Soo-sung found Mo Xiang-yin emerging from the flight office. Jean Fully laughed heartily. I recall, instructor Mo, that you dismissed him 3 times before. Why now treat him as a treasure? If Boeing has no interest, I certainly do. How tiresome. Despite Jean Fully's position as the head of the Airbus team, Mo Xiang-yin offered him no courtesy, decisively pulling Soo-sung away. Jean Fully did not object, though a thoughtful expression crossed his face. The flight training manager, noticing the scene, approached and jested, "Looks like you've hit a brick wall. I heard you were searching for a student and ended up with someone from the Boeing team. Impressive. Silence does not make you mute." Jean Fully shot an intimidating glare at the flight training manager. What do you know? This is all about seizing the initiative. The flight training manager, perplexed, voiced a lingering doubt. Captain Jean, how can you be so certain that Soo-sung possesses such potential? Isn't it rather hasty to judge based on a few theoretical questions? Jean Fully chuckled. I consumed more salt than you've eaten rice. I can discern a person's foundation with a mere glance. While I can't promise certainty, I am over 90% sure that with a bit of guidance, this young man will have a boundless future. As he spoke, Jean Fully's tone shifted to a pitiful one. Old Jean has everything, except for a good apprentice. You must assist me. Ultimately, flying is a craft, and pursuits of craftsmanship often come with a unique passion for finding a suitable apprentice. Captain Jean, your attempts at invoking sympathy are futile. If he refuses, there's nothing we can do, the flight training manager replied. Words cannot be set in stone. No witties. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The time simply has not yet come. What about the simulator? The flight training manager inquired. Jean Fu Li straightened his neck defiantly. I will certainly follow the agreed-upon schedule. However, when sending the email, do not include specific details. Simply mention it is an observation of the simulator. The flight training manager was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended Jean Fu Li's malicious intent, nodding with a smile. I understand. Understand. After Su Tsang and Mo Shangyun exited the flight standards office, Su Tsang hesitated for a while before finally inquiring. Instructor, what about the aircraft operations office? Oh, it's nothing. Mo Shangyun casually replied. Is that all? Su Tsang speculated that sending him to the aircraft operations office must pertain to the incident at the security checkpoint. A matter not trivial by any means, yet it seemed to have been resolved so easily. Mo Shangyun responded affirmatively. We are all reasonable individuals here. When a matter is laid out plainly, does it not resolve itself? Su Tsang was astonished. When did the personnel at the operations office become so accommodating? Just as Su Tsang was still contemplating the situation at the operations office, Mo Shangyun, walking ahead, suddenly asked, Did Jean Fu Li ask you a question earlier regarding Airbus? Ah, you are aware, instructor? Su Tsang did not conceal anything, stating truthfully. There was a slight misunderstanding during the recent theory exam for promotion, which was why Captain Jean asked me a few questions related to Airbus. Mo Shangyun fell silent. In truth, he had arrived at the door of the flight standards office earlier and had witnessed the exchange between Jean Fu Li and Su Tsang. Su Tsang's responses were exceedingly fluent, far beyond what could be attributed merely to self-study of the Airbus manual out of interest. Mo Shangyun recognized Su Tsang's extraordinary talent, limitless, in fact, but it appeared he had still underestimated him. Suddenly, Mo Shangyun halted his steps, prompting Su Tsang to do the same. Mo Shangyun slowly turned to face Su Tsang and, after a brief pause, posed an unexpectedly abrupt question. Su Tsang. What is the tail clearance attitude for the Boeing Flap 5? Huh? This sudden inquiry left Su Tsang momentarily dumbfounded. It was not that the question was particularly difficult, but the incongruity of it in the current context was striking. Nevertheless, Su Tsang did not overthink it. Since the instructor asked, he would respond. Without much contemplation, Su Tsang replied, For 700, it is 14.7 degrees. For 800, it is 11 degrees. Just as Su Tsang uttered the answer, Mo Shangyun interjected, I meant the 757 to 200. The 757 to 200? Su Tsang had no suspicion towards Mo Shangyun. When he asked, Su Tsang instinctively answered, 12. However, as he began to articulate the answer, Su Tsang suddenly jolted awake, realizing he had almost spoken too much and could only halt abruptly, offering a nervous chuckle. Instructor, how would I know about the 757? Mo Shangyun scrutinized Su Tsang deeply. The 757 is a rather obscure model, at least within the domestic market. He had even heard that due to a significant drop in sales, Boeing was in the process of shutting down the production line for the 757. Not to mention a co-pilot, even captains and designated representatives may not be familiar with this medium-sized, single-aisle, narrow-body commercial aircraft. Yet Su Tsang seemed to know. The tail clearance attitude for the 757-200 is 12.3 degrees. Su Tsang should be aware, yet he refrained from disclosing anything at the crucial moment. Su Gang, it appears that you harbor certain matters within, and not just a few. Such nearly explicit remarks caused Su Tsang's heart to race with unease, prompting him to chuckle awkwardly in an attempt to brush it off. Instructor, what could I possibly be hiding? Mo Shangyun chose not to press further, instead thoughtfully patting Su Tsang on the shoulder. It's perfectly fine if you're unwilling to share, but there is something I must caution you about. Soon, individuals from the headquarters will be visiting our company, and they are likely to seek you out. Su Tsang was taken aback. What do they want with me? Mo Shangyun fixed his gaze on Su Tsang. There are issues concerning your cabin sound in Flight Feather 6321. Chapter 62. The Realm Beyond Humanity. After parting ways with Mo Shangyun, Su Tsang made his way to the dispatch room, where he recounted his experiences on the road to Yuhai. It must be said that Su Tsang proved to be quite an adept storyteller. From the discovery of a landslide to encountering an elderly man with a donkey cart, and finally traversing the treacherous path through the rain-soaked night. His narration was vivid and captivating, evoking a sense of being present in the very moment. Initially, it was just Yuhai listening, but as Su Tsang continued, more and more people gathered around, eventually filling the dispatch room. Upon hearing that Su Tsang had braved the night rain for several hours along a rugged path, the crowd could not help but express their astonishment. Such courage was certainly not commonplace. Naturally, Su Tsang refrained from mentioning the incident at the security checkpoint, as it was hardly something to boast about. Once he finished his tale, Yuhai found himself both amazed by Su Tsang's choices and regretting his own lack of foresight. He had never considered the frequent issue of inadequate signal in mountainous areas. Had Su Tsang been able to contact the company during the landslide, they surely would have prevented a pilot from traversing a wild path in the dead of night, as it was far too perilous. The prudent course of action would have been to establish clear protocols and grant Su Tsang the authority to make decisions before his departure. Yet, Yuhai had not anticipated that Su Tsang would be so resolute, braving countless difficulties to reach Lushui Airport. Given Su Tsang's previously lackadaisical demeanor, it was remarkable that he possessed such unwavering determination. Su Tsang had intended to assist in the dispatch room, but seeing the weariness in his eyes, Yuhai and the others encouraged him to return and rest. Acknowledging his fatigue, Su Tsang conceded that it was indeed time to recuperate. Meanwhile, while Su Tsang was sharing his story in the dispatch room, Mo Shanyan had gone to the quality center, where she promptly sought out the supervisor, Wu Yong. Please send the QER data from my flight from Lushui back to Jianchuan to my email once it's available. I have a use for it. Requesting the QER data for one's own flight was not an unreasonable demand, and given Mo Shanyan's standing, her request seemed reasonable. However, Wu Yong found it puzzling that so many had recently approached him for QER data, a stark contrast to their previous indifference. I will send it to you within 2 days, instructor, he assured. Mo Shanyan nodded. Thank you for your assistance. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. You all carry on with your work. As she turned to leave, Wu Yong remarked with a smile, Instructor, has something happened recently? Instructor Wang Chang has also been pursuing QER data from me. Really? Mo Shangyun inquired, her curiosity piqued. Did he specify the purpose for requesting the QER data? Wu Yong wore a faintly disdainful smile. He claimed that aircraft 1566 has issues. When I asked him why he believed that, he said there were problems with the QER data, and Su Tsang echoed his sentiments. I found it strange. When did Instructor Wang become so decisive? Can a student's word be taken so seriously? After a moment of contemplation, Mo Shanyan replied, Is it possible to print the QER data for 1566 now? Please provide me with a copy. In the office of the chief engineer, Wang Xian faced a substantial stack of paper documents, densely filled with data. These were the flight records of the Feiyu 6321, which he had painstakingly obtained. After takeoff, one engine was struck by a bird, leading to its failure. Shortly thereafter, a second bird strike caused the other engine to fail. Under the dire circumstance of both engines being inoperative, a flawless 180-degree turn was executed, culminating in a safe landing. The Aviation Authority had yet to disclose the details of the Feiyu 6321 incident, and although Wang Xian held the esteemed position of chief engineer at Blue Sky Airlines, he lacked the privilege to inquire about such matters, relying solely on the flight data for insights. He had examined this data during his flight back, and even upon revisiting it, he was overwhelmed by a profound sense of awe that he could not suppress. Particularly remarkable was the fact that, just before landing, unexpected flap deflections occurred alongside extreme turbulence. Yet Su Tsang managed to achieve a commendable landing. Su Tsang's final maneuvers were not particularly extraordinary. They adhered to standard operational protocols. However, the terrifying precision of his control was nothing short of astonishing. With a deft pressure on the control yoke, the wings leveled out, and a gentle nudge of the rudder aligned the aircraft perfectly with the runway centerline. The flight data vividly illustrated the wing deflections and nose angles, demonstrating an absolute precision with no deviation whatsoever. A mere degree of deviation could stem from a momentary tremor or a slight shift of the foot. Was there truly someone capable of such feats? Each time Wang Xian reviewed the flight data, he felt an overwhelming sense of impotence, questioning whether such mastery was within human reach. He set aside the documents, a persistent voice echoing in his mind. It was merely luck, a fortunate correction made at just the right moment. Theoretically, it was conceivable that Su Tsang had stumbled upon success, but the odds were akin to being struck by lightning multiple times. Rationality urged Wang Xian to dismiss the notion of luck. Yet, on an emotional level, he struggled to accept the existence of such a person. Deep down, he acknowledged that even given 100 chances, he might not replicate such results. It transcended mere trial and error, relying instead on that ephemeral spark of instinct. That elusive intuition was pure talent. Earlier, in the fleet office, he had encountered Mo Shangyun, who had astutely remarked that Wang Xian was leveraging the incident at Lushui Airport to undermine Su Tsang. Within Wang Xian, the presence of Su Tsang was profoundly unsettling, instilling a sense of despair. The only silver lining was that Su Tsang had yet to fully mature, leaving some hope for subjugation. The first in the history of the Civil Aviation Flight Academy was indeed exceptional. With a sigh, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching the door. Quickly regaining his composure and adopting an expression of tranquility amidst chaos. Soon, Tan Wenbin, the vice general manager of the flight department, appeared at the entrance. Upon entering, he greeted Wang Xian with a smile, inquiring about the discussions regarding the introduction of the 777 aircraft. That matter must be approached gradually. Haste will not yield favorable results. Wang Xian replied. Wang Xian casually brushed it off and swiftly shifted the conversation. In due course, the General Administration will send personnel to our company to assess the recent safety rectifications, and they will also investigate issues related to Feiyu 6321. At that time, General Manager Tan, you will be responsible for the reception. Although Tan Wenbin is the Deputy General Manager of the Flight Department, he oversees administrative matters, and such engagements with leadership fall under his purview. No problem, he replied, as it was indeed part of his responsibilities, and he would not decline. Who is coming this time? Is it someone from the General Administration S Flight Standards Department? No, Wang Xian shook his head. It is Chun Xiangdong, the president of the Civil Aviation Flight University. Chapter 63. The Dean of the Civil Aviation Flight Academy, Dean Chun Xiangdong. How did he come as a representative of the Bureau? Tan Wenbin, being the Deputy General Manager of the Flight Department, had some understanding of matters within the circle. Although the Civil Aviation Flight Academy appeared to be merely a flight school seemingly unrelated to the Civil Aviation Administration, in reality, it functioned as a direct institution under the administration. The Civil Aviation Administration is a vast entity comprising various internal departments, such as the Airport Division, Policy and Regulations Division, Flight Standards Division, and the Aircraft Airworthiness Certification Division, among others. It also includes regional management bureaus, like the Southwest Management Bureau, where Lantian Airlines is located, and direct agencies, such as the Civil Aviation Flight Academy, the Air Traffic Management Bureau, and the Administrative Service Bureau. Just as many public university presidents hold administrative ranks, the Dean of the Civil Aviation Flight Academy possesses an administrative status, often considered a transitional phase before taking up a position within the administration. However, it was peculiar for the Dean of the Flight Academy to be dispatched to inspect the airline, unless Dean Chun was being promoted, Tan Wenbin remarked in astonishment. This was the only rationale that could elucidate Dean Chun Xiangdong's presence, as it appeared to be an opportunity provided by the administration for him to familiarize himself with his duties. It was uncertain, perhaps. Such internal personnel shifts within the administration were not within the purview of someone at Wang Xian's level, and at that moment, Wang Xian seemed notably disinterested, his tone lacking vitality. This situation was indeed rather perplexing. Tan Wenbin resolved to inquire further to avoid any embarrassing mishaps during the reception. He began to contemplate the matter, yet one thing eluded his understanding. While I can grasp the need for safety inspections, what significance did the investigation into Flight Yun 6321 hold? What issues could there possibly be? Wang Xian replied irritably. I don't know either. Perhaps another problem has been discovered? This highlighted the disparity between Wang Xian and Mo Shangyun. Despite Wang Xian being the chief flight officer, his limited experience rendered his channels for information slower and less reliable than those of Mo Shangyun, who at least was aware of the cabin sound issues. Tan Wenbin felt somewhat displeased with Wang Xian's ignorance. I say, Wang Xian, You are the liaison with the Bureau, yet you know nothing. This puts us in a very passive position. Wang Xian, already vexed, found it hard to contain his frustration upon receiving Tan Wenbin's slightly admonishing tone. Being of equal rank, he refrained from openly confronting Tan Wenbin, opting instead to remain silent. Tan Wenbin, perceptive as he was, noticed Wang Xian's displeasure and recognized that he had perhaps spoken too harshly. However, an apology was out of the question, and, given the stifling atmosphere, Tan Wenbin hastily concocted an excuse to excuse himself. Watching Tan Wenbin's retreating figure, Wang Xian muttered under his breath, "Just a sycophant." Upon returning home from the company, Su Cang did not even change his clothes, but collapsed in a bed, sleeping soundly until after 8 in the evening when he finally awoke. Upon waking, he felt an emptiness in his stomach, a combination of dizziness and hunger overwhelming him. Su Cang did not immediately venture out in search of sustenance. Instead, he took a moment to check his email, confirming that he had not received any disciplinary notice from the company. Although Mo Shangyun had indicated that the issues concerning the fleet had been resolved, he could not shake off his unease regarding the security checks at Lushui Airport. Ironically, while he was out to enjoy a bowl of wontons, he received an email detailing the regulations for civil aviation security inspections, explicitly mentioning prohibited and restricted items, including the criteria for identifying control knives. Upon reading this email, Su Cang deduced that the fleet's request for him to report in the afternoon was indeed related to the security matters at Lushui Airport, and it was undoubtedly unfavorable news. 5 hours had elapsed since his arrival, and if any penalties were to be imposed, he would have expected to hear something by now. Thus, it seemed that Mo Shangyun had successfully averted a calamity for him. Given the current developments, the planned commendation was likely off the table. The only solace was that he had accumulated some time off. Though it was merely a little over an hour, it was still better than nothing. After waiting a while longer without any notification of punishment, Su Cang felt a wave of relief wash over him and proceeded to enjoy his wontons. To be frank, he was not accustomed to the local cuisine in Jianchuan. Regarding wontons, he preferred the delicate, clear soup variety from his hometown rather than the spicy red oil wontons prevalent here. While they were not inedible, he personally found the presence of scallions, ginger, and garlic in the filling quite unappealing. Ideally, he preferred not to taste them at all. However, the wontons here were generously filled with these ingredients. It was not that Su Cang was being finicky, despite his distaste. He still consumed every last morsel. He had previously searched for the small wontons from his hometown nearby, but had come up empty-handed. Perhaps in 2 months, he would need to find a place to rent. Su Cang mused to himself. Residing in a small hotel was merely a manifestation of his former laziness. Avoiding the chore of tidying up, while staying in a hotel, spared him from cleaning. It also deprived him of the ability to cook. In the past, he relished this arrangement, as hunger merely meant stepping out to eat. However, things had changed. Su Cang was now inclined towards enhancing his quality of life. Unfortunately, for the next 2 months, he was solely focused on striving for a promotion, leaving no time for house hunting or moving. All of that would have to wait. Though life had been somewhat arduous since his rebirth, accompanied by numerous challenges, Su Cang radiated a vitality that was incomparable to his former self. Midway through his wontons, his phone suddenly rang. Due to the rain-soaked device, it appeared to be nearing its end, emitting a crackling sound with each incoming call. Glancing at the caller ID, he was surprised to find it was Lu Jinghua. Setting down his chopsticks, he quickly answered, "President Lu, what can I do for you?" "Su Cang, where are you right now?" Lu Jinghua's voice came through somewhat garbled, not due to any fault of his, but rather the condition of Su Cang's phone. "I'm at the Qinghua community." "Why do you ask?" "The Qinghua community?" Lu Jinghua seemed taken aback. "Isn't that an urban village? You live there?" "Yes, indeed." Su Cang did not perceive anything amiss. "Mr. Lu, is there something urgent that you require at this late hour?" Although his rapport with Lu Jinghua had improved, it was far from the point of casual evening conversations. There must surely be a matter of significance to discuss. "Do you have plans this evening?" Su Cang pondered, utterly perplexed. "Not all," he replied. "Very well," Lu Jinghua responded. "I shall come to see you shortly. You can meet me at the entrance of Qinghua community in approximately half an hour." Su Cang found this proposition utterly astonishing. "Mr. Lu, Are you truly coming to see me now? Indeed. Lu Jinghua chuckled. I have something to present to you. Chapter 64. Boeing test pilot. As Lu Jinghua had indicated, half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of the Tsinghua community. Su Tsang timed his arrival perfectly and encountered Lu Jinghua. After finding a suitable spot to park, Lu Jinghua alighted from the vehicle and exchanged glances with Su Tsang, only to cast a disdainful glance at the community. How can one reside here? Renting a place would be preferable. The Tsinghua community, a type of urban village, not only posed concerns regarding hygiene, but also had an unsatisfactory security situation. The mingling of diverse individuals meant that if someone harbored ill intentions towards Su Tsang simply for being a pilot, it could lead to dire consequences. I've been rather busy these past 2 months. I'll move once things settle down, Su Tsang replied, refraining from elaborating further, and instead inquired, is there something of significance? Lu Jinghua surveyed the surroundings before pointing to a dry pot restaurant across the street. How about treating the leader to a meal there? I'm craving their dry pot shrimp. Su Tsang was tempted to say he had already dined, and that Lu Jinghua could indulge himself. Currently, Su Tsang's finances were not particularly robust, and he needed to be frugal. Noticing Su Tsang's hesitance, Lu Jinghua brazenly pulled him across the street. Don't worry. I assure you, you won't be at a loss. Faced with such an unabashed superior, Su Tsang had no choice but to discreetly check his wallet, finding 200 yuan notes, which should suffice for a meal for two. Accepting the reality, Su Tsang ordered a serving of dry pot shrimp per Lu Jinghua as preference, along with a few side dishes. One could say that Lu Jinghua demonstrated a modicum of decency by choosing this modest eatery, as the prices were indeed reasonable. While waiting for the dishes, Su Tsang rinsed the cups and bowls for Lu Jinghua and jested, Lu Zong, you Haven T had a spat with your wife and been sent out to scrounge a meal from me, have you? Since Lu Jinghua had previously extricated Su Tsang from the Jianchuan Regulatory Bureau, their relationship had evolved. While they were not yet close friends, the atmosphere between them was amicable. Lu Jinghua rolled his eyes. If I wanted to mooch off someone, there are plenty who would invite me. Why would I come here for dry pot? And please, spare me the Lu Zong. It sounds awkward. Just call me brother. Su Tsang, adept at leveraging relationships, didn't he particularly enjoy ingratiating himself with superiors. Yet he had no objection to nurturing a good rapport. Since Lu Jinghua had extended an olive branch, he welcomed it wholeheartedly. Having warmed the cups and bowls, Su Tsang poured a cup of tea for Lu Jinghua. So what brings you, Luga, to indulge in dry pot? What else could it be? Lu Jinghua retrieved a plastic bag from his briefcase and handed it to Su Tsang. Take a look, the latest Samsung phone. It should be an upgrade from your old device. For me? Su Tsang peered into the plastic bag, indeed discovering a Samsung phone box. What else? Should I make a trip myself? Lu Jinghua continued, scratching his face, revealing a hint of embarrassment. It was my insistence that sent you to the Lushu airport this time. Although the original plan was to secure you accommodation, the incident at security likely dashed those hopes. I acknowledge my oversight in this matter, and I sincerely apologize. Upon hearing these words, Su Tsang nearly leaped from his chair. No. You need not apologize to me. A road collapse is something no one could have anticipated. He exclaimed, Oh dear, let us keep our voices down. We mustn't appear as if we are losing our minds, Lu Jinghua said, half covering his face, urging Su Tsang to maintain a lower volume. Just accept my apology and let it be. There is no need for all this back and forth. By the way, is your phone still functioning? If you dislike it, you can always replace it. Brother, my phone is still operational. I don't need to change it, Su Tsang replied. Lu Jinghua scoffed. I heard from instructor Mo that your phone got wet. How can it still be working? During our last call, I could barely understand 2 out of 3 sentences. That's irrelevant. It's unusual enough for me to buy a phone for a man. If I couldn't even present it properly, where would I put my face? Given the situation, Su Tsang found it increasingly difficult to refuse. It was evident that Lu Jinghua was a straight man of genuine character, and buying gifts for someone of the same sex seemed to weigh heavily on him. As the pot was yet to be brought to the table, peanuts were served first. Lu Jinghua, enjoying the snack, casually inquired, Why are you working so hard? After traveling through wild paths all night, aren't you afraid? Su Tsang, munching on peanuts, responded, Because I now have a goal. A goal is a good thing. Lu Jinghua remarked, taking a sip of his drink, a hint of crimson appearing on his face, suggesting his tolerance for alcohol was modest. Nevertheless, he seemed quite spirited at the moment. Don't be like me. I still don't know what I want to do. With the atmosphere reaching this point, Su Tsang felt liberated to speak without reservations. Aren't you interested in advancing? Lu Jinghua chuckled lightly. I am, but the motivation is lacking. Su Tsang pondered this. The principle of leadership was not about doing more, but rather making fewer mistakes. It was rare to find a leader like Lu Jinghua, who gambled his future with Feiyu Airlines. Truth be told, life has become rather mundane, Lu Jinghua said, taking another sip of his drink, which caused him to cough. I once had a goal. Su Tsang's interest was piqued. What was it? With a flushed face, Lu Jinghua chuckled softly. To become a test pilot at Boeing. Civil aviation is simply unexciting. I'm not particularly fond of military aircraft, so becoming a test pilot at Boeing seemed ideal. The moment I obtained my airline license, I pre-applied for a test pilot position. And then, Su Tsang inquired, only to realize how amusing his question was. Had he succeeded, Lu Jinghua would not be here. Ha ha! Lu Jinghua suddenly burst into laughter, though it bore a tinge of bitterness. I didn't even pass the first hurdle. If I had entered the recruitment process, Boeing would have contacted me by now, but I've yet to receive that call. Su Tsang offered some consolation. Perhaps Boeing does not hire foreigners? Maybe, Lu Jinghua mused, and perhaps it was the alcohol affecting him, as his emotions fluctuated considerably. Remembering past disappointments, he became despondent. But that reason feels more like a self-deceptive excuse. It's likely my lackluster skills that rendered me unworthy in their eyes. As the conversation drew to a close, Lu Jinghua suddenly broke into a smile. I've heard that Boeing's headquarters intends to send representatives to promote the 777, while also evaluating pilots for various airlines. There's a high likelihood they might recruit test pilots from among them. I simply must give it another shot. It was evident that Lu Jinghua was resolutely determined, unwilling to turn back until he faced adversity. In light of this situation, Su Tsang found it difficult to interject. After all, one cannot assert that Boeing would swiftly decline in just a decade or so, suggesting that a future at Boeing held no promise. Yet, uttering such words would be met with disbelief. Boeing still flourished magnificently, showing no signs of deterioration. Lu Jinghua wiped his face and fixed his gaze intently on Su Tsang, exclaiming, Su Tsang, have you never considered going to Boeing's headquarters? Chapter 65. The peculiar simulator observation. As Lu Jinghua uttered those words, he immediately sensed a flaw in his statement and hastily waved his hand. I forgot, the minimum requirement for the application is to possess a flight license, whereas you only hold a commercial one. Su Tsang had no intention of pursuing a pilot position with Boeing. Instead, he sought to dissuade Lu Jinghua from idealizing the company too fervently. Brother, perhaps you should reconsider, Boeing. Su's words trailed off as a muffled thud echoed, and he turned to find Lu Jinghua sprawled across the table, snoring loudly. Su Tsang stood there in stunned silence. Recalling that Lu Jinghua had only taken a few sips of white wine, was his tolerance truly weaker than his own? He nudged Lu Jinghua, but to no avail. He lay as unresponsive as a lifeless creature. Su Tsang, exasperated, lamented, You claim you can't handle alcohol, yet you put on such airs. The main course hasn't even arrived, and here you are, face down. What a spectacle. Noticing Lu Jinghua's slumber, the proprietress approached Su Tsang, inquiring if he wished to have the dry pot packed. However, dry pot loses its appeal once it cools, and lacking any means to reheat it in his room, he opted to have the dishes served as usual. By the time the food arrived, Lu Jinghua was deep in slumber, a glistening droplet forming at the corner of his mouth, a sight both amusing and alarming. Unable to rouse him, Su Tsang resolved not to waste the meal and quietly began to eat alone, having already consumed a bowl of wontons earlier. He was not particularly hungry and thus ate at a leisurely pace, taking a full 2 hours to finish. Even as Su Tsang grew full and prepared to leave, there was still no sign of Lu Jinghua awakening. Unsure of Lu Jinghua's residence, he could not simply abandon him there. Therefore, Su Tsang reluctantly supported Lu Jinghua towards his own abode. Despite his slender frame, Lu Jinghua felt remarkably heavy to lift. and Su Tsang exerted considerable effort to place him onto the bed. Perhaps sensing the softness of the mattress, Lu Jinghua rolled over, cocooning himself like a silkworm, seemingly sinking into a deeper slumber. His sleeping posture was anything but composed, lying diagonally and occupying most of the bed. Su Tsang made several attempts to shift him over, seeking to reclaim space, but Lu Jinghua remained utterly immovable. After multiple fruitless endeavors, Su Tsang surrendered. He harbored a certain psychological burden regarding sharing a bed with another man. So he opted instead for the room's worn-out sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Whether it was due to overindulgence in food or sheer fatigue, the experience on the sofa was initially uncomfortable, yet soon a wave of drowsiness enveloped him, leading him into a deep sleep. Time elapsed unmeasured until a piercing scream, almost as if it could puncture the ceiling, jolted Su Tsang from his slumber. As he blinked his bleary eyes open, he was met with Lu Jinghua's bewildered and frightened expression. Upon noticing Su Tsang awake, Lu Jinghua pointed at him, demanding, "Why am I here? You got drunk last night." "I couldn't just abandon you on the street," Su Tsang replied, rubbing his eyes as he sat up. Lu Jinghua, after a moment of recollection, acknowledged the truth of Su Tsang's words. He straightened his attire, muttering, "Sharing a room with a man is truly bad luck. I'll have to leap over a fire pit when I get home." Su Tsang found himself amused by the absurdity of the situation, marveling at how rare it was to encounter a man so oblivious. As Lu Jinghua was preening his appearance, Su Tsang's phone, resting on the adjacent chair, emitted a soft ping. Stifling a yawn, he picked it up, discovering a new email awaiting his attention. Nestled comfortably on the sofa, he opened his inbox, and his gaze sharpened as he muttered to himself, "Simulator observation?" While Lu Jinghua continued to groom himself in front of the mirror, he inquired upon hearing Su Tsang's mumble, "Is there a simulator task?" Indeed, it was a simulator observation. The more Su Tsang pondered, the more perplexed he became. Wasn't this observation something we had applied for ourselves? Why was it being issued so readily? Lu Jinghua casually asked, "When?" "Did specify what the observation entails?" "In 5 days." "But brother, it doesn't state what we're observing, nor are there any instructors or examiners mentioned. What on earth is this?" Su Tsang felt utterly bewildered. Typically, such simulator arrangements would include details like time, location, content, relevant participants, and the instructors or examiners in the email. However, the message Su Tsang received was devoid of coherent information, and the names of the fellow trainees seemed entirely unfamiliar. Once Lu Jinghua had successfully styled his hair, he turned around and clapped his hands. "If there's a task, just go. Why overthink it? All right, I'm off." He appeared nonchalant, yet as he reached the door, he turned back with utmost seriousness to remind Su Tsang, "Do not speak of last night. It would tarnish my reputation within the crew." Su Tsang had no intention of divulging his preference for sharing a room with another man, merely nodding in acknowledgement. With Su Tsang's assurance, Lu Jinghua left with a satisfied demeanor. After Lu Jinghua departed, Su Tsang's mind was awash with doubts, prompting him to consider calling the flight operations office for clarification. However, as he reached for his phone, he hesitated, his gaze falling on a plastic bag on the nearby table containing the new phone Lu Jinghua had gifted him. After some time, he finally managed to insert the SIM card into the new device. The phone, a sleek foldable model, exuded a contemporary charm. Once he familiarized himself with it, Su Tsang dialed the flight operations office. The call connected swiftly, and Su Tsang got straight to the point. "Hello, I am Su Tsang, a pilot from Boeing's 2nd Squadron. I just received an email regarding a simulator observation, but it lacks any content specifics, and there are no instructors or examiners mentioned. What type of observation is this?" "Oh, it's like this. You haven't passed the proficiency checks several times in the past, right? Currently, you are classified as a key monitored individual. This simulator observation is part of the support measures for such personnel," replied the staff member from flight operations. "As for the instructor, the selection has yet to be determined. But that won't affect you. Just go and fly." "Ah, I see." Su Tsang finally comprehended the situation. In the airline industry, pilots who fail various checks or encounter safety issues are placed under close monitoring. These individuals are frequently summoned for company training sessions, theoretical courses, or various supplementary training. In light of this, arranging a simulation machine observation seems entirely reasonable. The explanation provided by the flight indicator emphasized a coherent beginning and end, logically constructed. Cang, without further contemplation, expressed his gratitude and ended the call. Little did he know that after he hung up, a certain Jean fully stood beside the flight indicator staff. With great impatience, Jean inquired what was said. The flight indicator staff chuckled and replied, "We managed to deceive him." "Excellent. As long as we can lure him to the simulation machine center, I refuse to believe we cannot uncover his true intentions." Chapter 66. Words best left unspoken during this period. Sutsong found himself predominantly immersed in work, and even with his considerable energy, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, for the past couple of days, Sutsong had little to attend to. Yuhai even expressed concern that Sutsong was being overly stubborn, calling him specifically to advise against assisting in the dispatch room and instead to rest at home. After recharging for 2 days, Sutsong adjusted his spirits, elevating his state to its optimal level. Following this, he was set to take over the shift he had previously exchanged with Zhou Xinyu, a flight acquired through monetary means, Jianchuan-Ingli, with 2 segments to navigate. This Jianchuan-Ingli flight was indeed advantageous, spanning approximately 5 hours, providing ample time without inducing excessive fatigue in the pilots. However, the sole disappointment lay in the fact that the captain for this flight was not an instructor, merely a standard aircraft captain, which meant he could only log flight time without the ability to record landings. As this was an early shift, Sutsong opted to stay overnight at the Company S attendance building to avoid the inconvenience of searching for transport in the early hours of 4 or 5 in the morning within the Tsinghua community. By dawn, around 5 o'clock, Sutsong rose early and proceeded to the preparation room. Upon his arrival, he found it deserted, with both the documentation desk and dispatch desk personnel still in a state of drowsiness. It was only when Sutsong placed his flight bag down that he startled the staff into wakefulness. The dispatcher, rubbing his eyes, inquired about Sutsong's destination. Still somewhat dazed, Sutsong struggled to power on his handheld breathalyzer, responding to the dispatcher's question, flying to Ingli. "Ingli?" The dispatcher stretched. "You've arrived quite early." Sutsong raised the malfunctioning breathalyzer. "This device is broken. Where's the flight physician?" The dispatcher, like most after waking, looked around while scratching his head. Upon hearing Sutsong's concern regarding the breathalyzer, he glanced at his watch. "The flight physician hasn't arrived yet. He should be here in about 10 minutes. Just wait. As for the task order and release documents, you can wait a bit. I'll print those for you. For now, go collect the documentation package." As the dispatcher fully awakened, he roused the nearby documentation clerk. The package contained various flight charts, and in this era, the convenience of electronic navigation charts was yet to be realized, making the package somewhat hefty. After a brief wait, the dispatcher printed all necessary documents and cleared the flight for departure. In the interim, the flight physician arrived with a spare breathalyzer, which thankfully functioned without issue. However, while preparing for the flight, Sutsong encountered a significant concern. The aircraft designated for today's flight was numbered 1566, the very same aircraft that Sutsong had scraped the tail of during a previous route evaluation. What a stroke of luck. To be candid, Sutsong was a staunch materialist, yet he harbored no fondness for this particular aircraft. He leaned towards the belief that it had some underlying issues, despite lacking substantial evidence. This was not a mere excuse Sutsong made for himself. Given his skills, even in the most outrageous circumstances, he would not fall prey to such a basic error as scraping a tail. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility that he had indeed been overly confident, leading to a lapse in judgment. Regardless, Sutsong felt an unsettling aura surrounding this aircraft. As Sutsong engaged in self-reflection, a voice drifted in like a specter from behind. "What are you pondering?" The sudden utterance in the otherwise tranquil preparation room startled Sutsong, prompting him to turn around and discover it was the captain of the current flight. "Nothing much," Sutsong replied dismissively, opting not to elaborate. The captain appeared youthful and of modest height, yet his hairstyle was quite fashionable, and, as he approached, a hint of men's cologne wafted through the air. After placing his flight bag down, the captain leaned against the table, rifling through the mission briefing, and glanced at Su Tsang. "You're the second officer, right?" "Yes, Captain, I am Second Officer Su Tsang," he responded obediently. The captain's mind immediately associated the name with the illustrious past of the Su Tsang, who had failed the proficiency check 3 times. However, the captain's demeanor seemed more teasing than derisive. "In my earlier days, I was quite naive. I must have made you laugh," Su Tsang chuckled awkwardly. "What's there to laugh about? Failing a proficiency check 2 or 3 times is no great matter," the captain replied cheerfully. "By the way, have you heard about the incident with Feiyu Flight 6321, where both engines failed?" The captain continued. "It seems the issue wasn't with the crew, but rather with another pilot aboard." With a nudge of his elbow towards Su Tsang, he inquired, "Any insider information?" Su Tsang, puzzled, asked, "What insider information?" The captain licked his lips, eager to share. "I heard that the aircraft experienced a second bird strike after resuming flight, leading to the dual engine failure. It's astonishing how the plane managed to turn around mid-air. How did he manage that?" Feeling somewhat bashful, Su Tsang scratched his head. Perhaps it was just good luck. In truth, Su Tsang had indeed been fortunate during the incident with Feiyu Flight 6321. Not to mention the miraculous updraft that aided the aircraft. The engine that caught fire did not extinguish immediately after the bird strike. It held on just long enough to allow the plane to turn back. One mustn't dismiss such matters lightly. As pilots, we should maintain a thirst for knowledge, the captain remarked, his eyes shimmering with fascination. "I wonder which airline's pilot it was. If I ever get the chance to meet him, I shall certainly seek his insights. It's curious how we all bear the same burdens, yet achieve such varying outcomes." Su Tsang refrained from revealing that he was indeed that pilot, harboring no desire for fame or reverence from others. He was merely perplexed by the apparent effort to suppress information regarding Feiyu Flight 6321 within Blue Sky Airlines. Only a select few were aware that the pilot in question was Su Tsang himself. "Captain, hasn't the investigation into Feiyu Flight 6321 concluded? Why haven't the details been disclosed?" Su Tsang inquired. The captain, taken aback, responded, "Who told you that the investigation into Feiyu Flight 6321 is over? The investigation team from the General Administration is still on site at Feiyu Airlines, and I've heard they plan to send additional personnel. It's a significant matter. Conclusions won't be drawn in just a few days." "What?" The captain's words instilled a sense of unease in Su Tsang. As he later reflected on the incident, he realized that he had uttered some words that should not have been spoken. If the cockpit voice recorder had captured those utterances, and if the accident investigators were meticulous enough, they might indeed uncover some peculiarities. His rebirth was his greatest secret, one that must never be revealed. Chapter 67. The aircraft that shatters perceptions. Despite Su Tsang's less-than-stellar reputation within the company, the captain exhibited a remarkable indifference, engaging in light-hearted banter with Su regarding Flight Feather 6321. It was evident that he had devoted considerable effort to gathering information, which was largely consistent with the facts. It can only be said that the civil aviation industry is indeed a small world. Any whisper of a disturbance is difficult to conceal. Given the current state of affairs, it is quite absurd that Su Tsang's identity remains confined within such narrow parameters. Moreover, Su Tsang himself was perplexed as to why the authorities insisted on maintaining secrecy surrounding his identity. However, in light of the ongoing investigation into Flight Feather 6321 and the issues surrounding his own identity, Su Tsang found the matter of Flight 1566 to be far more pressing. In the preparation room, he refrained from voicing his concerns, but once the aircraft was fueled and passengers were nearly boarded, he could no longer contain himself while seated in the observer's position. "Captain, have you heard any reports regarding issues with this aircraft?" Su Tsang pondered that if there were indeed problems with the aircraft, the pilots would likely sense something amiss and have heard whispers during their routine discussions. The captain, nestled comfortably in his seat with eyes closed in contemplation, responded casually to Su Tsang's inquiry. "What issues? Does this aircraft have any reported discrepancies?" It was clear that the captain misunderstood, assuming Su was referring to a list of discrepancies concerning the aircraft. "Are there discrepancies? I didn't see any," he replied, a look of surprise crossing his face, for there were no significant discrepancies documented. However, That was not the crux of Suitsong's concern, given that his suspicions remained speculative. Suitsong opted for a more indirect approach. I mean, during your discussions, have you mentioned anything about Flight 1566, perhaps regarding its climb rate? The captain opened his eyes, a look of confusion etched on his face. What exactly are you implying? What is wrong with the aircraft's climb rate? Suitsong found himself momentarily at a loss for words, as he merely sensed that there might be an issue without being able to articulate its specific manifestations. Well, Suitsong took a moment to gather his thoughts. It seems that the aircraft's climb rate is unusually rapid. Is that so? The captain inquired, turning to his companion. Have you heard anything about this? The companion shook his head in response. The captain then fixed his gaze on Suitsong. Where did you hear this? This inquiry struck at the heart of the matter, leaving Suitsong momentarily speechless. After a brief cough, he managed to respond, It's just my own observation. You? The captain, displaying a commendable demeanor, refrained from ridiculing Suitsong, which another might have done. To suggest that an assistant pilot could determine an aircraft's issues based solely on intuition would indeed seem preposterous. Instead, the captain gestured towards the maintenance log behind him. Let me see the records. The captain was prudent. He wished to examine the aircraft's fault history to ascertain whether there were any entries that mirrored Suitsong's observations. Suitsong promptly handed the operations log to the captain. After flipping through its pages for quite some time, without uncovering any similar descriptions, the captain returned the log to Suitsong, offering a comforting remark. You must be mistaken. I have not heard anyone mention such an issue, and there are no related fault reports in the log. In this situation, Suitsong felt it was inappropriate to argue further. Perhaps it was indeed just that he had not steadied his hands at the time. Suitsong was not one to dwell on such matters, and he did not raise the issue again. Subsequently, the aircraft was properly loaded with passengers, and the cabin doors were closed, ready for departure. Although early morning flights can be somewhat taxing, from a piloting perspective, they are quite favorable. Before 8 o'clock, turbulence is generally minimal, and the winds at this airfield were not only gentle but stable, making handling the aircraft comparatively straightforward. As the aircraft taxied onto the runway, Suitsong focused intently. He would ascertain the aircraft's condition with his own eyes, noting that he could observe more clearly from the back. Once air traffic control granted takeoff clearance, the captain advanced the throttle to 40% N1. As thrust increased, he confirmed the aircraft's configuration, just as N1 reached the 40% mark. We're off, the captain announced, pressing the timing button with his left hand while engaging the TOGA switch with his right. The thrust of the two engines began to rise gradually to the preset takeoff power limits. Amidst the thunderous roar of the CFM-56 engines, the aircraft commenced its acceleration. The captain and first officer worked in harmony. One manipulated the controls while the other monitored their communication, adhering to standard protocols and expectations. This was, after all, a routine takeoff maneuver. As the aircraft approached V1 speed, Suitsong straightened his posture slightly. The difference between V1 and VR is minimal. Typically, one should pull back shortly after V1 is called. Just moments before takeoff, the tower controller had reported calm winds. Based on his experience during the takeoff roll, the calm wind report seemed accurate. Throughout the roll, the aircraft exhibited minimal lateral movement, providing a reassuring sensation. Barely 2 seconds after the first officer called V1, the aircraft reached the rotation speed. Rotate, the first officer exclaimed. The captain, catching a glimpse of the airspeed indicator, confirmed that the aircraft had indeed achieved the necessary speed and executed the standard lifting maneuver. As mentioned by the tower controller, the environment was calm, and the captain did not need to make any adjustments to the rotation. He merely followed the standard operating procedures, a maneuver that even a second officer could execute competently. However, this seemingly routine action, performed countless times over the years, encountered an unexpected problem. From Suitsong's vantage point, the captain's control input appeared impeccably standard, as if it were deeply ingrained in muscle memory. For a seasoned captain, this was hardly remarkable. Yet, in that moment as the aircraft began to ascend, it was as if some unseen force had propelled it upward at an alarming rate, rapidly climbing to nearly 10 degrees before the crew could fully comprehend what was happening. It was alarmingly swift, far too swift. The rate at which the aircraft's nose was lifted exceeded everyone's imagination, including Song. The Boeing 737-800's tail scraping attitude is indeed 11 degrees. At this moment, the aircraft was perilously close to the brink of tail scraping. Perhaps having never anticipated that such a flawless wheel-lifting maneuver could yield such an extraordinary outcome, the captain experienced a brief moment of cognitive overload. In the minds of all Boeing pilots, while they may harbor skepticism towards other systems aboard the aircraft, they invariably place their trust in the control stick. This unwavering belief is regarded as one of the paramount advantages of piloting a Boeing. Yet in that fleeting instant, Flight 1566 shattered the established perceptions of what it meant to be a Boeing pilot. As for my thoughts upon the release today at noon, I can only express my frustration. Is it still not enough? However, I must acknowledge that the readership has indeed increased significantly, and I extend my gratitude for everyone's support. Today, I anticipate an update of approximately 20,000 words. This marks my first substantial release, and I hope for your support to achieve a commendable initial subscription. My best subscription ratio is 3. Let's see if this book can surpass that record. Judging by the ratio of readership to collections, it remains a possibility. Civil aviation is inherently a niche subject with limited potential for growth. Only through your support can this genre flourish further. In my previous 2 short stories, I did not elaborate on my release sentiments, as I understood they were short works and did not warrant much attention. However, this book is a lengthy narrative akin to the daily lives and legendary tales of devoted pilots, and I harbor high expectations for it. After its release, I will ensure daily updates of around 4,000 to 6,000 words, with occasional bursts of content. Longtime readers should recognize my earnestness in this endeavor, as I have invested considerable effort, hoping for a favorable outcome. Thus, I once again implore everyone to support the initial subscription. The genre is inherently challenging and relies heavily on your encouragement. Chapter 68. You saved my life. It is entirely natural for the captain to take a moment to respond. Not only was the captain unprepared, but even Song, who had a modicum of psychological readiness, was caught off guard. The aircraft underwent a near loss of control, resulting in a nearly 10-degree pitch change within the fleeting moment of reaction time, with no indication of a trend towards stabilization. Should this condition persist, Song and his team would face not merely a tail strike. The elevator components could also sustain damage. Nevertheless, Song had a slight advantage in preparedness, allowing him to react more swiftly than the captain. This fraction of a second of foresight ultimately saved the entire crew. Yoke! Song shouted with all his strength. In fact, pulling back on the yoke during the initial ascent is a perilous maneuver, as even a slight overcorrection could induce a rate of descent. Regardless of the aircraft model, the paramount requirement during initial ascent is to clear obstacles. No aircraft type would consider a descent during this phase acceptable. However, the current situation left no room for gentle handling. Immediate and decisive action was required to halt the aircraft's erratic ascent. Had Song been at the controls, he would have already taken charge. Instead, he could only hope that the captain would respond to his prompt. It was a gamble, and whether the captain could execute the most precise maneuver under such circumstances was uncertain. Yet, fortune favored Song this time, as the captain's response was remarkably swift. Almost instantaneously upon Song's utterance, the captain emerged from his shock. A qualified captain is forged through rigorous training, and after initially grappling with uncertainty, he began to act. He ceased the initial yoke pull and, with a deft and precise push, stabilized the aircraft's ascent. Though this push may seem simple, the technical skill involved is significant. In such circumstances, the captain was tasked with halting the aircraft's ascent without inducing a rate of descent, even if no severe issues arose. Any descent during the initial ascent would be recorded in the Quick Access Recorder, QAR, and the company's safety department would undoubtedly require a discussion afterward. The captain's response did not betray Song's expectations. His push accurately aligned the aircraft's flight path vector, FPV, signal to the horizon, achieving remarkable precision. In truth, mastering this degree of control is not overly difficult. A competent captain should be capable of it. However, To maintain such accuracy under pressing and unexpected circumstances speaks volumes about the captain's foundational skills. The sudden and erratic elevation of the aircraft's nose had markedly reduced its speed, reaching alarming levels at one point. Fortunately, with that decisive push, the aircraft's speed rebounded, stabilizing its velocity. Many of the guiding indicators, having initially diverged due to the altered aircraft attitude, began to realign. Yet after catching up to the indicators, they once again signaled for an increase in pitch, urging the aircraft to continue its ascent. However, after the recent harrowing experience that pierced the depths of their souls, even the normally composed captain felt a lingering unease, grappling with a profound hesitation about whether to adhere to the guidance. In stark contrast to the captain's indecision, Sutsang's thoughts were far more straightforward. Regardless of the circumstances, even if they were to return, it was certain that they could not maintain their current posture. An ascent was inevitable, and the action of raising the control stick was unavoidable. Yet, although everything was inescapable, there was room for slight adjustments to alleviate the captain's concerns. Set in one thrust and accelerate to 170 knots. Sukan Gongman. What? The first officer was clearly taken aback, struggling to comprehend the deeper implications of Su Tsang's words, still mulling over the issue of altitude. They had not yet reached 1,000 feet. According to SOP guidelines, the aircraft should be at 1,000 feet before beginning to reduce thrust and increase speed. However, their actual altitude was only 700 feet, insufficient to meet the minimum threshold for reducing thrust and accelerating. Nevertheless, the captain's perspective was not as limited as that of the first officer, and in an instant, he grasped Su Tsang's intent. In a moment of clarity, the captain bellowed, "Do as instructed." The first officer was startled by the captain's commanding voice. While he might have been skeptical of Su Tsang, he had unwavering faith in the captain. Almost instinctively, the first officer pressed the N1 button and then dialed in a speed of 170 knots. The brilliance of Su Tsang's instruction lay in its ability to mitigate the increase in the aircraft's pitch attitude. After pressing N1, the aircraft transitioned to reduced thrust, making it easier to control should an unusual pitch rise occur shortly thereafter. Moreover, 170 knots was a speed greater than their current velocity, thus prioritizing acceleration and preventing excessive pitch from arising. This way, the captain could test the aircraft's condition with a minimal adjustment, allowing ample reaction time and enhancing safety. In truth, Su Tsang could have directed the first officer to increase the speed directly to the clean configuration's upspeed. However, in the brief period that followed, unpredictable situations could arise. Should the speed exceed V215 during that time, the crew would need to divert their attention to retracting the flaps. Although theoretically, it was possible to delay flap retraction since the maximum speed for flap 5 typically exceeds up, there remained a risk of overspeed that was unnecessary to invite. 170 knots was a rather intriguing figure, as it neither posed the risk of necessitating flap retraction nor compromised the need for acceleration, thus minimizing the rate of ascent, a double benefit. As anticipated, after adjusting to a slightly higher speed, the flight guidance began to slowly descend, ultimately resulting in a mere 1-degree discrepancy from the aircraft's actual attitude. This constituted a minor and controllable change in pitch. Consequently, the captain felt a modicum of reassurance, gently elevating the aircraft to align with the guidance's parameters. However, this maneuver did not provoke any abnormal phenomena. The aircraft obediently followed the captain's lead, gradually lifting its nose as if the recent turbulence had never occurred. Was everything all right? The captain, feeling somewhat reassured, allowed the speed to increase to 170 knots. After a brief moment of following the guidance to ascend without further anomalies, he finally felt a sense of relief. Engaging the autopilot, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. During that brief span of less than a minute, his heart nearly stopped. He turned to Su Tsang and remarked, "Brother, you truly saved my life. Is that why you returned to base?" In the office of the flight department's general manager, Liu Jinghua faced Su Tsang, flanked by the on-duty captain and the first officer. "What do you believe was the issue?" Just moments ago, the Jinshuan Ingli flight experienced an unusual nose-up phenomenon during takeoff, ultimately deciding to return. That near loss of control had left a profound psychological impact on the captain, setting aside the aircraft's inherent issues. The captain felt that his mental state was no longer fit for flight. From both the crew and aircraft's perspective, returning was undoubtedly the safest choice. However, from the company's standpoint, a return was certainly not a cause for celebration. Moreover, based on the crew's account, the aircraft 1566 would likely be grounded for the time being. Blue Sky Airlines would need to allocate other planes to cover the capacity and also require additional crew members. The airline was already strained in terms of both aircraft and crew numbers, and this unexpected return placed significant pressure on operations. Nonetheless, the captain held the ultimate decision-making authority over the flight, and the company could not impose any repercussions on the crew at that moment. They could only seek answers from Liu Jinghua. During the initial ascent, the control inputs did not correspond with the actual nose-up attitude of the aircraft. Even after some time, the captain recalled with lingering unease, "Manager Liu, I felt that my control inputs were not an issue, yet the aircraft's actual nose-up rate was astonishingly rapid. This is clearly abnormal." Liu Jinghua supported his forehead with his palm, pondering, "What if it were due to your control?" The captain, anxious, replied, "Manager Liu, I could discern whether it's my fault. This was merely a routine takeoff. I could not possibly misjudge. The aircraft 1566 genuinely has issues before I could react. Its pitch attitude was already exceeding 10 degrees. Your feelings, are those the words of a professional pilot?" Liu Jinghua's fingers traced his forehead skin, revealing his displeasure. If feelings were truly that reliable, what would we learn from spatial disorientation during training? The captain was momentarily silenced by Liu Jinghua's remark, while the first officer kept his head down, fearing to speak in this context. "Please draft an incident report. The more detailed, the better." Liu Jinghua gestured dismissively. "For now, go home and calm down before the safety department reaches a conclusion. It should be quick. It won't take long." In just a few words, Liu Jinghua rendered his judgment, and after a brief moment of hesitation, the captain ultimately swallowed his impending defense. What will happen to aircraft 1566? The captain's silence does not imply that others will remain mute, as exemplified by Su Tsang. Su Tsang fixed his piercing gaze upon Liu Jinghua and inquired, "What is the company's plan regarding aircraft 1566? Liu Jinghua leaned back against the chair and replied with a calm demeanor, "Su Tsang, as the second officer. This matter does not significantly concern you and will not affect your future flights." The implication was clear. He wished for Su Tsang to refrain from involvement. At Su Tsang's level, voicing an opinion held little weight. Compliance was the prudent path, and taking a stand was unwise. Su Tsang fully grasped Liu Jinghua's intent, yet he did not yield. Instead, he stepped forward, bypassing the captain. "Why is this not my concern? If there is an issue with the aircraft, it pertains to the pilot. There is no other logic in the world. The condition of the aircraft cannot merely be dictated by words." Upon meeting Su Tsang's intense gaze, Liu Jinghua, with a resigned gesture, responded, "Very well. 1566 will undergo a ground inspection. Is that satisfactory?" Su Tsang nodded, opting for silence thereafter. Liu Jinghua addressed those at the door. "All right, you may all leave." The captain and the first officer exchanged glances, obediently departing, while Su Tsang hesitated. As he reached the threshold, he turned back to inquire, "Brother, the inspection will truly take place, right?" The change in address softened Liu Jinghua's previously vexed demeanor. "I assure you, it will be thoroughly inspected." With Liu Jinghua's assurance, Su Tsang finally felt a sense of relief. His only fear was that Blue Sky Airlines might resort to superficial tests for the sake of operations, potentially overlooking substantive issues. For the average person, it might be difficult to fathom, but in certain eyes, there exist priorities that eclipse safety, especially among those who harbor a sense of invulnerability, which is particularly alarming. This is no mere alarmism. History in civil aviation is replete with precedents that compel Su Tsang to consider such possibilities. Nevertheless, bolstered by Liu Jinghua's promise, Su Tsang chose not to dwell on it further. Just as he was about to depart, Liu Jinghua suddenly called out to him. Frowning, he earnestly cautioned Su Tsang, "While it is acceptable for you to speak to me in this manner, it may lead to trouble with others." Su Tsang lowered his head, apologizing, "I am sorry. I was a bit hasty earlier. You need not apologize to me. That is not what I desire. Lu Jinghua waved his hand, appearing fatigued and somewhat unwell. Su Tsang, not everyone in the company is benevolent. To be precise, there are few good people. You must learn to protect yourself. Su Tsang paused, then broke into a smile, revealing his bright teeth. I'll be mindful of my manner of speaking, yet I will continue to voice what needs to be said, even if some may not appreciate it. I can be at peace with my conscience. Lu Jinghua sighed. Very well. As long as you understand, you may go. After Su Tsang exited, Lu Jinghua, feeling agitated, opened his email on the computer. The most recent message was a description from the Operations Control Department regarding the incident of Su Tsang's return of the Jinchuan flight. This email was addressed to the Vice President of Operations and the Vice President of Maintenance, with department heads from Flight and Technical Services copied. It was at its core a routine incident report. However, the Vice President of Operations had directly replied to the email with a terse directive: expedite the necessary tests and restore the aircraft to operation at the earliest possible moment. While this instruction seemed unproblematic on the surface, it concealed deeper implications. The term necessary essentially denoted a minimum standard, and after his interactions with Vice President Luo Yong, Lu Jinghua had come to understand that this individual was an opportunist who prioritized self-interest above all else. The Vice President clearly intended for technical services to conduct only the most basic tests, as long as everything appeared satisfactory. The aircraft would be cleared for operation without delay to avoid incurring losses for the company. In his view, any issues raised by the crew were irrelevant, as completing even the minimal tests would suffice to meet regulations and should not be a basis for criticism. Gazing at the directive in the email, Lu Jinghua fell into a long silence, a profound sense of powerlessness washing over him. He sighed. Su Tsang, you may be free of guilt, but what am I to do? Chapter 69. Why is the fleet composed entirely of Airbus aircraft? Upon exiting Lu Jinghua's office, Su Tsang felt little concern regarding any possible repercussions. Although the earlier takeoff had been quite perilous, his response had been swift and effective, leaving little room for major issues. Should any arise, they would likely manifest as mere formal warnings. While an abundance of stern warnings certainly would not reflect favorably, they remained within an acceptable threshold. Su Tsang had initially intended to visit the dispatch room shortly thereafter. Since the resumption of flights to Lushui Airport, he had become relatively familiar with the personnel in the dispatch room, often dropping by to inquire about the latest scheduling developments. If fortune favored him, he might even stumble upon an opportunity to collaborate on a flight. However, upon exiting the office, Su Tsang was surprised to discover that the captain and first officer, who had previously departed, were still lingering, seemingly waiting for him. The captain greeted Su Tsang with enthusiasm, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Brother, since we can't fly today, do you have any plans? Allow me to treat you to a meal. There's a fantastic beef offal shop nearby. Though Su Tsang had never been fond of such social pleasantries, he reconsidered. Making new friends could prove beneficial, and perhaps it was time for him to adapt his approach to interpersonal relations. Just as he hesitated, the captain patted his shoulder once more. Come on, I truly want to express my gratitude to you. With that, the captain, without granting Su Tsang a moment to ponder, jovially ushered him forward, while the first officer followed closely behind. Though the beef offal shop was situated near the airport, it was still a considerable distance away. Su Tsang, lacking a vehicle, planned to accompany the captain in his car, while the first officer would drive his own. Upon descending to the ground floor, the first officer took a different exit due to his parking location, while Su Tsang and the captain proceeded through the main entrance. As they passed through the lobby, they noticed a gathering of individuals in the relaxation area near the entrance. Upon closer inspection, Su Tsang discerned that the majority were tall and striking young women. In contrast to the blue uniforms of Blue Sky Airlines, the attire of these women bore a similar design but was entirely black. Su Tsang did not recall any airline employing such uniforms. Approaching nearer, he noticed that each woman sported a circular badge on the upper left side of her chest and clutched a set of documents, with many displaying anxious expressions. On the periphery of the crowd stood a man clad in a light blue shirt, holding what appeared to be a manual. He scribbled notes within it while conversing with the young women, collecting the materials they held. His arms were already laden with several documents. Is this from our company? What is happening? Sukan kasu inquit. These aren't from our company. The uniforms differ. They are trainees from Jianchuan Airlines Cabin Crew Academy. Here for interviews, the captain replied, casting a glance over the aspiring cabin attendants. He then mused, these young attendants certainly possess a certain charm. After a few years in the field, they become increasingly confident. When they engage in conversation, I find myself blushing. In the eyes of the ordinary populace, flight attendants possess an air of special allure, yet to pilots, they harbor no mysteries. The glamour fades, and some pilots, upon entering the aviation industry, unearth the true nature of flight attendants, their previous fantasies shattered, leaving them at a loss for words. The captain, though he speaks somewhat flippantly, does not linger on the matter for long, quickly averting his gaze. Maintaining a semblance of decorum. I see. It is quite normal for attendants to undergo interviews. However, Sutsong as keen, I caught sight of some candidates discreetly slipping additional items, seemingly bank cards, beneath their submission materials. Sutsong paused momentarily, lowering his voice as he pondered aloud. Is our company so brazen in its dealings? Huh? The captain craned his neck to glance at the bespectacled man. It is indeed an unseemly sight. The monetary transactions during flight attendant interviews are an unspoken norm within the industry, a fact Sutsong is all too aware of. He currently lacks the power to alter this situation, merely reflecting on it with a sense of melancholy. Upon noticing Sutsong and the captain approaching, several junior attendants instinctively inclined their heads in respect, greeting in unison, "Good day, Captain." Although this was part of their training, the display rendered Sutsong somewhat uncomfortable. While the captain strode forward with an air of nonchalance, seemingly unaffected by the formality. Suddenly, Sutsong observed the bespectacled man engaged in a heated discussion with a junior attendant at the edge of the crowd. Despite the distance, Sutsong was struck by the young attendant's beauty. He was not fond of overly made-up, seductive women. Rather, he preferred a more graceful aesthetic. This particular attendant epitomized his taste exquisitely. With rosy lips and bright teeth, her expressive eyes sparkled, framed by delicate features that bore a hint of anxiety. Her brows gently furrowed, reminiscent of a character from a classic tale. The market has shifted. 30,000 is no longer sufficient. Now, 50,000 is the expectation. Although they stood at the periphery of the gathering, the bespectacled man spoke without much effort to lower his voice, as if this were not something to be shrouded in secrecy. The nearby attendants could likely hear his words, but showed no overt reaction. Upon hearing the sudden increase in the sum, the junior attendant grew increasingly anxious. We had a deal. How can it be like this? I am not speaking out of turn. Do inquire, and you shall find this is the price. However, the bespectacled man's gaze fell upon the young attendant's delicate features, and he lowered his voice. Here, that's my proposal. Tonight, the cabin crew leaders are hosting a gathering. You should attend. The young attendant was taken aback, instinctively stepping back. How can this be? No. Her expression revealed her fright, yet her mind remained clear, firmly rejecting the proposition as she understood what attending that gathering would entail. Then I am afraid there is nothing more to be done. The bespectacled man spread his hands. The young attendant, flustered, implored, Then give me the money. I no longer require your assistance. What are you talking about? What money? The bespectacled man continued to persuade. You shouldn't resist so much. You are not the only one. This will greatly benefit your future work in the company. We are no longer children. It's time to recognize the situation. However, before he could finish, his gaze shifted, and a chilling figure appeared behind the young flight attendant. Sutsong stared at him with an impassive expression, his eyes betraying an unmistakable disdain. The bespectacled man's eyes swept over Sutsong's uniform, and a sense of unease gripped his heart. What do you intend to do? Sutsong remained silent, standing quietly behind the young flight attendant, his gaze fixed on the bespectacled man. The young flight attendant had not noticed Sutsong's arrival. She only sensed something was amiss upon observing the bespectacled man's reaction and abruptly turned, colliding with Sutsong's cold visage. A gentleman of distinction, sharp as a blade, refined as jade, such as Sutsong. In the moment of the young flight attendant's distraction, the captain suddenly wrapped an arm around the bespectacled man's shoulders and laughed heartily. Director Liu, Come over here. I need to discuss something. The bespectacled man, initially intending to break free, recognized the captain and did not resist, following him to a secluded corner. The captain, with smooth dexterity, discreetly snatched the young flight attendant's bank card from the bespectacled man's hand and slipped it into Su Tsong's possession as they passed by. This action could not escape the bespectacled man's notice, yet he refrained from saying anything, tacitly accepting the captain's maneuver. As the captain and the bespectacled man departed, the last words Su Tsong could hear were the captain's voice, "Director Liu, that young lady is my brother's." Beyond this, Su Tsong could no longer hear clearly, though he could surmise the context. Su Tsong retrieved the bank card and handed it to the young flight attendant, noticing her name on the badge, Xia Shuiwei. How melodious it is! Xia Shuiwei appeared to be still grappling with the situation. Upon seeing Su Tsong's uniform, she, regardless of his insignia, hurriedly greeted, "Good day, Captain." Su Tsong chuckled softly. The young flight attendant resembled a startled deer, undeniably charming. He pointed to his epaulettes. "I am not the captain. 3 stripes denote the co-pilot. This belongs to you. Take it. Just prepare well for the interview and stay on the right path." Xia Shuiwei hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted her bank card, saying, "I don't wish to do this either. My parents insisted on it." She was unsure why she felt compelled to explain to Su Tsong, but it instinctively felt necessary. Su Tsong harbored no ulterior motives. He was merely captivated by Xia Shuiwei's beauty, with no intentions of pursuing any romantic entanglements. Currently, even with his future wife, Qin Xin, he had no plans to approach her, as his focus was solely on his career, leaving no room for others. After a while, the captain returned from his private conversation with the bespectacled man. The bespectacled man glanced at Su Tsong, but remained silent, burying himself once more in gathering interview materials. Su Tsong nodded at Xia Shuiwei and departed, leaving her standing there in a daze. Upon exiting the headquarters building, Su Tsong casually inquired, "Is it settled?" The individual in question was the recruitment director from the cabin crew department, and indeed, it had been agreed upon. During the interview, she would not be subjected to undue hardship, yet neither would she receive any special favors. The captain turned a glance at Xia Shuiwei. "So you fancy this model?" Su Tsong smiled slightly. "I merely wish to assist, but it is truly dreadful, quite revolting to behold. How does this compare to the marketing department's brazen sale of flight routes?" The captain seemed to grasp the situation with clarity in our flight department. It is not uncommon for the leadership to indulge in affairs while withholding allowances. Everyone is taciturn. We are all cut from the same cloth. Su Tsong lowered his gaze. "I was not referring to the cabin crew." "Then are you implying our company?" The captain, unrestrained, replied, "The world is filled with crows of the same color. We are merely somewhat better amid the refuse. Is there no way to effect change?" Su Tsong suddenly asked. The captain responded without hesitation, "None. The company has grown large, yet its roots are rotten. It is beyond salvation, so it shall remain." Su Tsong understood the captain's words were not unfounded. This was not a matter of impulsiveness, but a stark reality. If it were irredeemable, then perhaps it was time to shatter all conventions. Su Tsong murmured to himself, "What if I could establish my own airline?" The matter concerning Xia Shuiwei was merely a trifling interlude. Should she succeed in her interview, it would merely foster a layer of professional rapport and nothing more. Conversely, if she failed, it was likely they would never cross paths again. Su Tsong did not dwell on Xia Shuiwei's situation and accompanied the captain to a beef offal restaurant, where they indulged in a hearty meal. Indeed, as the captain had asserted, the beef offal was exquisitely delectable. The proprietor, a native of Jingzhou, claimed the recipe was inherited from his hometown. During their meal, the captain expressed his gratitude towards Su Tsong, repeatedly filling his glass, causing Su Tsong to feel somewhat embarrassed. The captain, named Zhu Jian, became quite inebriated as they clinked glasses, even insisting on forming a brotherhood, stating that Su Tsong had saved his life and ought to be the elder brother. Had Zhu Jian not succumbed to fatigue and fallen asleep on the table, it was conceivable that a brotherly bond might have been forged in the restaurant. However, there was a commendable aspect to Captain Zhu Jian. Although he indulged heavily in drink, he did not pressure others to partake. Su Tsong, whose tolerance for alcohol was quite limited, found the situation manageable as Zhu Jian focused on his own revelry without insisting that Su Tsang drink excessively, leaving Su Tsang with a favorable impression. He greatly despised those who pressured others to drink without regard. Zhu Jian maintained a respectable demeanor while intoxicated. After a period of excitement, he simply retired to slumber without becoming overly objectionable. The first officer had also consumed a fair amount of alcohol, while not completely incapacitated. He was nearly so. Su Tsang, having drunk sparingly and remaining clear-headed, simply observed the two. Once they regained their composure, each made a phone call to arrange for family to pick them up, and only then did they feel at ease to return home. Subsequently, as Liu Jinghua had predicted, the peculiar incident involving the nose of the aircraft during the Jianchuan flight did not result in any repercussions for Su Tsang. However, Su Tsang was momentarily preoccupied and had little inclination to dwell on such matters, for the company provided no time for contemplation. After a brief respite, the simulator observation session commenced. It is noteworthy that simulator observations differ significantly from flying in a simulator. In the future, simulator observations will be more formalized, complete with corresponding observation logs. Yet, in the present, such observations require nothing beyond the presence of individuals, to the extent that one might say merely showing up suffices. Nevertheless, Su Tsang was not yet inclined to such reckless disregard. He meticulously prepared as if for an actual flight, ensuring he had his flight bag, uniform, headset, and license, embodying a demeanor of utmost professionalism. The simulation was scheduled at the Jianchuan Flight Safety Simulator Center, an establishment founded by the International Aviation Safety Organization from abroad, boasting a rather extensive history. Su Tsang was aware that this simulator center would endure for the next 2 decades, standing as a perennial entity within the industry. Despite later criticism from pilots regarding the outdated equipment, it continued to thrive. Upon his arrival at the simulator center, Su Tsang observed the other trainees participating in the session. However, he was struck by a peculiar observation. Why were all these individuals affiliated with the Airbus fleet? Chapter 70. Deception at the Airbus simulator. In stark contrast to Su Tsang's meticulous attire, the trainees engaged in the training displayed a far more casual demeanor, with not a single tie among them. Some shirts lacked shoulder epaulets, and one individual even opted for black sneakers instead of polished shoes. Paired with a flight uniform, truly a sight to behold. Groups of individuals gathered in 3s and 4s, idly conversing by the windows or seated around circular tables sipping tea, exuding an air of utmost leisure. However, Su Tsang was not taken aback. The atmosphere of civil aviation in this era could be described as relaxed, albeit with a hint of disorder. It is not to say that the establishment of rules in the future would inherently lead to improvement. 2 decades from now, the ambience in civil aviation would become excessively stifling, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, fraught with hidden dangers. The early arrivals quickly recognized Su Tsang, as the bright golden tie of Blue Sky Airlines was impossible to overlook. Standing there in his neatly arranged uniform, complete with a rolling flight case, one trainee playfully remarked, "I've never seen someone take this so seriously. It's just a simulator flight. No need for such exaggeration." Su Tsang chuckled awkwardly and stepped closer, glancing at the individual S-name tag to confirm it indeed bore the Airbus insignia. Unlike the flight crew boarding pass, the name tag displayed an employee number and department affiliation, with pilots roughly categorized into Boeing and Airbus fleets, though specific squadrons or detailed aircraft types were not indicated. In contrast, the flight crew boarding pass only exhibited the English code of the respective company, devoid of any departmental information. Su Tsang scanned the name tags of other trainees, only to find that they all belonged to the Airbus fleet. Stunned, he hastily retrieved his phone to check emails, confirming the time and location were accurate. Yet his confusion only deepened. "Wait a moment." Rubbing his throbbing head, Su Tsang inquired of the trainee who had just spoken, "Are you all flying the simulator from 2 to 4 this afternoon?" The trainee replied affirmatively. "Yes, aren't you?" Su Tsang pointed at his name tag. "You're with Airbus?" The trainee affirmed, "Yes, all of us." Sensing Su Tsang's bewilderment, he asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" Su Tsang scratched his head. "What are you flying today, training or an assessment? Who asked the instructor or examiner?" We are all here for the 3 landings and takeoffs experience over 90 days, the trainee disclosed without reservation, and Jean is our instructor. Su Tsang felt a sense of clarity beginning to emerge as he learned that Jean Fully was indeed leading the session. Huh? The trainee seemed taken aback, surveying Su Tsang with confusion before glancing at his companions. Is our Jean team comprised of dual-type instructors? Another tall, slender trainee scratched his head. Uncertain, I have no idea. If it were another ordinary instructor, it wouldn't be such a dilemma. But Jean Fully is an appointed representative of the Bureau and, theoretically, could possess dual-type licenses. The trainee then looked towards Su Tsang, asking, Brother, what are you here to fly? I'm not here to fly anything. I'm a key monitoring personnel, just here to observe. Observe? Observe whom? The trainee pointed to his tablemate, and the person lounging by the window engaged in conversation. This side is all Airbus. There's no Boeing here. Who are you here to observe? Are you here to watch us fly Airbus? Did they assign the wrong flight standards? Why can't one observe Airbus from Boeing? A deep voice resonated, familiar to the scattered Airbus trainees who quickly gathered. The speaker was none other than Captain Jean Fully of the Airbus fleet. Jean Fully glared at the trainee who had just spoken. What nonsense are you spouting? He then approached Su Tsang and patted him on the shoulder. Not bad, good attitude. You're different from this bunch of poorly dressed fellows. The trainees exchanged glances, their lips twitching. Jean Fully himself wasn't even in formal attire, yet he had the audacity to admonish them so earnestly. Su Tsang felt somewhat helpless. Captain Jean, did they make an error in the flight standards? I can't discern anything from just observing. Who says you can't learn anything? Jean Fully jovially draped an arm around Su Tsang's shoulder. Look, they've assigned you a flight standard. Now that you're here, just take a look. It's only for 2 hours. Learn something. Su Tsang truly found himself at a loss for words. He had no objection to learning, but it ought to be something of value. In truth, he had begun to suspect Jean Fully's intentions. He merely wished to gauge his capabilities. Despite Jean Fully's age, his grip was surprisingly strong, and with a jovial chuckle, he half-dragged Su Tsang toward the simulator room. To an uninformed observer, it might have appeared as though they were escorting a prisoner. Su Tsang tried to break free several times, but found no way to escape. He couldn't bring himself to exert too much force, so he ultimately resigned himself to following Jean Fully. As they approached the simulator room, Jean Fully noticed that the Airbus trainees had not followed and turned back, commanding, What? Do I have to invite you all over? The Airbus trainees, previously bewildered by the peculiar interaction between Jean Fully and Su Tsang, snapped back to attention at his shout and hurriedly gathered their belongings to follow. Jean Fully, anxious that Su Tsang might escape, clung to him closely. As they passed the entrance of the simulator, he gestured to the trainees trailing behind. Fill out the training records and sign my name. Every use of the simulator required a record form, which served as one of the proofs for the simulator center to request payment from the airline. However, this record clearly stipulates the necessity of a signature from a flight instructor or an examiner. The students dare not forge a signature, for if discovered, the finance department would undoubtedly create complications. Jean, I cannot sign this document. Even if some fear Jean Fully, the students would still not comply with this directive. Jean Fully, upon reflection, found this reasoning sound and, upon entering the simulator cockpit, gave Su Tsang a gentle push inside while deftly retreating himself, closing the door behind him. He then summoned several Airbus trainees. Quickly, come over and brace the door. Do not let that fellow escape. Inside the simulator, Su Tsang nestled into the last corner seat, specifically designated for students. Even with only half of the trainees allowed in, and alongside Su Tsang and Jean Fully, the space was nearly filled with 7 individuals. Previously, Jean Fully had kept a watchful eye on Su Tsang, seemingly apprehensive of his potential escape. Yet, upon reflection, it was clear that the likelihood of Su Tsang fleeing was virtually non-existent. Jean Fully was merely being overly cautious. It had taken considerable effort to lure Su Tsang here, and if this opportunity were missed, it might not present itself again. As the captain of the Airbus fleet, Jean Fully settled into the main control seat, while the other Airbus trainees squeezed together, maintaining a serene silence, with only 2 of them making minor adjustments to the switches. This simulator, Designed to maintain the experience of 3 takeoffs and landings within the last 90 days, was notably straightforward. The requirement of 3 takeoffs and landings within any 3 calendar months is a mandate for pilots. Failure to meet this criterion results in grounding until recent experience is regained. Most pilots can fulfill this requirement through regular flights, but in certain exceptional circumstances, such as the recent reduction in flights by Blue Sky Airlines, the situation becomes apparent. Jean Fulai reclined slightly in his seat, appearing quite relaxed, yet his peripheral vision remained fixed on Su Tsang. Su Tsang, acutely aware of Jean Fulai's subtle movements, felt a sense of helplessness. With the simulator ladder now raised, even if he opened the door, escape was not an option. One cannot simply leap from several meters high. After all, observing Su Tsang's apparent compliance, Jean Fulai commanded, Jianchuan runway 23, visual takeoff and landing, execute small circles, and after 3, we will switch out. The conditions were calm, with a corrected sea pressure of 1013, a temperature of 15, zero fuel at 110, a center of gravity at 21, and speed for them to verify. All right, I have provided the data. You may take off. Why is this type of simulator so easy to manage? Because there are no malfunction settings, no need for evaluations, and no specific landing methods required. As long as 3 landings are accomplished, whether visual or instrument, it is entirely up to them. Having provided the data, Jean Fulai truly relinquished control, leaning back against his seat. He tilted his head and asked Su Tsang. If they speed up, they could save considerable time. Would you like to try your hand at it? Upon hearing this, all the Airbus trainees simultaneously turned their gazes towards Su Tsang. The students here were not the same as Su Tsang's followers. They were not of the same technical level. As among these Airbus trainees, there were several highly qualified co-pilots. These individuals are certainly not devoid of understanding. After flying for several years, they possess a certain acumen. When Jean fully spoke, some were quick to grasp the underlying implications. Frankly, earning revenue from simulator pales in comparison to operating actual flights. Given Jean Fully's stature, it is unusual for him to engage with a simulator at all. Thus, his decision to do so raised eyebrows. Could it be that Jean Fully's sole reason for operating the simulator was to assist the Boeing pilots? Many Airbus trainees entertained this peculiar thought. Captain Jean, I am not proficient in flying either, so I shall not squander the simulator's resources, Su Tsang stated, sitting demurely in his seat. Jean Fully merely acknowledged him with a sound and lapsed into silence. When it comes to straightforward visual takeoffs and landings, the speed is indeed remarkable. Moreover, this session was neither for training nor for an evaluation. Even a less-than-perfect flight or a minor warning would not pose a significant issue. Consequently, the pressure on the Airbus trainees significantly diminished, allowing them to operate with greater freedom. Initially, the trainees adhered to the regulations of Jianchuan Airport, maintaining a takeoff altitude of 500 meters. However, as Jean Fully grew increasingly impatient with this pace, the trainees began to turn shortly after taking off, leveling off at an altitude of 600 meters. Under normal training or evaluation circumstances, such altitude would undoubtedly invite reprimand. Yet, Jean Fully was unconcerned. Flying at 600 meters indeed saved time, which pleased him immensely. Su Tsang, observing from the back, struggled to stave off drowsiness. This monotonous simulator flight held little appeal. He had hoped that Jean Fully would devise something intriguing, but it turned out to be merely a time-wasting endeavor. Although Su Tsang did not particularly endorse such behavior, he felt powerless to intervene and opted to lean back and let his mind wander. Jean Fully evidently preferred not to have too many individuals cramped in the cockpit. After the 5 inside had completed their turns, he instructed the waiting individuals outside to switch places. Su Tsang, who had been content in his rear seat, suddenly heard Jean Fully call out, "Su Tsang, go sit in the front for a while." Startled and nearly dozing off, Su Tsang glanced forward to find that the cockpit had thinned out considerably. Only 2 people remained standing, while another occupied the right seat of the simulator. Along with Jean Fully, all eyes now fixed on him. Jean Fully was not perturbed by Su Tsang's drowsiness. Rather, he was focused on the left seat. "Su Cang, since you are here, come up and sit for a bit." I can sign off on your supplementary training form. Individuals under close scrutiny must undergo periodic supplementary training, requiring the instructor's signature to verify their performance. Should their performance during this training be subpar, the duration of their scrutiny may be extended. Being under close observation could jeopardize the approval of a technical upgrade application by the technical committee. This was precisely why Liu Jinghua had previously encouraged Su Cang to proactively participate in the supplementary training at Lushui Airport, hoping to secure recognition for him and ultimately remove him from the scrutiny list. However, while the intention was commendable, the outcome fell short. Captain Jean, I won't be able to contribute much by going up, Su Cang replied. Jean fully remarked, surely, you cannot simply sleep here for 2 hours while I sign your document. You must engage in some activity. With a gesture towards the student in the right seat, he continued, he encountered a malfunction with the simulator during the previous proficiency check, leaving one project unflown, but he will take to the skies shortly. You need not do much. Perhaps merely recite the checklist will suffice. Move about a bit. Do not remain cooped up. Su Cang scratched his head, contemplating that if he were to seek a cooperative individual, the 2 standing Airbus pilots would be far more appropriate. However, as the matter at hand involved signatures for supplementary training, Su Cang acquiesced, despite his instinctive wariness of Jean Fully's intentions. Thus, under the curious gazes of the 2 Airbus pilots, Su Cang settled into the left seat of the simulator. If his responsibilities were merely to recite the checklist and perform minor tasks, it was indeed not something he could overly refuse. Yet, as Su Cang took his place, Jean Fully turned to the student in the right seat and remarked, this is your second proficiency check, after all. Should this project remain unflown, I cannot guarantee how long the fleet will keep you grounded. Chapter 71. Let me take flight. As Su Cang settled down, he was struck by Jean Fully's words, his expression stiffening involuntarily. If it were merely a routine simulation exercise, he would have felt little concern. However, the involvement of someone else's proficiency check changed the situation entirely. Moreover, hearing that the individual in the right seat was undergoing their second proficiency check added to the gravity of the moment. Should they fail, the pressure would be unbearable for anyone, save for Su Cang, who had previously adopted a lackadaisical attitude. Now, Su Cang felt an additional weight on his shoulders. Even if he was merely tasked with the menial job of reading the checklist, as Jean Fully had suggested. Observing Su Cang's increasingly austere profile, Jean Fully couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. His keen perception had revealed Su Cang's compassionate nature, and with a little manipulation, he could easily be read like an open book. Time was of the essence. Let us commence with the cruise phase. I'll elevate the aircraft, and you prepare the panel. Our destination remains Jianshuan Airport, Jean Fully instructed, urgency evident in his tone. Hurry up. Delaying landing past the designated time will also be deemed unsatisfactory. The right seat trainee, taken aback, hastened to set up the panel. Yet, under the pressure of time, Su Cang clearly noticed several switches on the panel were incorrectly positioned. Fortunately, the right seat trainee, upon completing a second rapid check, identified the erroneous switches, allowing Su Cang to breathe a sigh of relief. At this juncture, Su Cang found himself at a loss for words. Why would they assign a Boeing pilot to assist during such a critical moment, effectively placing undue pressure on him? In less than 5 minutes, the co-pilot in the right seat reported readiness to Jean Fully. With a brief acknowledgement, Jean Fully's gaze flicked toward Su Cang's profile before declaring, I will now disengage the system. Begin. As Jean Fully pressed the disengagement button, the simulator roared back to life, the simulated engine sounds enveloping them. Bound by the limitations imposed by Jean Fully, Su Cang adopted a stance of detachment, observing with focused intent as if everything were irrelevant to him. He harbored a hope that he could merely read the checklist, allowing the right seat co-pilot to land safely, resulting in a successful check and mutual satisfaction. However, just as Su Cang envisioned a harmonious conclusion, he suddenly sensed a dimming around him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a repetitive monotone warning blared in his ears. CRC warning? Su Cang froze, quickly scanning the panel, noting that several display instruments had extinguished, including some indicator lights that were supposed to signify the aircraft status, now appearing rather dim. Soon, The master warning light illuminated, and Sootsong instinctively reached for the system display page to diagnose the issue. Yet, as his right hand lifted, he halted abruptly. He seemed relegated to reading the checklist and should not interfere with the right seat's fault management. It was not that Sootsong was cold-hearted. Rather, he feared that such an action might provoke Jean Fulai's displeasure, ultimately jeopardizing the right seat trainee. For now, he decided to observe the situation. Perhaps the right seat trainee would manage to resolve the issue independently. Fortunately, the right seat trainee shared Sootsong's intention to access the system display page. However, at the moment he reached out, the Gen fault and PAC fault indicators illuminated simultaneously. Following this, a persistent sound akin to a cavalry charge echoed in their ears, and the recently reset master warning light began to flicker once more, while the ECM displayed a red alert indicating auto FLT AP off. The autopilot had disengaged. Sootsong needed no glance at the ECM. The auditory cues alone sufficed to inform him of the autopilot's disconnection. Yet, the disengagement of the autopilot itself was not the source of trepidation. Rather, it was the implications that accompanied it. Perhaps the right seat trainee lacked sufficient experience, as the dual warnings had instilled a sense of panic within him, temporarily abandoning his effort to summon the system display page. He first attempted to extinguish the master warning light and engage the CLR button on the ECM control panel to erase the ECM status. However, as he acted, the aircraft began to pitch downward autonomously. The trainee had allowed himself to be wholly distracted by the initial warnings, neglecting the aircraft's changing state, or more accurately, he was oblivious to it. This exemplifies the stark contrast between seasoned pilots and novices, particularly in their allocation of attention. Upon noticing the aircraft's descent, Sootsong's gaze was immediately drawn to the engine data display. At that moment, the N1 rotor speed was plummeting rapidly, and the N2 rotor speed was not faring any better. This was an ominous sign, as it indicated that not just one, but both engines were exhibiting such distressing behavior. The realization that both engines might be failing sent a jolt of concern through Sootsong, prompting him to glance uncertainly at the right seat co-pilot. The scenario of both engines shutting down was typically reserved for pilots of a higher caliber. However, judging by the earlier performance, it seemed that the right seat co-pilot's proficiency level was rather modest. Was the Airbus proficiency check truly this rigorous? It appeared excessive for a low-ranking co-pilot to be subjected to a dual-engine shutdown scenario, far surpassing Boeing's proficiency checks. As if to validate Sootsong's thoughts, once the flight management and guidance systems detected the engine failures, the system automatically displayed the performance page for the current flight phase, an action requiring no input from the pilot. Nevertheless, under certain specific conditions, such automated transitions would not occur, such as during takeoff until reaching the diversion waypoint or in the absence of an EISID procedure in the flight plan. Simultaneously, the corresponding section for the right button revealed options for engine failure clearance, while the left button indicated prompts for single-engine long-range cruise. This single-engine cruise speed was computed based on the aircraft's performance for the pilot as reference. However, the single-engine long-range cruise setting was not immutable. On the climb, cruise, and descent performance pages, pilots could manually input cost indices to override the computer-generated EO LRC. Certainly, should the pilot choose to disregard the pertinent information, they may press the right button to erase all data related to engine failure, thereby suppressing EO information and reverting to the previous flight plan. However, during a critical phase, such as before the change of course following takeoff, if an engine failure occurs, the computer will generate a temporary flight plan for the pilot's reference. Certain conditional companies may upload relevant single-engine procedures for their airports into the system, allowing the single-engine protocol to automatically activate in the event of a failure during the takeoff phase. Nonetheless, most companies have yet to implement such considerate measures, relying instead on the pilots to manually input data during preparation. One would reasonably expect that, given the aircraft's alerts, the right seat co-pilot should comprehend the current situation. However, to Sootsong's astonishment, the student in the right seat stared blankly at the engine failure information page, unsure of how to proceed. In the minds of many pilots, the automation level of Airbus aircraft is indeed higher than that of Boeing, a sentiment even shared by a considerable number of Boeing pilots. Among the various qualities possessed by Airbus pilots, who often assumed the role of monitors, the ability to analyze abnormal information alerts generated by the aircraft is a crucial technical skill. Yet the student in the right seat appeared to lack this capability. Initially, Suitsong perceived him as a low-ranking co-pilot, perhaps the least experienced among them, akin to a trainee. For a civil aviation pilot, the first two flights are typically the most challenging, as one has little experience, making various novice errors likely. As the number of flights increases, accumulated experience begins to take effect. Fortunately, although the right seat student was somewhat slow to react, he was not entirely oblivious. Had he failed to grasp the situation amidst so many alerts, he would have faltered during the initial modification phase. As the cockpit lights dimmed and the autopilot disengaged, these were mere surface indicators. The core issue lay in the failure of both engines. Both engines had flamed out, as if uncovering a monumental secret. The student in the right seat excitedly pointed to the engine data, eager to share his revelation with Suitsong. Suitsong couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, it was a significant discovery. However, he refrained from displaying any disdain, recognizing that all pilots must traverse this stage, and instead patiently directed the student to the ECM. Just follow the prompts. In truth, the ECM, or Electronic Centralized Aircraft Monitoring System, on Airbus aircraft is remarkably efficient, far more convenient than having Boeing pilots assess situations and locate manuals independently. The ECM continuously monitors various aircraft systems, including engines, hydraulics, air conditioning, electrical systems, and APU, encompassing a total of 13 pages, each corresponding to a specific system. Should any system encounter an issue, the ECM's alert and memo functions will display the malfunctioning system, enabling the pilot to execute the necessary actions based on the prompts. However, just as the student in the right seat was poised to take action, the aircraft, lacking power support, began to descend continuously. Suitsong was truly exasperated. It seemed that the co-pilot was entirely fixated on the ECM, neglecting the aircraft's overall condition. After a brief pause, Suitsong reassured himself that, despite the situation, Airbus aircraft were renowned for their stability. Even in the event of dual-engine failure, it was unlikely to result in immediate catastrophe. Yet it was imperative to address the situation rather than allow it to spiral out of control. After a moment's reflection, Suitsong recognized that the young man in the right seat was singularly focused, utterly oblivious to the distribution of attention, his gaze seemingly glued to the system display. With good intentions, but unable to intervene directly, Suitsong cleared his throat forcefully, hoping to draw the co-pilot's attention. However, his cough went unnoticed, instead catching the attention of Jean Fully, who was positioned behind him. Without uttering a word, Jean Fully delivered a light kick to the back of Suitsong's chair, a gesture that spoke volumes, effectively silencing any further attempts at intervention. Suitsong had hoped that the noise from Jean Fully's kick would elicit some response, but the right seat trainee merely glanced over in confusion before returning his focus to the display. In all honesty, a simulator could never replicate real-world malfunction scenarios completely. In the case of dual-engine failure, the aircraft's descent rate was markedly slower than in reality, a subtlety easily overlooked when one's attention was scattered. Yet, regardless of the pace, negligence could not be afforded. When a person becomes overly fixated, their perception narrows significantly. Despite the attitude indicator being easily visible with a mere glance to the right, the co-pilot seemed entranced, consumed solely by the ECM warnings and memos, disregarding the external environment entirely. The two Airbus trainees standing behind were on the verge of frantic desperation, wishing they could shake the right seat trainee awake. Yet, they refrained from acting, acutely aware that any rash move might provoke Jean Fully's ire, as evidenced by his earlier kick to Suitsong. Given Jean Fully's clear stance against Suitsong's assistance, it was evident that the aircraft's current predicament, characterized by the sole fixation on the ECM, would inevitably lead to failure. Suitsong could not stand by idly. Resolute, he decided to take matters into his own hands. It was evident that the trainee was too engrossed to recognize the issues at hand. Continuing down this path was a recipe for disaster. It was better to act than to wait for a calamity to unfold. should Gene fully deem his intervention excessive and penalize the co-pilot. It would only be the latter's fault for failing to recognize the gravity of the situation. With a decisive thought, Soo-song cleared his throat once more and gently tapped the distracted co-pilot on the shoulder. Meeting the trainee's puzzled gaze, he calmly stated, "You handle the ECM, and I will take control of the aircraft." Upon hearing these words, Gene fully instinctively lifted his foot, but after a moment's contemplation, he ultimately lowered it again. Unlike the previous unfounded reminders, Soo-song now had a legitimate basis for his intervention. In the context of emergency procedures, it was customary for one pilot to address malfunctions while the other piloted the aircraft. Soo-song had thus found a valid rationale for his necessary involvement. Gene fully was reasonable, never forcefully preventing Soo-song from taking control. Soo-song initially thought that his act of taking control would serve as a cautionary lesson for the right seat student. However, the student merely murmured in response, not even lifting his head, which left Soo-song both exasperated and amused. Had it not been for his temper having mellowed considerably since his rebirth, he might have resorted to more direct methods with such an unreasonable student. The situation was utterly absurd. Nevertheless, Soo-song suppressed his frustration, smoothly grasped the side stick with his left hand, and began to adjust the aircraft's attitude. He did not thoughtlessly level the aircraft, as doing so in the event of dual engine failure would be a rather rudimentary action. Instead, after glancing at the aircraft's total weight on the performance page, he reduced the nose attitude to a gentle one. 5 degrees down. The Airbus student standing behind was astonished to witness a Boeing pilot seemingly masterfully controlling an Airbus, given that the handling techniques of the two aircraft manufacturers were entirely distinct. For instance, when turning, a Boeing pilot must maintain pressure on the yoke to sustain the desired angle of bank, lest the aircraft stray from its path. In contrast, an Airbus pilot, after establishing the necessary angle through the side stick, would find the aircraft automatically maintaining that angle until new commands were issued. It is not that the Airbus handling methods are particularly intricate. Rather, Boeing pilots often struggle with the transition to flying Airbus aircraft. Yet, Soo-song appeared unfazed, maneuvering with a fluidity that suggested he had flown Airbus planes before. For him, whether it was an Airbus or a Boeing, the controls felt like an extension of his own body. This remarkable fluidity elicited a sense of surprise from the Airbus students observing him. Had Soo-song realized that even a simple manipulation of the control stick could draw attention, he might have considered adopting a more clumsy approach. However, unlike the astonished students nearby, Gene Fully, an experienced Airbus pilot, perceived far more than just Soo-song's adept handling. More striking than Soo-song's rapid adaptation to the Airbus controls was his choice of attitude for the dual-engine failure scenario, which left Gene Fully genuinely astounded. A nose-down attitude of -1. 5 degrees is not something easily grasped by the untrained eye or even by less experienced Airbus pilots. Why 1? 5 degrees down? Why not 1 degree or 2? The choice of this midpoint was particularly noteworthy. Moreover, it was critical that Gene Fully observed Soo-song's glance at the total aircraft weight prior to establishing this nose-down attitude. This action indicated that Soo-song's selection of the aircraft's attitude was not arbitrary, but rather grounded in sound reasoning. The 1.5 degree down attitude astonished Gene Fully because it represented the optimal nose attitude for reigniting the engines at a total weight of 13,000 pounds. In the event of dual engine failure, the primary objective is to maintain the aircraft state. It is not about reconnecting the power or checking the ECM, but rather finding a way to restart even a single engine. However, it is not under all circumstances that an aircraft can successfully initiate its engines. The pilot must create a relatively suitable environment for starting, such as an appropriate speed and altitude. Moreover, depending on the total weight of the aircraft, an optimal pitch angle for relighting the engines emerges. The best pitch angle corresponding to various weights may be unknown to many Airbus pilots. Yet Soo-song is acutely aware of it, performing it instinctively without the need to consult any manuals. As the saying goes, an expert sees the intricacies, while a novice merely observes the spectacle. This alone is enough to expose Soo-song's true abilities. You claim you cannot fly an Airbus? Gene Fully scoffed. However, Su Tsang remained blissfully unaware that his instinctual maneuver had revealed his true skill. He habitually planned for the future. Every action he took was deliberate, a concept that had ingrained itself deeply within him, making it difficult to suppress. Su Tsang, still oblivious to his slip, felt a thrill at the fact that Jean Fulai had not halted his actions, and thus proceeded to declare a mayday. Mayday! 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 The Blue Sky training aircraft has experienced dual engine failure. We request deviation from our flight path to descend and restart the engines. Su Tsang announced. If possible, I would like to request a direct flight to the Jianchuan airspace. To restart the engines, it is generally necessary to maintain a relatively high speed. Therefore, the only option is to exchange altitude for speed. Under such circumstances, it is preferable to avoid flying along the designated route to prevent any potential conflicts with other aircraft. Jean Fulai did not complicate matters further and promptly responded. Blue Sky training aircraft, you are cleared for a direct flight over Jianchuan. Altitude is at your discretion. Report on approach. After receiving clearance, Su Tsang followed the VOR instructions for Jianchuan, navigating smoothly without a hint of difficulty, further solidifying Jean Fulai's belief that Su Tsang was indeed capable of flying an Airbus. As the aircraft veered off the planned route towards Jianchuan, the focus shifted to the challenge of restarting the engines. However, the student in the right seat, who had been monitoring the ECM, suddenly gasped in surprise and exclaimed, "Where's the ECM display?" Huh? While turning, Su Tsang's gaze dropped, and he immediately noted the SD that had inexplicably gone dark. What happened? What did you press? Having gained a sufficient understanding of the right seat student's capabilities, Su Tsang began to suspect that the young man had somehow deactivated the ECM system. However, the student shook his head vigorously, denying, "No, I didn't touch anything." At that moment, Jean Fulai's teasing voice rang out. "What? Can't you fly without the ECM?" With that remark, it became evident to everyone that Jean Fulai was responsible for turning off the ECM display. The right seat student's suspicion was cleared, but the pressing question remained, what to do without the ECM? "Captain Jean, without the ECM, I..." The student, clearly overwhelmed and perplexed, turned to Jean Fulai, his expression one of innocence and confusion. Su Tsang spoke decisively. "Check the quick reference checklist." At this reminder, the right seat trainee's eyes brightened as he prepared to retrieve the manual, only to be abruptly halted by Jean Fulai's stern command. "Do not fetch it. I want to see if you can fly without the manual. I do not care what methods you employ. My sole demand is that you bring the aircraft down. If you cannot, then go wait in the hangar for grounding." Jean Fulai's tone was exceedingly severe. He had long held a formidable reputation among Airbus pilots, and his commanding shout rendered the simulator cabin eerily silent. The right seat trainee was on the verge of tears. Without ECM references or a quick reference checklist, how could they manage this malfunction? How could they safely land the aircraft? To be frank, Jean Fulai's approach was rather unreasonable. Was this truly how one should conduct a flight? Was he not merely creating obstacles? However, sometimes one finds themselves at the mercy of others, and certain circumstances are beyond one's control. In that moment, the right seat trainee felt nearly hopeless, seated in his position, murmuring, "Team leader Jean, I really cannot bring it down." Yet the instant these words escaped his lips, Su Tsang suddenly exclaimed, "All right, let us proceed as such." Su Tsang realized that this was not merely a test of the right seat trainee. It was a challenge directed at him. Although, from Su Tsang's perspective, the Airbus trainee was hardly blameless, for his performance in handling the malfunction could only be described as abysmal. Yet, if Jean Fulai truly intended to gauge Su Tsang's capabilities, then let him witness Su Tsang's true strength, thereby eliminating any need for future concealment. Su Tsang came to understand that Jean Fulai was resolutely determined to assess his limits. He could not hide forever, so he would present his skills with utmost integrity. He held little faith that the company would take issue with a Boeing pilot successfully flying an Airbus. The surrounding Airbus trainees looked on in astonishment at Su Tsang, especially the right seat trainee, who was both anxious and alarmed. "I cannot land this aircraft." Silence. Su Tsang's frustration erupted. Had the right seat trainee performed even slightly better, he would not have provided Jean Fulai with so many opportunities to undermine him. Instead, he appeared utterly defeated, and Su Tsang detested such surrender. No one anticipated Su Tsang's outburst, including Jean Fuley, who could not help but exclaim, "What a fierce temper!" However, Su Tsang's next declaration ignited the entire simulator cabin. "You cannot land it? Then allow me to do so." Chapter 72. The god of mental calculation. The student in the right seat gaped in astonishment, while the Airbus students behind instinctively glanced towards Jean Fuley. Is it truly possible for a Boeing pilot to operate an Airbus simulator? It matters not. I have stated before that as long as you can land the aircraft, I care not about the method employed or who is at the controls. Jean Fuley leaned back in his seat, addressing Su Tsang. "You must be aware that landing this aircraft is no simple feat." Su Tsang exhibited no signs of anxiety or hesitation. His gaze was as tranquil as still water. "We are 20 nautical miles from the airfield, at an altitude of over 20,000 feet. Just perfect." The seemingly mundane phrase, uttered by Su Tsang, resonated with an unshakable calmness, as if the daunting task perceived by others was merely trivial, establishing a conclusion for the impending landing from 20,000 feet above. Jean Fuley squinted. "That requires you to maintain the green dot speed consistently. Without reference, how will you fly?" The green dot speed enables a powerless aircraft to achieve optimal glide performance. If calculated accurately, 20 nautical miles at an altitude of over 20,000 feet could indeed allow for a safe arrival at the airfield. However, this is an ideal state that is often challenging to attain, particularly when considering the dynamic nature of altitude and weight, which complicates the timely adjustment of the green dot speed without a reference chart. At this moment, the aircraft had little altitude margin left. Even a slight deviation could prevent it from reaching the airfield. Furthermore, Su Tsang had to account for the unpredictable changes in the aircraft's glide ratio after establishing the landing configuration, which differs significantly from the clean state. Overall, a gliding landing with both engines shut down poses a formidable test of the crew's computational abilities. Even with the assistance of computers and manuals, the challenge remains substantial, let alone without such aids. Yet Su Tsang pointed to his own brain, declaring, "No worries, all the data is in my mind." The Airbus students collectively gasped in disbelief. This Boeing pilot was audacious beyond measure. The green dot speed chart is no mere couple of lines, but rather a 4x11 grid. A single miscalculated datum could spell disaster for the landing. However, the expression on Su Tsang's face, as perceived by the right seat co-pilot, did not convey the defiance of a stubborn duck. Rather, it exuded an air of effortless confidence, as if everything were simply a matter of course. Could he truly fly an Airbus? The right seat co-pilot's hair was slightly disheveled by the air conditioning, and he found himself bewildered. When did pilots from the Boeing fleet become so versatile? This was news to him. In stark contrast to the Airbus student skepticism, Jean Fuley clapped joyfully, "Excellent, excellent. If you can land on the runway today, I shall let this lad pass, even though his performance makes me feel quite ill." The right seat student lowered his head, remaining silent, while the two observers shivered in trepidation. From Jean Fuley's words, it was evident that this Airbus captain was indeed quite irate. Su Tsang refrained from uttering further words, for there had already been an abundance of wasted breath. It was unnecessary to squander more time. Given that the EG dual failure was currently inoperable, he had no choice but to rely on his memory to carry out the necessary procedures. However, most pilots would struggle to recall these details, and without the ECM or the quick reference checklist, they would be left utterly bewildered. Yet Su Tsang was different. He had always stood apart from others. "Let me instruct, and you execute, shall we?" He held modest expectations for the trainee in the right seat. If the student could not even manage to follow along and complete the tasks, Su Tsang would have to contemplate handling the situation alone, which, although more challenging for him, would merely add a slight degree of difficulty. Nevertheless, with the impending burden of mental calculations looming, having someone to share the load would certainly be advantageous. At that moment, the trainee in the right seat felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Su Tsang's voice, though not loud, resonated with authority, reminiscent of the commanding presence of the chief at the headquarters. The student's mind went blank, and doubt began to creep in. He questioned his ability to cooperate with Su Tsang, slipping back into silence. After a brief pause without a response, Su Tsang, having lost his last vestiges of patience, suddenly bellowed, "Answer me." The force of his voice reverberated throughout the simulator cabin, almost as if it could overturn the very space itself, leaving everyone within it momentarily stunned, their ears ringing as if struck by thunder. Even someone of Jean Fuely's stature felt a surge of emotion, struggling to maintain composure. What a formidable presence! Jean Fuely had never subscribed to the notion of ostentatious bravado. He believed all individuals were fundamentally the same, possessing merely 2 eyes and 2 hands. What difference could there be? Yet witnessing Su Tsang in action, he could not help but marvel at the undeniable distinctions among people. The already flustered trainee, jolted by Su Tsang's thunderous command, felt his composure shatter. His lips trembled, and he was at a loss as to why he should fear a Boeing pilot. Yet fear he did. However, perhaps spurred by Su Tsang's fervor, the distraught trainee managed to steady himself, swallowing hard before declaring, "I can do it." "Good. Su Gan Ziplit Su Kin Din." Cutting straight to the core of the matter, verify the connection of the emergency power. The emergency power derives its electricity from the emergency engine, akin to Boeing. The Airbus A320 primarily receives its power from generators driven by its 2 engines. Yet, unlike the Boeing 737, the A320 is equipped with an emergency engine, and its hydraulic power is sourced from a ram air turbine, a small fan that extends from the belly of the aircraft, automatically deploying in the event of a severe hydraulic and electrical failure. Under normal circumstances, the emergency power would connect automatically, yet one could never be certain of its reliability, necessitating human verification. This emergency power is crucial, providing the aircraft with the bare minimum of electrical supply. The trainee in the right seat swiftly confirmed that the emergency power was indeed connected. Otherwise, the cockpit instruments would have long since gone dark. "Throttle, slow down," Su Tsang murmured, retracting the throttle. Subsequently, he issued another command. "FAC-1, turn off and then on." The flight augmentation computer, known as FAC, is an immensely vital apparatus, comprising 2 units, FAC-1 and FAC-2. Under normal circumstances, FAC-1 serves as the primary unit, while FAC-2 stands as a backup. As long as one of these flight stabilization computers remains operational during flight, standard operations can generally be maintained with minimal disruption. However, should both units fail, the ramifications would be significant, particularly regarding the aircraft's yaw, envelope, low energy warnings, and wind shear prediction capabilities, all of which would be adversely affected. Furthermore, the operational laws governing flight would degrade. Specifically, the pitch mode would shift from normal to a backup mode with protections, while both roll and yaw would regress to direct mode, compromising the aircraft's velocity protection features. This degradation could lead to a perilous situation where, should the pilot inadvertently exceed speed limits, the consequences could be dire. Consequently, Su Tsang must endeavor to restore at least one of the flight augmentation computers to functionality. At this juncture, the right seat trainee proves to be of some assistance, following Su Tsang's instructions to first deactivate and then reactivate one of the flight augmentation computers. Su Tsang maintains vigilant oversight of the aircraft status, while simultaneously monitoring the trainee's actions to avert any potential missteps. Once the trainee's actions are confirmed to be correct, Su Tsang promptly issues the command, "Select engine mode, ignition position." At this critical moment, Su Tsang has already positioned the aircraft within the optimal pitch attitude, adjusting its speed to nearly 280 knots, an ideal velocity for engine restart. Aside from potential engine failure during high-thrust operations, it is imperative that the speed exceeds 280 knots to prevent the engine core from locking up. Su Tsang extends a finger. "We shall attempt the restart only once." According to Jean Fuely's configuration, the aircraft has not been without engine power for long, and it is not operating in a heavy rain environment, thus negating the necessity for multiple restart attempts. If the initial attempt fails, the likelihood of success on a subsequent try is minimal. Moreover, it is crucial to note that 280 knots does not represent an optimal glide speed. This implies that, over the same horizontal distance, the aircraft would lose altitude more rapidly at 280 knots than at the optimal glide speed. Suitsong's altitude reserve is already marginal, significantly constraining his margin for error. If only he had an altitude exceeding 30,000 feet, he might entertain 2 or 3 attempts. However, reality dictates that he has but a single chance at restart. Typically, one would expect to wait 30 seconds to assess the outcome of an engine ignition attempt. However, Suitsong is not inclined to wait idly. He instructs the right seat trainee to activate the auxiliary power unit, APU. At this moment, the aircraft's altitude is not exceedingly high. Thus, the likelihood of APU activation being successful remains relatively favorable. If the aircraft were at a greater altitude, the APU might fail to start altogether. As anticipated by Suitsong, there is no response from the engine following the restart attempt. While such attempts can proceed without auxiliary conditions, and, once the APU is operational, would assist in engine ignition, Suitsong is not inclined to pursue further attempts. At 280 knots, altitude loss occurs more swiftly than he had predicted. Theoretically, under calm wind conditions, at a speed of 280 knots, the aircraft will lose 1,000 feet of altitude for every 2 nautical miles traveled. However, at the green dot speed, the aircraft descends 1,000 feet only after traversing 5 nautical miles. The disparity of 0.3 nautical miles is indeed a matter of life and death, especially as Suitsong noted that the aircraft was still under slight headwind, one of the contributing factors to the greater altitude loss. He had no opportunity for further attempts. Thus, he resolved to land under the condition of dual engine failure. The main engine switch was turned off for 30 seconds before being activated again. Under Suitsong's command, the anxious demeanor of the right seat trainee gradually eased, and their movements became more agile. Yet, to the Airbus trainees observing this scene, it was nothing short of extraordinary. A Boeing pilot directing an Airbus pilot in managing the failures of an Airbus simulator. The scene appeared utterly harmonious, as if Suitsong were the captain of the Airbus, composed and unflappable. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, who would dare to describe such a scene? They would surely label that person as mad. One trainee elbowed the individual beside him and whispered, "Wang Ge, isn't making a mistake, is he?" Another trainee, referred to as Wang Ge, had already achieved the level of a 7th-grade co-pilot, having just passed the regulatory inspection and entered the phase of flying from the left seat. At this moment, the co-pilot was at their theoretical pinnacle, and querying him was undoubtedly appropriate. Wang Ji's chest rose and fell with increasing intensity, regardless of whether Suitsong had erred. His air of serenity was undoubtedly captivating. Meanwhile, Jean Foley's eyes sparkled brighter. This was no longer an unrefined gem, but rather a magnificent jewel ready to shine. The members of the Boeing fleet, indeed, were blind fools. How could they discard such talent? Their lack of discernment was beyond description. Soon, Suitsong instructed to don the oxygen masks, as the depressurization risk had arisen following the shutdown of both engines. Once the APU was operational and the aircraft descended below 20,000 feet, he verified the wing anti-ice was off, activated the APU bleed, and sequentially turned off and then on the main engine switch again. Concurrently, Suitsong began to decelerate the aircraft. Having confirmed no further engine starts would occur, he needed to return the aircraft to the green dot speed. At that moment, the aircraft weighed approximately 13,000 pounds, around 60 tons, and was below 20,000 feet. Thus, the speed should be around 200 knots. Suitsong promptly adjusted the control column, allowing the aircraft to gradually decelerate to 200 knots, then maintain this speed. As previously mentioned, under calm conditions, losing 1,000 feet at the same time, a speed of 200 knots could traverse 5 nautical miles, whereas 280 knots could only cover 2 nautical miles, a notable distinction. At a speed of 200 knots, the aircraft's average descent rate was approximately 1,600 feet per minute. Observing Suitsong maintain the speed of 200 knots, Jean fully nudged the nearby Airbus trainee. "Is this the green dot speed?" Despite Jean fully having flown Airbus for many years, he wouldn't typically recall such specifics. The Airbus trainee had already checked. "Captain Jean, it's indeed 200 knots, he really knows." Jean fully acknowledged with a sound, his expression revealing no excessive surprise. The earlier performance of Suitsong, if not indicative of an individual with an extraordinarily thick skin, surely reflects a person of profound confidence and assuredness. It is evident that Su Tsang leans towards the latter. Prepare yourself accordingly. One can only remark on the unsettling steadiness of Su Tsang's hands. When he claims a speed requiring 200 knots, it truly deviates not even a single knot. Those unfamiliar with the craft might assume the airspeed indicator is stuck. Upon the connection of the APU's electrical system, the majority of the electrical systems were restored. The student in the right seat instinctively inquired, "Which runway shall we use? What approach? Are we executing a blind landing?" Su Tsang, momentarily taken aback, waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. I was overthinking. You proceed as you wish, ultimately. We must fly visually. Given the dual-engine failure, the average descent rate would invariably exceed the glide path of 3 degrees, rendering the blind landing guidance ineffective. Thus, one could only decide based on visual cues. It was even difficult to determine whether to land on runway 23 or runway 05. One could only ascertain the aircraft's altitude from a close vantage point. Judging by the current intercept heading, it was likely that runway 05 would be utilized. Just mark the distance, 5 nautical miles, 10 nautical miles, and 25 nautical miles, Su Tsang suggested. Let us select an approach speed. Our flap deployment plan will be different from the usual. The deployment of flaps and landing gear will be under my command, while you manage the speed. Additionally, please turn off the cabin and galley electrical switches and activate the cabin signal lights. The rationale behind shutting off the cabin and galley switches was to alleviate the electrical system's load and mitigate any unforeseen circumstances. Once the aircraft descended below 15,000 feet, Su Tsang instructed the opening of the ram air switch and simultaneously commanded, after surpassing the transition altitude, adjust the pressure reference below 10,000 feet. Turn off the crew oxygen. At 2,000 feet, notify the cabin of imminent landing. At 500 feet, broadcast the anti-collision position upon touchdown. Shut off the main engine switch and the APU main switch. Do you understand? As the aircraft descended, the headwind intensified, and the actual altitude varied slightly from the manual descriptions. Su Tsang had to constantly calculate based on the aircraft's data. The pressure was gradually increasing, and he could not continuously fly alongside the student in the right seat, thus utilizing this moment to relay all necessary information for the forthcoming operations. To be fair, these maneuvers are not overly complex. Surely they are manageable. The weather is good today. Visibility is 4 nines. Let us fly. Jean Fulai remarked casually. The term OK weather refers to CAVOC, indicating no clouds above and visibility exceeding 10 kilometers. This represents optimal flying conditions with no obstructions to visibility. In all fairness, Jean Fulai displayed a modicum of humanity by not presenting Su Tsang with chaotic cloud base heights or reduced visibility. Nevertheless, as long as the visual approach standards are met, Su Tsang was indifferent. Compared to the current weather and approach method, Su Tsang harbored concerns regarding the aircraft's altitude at this moment. From the onset of the situation, the margin for altitude was already minimal, compounded by the altitude lost during engine restart. The aircraft's height had become perilously low. However, if the green dot speed could be perfectly maintained, there might still be a possibility of landing on the runway. Yet, the headwind at high altitude has had a profoundly adverse effect. It seems the aircraft can no longer reach the airport. The critical data for a dual-engine failure is altitude. Once it becomes insufficient, even the most skilled of deities cannot conjure a miracle. Behind Su Tsang, Jean Fulai, upon noticing the grave expression on Su Tsang's face, suddenly realized a critical oversight. He had seemingly forgotten to remove the high-altitude wind setting. In other words, he had never intended for Su Tsang to contend with a headwind at altitude. Logically speaking, Su Tsang had performed admirably, yet even so, it appeared that the altitude was inadequate. Does this not render the endeavor a deadlock? What merit remains in practicing an outcome that is preordained? Jean Fulai glanced at his watch. Time was insufficient to make a second attempt, and he felt a pang of regret. His momentary lapse had jeopardized the entire project. What a pity! However, he had already acquired the information he sought. What's wrong? Can't the plane descend? Although it was indeed his mistake, Jean Fulai would never admit it. At this moment, the student in the right seat also recognized the impact of the headwind on the aircraft and, uncertainly, turned to Jean Fully. Captain Jean, this wind. The two Airbus students standing behind also observed that the altitude might be insufficient. The student in the 7th-level co-pilot's seat, with sharper insight, lamented, "What a shame. If only we had the headwind, it would be impossible. Alas, since it seems impossible, let it be. The insufficient altitude for dual-engine failure leaves no alternative." Jean Fully chuckled heartily, taking the opportunity to deflect. "The time is nearly up. Let us tidy up and depart. The subsequent arrangements can still be managed." However, just as everyone was preparing to pack up, Su Tsong's indifferent voice pierced through the air. "Who says it's impossible?" The right seat student, who had already been preparing to remove his headset, paused in midair, surprised, and turned to Su Tsong, noticing that he showed no sign of leaving, which only deepened his confusion. Jean Fully had encountered an issue while configuring the simulator. He only remembered setting the ground wind to calm conditions, neglecting to remove the high-altitude wind. The already limited altitude had suddenly become untenable. How could they fly under such circumstances? Thus, Jean Fully's seemingly arbitrary conclusion that they could not descend was not without merit. Just as he was gathering his documents, upon hearing Su Tsong's assertion, he set the files down and earnestly remarked, "No, Su Tsong, you should realize the altitude is insufficient." "No," Su Tsong replied softly, "there is still a chance." His voice was like a songbird in a secluded valley, gentle yet fragile, mirroring the uncertainty within his heart. A torrent of complex data surged through Su Tsong's mind, and even with his prodigious talent, he felt as if the world was spinning, making it difficult to locate the source of the solution. It was too chaotic, too chaotic. Su Tsong's eyes darted restlessly, reflecting his unsettled spirit. He was determined to find a glimmer of hope amidst the sea of data. Jean Fully furrowed his brow. "Su Tsong, what are you talking about? This is so evident. I cannot believe you do not see it. However, you have overlooked a crucial element." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Su Tsong's forehead. It had been a long time since he had expended such immense mental effort. Jean Fully observed Su Tsong, who appeared as if he might collapse at any moment, and a flicker of seriousness ignited within him. "What could I have possibly overlooked?" "The wind, it is the wind." Suddenly, Su Tsong's gaze steadied, and at that moment, clarity enveloped him. The chaotic data had finally yielded its ultimate resolution. "The wind?" Jean Fully glanced at the Airbus trainees beside him, perplexed. "Was I not just speaking of the wind? Do you comprehend?" The other trainees shook their heads in unison, their thoughts mirroring Jean Fully's. Had they not just concluded that the aircraft could not reach this airfield precisely due to the headwind? Could it be that this young man had not heard their discussion? That seemed improbable, given their proximity. In an instant, an unparalleled brilliance ignited in Su Tsong's eyes, and he burst into laughter. But the wind can change, do you not understand?" Jean Fully, a man of considerable experience, grasped Su Tsong's seemingly disjointed words in an instant. Yet, understanding was one thing. The deeper he delved into comprehension, the more he felt Su Tsong was indulging in fanciful notions. His silence and refusal to argue drew astonished glances from the nearby Airbus trainees. Could it be that Su Tsong was not entirely misguided? Yet, this notion seemed utterly incomprehensible. No, that level 7 co-pilot, after all, was akin to a half-captain, possessing extraordinary insight, and began to discern the essence of the matter. A moment later, he exclaimed with a spark in his eyes, "Indeed, this is not a real flight. This is a simulator. The wind's variations are uniform, thus calculations can be made." "No, no, no." The level 7 co-pilot shook his head incessantly. "It is impossible. Even if the wind speed changes uniformly in a simulator, how could one calculate the descent trajectory by sheer human effort? Such a feat is unattainable." Were this a real flight, Su Tsong would be utterly helpless. In a genuine environment, wind direction and speed are unpredictable, although they adhere to general patterns. Such nonlinear variations cannot be computed. However, a simulator remains just that. It cannot replicate the erratic wind direction and speed of a real flight from high altitude to the ground, at least not on this particular simulator. In this simulator, the wind direction from high altitude to the surface is fixed, and the wind speed diminishes uniformly with altitude until it reaches zero at ground level. Such consistent and orderly changes in wind speed presented Cang with a glimmer of calculated possibility. Yet, this remained merely theoretical to the level 7 co-pilot. Theory often represented mere daydreaming, an illusion, visible yet intangible. The other two Airbus trainees, lacking sufficient technical expertise, were completely bewildered by the current situation. While Jean Fulai solemnly remarked, "Cang, I do not appreciate decisions based on conjecture. The aircraft cannot land. It is not your fault, and there is no need for you to feign strength." Clearly, much like that 7th-level co-pilot, Jean fully believed that Cang could not possibly calculate the precise descent trajectory solely through sheer human effort, even if the wind speed remained constant. The only plausible explanation was that Cang was relying on guesswork, a method that Jean fully found profoundly objectionable. "Cang, have you forgotten that once the aircraft deploys its flaps and landing gear, the altitude will decrease more rapidly?" Jean fully admonished. According to the manual, the recommended landing configuration for a dual-engine flameout was flap configuration 3. However, under flap 3 and with the landing gear extended, in calm wind conditions, the aircraft would lose 1,000 feet of altitude for every 2 nautical miles it traveled. This rate of altitude loss approached twice that of the descent rate at the green dot speed. Cang ingan deeply, feeling a sense of clarity wash over him, as if the chaotic thoughts that had previously eluded him were suddenly crystal clear. He had discerned all the future descent trajectories of the aircraft. What if we were to land in a clean configuration? Cang suddenly inquired softly. Jean fully was taken aback and immediately countered. "What nonsense are you speaking? Landing in a clean configuration would require an excessively high touchdown speed, and the Jianchuan runway is insufficient in length." "Not all." Cang laughed. "As long as we touch down at the runway threshold, rather than elsewhere, it suffices." He continued, setting aside whether you can even reach this airfield. Even if you could, the runway threshold is not something you can simply decide to land on. Without power, how can you ensure a landing at the threshold? At this moment, even the 7th-level co-pilot could not refrain from voicing his skepticism. Yet, Cang pointed towards the simulator's landscape, indicating the Jianchuan runway in the nearly unobstructed weather conditions. "Do you see that runway entrance sign? I will land there, not a fraction more, not a fraction less." Chapter 73. I truly am the strongest. Within the confines of the simulator cabin, an eerie silence enveloped the group, who were initially prepared to depart. Even Jean Fully, who had been seated, rose to his feet, standing behind Cang, quietly observing his maneuvers. Cang's actions were not particularly complex. He maintained the green dot speed as before. After all, the green dot speed indicated in the manual refers not to ground speed, but to true airspeed, thus eliminating the need for adjustments based on wind conditions. However, this does not imply that headwinds have no bearing on the aircraft. While the speed remained constant, the descent rate under such conditions increased significantly compared to still air. Typically, this descent rate would hover around 500 to 600 feet per minute, but under the influence of the headwind, it surged to over 800 feet per minute. Although this discrepancy may seem minor, it proved fatal at this juncture. As altitude decreased, the descent rate would gradually revert to expected values. In a genuine flight scenario, the aircraft's aerodynamic performance would theoretically improve in low-density air, reducing the descent rate. However, the simulator could not replicate this phenomenon, rendering it irrelevant. Neither Jean Fully nor the Level 7 co-pilot, nor the remaining 2 novice Airbus trainees could fathom the altered glide path due to wind speed variations. Relying solely on an instinctual judgment to ascertain whether the aircraft could reach the airfield. Intuitively, it seemed improbable that the aircraft, under headwind influence, could make it to the runway. Yet, as altitude diminished, Jean Fully and the trainees began to entertain a flicker of hope. Could the aircraft indeed reach the airfield? The rate at which the aircraft was losing altitude appeared less alarming than they had initially perceived. Nevertheless, despite this newfound sense of optimism, the aircraft's altitude remained perilously low, though their conviction was not as resolute as before. Deep down, they struggled to reconcile this with their beliefs. leaning toward the notion that Su-Tsang was merely fortunate in his calculations. At approximately 2,000 feet, the right seat trainee should have notified the cabin of the impending landing. However, captivated by Su-Tsang's performance, they neglected this responsibility. At 2,000 feet, they were at a remarkably low altitude, and the layout of Jianchuan Airport's runway became discernible from the simulator's perspective. Yet, according to the instruments, the aircraft was still 8 nautical miles from the runway, translating to a mere 80 feet above the optimal glide path. What does 80 feet signify? It is merely over 20 meters. A slight miscalculation could erase that margin entirely. The dilemma lay in the fact that, regardless of opting for a clean configuration landing, the landing gear must inevitably be deployed. Once extended, the 80 feet of altitude would scarcely suffice to accommodate the descent. What will you do? Jean fully rested a hand on Su-Tsang's chair, his gaze fixed intently on the altimeter and DME display, mentally calculating the height-to-distance ratio. Even now, Jean fully remained skeptical of Su-Tsang's capabilities. It is said that theoretically, there remains an allowance of 80 feet, and at an altitude of 2,000 feet, the headwind has essentially dissipated. However, this is merely a theoretical assertion. Any minor fluctuation in speed, even by 1 or 2 knots, could render that 80 feet unmaintainable. Jean Fully, increasingly troubled by the calculations, inquired, "Shall we deploy the flaps?" The flaps are capable of providing both lift and drag simultaneously. Yet at the moment of their release, they impart an additional pitch-up moment to the aircraft, serving as a desperate but essential measure of salvation. Previously, Su-Tsang had employed this technique to extend his flight during the dual-engine failure scenario of Feiyu 6321. Jean Fully's rationale was straightforward. Should the altitude prove insufficient, deploying the flaps could allow the aircraft to pitch forward slightly, and with a stroke of luck, it might just land on the runway, with a reasonably high probability of success. This confidence stemmed from Su-Tsang's impeccable maintenance of speed, as he had consistently remained on the optimal glide path without deviation. However, the flaps could not be deployed at will. Su-Tsang was acutely aware that releasing the flaps at a critical moment could facilitate a landing on the runway. The challenge, though, was that not only did they need to land on the runway, but they also had to precisely touch down at the runway's threshold, right at the zebra crossing marking the entrance. Due to excessive approach speed, according to the landing distance chart, the length of Jianchuan runway was barely sufficient, presenting a significant risk. If landing according to normal parameters, they would inevitably lose some runway length, rendering it inadequate for a complete stop. The deployment of flaps would momentarily elevate the aircraft. This was not an overly complex maneuver, yet the magnitude of the lift generated and the energy involved lacked a quantifiable standard, which Su-Tsang could not control. Moreover, the release of flaps had to occur at the very last moment. Once the flaps were fully deployed, the initial lift moment would vanish, and the drag produced would be considerably greater. The pilot would need to contend with this increased drag prior to landing. Delaying the release of the flaps until the end created a dilemma. Su-Tsang had no surplus time to rectify the aircraft's state. Without the opportunity to adjust the aircraft's condition, the initial lift moment generated by the flaps could very well cause the aircraft to float excessively, making it impossible to touch down in the designated runway threshold area. The release of flaps would engender unforeseen variations in the aircraft state. And for an unpowered aircraft with no corrective maneuvering opportunities, such uncontrollable changes could have a profoundly detrimental impact on precision operations, something Su-Tsang would not permit to transpire. Jean Fully comprehended Su-Tsang's thought process, yet understanding was one matter. Execution was another entirely. If the flaps are not deployed, the landing gear must surely be released. He mused. What about altitude loss? Thus, the timing for the landing gear release would be postponed as long as possible. Su-Tsang instinctively licked his parched lips, revealing the mounting pressure he felt at this juncture. Compared to the noticeable pitch-up moment generated by the flaps, the release of the landing gear would yield a similar effect, albeit for a shorter duration and with diminished efficacy. Yet this was precisely what Su-Tsang required. Such a lift effect could indeed be beneficial, but it must not be excessive, or it would become difficult to manage. The pressing question now was, when to release the landing gear. It is essential to understand that flaps can simultaneously generate both lift and drag, whereas landing gear can only produce drag. This is why some pilots opt to deploy the landing gear early to decelerate or increase the descent rate. Consequently, the timing of landing gear deployment must be more judiciously delayed compared to flaps. Otherwise, a powerless aircraft cannot withstand the significant drag produced by the landing gear. However, the timing of the landing gear release cannot be excessively late, as it requires time to deploy. If the timing is miscalibrated and the landing gear is not fully extended at the moment of touchdown, it could result in catastrophic consequences. Jean fully comprehended Su Tsang's meaning, yet the precise timing of a landing gear release posed a considerable challenge. Nevertheless, this time, Jean fully refrained from questioning Su Tsang further, standing quietly behind him, awaiting the outcome. At an altitude of 500 feet, Su Tsang straightened his upper body, a clear manifestation of psychological anxiety through this change in posture. However, he maintained a commendable composure, revealing no overt signs of distress, and calmly instructed, "Deploy the landing gear on my command, and do so swiftly." The student in the right seat, embodying the archetype of the fearless novice, was well beyond the bounds of his capabilities regarding such high-precision maneuvers, choosing instead to heed Su Tsang's directives without further contemplation. "Understood," the right seat student promptly responded. At an altitude of 200 feet, which falls below the decision height in a blind landing, the transition to the visual phase began. The front half of Jianchuan runway 05 became increasingly discernible before Su Tsang's eyes. As they approached landing, even someone as composed as Jean Fuley found himself unconsciously swallowing, overwhelmed by an unusual tension. One of the issues arising from Su Tsang's decision not to deploy the flaps was the excessive speed, which consequently resulted in a steep descent rate. Furthermore, in order to reach the airfield, Su Tsang needed to maintain this considerable descent rate down to a dangerously low altitude. The ability to transition the aircraft from an obvious nose-down attitude to a landing posture at the moment of touchdown would depend on Su Tsang's skill. Should his technique falter and the nose gear touch down first, it would undoubtedly lead to disaster. As the aircraft approached the 200 feet mark, the taut atmosphere within the simulator was suddenly interrupted when Su Tsang abruptly commanded, "Deploy the wheels." The right seat student, who had been waiting in anticipation, instinctively lowered the landing gear in response to the command. With the simulated sound of the landing gear being deployed, the aircraft indeed began to slightly pitch upward. From 200 feet to touchdown, the descent rate allowed for merely 7 to 8 seconds. However, the deployment of the landing gear also required time, and the synchronization of both timings was crucial. At 50 feet, following a normal descent trajectory, the aircraft had already entered the airspace above the runway. Yet it was still a short distance away from the runway itself. The initial slight upward moment generated by the deployment of the landing gear was indeed felt, momentarily suppressing the aircraft's descent. However, as the landing gear continued to extend, this feeble upward moment quickly dissipated, lasting barely 2 to 3 seconds, and the aircraft's descent began to revert to its previous rate. Moreover, as the landing gear is fully deployed, the descent rate will continue to increase, potentially reaching 2,000 feet per minute. Su Tsang would undoubtedly not permit such an occurrence. At this moment, Jean Fuley, observing the aircraft still not on the runway, felt a twinge of panic. He could no longer contain himself. "We won't make it. Deploy the flaps." "No, that's incorrect. There's no way we can make it now." The co-pilot, with a certainty that bordered on the absolute, concluded Su Tsang's fate. From any visual perspective, it was evident that they were facing a dead end. However, Su Tsang calmly uttered, "Watch closely." Indeed, the aircraft descent rate was substantial, yet its speed was also considerable. Typically, Jean Fuley and his crew would approach at a speed significantly lower, by over 50 knots, than at this moment, leading to a high probability of misjudgment based on visual cues. While the altitude was indeed perilous, at high speed, the aircraft would approach the runway more rapidly, a nuance Jean Fuley failed to grasp, or perhaps perceived with less precision. Nevertheless, it would not be entirely fair to assert that Jean Fuley or the co-pilot's assessment was erroneous. For Su Tsang, calculations indicated that the aircraft was indeed lacking a bit of altitude to reach the runway. However, the distinction and understanding between Gene Fully and his colleagues and Su Tsang was fundamentally different. Theirs was a conjecture, uncertain, while Su Tsang's was a calculation, resolute. Almost at the instant Su Tsang's voice faded, the last white poppy light turned red and all poppy lights shifted to red, indicating that the aircraft's height was significantly below the normal glide path. From a visual standpoint, Gene Fully even experienced an illusion of being on the same horizontal plane as the runway, underscoring just how low the aircraft was. As the radio altimeter reported a height of 20 feet, only then did the front landing gear lock down, while the two main landing gears remained unlocked, and the descent rate still stood at 1,500 feet per minute. Under normal landing conditions, the descent rate should have decreased to around 500 feet per minute. A descent rate of 1,500 feet would render the difference between landing and crashing negligible. The two Airbus trainees observing from behind were filled with dread. At 20 feet of radio altitude, with the main landing gears still unlocked and the descent alarmingly rapid, could the aircraft possibly land? At that moment, Gene Fully truly admired Su Tsang's composure. At merely 20 feet, why was he not leveling off? However, just as Gene Fully entertained this thought, Su Tsang finally extricated himself from the green dot speed. He abruptly pulled back on the control stick with remarkable speed. Normally, leveling off would not be executed in such a manner, but in this instance, the aircraft, in a nose-down attitude of approximately -1 degree, needed to transition instantaneously to a normal 4-degree landing attitude, leaving no room for a leisurely approach. Su Tsang's maneuver nearly leveled the aircraft, given its high speed. This adjustment resulted in an effect akin to leveling off at a height of 1 meter, albeit at the cost of speed. Initially, it appeared that the aircraft would not touch down on the runway. However, in an astonishing turn of events, it glided into the airspace above the runway in a manner akin to a graceful float. Yet, such a state could not be sustained for long. The transition to level flight in a powerless state would lead to a rapid decay in speed, and without the aid of lift-enhancing devices, the aircraft would be unable to maintain level flight in a low-speed environment before reaching the stall speed. After less than 2 seconds of level flight, the aircraft began its descent once more. At the very moment of descent, the two main landing gears were locked down, and the aircraft barely grazed the threshold of the runway, landing precisely on the zebra crossing marking at its entrance. Remarkably, the crew in the simulator did not perceive a distinct sensation of touchdown, estimating that the landing load was below 1.2 g at the moment of landing. With both engines shut down and reverse thrust unavailable, the aircraft was brought to a sudden halt through manual braking, after which the parking brake was engaged in silence. The crew members removed their headsets and leaned back in their seats. Was that it? The co-pilot of the Airbus, still processing the event, had felt certain that landing was hopeless when the aircraft was at 50 feet. Little did he know that Su Tsang, just as the aircraft reached the runway, executed a flawless level-off maneuver, miraculously extending the life of the seemingly doomed flight. Truly a masterstroke. Not only did the co-pilot find the landing surreal, but even the seasoned Gene Fully was left in disbelief. In a moment of despair, a glimmer of hope was found. The ease with which it was executed seemed utterly surreal. Moreover, that was not the most astonishing aspect. At around 20,000 feet, all present believed that the aircraft, buffeted by headwinds, would surely not reach the destination. Yet Su Tsang, through his keen calculations based on the simulator's uniform wind speed variations, determined that the aircraft could indeed make it. Ultimately, despite a minuscule margin of error, the aircraft nearly arrived at the intended location. This negligible discrepancy was rendered inconsequential in light of Su Tsang's performance. Could a person truly compute such intricacies? Even faced with the reality, Gene Fully found it difficult to accept that Su Tsang had calculated the descent trajectory with such precision. If it were him, even with a computer, he doubted he could have managed it. As the landing approached, Su Tsang's maneuver, resulting from the aircraft's high speed, was nothing short of a stroke of genius, exquisite in its execution. As for the two main landing gears, which were almost fully deployed just moments before touchdown, Gene Fully had grown somewhat numb to the experience. For reasons unknown, a chill suddenly coursed through him. Perhaps Su Tsang was indeed a prodigious talent, but more likely, he possessed an extraordinary command over the situation. The notion of human limitations seemed inapplicable to Su Tsang. Observing Su Tsang, who was now resting with his eyes closed, Jean fully felt a shiver of trepidation wash over him. Perfect. An impeccable candidate. Su Tsang's displayed abilities and talents far surpassed Jean Fully's earlier expectations, reaching an almost unbelievable level. To have acquired such a disciple rendered Jean Fully's life complete. At this moment, Su Tsang, breathing softly, gradually released the left side lever. It had been a long time since he felt such exhilaration, even after attaining the esteemed position of chief engineer in the later years. The prolonged monotony of his life had rendered Su Tsang genuinely weary of boredom. Just moments ago, he accomplished a feat that Jean Fully and everyone else deemed impossible, which ignited a deep-seated pride within him that had long remained dormant. A genius is never humble. If they are, it merely indicates that they are not a genius. Su Tsang had not felt a competitive spirit in ages. Everything related to flying had always seemed as simple as eating and drinking to him. Who would feel excitement over the mundane acts of nourishment? Yet, that miraculous maneuver had indeed unveiled the intriguing aspects of flight to Su Tsang. He slowly straightened his posture, quietly lowered his head, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Even someone as composed as he, at this moment, could not help but feel a surge of bravado, reminiscent of the thrill he experienced after his first solo flight at the aviation school. Suddenly, in a whisper only he could hear, Su Tsang declared, "Indeed, I am his strongest." Chapter 74. I have a master in the smoking room of the Fein Simulation Center. A haze of smoke lingered as Jean Fully and the Airbus's Level 7 co-pilot indulged in their vice. The remaining individuals, including Su Tsang, abstained from smoking and waited outside. Even though he had exited the simulator, Jean Fully remained exhilarated. His fingers, still clasping the cigarette, trembled slightly. During his time in the simulator, he had been astounded by Su Tsang's exquisite maneuvers. As he reflected on it further, he could only describe Su Tsang's skill as terrifying, particularly the flawless 1-meter leveling maneuver at the final stage, which was akin to the finishing touch on a masterful painting. Could there truly be someone born to fly like that? Jean Fully instinctively took a drag of his cigarette, but inhaled too forcefully, leading to a fit of coughing. The Airbus's Level 7 co-pilot, lost in thought, finally broke the silence with an incredulous question. "Captain Jean, is that kid genuinely a Boeing pilot or merely a trainee?" "Do you think I am jesting?" Jean Fully replied. While he usually found solace in smoking, today the smoke felt particularly acrid, prompting him to extinguish the cigarette in the ashtray. "How do you perceive your abilities in comparison to his?" The Level 7 co-pilot was momentarily taken aback, struggling to find the right words. After a considerable pause, he managed to articulate, "After all, he has only flown one project. There are still other procedures to consider." "Procedures?" Jean Fully scoffed. "Procedures are rigid. I have never believed that the worth of a pilot can be measured solely by such standards. Given enough time, even the most inflexible procedures can be mastered through rote memorization. What I am referring to is intuition." A glimmer of nostalgia crossed Jean Fully's face as he recalled his time in the Air Force, where an instructor identified potential among trainees after just 2 or 3 flights. When we had only flown a few times, how could we possibly understand the procedures? A seasoned instructor, after observing a trainee's handling and response to situations, could discern the trainee's potential. The Level 7 co-pilot felt a surge of indignation at Jean Fully's words. How could he, a soon-to-be captain, be overshadowed by a mere trainee? The transition from Level 6 to Level 7 co-pilot represented a significant milestone, as it required passing an official examination. Only after this could one ascend in rank, distinguishing it from other internal promotions. Furthermore, the most notable distinction of a Level 7 co-pilot was the eligibility to apply for a line license. Was a line license? It is what a captain holds, while a co-pilot possesses a commercial license. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that a Level 7 co-pilot is essentially a captain in the making. From Jean Fully's tone, The Level 7 co-pilot sensed that he might not even be worthy of serving Suit Song. As someone poised to become a captain, it was only natural to harbor a sense of pride, yet he found it challenging to accept this reality, even in the face of his fleet leader. Captain Jean. The procedure indeed holds paramount significance, as it forms the very foundation of flight. However, despite any reluctance, he dared not express his dissent too overtly, allowing only a slight venting of his grievances. Indeed, procedures represent the baseline for a competent pilot, yet the ceiling remains unbounded, much like yourself, whose pinnacle may well be that of a captain, instructor. Suddenly, Jean fully chuckled, but Suit Song is not in that category. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Jean fully found the acrid scent of smoke particularly disagreeable today. He waved his hand dismissively, brushed off his attire, and made his way outside. The 7th level co-pilot, rooted in place, felt a surge of emotions. Just as Jean fully reached the threshold, he abruptly turned and called out, "Captain Jean, are you not being premature in your judgment? He is merely a junior trainee. How can you foresee his future? Every pilot who ascends to the role of captain has endured rigorous trials, embodying the very essence of excellence." Yet, in Jean Fully's words, it seemed to hold little value. He was indignant, unable to reconcile his own dedication and perseverance with that of a mere novice who had yet to embark on a true flying career. However, Jean Fully halted, tilting his body as if to respond, yet found himself at a loss for words, pausing for quite some time before weakly shaking his head. "No, I cannot discern his future." The 7th level co-pilot staggered back in astonishment, steadying himself against the small table with his right hand, genuinely taken aback by Jean Fully's high regard for Suit Song. "Captain Jean, the number of those who have exhausted their talents is quite substantial." Exhausted their talents? Jean Fully scoffed derisively. That merely indicates those individuals are not true geniuses. And how, pray tell, do you ascertain that? The 7th level co-pilot, slightly agitated, countered. "Furthermore, the dual-engine failure that occurred earlier is nearly impossible in actual flight scenarios. What relevance does it hold? The technology of engines today is incomparable to that of 2 or 3 decades ago, with vastly improved stability and reliability. Under normal circumstances, the occurrence of a single engine failure is exceedingly rare, let alone the simultaneous failure of both engines. Thus, neither Airbus nor Boeing favors including dual-engine failure in their routine training programs, as excessive practice may imply that their aircraft engines are unreliable. A notion neither manufacturer would readily accept. Impossible? Jean Fully raised a finger. Not long ago, Fayou Airlines experienced a dual-engine failure. What does that signify? The 7th level co-pilot stepped forward, defending his stance. That was caused by bird strikes. No, the issue does not solely reside in the dual-engine failure, Jean Fully asserted. Soon, you shall receive the detailed accident report. Observe closely the conditions of flap misalignment and severe gusts during the leveling phase. Suit Song's maneuvers were nothing short of exquisite. As he spoke passionately, Jean Fully extended his arms, his body subtly trembling. You will come to understand what true coordination of control surfaces entails, what it means to be a genuine genius. Meanwhile, in the smoking lounge's atrium, Suit Song was languidly sipping tea, seated beside the right-seater trainee from earlier. Despite both individuals possessing equivalent technical skills, the student felt an acute discomfort, akin to a thorn in their back, and instinctively became apprehensive. The remaining Airbus trainees sat at a distance, ensconced at other tables, creating a palpable barrier between them and Suit Song. The lounge, though populated, was eerily silent, as if one could hear a pin drop. Suit Song gently set down his teacup, the sound of glass meeting glass startling the nearby student, indicating just how tense the atmosphere was. You were indeed on the list for this simulator session? Suit Song inquired suddenly. Ah, the student, taken aback by Suit Song's initiative to engage him, stammered, It was assigned to me yesterday, at the last minute. I wasn't on the original list. Suit Song nodded in realization. Just as I suspected. Although he had surmised the situation, hearing it directly from the student rendered him somewhat speechless. Jean Fully was truly relentless in his quest for information. Despite his evident trepidation, the student summoned the courage to ask Suit Song, Do you think team leader Jean will let me pass? Su Tsang was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, replying, "What use is it to ask me, a Boeing trainee?" The student murmured, "But I see that team leader Jean values you greatly." "Well, I'm also a Boeing trainee," Su Tsang replied, somewhat exasperated. "Regardless, your handling of malfunctions is woefully inadequate. Even if you manage to scrape by this time, you will face repercussions later." To be candid, had Su Tsang been in his past life, he would have simply halted the student's progress for 3 months without a second thought. Perhaps due to his rebirth into his 20s, his temperament had softened compared to his previous self. Upon discussing the matter, the student's expression fell. "Brother, the original inspector for the checks wasn't team leader Jean. I had no issues during the previous inspections, but when it came to team leader Jean, I felt flustered and my mind went blank." Su Tsang shot him a glance. "What are you worried about? He won't T-bite you." "I don't know, but I just can't help it," the student sighed. "Had it been the previous inspector, I wouldn't have performed so poorly." It was evident that the student was aware of his subpar performance that day, which alleviated some of Su Tsang's irritation. Being inexperienced is not terrifying. What is truly alarming is being unaware of one's own shortcomings. Su Tsang believed the student was being honest. Historically, in civil aviation, there has been a case where a low-ranking co-pilot was paired with a highly experienced captain. During their flight, the co-pilot dared not voice a single dissenting opinion, allowing the captain to dominate the operation of the aircraft. Even when the co-pilot noticed the aircraft was descending too low during the approach, he remained silent, intimidated by the captain's authority, ultimately leading to a tragic accident. Though this was an extreme case, it underscored the reality and severity of hierarchical influence within civil aviation. Su Tsang intended to advise the students to adopt a more relaxed mindset, but before he could utter a word, Jean fully emerged from the smoking area and overheard the murmurs of the students. With a half-joking tone, he remarked, with such a poor attitude, "It seems I shall have to speak to Fabiao. I will take responsibility for all your proficiency checks from now on." "What?" The student nearly jumped out of his skin. Su Tsang was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the student's mind, but surmised they were not suitable for public discourse. Nevertheless, Su Tsang could discern that Jean Fully was not deliberately trying to make things difficult for the student. Rather, he genuinely wished him well. Why fear it? Let him face it continually. Eventually, he would become accustomed to it. Jean Fully, though somewhat spontaneous in his actions, was essentially a decent person. Jean Fully plopped down in the seat opposite Su Tsang and gestured to the student beside Su Tsang, saying, "Why don't you find somewhere else to sit? I have something to discuss with Su Tsang." He then pointed at another table occupied by a group of Airbus trainees, adding, "And you all too." These individuals, already uncomfortable in Jean Fully's presence, were more than eager to comply and hastily departed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Su Tsang felt somewhat speechless. It wasn't as though they were discussing state secrets, yet the atmosphere was shrouded in such mystery. After all, some matters were less than honorable. Jean Fully poured himself a cup of tea, stating it wouldn't be good for them to overhear. Su Tsang rapped his fingers on the table, replying, "If it's dishonorable, it need not be said." Jean Fully paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter, his jovial sound echoing throughout the spacious lounge. Just then, the Airbus trainees, who had exited the lounge, encountered a Level 7 co-pilot emerging from the smoking area. The student scheduled for proficiency checks today jogged over to the co-pilot, saying, "Brother, it seems like Team Jean is in quite the good spirits." The co-pilot said nothing, but wore an expression that appeared somewhat strained. Perhaps with Team Jean in such high spirits, he might show leniency and let me off the hook? The student mused aloud. Perhaps. The co-pilot's face finally revealed a hint of despondency. The student then noticed the unusual expression on the co-pilot's face, asking, "Brother, what is the matter?" "Nothing." The co-pilot leaned against the wall, but perhaps our Airbus team is about to have a prince. Huh? The student pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, "Brother, are you referring to Su Tsang?" "Who else could it be?" The co-pilot replied. "But I sense he doesn't really want to transition to Airbus. Otherwise, Team Jean wouldn't have staged such a scene." At that moment, the student seemed to perceive the situation clearly. But can he refuse? The co-pilot countered. "Let me ask you, is flying Airbus your own choice?" This question caught the student off guard. leaving him momentarily speechless. The co-pilot sighed, not quite. You flying Airbus isn't your desire. It's Fabiao who placed you in the Airbus team. If the company truly wanted us to fly a particular model, do you think we would have the luxury of personal choice? Regardless of whether he wants to or not, he will ultimately end up in Airbus. In a lounge, Jean fully chuckled for quite a while before calming down. He observed Su Tsang with keen interest, and after a prolonged gaze, he finally said with a leisurely smile, "It appears you're not the least bit afraid of me." Su Tsang laughed in response. "Why should I be afraid? Indeed, why should there be any fear?" Jean fully reined in his amusement, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. "Let us set aside other matters. You must be aware of my intentions. I shall be straightforward. Su Tsang, come join us at Airbus." Surprised by Jean Fully's directness, Su Tsang found himself at a loss for words. "Captain Jean, it is indeed necessary to have them dismissed. However, as I previously mentioned, I cannot transition to Airbus." "Why is that?" Jean Fully countered. "The Boeing crew is comprised of many seasoned veterans, and the atmosphere is quite stifling, whereas our team is much younger and the environment is far more relaxed." Upon realizing his words might inadvertently include himself in that criticism, he brushed it off and continued, "You see, you have not been valued in the Boeing team, and it is unlikely that any good fortune will come your way in the future. What is the point of remaining there?" However, Su Tsang took a moment to collect his thoughts and replied, "Captain Jean, I have some pressing matters to attend to, and, as you know, transitioning aircraft types consumes a significant amount of time." "Pressed for time?" Jean Fully was taken aback, but quickly responded, "That's no issue. Airbus acknowledges the flight hours accrued at Boeing. It does not hinder your transition. The experience hours of Boeing pilots are accepted by Airbus, allowing for a direct transfer. However, the reverse is not true, making it much easier for Boeing pilots to switch aircraft types." Su Tsang sighed, recognizing Jean Fully's tenacity. He pondered for a moment before reiterating, "Captain Jean, I am aware that Airbus recognizes Boeing's flight hours. Nevertheless, I am indeed pressed for time, extremely so. The training required for transitioning aircraft types is overly lengthy for me. The acknowledgement of Boeing's flight hours by Airbus does not mean that a Boeing pilot can immediately commence flying for Airbus. A comprehensive transition training program is mandatory, encompassing ground theory, simulator training, and actual aircraft instruction. This entire process demands considerable time, which Su Tsang simply cannot afford. The transition training is not excessively long," Jean Fully remarked. "What exactly are you in such a hurry for?" he inquired with curiosity. The most urgent matter at hand was Su Tsang's agreement with Chin Xin, yet he could not disclose this information. Instead, he opted to use Liu Jinghua as a shield. "Captain Jean, I have made a commitment with General Manager Liu for a 3-year captain position, and there can be no delays." "General Manager Liu Jinghua?" Jean Fully was taken aback, having not anticipated Su Tsang's agreement with Liu Jinghua. A 3-year captain position indeed leaves little time to spare. Introducing a transition in the midst of that would indeed pose a significant challenge. Su Tsang observed the pensive expression on Jean Fully's face, feeling a sense of pride. After all, Liu Jinghua was the head of the flight department, making for an excellent shield. After a moment of contemplation, Jean Fully naturally remarked, "If such an agreement truly exists, I could simply ask Liu Jinghua to annul it, couldn't I?" Su Tsang, who had been reveling in his own delight just moments ago, found his mind momentarily clouded. Wasn't Liu Jinghua Jean Fully superior? Why did it seem as though Jean Fully spoke as if he held authority over Liu Jinghua? No. This was entirely diverging from Su Tsang's anticipated trajectory. What was amiss? Jean Fully found his reasoning quite sound. Su Tsang felt overwhelmed, unable to comprehend Jean Fully's unwavering insistence, and could only sigh, "Captain Jean, the main issue is, I already have a mentor." Up until this point, Jean Fully had maintained his composure, but he could no longer restrain himself. Springing to his feet, "What? You have a mentor?" At this very moment, near a jet bridge at Jianchuan Airport, a blue and white aircraft from Uhuai Airlines had docked, and most passengers had already disembarked. On the tarmac, a service vehicle was stationed beside, which stood a middle-aged man. If Su Tsang were present, he would certainly recognize this individual as the director of aviation security from the Jianchuan Regulatory Bureau. It was this very director who had been responsible during the Feiyu 6321 incident, convening Liu Jinghua and the chief engineer of Feiyu Airlines for a brief meeting. During that meeting, Liu Jinghua and the chief engineer had wagered on whether Su Cang could recruit a captain within 3 years, betting on the airline route itself. Despite being the director of a regulatory bureau, he stood meticulously beside the vehicle, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the stairs adjacent to the jet bridge. Suddenly, the director's attention sharpened as he perceived a middle-aged man descending the staircase. This man, slender in build, yet exuding an undeniable authority, descended the stairs with a commanding presence akin to a mountain looming overhead. As the middle-aged man approached the aviation security director, the latter slightly bowed his head. "Director Chun, thank you for your efforts." "Not at all," the middle-aged man replied softly, his voice deep and resonant. He then stepped onto the vehicle, but midway, as if struck by a thought, he turned slightly to address the aviation security director. "Let's head to Blue Sky Airlines first." Chapter 75. A forced transition in the office of the general manager of the Blue Sky Airlines flight department. Chief Engineer Wang Xian was engaged in a heated argument with Liu Jinghua, sparked by Liu's insistence on commending Su Cang for his timely warning to the captain during the Jianchuan flight incident. "Mr. Liu, the nature of the issue remains unresolved. Was it a mechanical failure or a crew error? How can we justify a commendation?" Wang Xian firmly opposed the recognition of Su Cang, even to the point of becoming flushed in his fervent debate with his superior. Liu Jinghua, however, remained unperturbed. "Why shouldn't we commend him? Regardless of whether it was a mechanical issue or a crew-related one, the problem lay with the captain, not Su Cang. As an observer, he fulfilled his duty to alert the crew, and he exceeded expectations. Why should he be acknowledged?" Wang Xian scoffed. "Even so, that was merely his obligation. Let us forego the commendation," he added. "Alerting the crew to reduce thrust and accelerate does not fall within the responsibilities of a trainee." Liu Jinghua raised an eyebrow. "If you are unconvinced, why not ask any trainee in the preparation room how they would react in a similar situation? Let them ponder the critical nature of that moment. If even one trainee can propose a solution akin to Su Cang's, I will concede that it is a duty inherent to the trainees, and the commendation will no longer be a matter for discussion." Upon hearing this, Wang Xian was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. "Why the hesitation?" Liu Jinghua glanced at his watch. "It's peak departure time. There must be numerous crews in the preparation room. Surely, a trainee can be found there?" Wang Xian's expression darkened. He was acutely aware that a visit to the preparation room would yield a trainee. Yet he also understood that no trainee would be able to answer the question posed. Despite his disdain for Su Cang, Wang Xian had to concede that this exceptional pilot from the Civil Aviation Flight Academy possessed remarkable skills. During that Jianchuan flight, the aircraft experienced an unusual nose-up condition upon takeoff. The captain, after leveling the nose, hesitated to pull back on the controls again due to fears of further nose elevation. In that impasse, Su Cang devised an ingenious strategy. He proposed reducing thrust before the aircraft reached 1,000 feet, while slightly increasing speed. Initially, the first officer expressed reservations about this suggestion, as the standard protocol dictated that thrust reduction and speed increase should occur at 1,000 feet. However, the 1,000 feet threshold was merely a customary practice of Blue Sky Airlines, not an absolute rule. The minimum altitude for thrust reduction and acceleration should be based on the takeoff performance analysis, and for Jianchuan's runway 23, the actual minimum altitude was 117 meters, well below 1,000 feet. Thus, as long as the aircraft was above 117 meters, thrust reduction and acceleration could theoretically be executed. Su Cang had not violated any operational protocols. Rather, it was the first officer's theoretical knowledge that was lacking. The reduction of thrust alone proves insufficient. Even when thrust is diminished, the aircraft's climb thrust remains remarkably formidable, and the resultant ascent posture is still substantial. In order to adhere to the guidance, a considerable control input is inevitably required. If the aircraft encounters issues, such adjustments will necessitate a significant elevation of the nose. Should the aircraft's pitch angle be excessive, even after takeoff, where concerns about tail strikes are alleviated, it may still enter a precarious state fraught with danger. Gonsenkun, Sukang, having reduced thrust earlier than standard procedures dictate, also increased speed, thereby minimizing the ascent dictated by the guidance, allowing the captain's elevation attempts to remain within manageable limits. Moreover, Sutsong refrained from immediately accelerating to clean speed to ensure that he could also attend to the flaps in case of any unusual circumstances. This series of maneuvers, though seemingly straightforward, conceals profound implications worthy of meticulous contemplation. It is worth noting that Su Tsong's insights were not merely the product of careful deliberation, but rather the result of a moment of brilliance amidst critical circumstances, which is even more commendable. Wang Xian found himself at a loss for words, his expression fluctuating between contemplation and irritation, a flicker of resentment igniting within him. One after another, his mentors, Mo, Shangyun, and the general manager of the flight department, Lu Jinghua, were all defending that young man. Manager Lu, let us wait for the maintenance department to relay their findings before jumping to conclusions. If the aircraft is indeed at fault, I have no objections to Su Tsong's commendation. This concession represented Wang Xian's utmost willingness to compromise. Presently, Flight 1566 remained in the hangar undergoing inspection, and no determination regarding the aircraft's condition had yet been made. Lu Jinghua, after some contemplation, found this response acceptable. Although Wang Xian was ostensibly his subordinate, it was not wise to sever ties, considering their frequent encounters. Very well, Lu Jinghua nodded. Let us discuss your recent visit to the headquarters regarding the introduction of the Boeing 777. Recently, Wang Xian had ventured to the headquarters with the objective of negotiating Blue Sky Airlines' acquisition of the Boeing 777. However, the intricate shareholding structure of Blue Sky Airlines complicated matters, making the headquarters stance far less accommodating than that towards the three major state-owned airlines. Wang Xian had approached the headquarters on multiple occasions, yet he appeared no closer to a resolution. The headquarters still wishes for us to continue focusing on domestic routes. As for the 777, it seems we must defer that matter for now. Upon mentioning the 777, Wang Xian's demeanor deflated, as it became evident that the headquarters would likely not entertain their application for its introduction in the near future. Lu Jinghua, upon hearing Wang Xian's words, understood that the prospects were bleak, and a sense of discomfort settled within him. Our company possesses private shares, complicating matters further. The refusal to permit the introduction of the 777 fundamentally stems from the denial of international routes. Only the three major airlines have access to such routes, leaving us as mere spectators. The introduction of the Boeing 777 was merely a pretext. What routes does the Boeing 777 operate? They are predominantly international routes that span continents and oceans. Thus, the root of all issues lies in the headquarters' refusal to grant Blue Sky Airlines international flight permissions. As someone who frequently interacted with the headquarters, Wang Xian was acutely aware of Blue Sky Airlines standing there. Unfortunately, this situation had persisted for over 20 years, with no indication of an imminent change. Must we confine ourselves solely within the borders of our homeland? For someone as ambitious and proud as Wang Xian, being restricted by the limitations of domestic frameworks is indeed a considerable blow. Lu Jinghua sighed, remarking, "It all depends on when those above come to their senses." By the way, regarding the matter of 1566, have you spoken to the mechanics? Just as Lu Jinghua was about to finish his sentence, the half-open office door was forcefully kicked open, and the imposing Jean Fuli stormed in, his gaze immediately landing on Wang Xian. "What's this?" Jean Fuli grumbled, his expression displaying evident displeasure as he directed his ire toward Wang Xian. Sensing the accusatory tone, Wang Xian felt a pang of anxiety, though it seemed Jean Fuli wasn't targeting him directly. "Almost done here, I was just about to leave." Jean Fuli gestured toward the exit. "Finished talking? If so, then be on your way." Wang Xian, not daring to linger, swiftly made his escape, vanishing from sight. Although he was uncertain of Jean Fuli's intentions, he was certain it was not a favorable matter and deemed it wise not to provoke him further. Upon seeing Wang Xian depart, Lu Jinghua's heart began to race. He felt uneasy under Jean Fuli's fiery gaze, and thus forced a calm demeanor, chuckling nervously, Instructor, you seem quite spirited today. I have a meeting to attend. Feel free to make yourself comfortable in my office. I shall take my leave. Unlike others who referred to Gene fully as Captain Gene, Lu Jinghua preferred to call him Instructor. Gene fully, however, was not one to quibble over such trivialities. He had come to discuss another matter with Lu Jinghua. As Lu Jinghua attempted to slip away, Gene fully seized him by the collar, yanking him back and firmly pressing him onto the office sofa. Instructor, let us speak amicably. Shall we? No need for force. Lu Jinghua's face paled slightly. Please, Instructor, have some consideration. I am, after all, the general manager of the flight department. Despite his superior rank, Lu Jinghua dared not use his title to intimidate Gene fully, who was one of the most esteemed figures in Blue Sky Airlines. Notably, Luo Yong, the vice president overseeing the flight system, regarded Gene fully as a mentor, albeit a somewhat reluctant one, as Gene fully did not officially acknowledge Luo Yong as his disciple. Gene fully was amused by Lu Jinghua's remarks and placed a hand on his shoulder, chuckling coldly. Little Lu, when you first joined the company, I was already your instructor. Now that you occupy the position of general manager, you think you can look down on me? Not at all. How could I dare, Instructor? In the highly hierarchical world of aviation, Lu Jinghua would never dream of disrespecting Gene fully, and thus he chose to concede without further argument. Observing Lu Jinghua's compliance, Gene fully's tone softened somewhat. Now that's more like it. It makes my efforts on your behalf worthwhile. We have not forgotten the kindness you have shown us. When Lu Jinghua first joined Blue Sky Airlines, Gene fully was not merely an instructor. He held the esteemed position of general manager of the flight department, a role that Lu Jinghua occupies now. Unlike the present day, where any department can easily intrude upon the flight department, at that time, nearly all the divisions within the company revolved around it. From the moment pilots entered the company, dedicated personnel assisted with accommodation issues, subsequent modifications, promotions, and even everyday concerns. The flight department was there to lend a helping hand. Moreover, the array of allowances and bonuses was bountiful, often leaving pilots unaware of the reasons behind the surplus in their accounts. Even after many years, Lu Jinghua nostalgically reminisces about that period. Although he now serves as the general manager of the flight department, he is acutely aware that the current department is no longer in a position to assist pilots. Merely avoiding causing them trouble is considered a success. During that vibrant time, pilots brimmed with enthusiasm, and the entire company flourished. Regrettably, this golden era lasted less than 3 years. Many were discontented with Gene fully's methods, ultimately leading to his demotion to the head of the Airbus fleet. Lu Jinghua's concession was not solely due to Gene fully's extensive qualifications and connections. He genuinely held an appreciation for Gene fully's contributions. All right then, Gene fully nodded, suddenly handing Lu Jinghua a piece of paper. Here, sign this. What is it? Lu Jinghua picked it up and murmured. The list of personnel for the second phase of aircraft type conversion this year. Gene fully affirmed. Yes, I need your signature on this. Is that all? Lu Jinghua felt a wave of relief wash over him and chuckled. Instructor, I thought it was something serious. You had me worried. You should have mentioned it sooner. I'll sign it right away. The pen is over at my desk. Let me fetch it. Having signed numerous conversion lists before, Lu Jinghua did not give it much thought. He stood up to retrieve a pen, prepared to sign without a second glance. However, as soon as he began to write, an unsettling feeling crept over him. Instructor, normally, this is signed by the flight training manager. Why do you need to come all this way today? As he spoke, his gaze swiftly scanned the list, and he soon spotted a name that should not have been there. Su-Tsang. Su-Tsang? Lu Jinghua set down the pen, bewildered. What did he decide to switch aircraft types? I was unaware. At this moment, Gene fully realized he had not managed to deceive Lu Jinghua and opted for candor. It's not that he wants to. It's that I am requiring him to convert to Airbus. Wait, Instructor, let me clarify, Lu Jinghua stammered, taken aback by the magnitude of Gene fully's statement. Are you saying that Su-Tsang did not wish to switch to Airbus, but you are compelling him to do so? Gene fully grunted affirmatively, nodding with frankness. At this revelation, Lu Jinghua was left utterly speechless, throwing up his hands in disbelief. Instructor, does this not amount to coercion? And what if it does? Gene fully retorted. Gene fully, with an air of arrogance, proclaimed, "As pilots, we are like bricks, moving wherever we are needed. So what if he needs to switch aircraft types? Does he require my permission?" There have been instances in the past when such transitions were enforced without personal consent. Lu Jinghua was at a loss for words. Jean Fully, despite lacking justification, stood unyielding and assertive. Lu Jinghua patiently elucidated, "Instructor," when the wide-body fleet was established. There was simply no one willing to join, hence the use of coercive measures. You mentioned moving where needed, but it's not as if the Airbus fleet is short-staffed. Short-staffed? My apprentice has been lacking for years. Does that not count? Jean Fully's voice resonated robustly, his arguments becoming increasingly audacious. Lu Jinghua could scarcely believe his ears. "Instructor, are you suggesting Su Tsang should switch aircraft types and become your apprentice? Surely, that cannot be appropriate?" Lu Jinghua initially intended to label the situation as shameless, but ultimately refrained from uttering the words. "What's wrong with that?" Jean Fully stepped closer to Lu Jinghua. Pressing on, "Speaking of which, I have a question for you. What is this peculiar 3-year captain agreement you have with Su Tsang?" Lu Jinghua, compelled by Jean Fully, retreated repeatedly and began to explain, "It's merely a bet I made with the chief engineer of Feiyu during our last visit to the Regulatory Bureau, wagering whether Su Tsang could secure a captaincy within 3 years. The chief engineer of Feiyu Airlines, that Li Qinxing?" Lu Jinghua nodded affirmatively. "That rascal? I presumed it was something significant." Jean Fully brushed off his attire, stating, "I shall confront Li Qinxing, whether to nullify the bet or to wager something else. It must not involve Su Tsang." "What?" Lu Jinghua hurriedly pursued the departing Jean Fully, grasping his arm. "Instructor, that is not permissible." Jean Fully, somewhat exasperated, replied, "What is not permissible? You don't wish to release him, do you?" Lu Jinghua sought to offer further counsel, but, sensing something amiss, glanced toward the entrance, only to find Wang Xian returning unexpectedly. Typically haughty, Wang Xian now stood modestly beside a middle-aged man, refraining from any presumptuous actions. The middle-aged man exuded an imposing presence, standing like a solitary peak, his authority palpable even in silence. Lu Jinghua did not recognize him, yet the man's demeanor suggested he was extraordinary. Thus, he decided against further entangling himself with Jean Fully and released his grip. Noticing Lu Jinghua's release, Jean Fully prepared to voice his frustration, but was suddenly struck by the peculiar atmosphere. Following Lu Jinghua's gaze, he turned to see the middle-aged man at the doorway. Upon recognizing him, fear gripped his heart. He immediately tempered his demeanor, astonished. "Dean? The Dean?" The mention of this title stirred a ripple of unease within Lu Jinghua, prompting him to search for the identity of the man before him. However, before he could speculate further, Wang Xian, somewhat anxious, introduced, "This is the Dean of the Civil Aviation Flight Academy, Chen Xiangdong, the representative from the regulatory authority for this safety inspection." Dean Chen. Lu Jinghua has finally made the connection. It is rumored that Director Chen is poised for promotion, although the specific position remains undisclosed. However, one can ascertain that it will undoubtedly be of considerable stature. Recently, Blue Sky Airlines faced repercussions after an inspection team from the regulatory authority uncovered safety issues, leading to a significant reduction in their flight operations. Director Chen Xiangdong's visit is presumably to evaluate the effectiveness of the safety rectifications. It is indeed rare for the head of the Civil Aviation Flight Academy to serve as a representative of the authorities. In the presence of Chen Xiangdong, even Jean Fully must exhibit utmost deference. Having served as the head of the Civil Aviation Flight Academy for over a decade, many of the younger pilots in the country are his disciples, underscoring his considerable influence, especially with his imminent ascension to a key position at the general administration. As Chen Xiangdong remained silent, Jean Fully, Lu Jinghua, and Wang Xian refrained from uttering a word, enveloped in an atmosphere that felt oddly eerie in its stillness. Wang Xian, being somewhat younger, was drenched in cold sweat. He could not fathom how Chen Xiangdong's aura could be so formidable. Standing beside him, he found it increasingly unbearable to even meet his gaze. Suddenly, amidst this deathly silence, Chen Xiangdong broke the stillness with a voice that resonated with the grinding of metal. imbued with an arresting authority. Where is Su Tsang? Chapter 76. I want him to become the chief engineer since that day in the simulator. Gene Fuely has not persisted excessively, leading Su Tsang to believe that he has given up. Consequently, his spirits have lifted considerably. After all, being pestered by a seasoned instructor can be quite troublesome. With some free time on his hands, Su Tsang decided to lend a hand in the company's dispatch room, engaging in some miscellaneous tasks. Ever since his visit to the Lushui airport for a supplementary flight, his rapport with the dispatch personnel has significantly improved, erasing any sense of awkwardness. Around noon, the dispatch room was bustling with activity, so Su Tsang made a special trip to the second-floor cafeteria to fetch some snail noodles. A group of individuals closed the door and huddled together in the dispatch room to enjoy the dish. Originally hailing from the eastern coastal region, Su Tsang had never tasted snail noodles in his youth. However, after coming to Jinshui, he had encountered it, and despite its rather unappealing aroma, a fortunate encounter led him to sample it once, leaving him utterly astonished and quite enamored. While the flavor of the snail noodles was delightful, the smell it emitted was less than commendable, necessitating the closure of the door. Regardless of the scent wafting out, the entire floor of the aviation department was soon enveloped in a peculiar odor. Naturally, Su Tsang and the others would not indulge in snail noodles within a confined space, as the taste was rather overpowering. They opened several windows wide to allow the scent to escape outside. Gathered together, they not only savored their meal, but also exchanged gossip about the company. It was not solely the women who reveled in such discussions. The men were equally animated in sharing tales. Whispers circulated about which department head had taken mistress, which pilot had been apprehended by the police while out for an evening in a foot massage establishment, and how two safety officers had come to blows over a woman. There were even accounts of a certain captain's wife confronting the company to accuse a flight attendant of seducing her husband. Initially, Su Tsang had little interest in such matters, but as he listened to the dispatchers recount their stories with vivid detail, he found himself drawn into the narrative, perking up his ears to catch every word. To be frank, a group of men gathered together often strayed into frivolous banter, and their conversation easily veered off course. Ultimately, they concluded their lunch amidst waves of shared laughter, each knowing the humor behind their exchanges. Su Tsang, ever diligent, took the initiative to assist in clearing the dishes. As their familiarity deepened, the dispatchers became less formal, allowing Su Tsang to handle the cleanup. Suddenly, one of the dispatchers inquired, "Su Tsang, are you planning to change aircraft models? Why has there been no announcement?" "What? When did I say I would change aircraft models?" Su Tsang set down his tasks, gazing at the dispatcher in confusion. Yu Hai, who was nearby, was also drawn in by the commotion and turned his attention toward them. "You're unaware? That is indeed peculiar." The dispatcher, who had originally been seated at the table, leapt down, fiddled with his computer, and then pointed at the screen. "Come take a look. The flight notice has been sent to our dispatch and planning departments. It indicates that there will soon be a personnel list for the aircraft model change, and we are being informed in advance that those on the list will not be permitted to undertake flight assignments for the time being." "What personnel list for the aircraft model change?" Su Tsang queried, perplexed. Su Tsang approached the computer screen, his gaze falling upon an email opened by the dispatcher. To his astonishment, it contained the list of personnel for the second phase of transfers this year, and his name was prominently featured. Su Tsang's mind went blank. This cannot be true. The fleet had not notified him at all. Could it be a case of mistaken identity? In matters as significant as transfers, the fleet would certainly inform the pilots directly, and Su Tsang was convinced he had received no such notification. No emails, calls, or messages whatsoever. Mistaken identity? There was no one else by the name of Su Tsang in the company. He glanced at the name above his on the list, Wang Wei, and noted the numeral 3 following it, indicating a genuine case of name duplication. The dispatcher pointed to another individual named Wang Wei on the list, whose designation was Wang Wei 3, signifying the existence of multiple individuals with the same name. Each assigned a number. Su Tsang's name bore no such numeral, confirming its uniqueness. "Wait, wait!" Su Tsang exclaimed, retrieving his phone to meticulously scour through his contacts, text messages, and email records. He even called someone randomly to confirm that his phone plan was active and not in arrears. Yet, after all these checks, everything appeared in order. Yu Hai, standing nearby, began to piece together the situation and cautioned Su Song. Could it be that, like before, they are enforcing a transfer? Long ago, when Blue Sky Airlines had just established its wide-body fleet, it was impossible to hire captains for wide-body operations. Ultimately, pilots had to revert to narrow-body aircraft, a cumbersome process that discouraged first officers from transitioning to wide-body roles. Consequently, the company abolished the principle of voluntary transfers and directly assigned certain first officers to wide-body aircraft without prior consultation or notice, merely informing them of the decision after the fact. Could it really be? Su Song pondered, feeling an unsettling dissonance. At that time, it was a desperate measure to recruit individuals for wide-body aircraft. Yet, the list indicated he was being transferred to the A320 fleet. Well, had the A320 fleet ever been short-staffed? There were numerous trainees awaiting their turn to join the fleet. Why would they require a Boeing pilot to switch to the A320? Was this merely a whimsical exercise in fiscal indulgence? Yu Hai nodded in agreement, appearing contemplative. That seems plausible. They were dispatchers, and while the Airbus fleet might be bustling, it certainly had no correlation with a shortage of personnel. The Airbus fleet had been established later than the Boeing fleet, but had shown significantly better growth, surpassing Boeing in numbers just last year. There was no need to poach from Boeing. What does this mean, then? The dispatchers collectively fell into deep thought. After a prolonged silence, Su Song began to grasp the underlying implications. He started to suspect that Jean Foley might be orchestrating some scheme once again. However, during their previous encounter at the simulator center, he had made it clear that he had a mentor. Anyone with a modicum of discernment should have understood his meaning. Was there truly a need for such relentless pursuit? Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to inquire with the fleet. Su Song bid farewell to the dispatchers, and, as he exited, unexpectedly collided with the dispatch supervisor. The scheduling supervisor was a short, plump man, yet he possessed a kind demeanor. Upon seeing Su Song depart, he gave him a gentle pat and advised him to walk slowly. As soon as the supervisor entered the office, an offensive odor assaulted his nostrils, nearly causing him to retch. What on earth is this? Surely, you haven't mistaken the office for a restroom and decided to relieve yourselves here? The schedulers' faces flushed with embarrassment, and just as they were about to offer an explanation, the supervisor exclaimed, "Quickly ventilate the room and tidy up. It shouldn't resemble a doghouse." The supervisor was amiable, and his subordinates were not overly formal. So one of them ventured to ask curiously, "Hasn't our office always been like this?" "What nonsense!" The supervisor shot them a glare. "The higher-ups are coming for an inspection. We must present a respectable image. Clear out this stench. We wouldn't want the representatives to think this is a dispatch room or a public restroom." After leaving the dispatch room, Su Song made his way directly to the fleet office. However, upon inquiring with the fleet assistant, he not only received no answers, but the assistant also questioned Su Song about what had transpired. This left Su Song rather speechless. Perhaps the fleet assistant was genuinely uninformed, but it was more likely that the flight operations had circumvented the fleet altogether, a possibility Su Song leaned toward. Since no answers could be found on the fleet side, he had no choice but to approach flight operations. It was flight operations that had sent the recent emails to the dispatch and planning teams, and it was also within their purview to draft the personnel list for the aircraft transition. They should be able to provide clarity. As expected, flight operations indeed knew about the transition, and Su Song received even more shocking news. The personnel list for the transition had recently been submitted by Jean Foley to the general manager of the flight department, Liu Jinghua, for approval. Once signed, the matter would be settled. Upon hearing this, Su Song felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Despite all precautions, he had not anticipated that Jean Foley would employ such underhanded tactics to solidify the decision. Regardless of Su Song's agreement, the transfer to the Airbus fleet would create an established reality, leaving other matters to be dealt with later. It was a calculated strike that undermined his position. The older generation's methods were as incisive as their style. With this knowledge, Su Song felt compelled to rush to Liu Jinghua's office without delay. On the way, Su Song's phone suddenly vibrated. He casually pulled it out to check and found a text alert regarding next week's flight schedule. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to glance at his email. Initially intending to merely skim through, his steps faltered when he noticed a particular flight scheduled for Wednesday. On that day, Su Tsang was assigned to operate a round-trip flight from Jianchuan to Lufeng, departing at 7:50 a.m., with a Class A instructor as the captain and a Level 4 co-pilot, while Su Tsang would serve as the third crew member. This was ostensibly an ordinary flight plan, but upon seeing the aircraft registration number for the scheduled flight, a tempest surged within him. 1566. Indeed, the aircraft designated for Wednesday's flight was the very one notorious for its peculiar nose-up incidents. Su Tsang stood in a daze, murmuring to himself, "How could this happen?" Meanwhile, in the office of the general manager of the flight department, Chen Xiangdong had long departed, leaving only Lu Jinghua, Jean Fuli, and Wang Xian. Lu Jinghua leaned against his desk. Jean Fuli casually plopped down onto the sofa, while Wang Xian propped himself against the door. The three remained silent, and an air of unease enveloped the office. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lu Jinghua could no longer contain himself and pointedly addressed Wang Xian. "Wang Xian, weren't you responsible for liaising with the authorities? Why is it that we have not received any news with the arrival of the agency's representative?" "How would I know?" Wang Xian replied, feeling quite agitated. According to prior information, he was supposed to arrive in 5 days. Who could have anticipated this sudden change? Lu Jinghua sensed that Wang Xian could not have misremembered the timing regarding the reception of the agency's representative and speculated aloud. Could it be that something unforeseen has occurred? In truth, Wang Xian had been mulling over this very issue. With the schedule advanced by a full 5 days, he couldn't possibly believe it was merely a spontaneous decision. Damn it, could this be related to that previous incident involving the enforcement of the civil aviation safety inspection regulations? Wang Xian pondered. Previously, Su Tsang had mistakenly brought prohibited items to Lushui Airport, although it had not caused any significant problems. The authorities subsequently mandated that Blue Sky Airlines conduct a training session on the civil aviation safety inspection regulations. Blue Sky Airlines complied, of course. However, unlike past practices, where the company would impose penalties on Su Tsang regardless of the authorities' demands to demonstrate their stance, he had been spared such repercussions due to the intervention of his mentor, Mo Shangyun. Now, Wang Xian worried that this leniency might have displeased the authorities, prompting the unexpected advance of their schedule to assert their authority over Blue Sky Airlines. While Wang Xian and Lu Jinghua were both deeply concerned, Jean Fuli appeared rather indifferent, casually waving his hand. "So what if they arrive early? The sooner they come, the sooner they leave. Isn't that preferable? Otherwise, those officials would linger around the company all day, making us mindful of even the slightest sound we make. It's quite stifling." Upon hearing Jean Fuli's indiscreet remarks, Wang Xian quickly cautioned, "Captain Jean, one must not speak so freely. It could lead to complications if overheard. Why not speak the truth?" Jean Fuli rolled his eyes, but chose not to dwell on the matter. Clearly, he was more preoccupied with Su Tsang's situation than the agency's early arrival, and turned his attention back to Lu Jinghua. "Lu Jinghua, are you going to sign that list or not? I have pressing matters to attend to." This time, Jean Fuli's impatience was palpable, directly addressing Lu Jinghua by name. Lu Jinghua could hardly acquiesce. "Instructor, the mandatory aircraft type transition is merely an exception. We cannot normalize such operations." "So, you're not signing then?" Jean Fuli rose, brushing off his clothes. Lu Jinghua displayed a hint of regret. "Instructor, I truly cannot sign. I hope you understand. It's quite all right." Jean Fuli, despite his brusque demeanor, was quite amenable. He waved his hand and said, "I came to seek your signature as per the usual protocol. However, if you cannot sign here, I shall bypass you and go directly to that rascal Luo Yong." "Ah!" Lu Jinghua gasped in astonishment, never anticipating that Jean Fuli intended to circumvent him, the general manager of the flight department, and approach the vice president of operations. Luo Yong directly. Given the rapport between Jean Fuli and Luo Yong, it was likely that even if Su Tsang were involved in a particular flight route, Luo Yong would grant Jean Fuli the courtesy he sought. Moreover, Jean Fuli had connections with other airlines, making it entirely feasible for him to persuade Li Qinxing, the chief engineer of Feiyu Airlines, to nullify the bet. In such a scenario, Su Tsang would become inconsequential. leaving Luo Yong with no grounds to refuse Jin Fu Li. Standing at the doorway, Wang Xian was somewhat bewildered by the situation. Although he had caught wind of some pivotal terms, his limited perspective left him thoroughly confused. As Jin Fu Li prepared to depart, Lu Jinghua rushed forward to detain him. This time, Jin Fu Li was genuinely irritated, exclaiming, "You held me back before, and now you still do. I fail to comprehend why Su Tsang, who is not made of gold, is so untouchable. Am I not allowed to request someone?" Upon hearing Su Tsang's name, Wang Xian felt an immediate sense of unease and scrutinized the two men grappling with one another. Why could everyone else be considered, but not Su Tsang? Lu Jinghua, growing frantic, implored, "Instructor, there are many in our fleet. Why are you fixated on Su Tsang? Is there no one else?" Jin Fu Li's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly incensed by Lu Jinghua's repeated obstructions. "Then enlighten me. Why can't you let him go? If you cannot articulate a reason, then cease your grip and do not provoke me further." Lu Jinghua hesitated and suggested, "Instructor, shall we discuss this elsewhere?" At that moment of indecision, Jin Fu Li forcefully pulled his hands away from Lu Jinghua's grasp, snorting in disdain, "Stop your tricks. If you wish to speak, then speak. If not, let it go." Lu Jinghua discreetly glanced at Wang Xian, feeling unable to voice his thoughts. Observing Lu Jinghua's indecisiveness, Jin Fu Li's patience evaporated. "Enough of this dilly-dallying. I'm leaving." With Jin Fu Li's departure, the matter became irretrievable. Summoning his resolve, Lu Jinghua called out, "Instructor, I want him to be the chief engineer." Jin Fu Li, having just taken a step forward, froze in disbelief, turning back to stare at Lu Jinghua. "What did you just say?" Under Wang Xian's astonished gaze, Lu Jinghua gritted his teeth and reiterated, "I want Su Tsang to be the chief engineer." Such words rendered Jin Fu Li momentarily speechless. As he slowly turned his attention toward Wang Xian, the current chief pilot, Lu Jinghua's earlier hesitance stemmed from Wang Xian's presence. Discussing succession in the presence of the incumbent was typically inappropriate. Yet, with Jin Fu Li's aggressive demeanor, Lu Jinghua felt he had no alternative. "Instructor, the general manager of the flight department has both Airbus and Boeing options, and the vice president of operations has both Airbus and Boeing options. However, the chief pilot has always selected exclusively from Boeing models, as you should know." Since the conversation has reached this point, Lu Jinghua no longer concealed his intentions and spoke candidly. "Instructor, had this been before the dual-engine failure incident of Feiyu 6321, perhaps this matter could have been left to your discretion. However, now Su Tsang must remain within the Boeing fleet. The position of chief pilot is reserved for him. As long as Su Tsang meets the minimum standards for selection, I will wholeheartedly recommend him. As the immediate superior of the chief pilot, Lu Jinghua possesses significant influence over the selection process. Currently, Su Tsang, whether in terms of experience or technical proficiency, is certainly not aligned with the chief pilot standards. But with time and accumulation, he will undoubtedly meet the requirements, and it will not take long." These words pierced through Wang Xian's defenses, leaving him silent, his expression dark and brooding, resembling a lurking venomous serpent. Jin Fu Li was momentarily taken aback, gradually processing Lu Jinghua's implications, and ultimately responded with a cold smile. "Yet, it appears you do not foresee far enough, Su Tsang." Before he could finish, Jin Fu Li suddenly heard a commotion, turning to find Su Tsang breathlessly standing at the entrance. Alarmed, he realized that he had forced Su Tsang to switch aircraft models, intending to carry out the plan discreetly, and now he had been caught red-handed. In his flustered state, Jin Fu Li could scarcely focus on Lu Jinghua, stammering an explanation to Su Tsang. "Su Tsang, it's not as you think. It's..." However, after catching his breath, Su Tsang disregarded Jin Fu Li entirely, pointedly holding out his finger towards the screen, which displayed his flight schedule for the following Wednesday. Lu Jinghua was evidently taken aback by Su Tsang's arrival, though he managed to maintain some composure. Glancing at the mobile screen Su Tsang presented, "What is the matter?" Su Tsang's expression turned exceedingly grave. "Why is Flight 1566 operating again?" Chapter 77. The uncertainty of this matter disturbs my heart in the acoustic monitoring room of Blue Sky Airlines. typically a space for the safety department and quality center to inspect flight cabin sounds. The atmosphere is rather relaxed in this era. The company's demands for cabin sound monitoring are not as stringent as in later times, where constant surveillance is the norm. It is precisely this lenient environment that often leaves the monitoring room empty. However, today, an individual occupies the space, Boeing instructor Mo Shangyun. He occasionally undertakes part-time duties at the safety department and has been assigned today to listen to cabin sounds without any specific requirements, allowing him the freedom to listen as he pleases. After casually listening to a few segments, Mo Shangyun lost interest and instead pulled out a stack of QR data documents while simultaneously playing an audio recording on his phone, which surprisingly featured Sutsong's voice. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a recording of Sutsong's debriefing in the cockpit after returning from a supplementary flight at Lushui Airport. The stack of documents contained the QR data from that particular flight. He should have compared the recording with the QR data long ago, but other matters had distracted him. Today, with a rare moment of leisure, he decided to verify whether Sutsong was speaking nonsense. The QR data was exceedingly detailed, and Mo Shangyun meticulously compared it with Sutsong's recording. At a radio altitude of 1,000 feet, the engine speed was 54, with a descent rate of 750. At 500 feet, the engine speed was 53, with a descent rate of 700 and a speed of 125. As Sutsong's voice echoed from the mobile player, Mo Shangyun paused the playback. He then searched the QR data for the corresponding engine speed, descent rate, and speed at those altitudes. Being familiar with QR data from his part-time role in the safety department, he swiftly located the relevant figures. At a radio altitude of 1,000 feet, the engine speed was 53, with a descent rate of 750. At 500 feet, the speed was 53, the descent rate was 700, and the speed was 124. The flight data in the QR was indeed identical to what Sutsong had articulated. Yet, this was not the most alarming aspect. The most astonishing revelation was that, from the leveling phase onward, Sutsong provided information that was far more detailed than at higher altitudes. From the aircraft's radio altitude to changes in engine speed, wind direction, and wind speed, culminating in the final changes in aircraft attitude. It seemed as if Sutsong could stretch that fleeting moment into an eternity, rendering every alteration slow and clear. He had graduated. Mo Shangyun tossed the documents onto the table, a wry smile crossing his face. Just as he was beginning to learn, he had already attained mastery. This young man, Mo Shangyun, had repeatedly told his apprentice that true proficiency in landing is realized when, starting from 50 feet, one's mind is no longer a blank slate, but can keenly perceive changes in the aircraft state and understand the appropriate responses to those changes. That is when one has truly mastered the art of flying. Many co-pilots, lacking the necessary skills, find their minds empty during the critical moments before touchdown, merely executing mechanical maneuvers. The outcome then rests on fate. However, Sutsong has clearly mastered the art of vigilance, observing all around him with poise. Suddenly, Mo Shangyun's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he quickly answered. Upon connecting, a man's voice came through. Instructor, regarding the 1566 aircraft you inquired about, it has been inspected thoroughly with no issues found, and it has been cleared for operation. No issues? Wasn't there a report of abnormal reactions from the crew? During this time, Mo Shangyun had developed a keen interest in the 1566 aircraft, particularly following Sutsong's flight to Jianchuan. He was aware that the company had grounded the 1566 for a period of inspection, indicating a degree of seriousness. Yet he was astonished to learn that the inspection yielded no problems. The personnel in the maintenance department were equally perplexed. When they consulted with Sutsong's crew, they had described a terrifying incident. Yet, after repeated examinations, they found nothing amiss. I cannot ascertain the cause. We followed the procedures for inspection, and not just once. A maintenance staff member pondered. Perhaps it was a mistake by the crew at that time. Mo Shangyun remained silent, ending the call abruptly. After a prolonged moment of contemplation in his chair, he sighed. So he is not a deity after all. Meanwhile, in the office of Lu Jinghua, the general manager of the flight department, he received the same feedback regarding the 1566 aircraft. So, there are no issues with the aircraft? Lu Jinghua asked, a grim expression on his face as he sought confirmation from the maintenance staff. They replied promptly, "Mr. Liu, we have inspected the 1566 multiple times and found no problems." Liu Jinghua merely grunted in response, choosing not to elaborate further, and hung up the phone. As the call ended, Su Tsang, unable to contain his impatience, inquired, "Brother Liu, what did the maintenance department say?" Liu Jinghua placed his phone on the desk and replied wearily, "After numerous inspections, the aircraft has been cleared for operation. No issues?" "How can that be?" Su Tsang found this hard to believe, recalling the harrowing experience of their takeoff. Perhaps due to his personal involvement, Su Tsang's emotions were somewhat heightened. However, Liu Jinghua remained unperturbed and understood Su Tsang's agitation. Jean Fu Li, seated on the sofa, advised, "Su Tsang, the maintenance team has reached a conclusion. It's best to let this matter rest. There will be no further results." Indeed, perhaps Captain Zhu was simply too hasty? Liu Jinghua concurred. The determination of whether the aircraft is sound does not rest with the flight department, but rather with the maintenance and support team, compelling them to passively accept this conclusion. In all fairness, this inspection was not a routine check. It was a special examination mandated by the company, prompted by the severe issues reported by the crew. The maintenance team would undoubtedly take this matter with utmost seriousness and would not approach it with a cavalier attitude. Furthermore, if the aircraft indeed harbored any faults, the maintenance personnel would not escape accountability afterward. It is inconceivable that anyone with a rational mindset would resort to petty schemes in this context. Liu Jinghua, observing Su Tsang's inability to accept the outcome, added, "The maintenance team informed me that they conducted tests more than once, and there are absolutely no issues." "Absolutely no issues?" Su Tsang gritted his teeth. "Liu Ge, during my previous assessment of the flight route, I sensed something amiss with aircraft 1566. Hence, when flying with Captain Zhu Jianji, I paid meticulous attention while observing his control inputs. Captain Zhu's maneuvers were undoubtedly proficient." Just as Su Tsang was halfway through his statement, Wang Xian, who had been leaning against the door with his arms crossed, suddenly interjected ominously, "What if it's your eyesight that's lacking, and you couldn't discern whether the control inputs were indeed swift?" "Impossible!" Su Tsang exclaimed vehemently, his emotions running high. However, he quickly realized his excessive agitation and lowered his head slightly in apology to Wang Xian. "I apologize, Mr. Wang. I got carried away." Wang Xian merely chuckled, offering no further comment. Although Su Tsang ultimately ascended to the esteemed position of chief pilot at the General Administration, his nature often leaned toward a certain casualness. Apart from the profound loss of his mother in later years, he had seldom encountered genuine setbacks in life. Even after being expelled from the 121 Division due to negligence, he returned with unparalleled talent and subsequently rose swiftly through the ranks, becoming the fastest promoted chief pilot in the annals of domestic civil aviation. Unlike most officials, Su Tsang's demeanor was indeed somewhat unconventional. Nonetheless, when it came to significant matters, particularly flight safety, he could not tolerate any compromise. Of course, Su Tsang was not a rigid individual. The concept of absolute safety does not align with the realities of life. However, the unusual ascent of aircraft 1566 could not be overlooked. It posed a potential catastrophe that could result in loss of lives and destruction of the aircraft. The maintenance team's assertion that the aircraft was faultless was nothing short of a farce. Could it be that the harrowing experience he shared with Captain Zhu was merely a figment of his imagination? Su Tsang, the maintenance team has made their determination. It cannot be altered. Moreover, I heard that the aircraft underwent several days of inspection, and the company truly values this matter. Perhaps there are genuinely no issues, Jean fully remarked. Or perhaps the unusual nose-up attitude was simply due to airflow disturbances. The maintenance team wouldn't have any reason to lie about this, Liu Jinghua added. Indeed, you are merely a second officer. It would be prudent to refrain from meddling in this matter, he continued. But what if the fault is deeply concealed? What if such routine checks fail to reveal it? Su Tsang gritted his teeth. What if another incident occurs? Liu Jinghua patiently advised, Su Tsang, the Boeing 737 is not as intricately designed as you might believe. Sometimes, an aircraft can experience turbulence that cannot be diagnosed, no matter how thorough the inspection. It is not that Liu Jinghua deliberately belittles the Boeing 737 to persuade Su Tsang. Rather, he genuinely believes that the aircraft exudes a certain roughness. Akin to a diesel tractor, practical and sturdy, yet undeniably coarse. The intricate systems within the Boeing 737 are complex, and should a component malfunction lead to an abnormal ascent, it is not impossible that the cause may remain undetected. Such issues are typically quite rare. After all, airlines cannot ground an aircraft indefinitely due to an untraceable problem. Can they? One could choke on water, yet one cannot abstain from drinking it. Su Cang is well aware that the 737 can sometimes present inexplicable issues, but he does not perceive the abnormal nose-up situation as an isolated black swan event. Instead, he believes there is a genuine fault lurking deep within the aircraft. Lu Gu. After a prolonged contemplation, Su Cang suddenly proposed, "What if we apply for AD inspection on aircraft 1566? D'inspection." Lu Jinghua nearly shouted, "Su Cang, listen to me closely. It's one thing to vent your frustrations here, but outside, you must not suggest AD inspection for aircraft 1566, especially not to senior management." Upon hearing Su Cang's suggestion for AD inspection, Wang Xian couldn't help but laugh. Let him say it, better yet, tell the vice president of maintenance. Only he can authorize the de-inspection. Lu Jinghua, already frazzled, felt his temper flare with Wang Xian's provocations. "Wang Xian, be quiet." Jean, fully taken aback by Su Cang's audacity, quickly interjected, "Su Cang, we cannot discuss the de-inspection. It's a taboo. Aircraft 1566 is new, and a normal de-inspection wouldn't be due until 6 years post-delivery. It's unheard of to inspect a plane that has been in service for less than a year. Moreover, a de-inspection costs several million, requires nearly 2 months of downtime, and the losses would be catastrophic. No one would agree to that." Su Cang, his expression grim, replied, "The cost of a de-inspection increases with the aircraft's age. Since 1566 is quite new, the expenses shouldn't be exorbitant." "Oh, you're knowledgeable about de-inspection costs?" Wang Xian smiled slightly. "I say, General Liu, since he seems so informed, why not indulge him?" Su Cang, the third office on the right after the central elevator on the 9th floor, is the vice president of maintenance S. Feel free to share your thoughts with him and see how he responds. Lu Jinghua, infuriated, thundered, "Wang Xian, get out." He had reached his limit with Wang Xian's instigation of Su Cang's emotions and was no longer inclined to speak politely. Lu Jinghua was certain that if Su Cang dared to voice the idea of AD inspection to the vice president of maintenance, he would no longer have a place in the company. Wang Xian shrugged, unfazed by Lu Jinghua's ire, and leisurely exited the office. Lu Jinghua composed himself and spoke to Su Cang gently. "Su Cang, you are not a significant figure. You are merely a junior second officer. This is not a responsibility that you should bear. Just pretend none of this has transpired, all right? If you harbor psychological shadows regarding the aircraft 1566, I shall instruct the planning department to refrain from assigning you tasks involving this particular plane in the future." Su Cang, must you truly play the role of an ostrich? Shall we simply allow this matter to fade away as if it never occurred? Su Cang let out a feeble laugh. But what if it happens again? What if they cannot rectify the issue? Lu Jinghua grew anxious. Is it not more probable that it will not happen again? Su Cang, this does not concern you, so best to leave it be. Indeed, I could evade that aircraft indefinitely, but what are the other crew members? What are the other passengers? Su Cang shook his head, a newfound resolve illuminating his eyes. Until this matter is clarified, my heart shall remain unsettled. Chapter 78. The Chief Technology Officer of Boeing in the office. After futile persuasion from Lu Jinghua and Jean Fuli, they ultimately had to concede defeat. Unlike Su Cang, Lu Jinghua and Jean Fuli had discerned the true nature of Blue Sky Airlines, particularly Lu Jinghua, who realized the moment he received instructions from Operations Vice President Luo Yong regarding the grounding inspection of aircraft 1566, that profit was paramount at Blue Sky Airlines. The fact that the aircraft could be grounded for 2 days was already the airline's greatest concession. As for the de-inspection, who would dare utter such a thing? That would be an act of treason. Upon leaving Lu Jinghua's office, Su Cang was still reluctant to disregard the matter concerning aircraft 1566. However, after the counsel from Lu Jinghua and gently, he managed to regain some composure. Indeed, to recklessly approach the maintenance vice president demanding a de-inspection for aircraft 1566 would not only be met with refusal, but could also lead to being deliberately targeted by the vice president, making his future at the company exceedingly difficult. He adjusted his emotions slightly and called Yu Hai, requesting assistance in checking Zhu Jian's flight assignments. As a mere second officer, his voice carried little weight, but Zhu Jian, being a captain, would undoubtedly have more influence. Upon investigation, Yu Hai discovered that Zhu Jian had an imminent flight task and, calculating the time, it was highly likely that Zhu Jian was in the flight preparation room. Originally, Su Tsang anticipated a lengthy endeavor. Yet he was pleasantly surprised to find Zhu Jian indeed in the flight preparation room, thus ensuring no delay. He promptly made his way downstairs to the first floor preparation area. Within a few minutes, Su Tsang arrived at the entrance of the flight preparation room. Peering inside, he quickly spotted Zhu Jian, who was occupied with pre-flight preparations. As Su Tsang approached, Zhu Jian noticed him and greeted him. "Su Tsang, do you have a task today?" "No, no task today, Captain," Su Tsang replied as he reached Zhu Jian's desk. With a calm demeanor, he continued, "Captain, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you, if it is convenient." Zhu Jian was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood that Su Tsang wished to speak privately. He did not decline and instructed the first officer that if the crew arrived, they should wait outside. Once he had conveyed this, Zhu Jian followed Su Tsang out of the flight preparation room. The two proceeded directly to the smoking room, which was empty, providing the perfect setting for their discussion. "Su Tsang, what is the matter? You seem rather mysterious." Zhu Jian casually took a seat. Su Tsang wasted no time in beating around the bush. "Captain, the inspection results for aircraft 1566 have come in. The maintenance team reports that there are no issues." "No issues?" Zhu Jian reacted with astonishment, mirroring Su Tsang's earlier shock. "How can there be no issues? We clearly informed maintenance that the aircraft would exhibit abnormal nose-up behavior. How could that not be detected?" "That is precisely the problem, Captain." Su Tsang's expression turned grave. "It is very likely that the malfunction in aircraft 1566 is deeply concealed, and our maintenance team is unable to identify it. I have heard that aircraft 1566 has resumed operations, and it appears the company does not intend to investigate further." Zhu Jian gradually began to comprehend the situation and tentatively inquired, "Su Tsang, what brings you to seek me this time?" Su Tsang promptly seized the opportunity to respond, "Captain, my intention is to conduct a D-check on 1566. This would reveal any latent issues." As Su Tsang spoke halfway, Zhu Jian, having sensed the underlying implications, swiftly interrupted. Hold on. Su Tsang, do you understand what a D-check entails?" "Captain, I do. The Boeing ABCD checks classify the D-check as the highest level of maintenance." Zhu Jian's expression stiffened. "Are you aware that a D-check is required only every 6 to 10 years, taking up to 2 months, with costs easily reaching millions?" "Captain, you..." Su Tsang paused. Zhu Jian's words resonated with an eerie familiarity, echoing precisely what Liu Jinghua and Jin Fuli had just conveyed. They had been incessantly discussing the exorbitant costs associated with the D-check. How could Su Tsang be oblivious? Yet, is not human life the most invaluable treasure? Shouldn't the safety of the airline be paramount? When did such matters become quantifiable by monetary value? This stark ideological divide was alarming. A foreboding feeling washed over Su Tsang. "Su Tsang, there are certain matters I must clarify with you." Zhu Jian pondered for a moment. Those not in a position should not meddle in the affairs of state. "Su Tsang, this is not our concern, particularly regarding the D-check. It is best left unmentioned." Despite his preparation, Su Tsang found these words utterly incomprehensible. "Captain, are we not the ones who directly experienced the issues with aircraft 1566? Are we simply to turn a blind eye?" At this, Zhu Jian fell silent. Yet his demeanor spoke volumes. After a brief pause, he dejectedly replied, "Su Tsang, I have only just managed to hire a captain. Speaking out would only antagonize those in power, and it hardly seems worth it." With that, Zhu Jian sighed deeply. Who does not wish to be the good person? Yet, being good is fraught with difficulty. Lacking the courage to confront everything, he felt compelled to look the other way. While avoidance may be shameful, it is undeniably effective. As Zhu Jian's figure faded from the smoking room, Su Tsang slumped into a chair, suddenly engulfed by a chilling sense of solitude. He lingered in the smoking room for quite some time, finally exhaling a long sigh. Meaningless. Meaningless? Just as Su Tsang was about to rise, a resonant voice boomed from the doorway of the smoking room. So, Su Tsang, what do you find meaningful? Startled by the voice, Su Tsang swiftly turned to see Chun Xiangdong standing at the entrance. A jolt coursed through Su Tsang's body, master. Meanwhile, at Yanjin Airport, 100 miles away, a remarkable sight unfolded on a distant tarmac. 20 brand-new Boeing 737 NG series aircraft lined up in splendid array, bathed in sunlight. The blue and white livery of the planes gleamed brilliantly, a truly captivating spectacle. A Boeing 737 had just docked with a passenger staircase, and a stream of impeccably dressed individuals began to disembark. Leading the group was a tall figure with neatly cropped hair and striking features that exuded an air of sharp intensity. Unlike the other members of the entourage, who were all Caucasian, the leader possessed a distinctly Asian complexion. On the tarmac, a representative from Boeing Airlines was already waiting below. Upon seeing the leader descend, he approached with a smile, saying, "Mr. Li, it's a pleasure to welcome you after your arduous journey." The individuals disembarking were part of a delegation from Boeing's headquarters, and the leader, Li Rongqing, held a position of considerable authority even within the corporate hierarchy of Boeing. These 20 Boeing 737 NG aircraft had been ordered by Boeing Airlines, and Li Rongqing had accompanied the new aircraft to China. "It's not too tiring. One simply gets accustomed to it," Li Rongqing remarked as he inhaled the surrounding air, then turned to the representative of Boeing Airlines, General Manager Ma. "Has the reception committee's level risen so high that you personally came to greet us?" General Manager Ma, despite being a senior executive in the colossal Boeing Airlines, was not typically expected to partake in such welcoming duties. He laughed heartily. "Originally, Mr. Li, you were not expected to return, but since you were here, we naturally needed to adjust the reception level, hence my presence. Shall we rest a moment before heading to Boeing's headquarters?" This visit from Boeing's senior management was significant, as they were there to negotiate an enormous order of 120 aircraft, an occasion that warranted utmost seriousness. The headquarters of Boeing Airlines was not located in Yanji, but rather in the southern city of Yangcheng, necessitating an additional flight to their headquarters. The reason for not flying directly to Yangcheng Airport was that the aircraft needed to clear customs, requiring entry through Yanji. "Let us head to the hotel for a brief respite," Li Rongqing suggested. "That sounds agreeable," General Manager Ma replied, walking alongside Li Rongqing, and broached another topic. "I have heard that Mr. Li has another task on his agenda." Li Rongqing did not conceal the truth. "Your information is quite accurate, General Manager Ma. The Chief Technology Officer at headquarters is stepping down, and they are looking for suitable candidates worldwide. I am responsible for the Asia-Pacific region. Within Boeing, there are numerous test pilots, and the Chief Test Pilot, synonymous with the Chief Technology Officer, is a position of considerable importance. However, the selection process for foreign candidates is notoriously stringent. It is surprising that Boeing's headquarters is willing to open this position to global candidates. Such an occurrence is rare." General Manager Ma remarked with a cold chuckle, the underlying implications clear. Li Rongqing understood what General Manager Ma was alluding to. However, despite his affiliation with Boeing, he was not blindly defensive of the company. He simply smiled. In the past, they held an unrivaled position, which allowed them to adopt a rather haughty demeanor. But now, with Airbus closing the gap, such arrogance may lead to significant repercussions. Li Rongqing's candidness about his own company was marked by a natural demeanor, devoid of any psychological burden. General Manager Ma also chuckled lightly. "We have several profiles of pilots from Boeing Airlines. Mr. Li, have you had the opportunity to review them?" Despite expressing grievances towards Boeing, the allure of the Chief Technology Officer position remained undeniably tempting, and securing it would be an extraordinary achievement. Upon receiving pertinent news, the talented pilots of Boeing Airlines were stirred with excitement. The company's flight department selected the cream of the crop and forwarded the information to Li Rongqing. Having perused it, Li Rongqing casually remarked, "I have indeed seen it." Mr. Ma felt a slight tension, but maintained a facade of composure. "What do you think? Should I speak candidly?" "Please do." It was evident that Li Rongqing shared a good rapport with Muhua Airlines, and their conversation flowed with ease. Li Rongqing paused, bowing his head in contemplation, as if weighing his words, yet ultimately spoke with unvarnished honesty. Mediocre in talent, utterly devoid of spirit. We have no need for such pilots. They are far too plentiful, saturating the world. Mr. Ma, undeterred by any embarrassment, merely sighed. Ah, that is indeed a pity. But does Mr. Li truly envision an ideal candidate? Suddenly, Li Rongqing broke into a smile. Mr. Ma, let us alter the itinerary. Mr. Ma was taken aback. Where to? Jianchuan. We shall postpone our visit to Yangsheng and go to Jianchuan first. Li Rongqing replied with a grin. It seems there is a promising individual there. In the small pavilion of the flower bed in front of the Blue Sky Airlines building, Su Tsang stood unusually obediently, while not far in front of him. Chun Xiangdong crossed his arms, staring at Su Tsang with an impassive expression. You have truly changed a great deal, Su Tsang, Chun Xiangdong remarked, scrutinizing him, sensing a distinctly different aura about Su Tsang than before. Su Tsang lowered his head. Master, why did you not inform me in advance of your arrival? What need was there to forewarn you? Chun Xiangdong replied coldly. Moreover, my purpose for coming to Blue Sky Airlines was solely for you, Su Tsang. Oh, Su Tsang was taken aback by this revelation, quickly realigning his thoughts. Master is a representative from the Bureau? Chun Xiangdong did not provide a direct answer, but instead queried Su Tsang. Su Tsang, during the Feiyu 6321 incident, after the first approach missed, you experienced a moment of distraction, which led to the captain calling for your assistance. Yet you did not respond? Master, you. Su Tsang was unprepared for Chun Xiangdong's bluntness, leaving him slightly overwhelmed. The situation Chun Xiangdong referred to had indeed been discussed during the Jianchuan regulatory meeting. Although Lu Jinghua had managed to gloss over at the time, it seemed that the aviation safety director did not press the matter further. Why then had his master brought it up again? Nevertheless, faced with his master's inquiry, Su Tsang felt compelled to respond, albeit with trepidation. Master, in such circumstances, my mind was unsettled. I momentarily froze, and I beg your pardon for that. This time, Su Tsang resorted to the excuse concocted by Lu Jinghua earlier. After all, he had simply been frightened and unable to react. Surely, that reasoning could not be disputed. Was one not allowed to feel fear? Unsettled mind? A knowing smile flickered across Chun Xiangdong's face. During the second approach, when the situation was so dire, how was it that I did not observe your mind in disarray then? The implication was clear. During the first approach, the aircraft's condition had indeed been unstable. Despite the instability, it pales in comparison to the critical phase of the second approach landing, where the danger of aileron deflection combined with strong gusts looms large. Remarkably, during the leveling phase of the second approach landing, Su Tsang demonstrated incredible skill to avert disaster. Yet during the initial approach phase, when the situation was not as urgent, he lost composure, which remains perplexing. A pang of unease struck Su Tsang, leading him to hastily defend himself. The leveling phase of the second approach lasted but a fleeting moment. I reckon there was barely time to feel fear before the aircraft touched down, correct? Barely time to feel fear? Chen Xiangdong Sko Vipiten Su Gang. Have you begun to fabricate lies? In the go-around phase, despite the aircraft only encountering a single bird strike, you claim it would face a second one. On what grounds do you assert an event that has yet to transpire? In the cockpit voice recording of flight U-6321, after a go-around, Su Tsang had indeed mentioned that the aircraft would encounter another bird strike. Almost immediately after he spoke, the aircraft did indeed suffer a second bird strike, resulting in the failure of the remaining operational engine. Such an almost prescient occurrence warrants further investigation. Faced with Chun Xiangdong's inquiries, Su Tsang recalled that Mo Shangyun had previously mentioned that authorities discovered issues with the cockpit recordings of flight U-6321. Could this be the matter at hand? At that moment, overwhelmed with shock, he had spoken words he ought not to have uttered. In the aftermath, he had harbored worries, and unexpectedly, those very worries had come to fruition. Chun Xiangdong commanded, "Perhaps you could concoct a reason to deceive me." However, Su Tsang bowed his head slightly, master, regarding this. I have no words. Chun Xiangdong was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? You want to defend yourself? Su Tsang raised his gaze, meeting Chun Xiangdong's eyes directly. Master, I do not wish to speak, nor can I. This left Chun Xiangdong utterly stunned, taking a considerable time to regain his composure. Su Tsang. Speaking to me this way does not imply you can address the authorities in the same manner. Master, Su Tsang's voice was unwavering, even with the authorities. I would say the same. You. Chun Xiangdong spread his arms, deep in thought. It appears there is something substantial at play. Is there not, Su Tsang? Su Tsang remained silent, choosing not to respond. Chun Xiangdong waited for a long while, but Su Tsang offered no explanation. Ultimately, he did not press further, simply stating, I can shield you from this matter, but you must accompany me to the headquarters. What? Su Tsang inquired uncertainly, Master. Did you just say I should go to the headquarters, the Civil Aviation Administration? Where else could it be? Chun Xiangdong's tone softened gradually. Come with me to the headquarters. I will reserve a position for you there. Reserve a position for me? Su Tsang mulled over this statement, a resigned smile appearing on his face. Master, you were not like this before. Yet, Chun Xiangdong retorted, you are my only disciple. This is what you deserve. Nothing is truly deserved. Master, Su Tsang replied. I wish to remain here. I still have matters to attend to. What matters? Chun Xiangdong retorted. Are you truly so entangled over whether an aircraft can resume flight? Su Tsang was taken aback, surprised that Chun Xiangdong had overheard his conversation with Zhu Jian. Indeed, suddenly, Chun Xiangdong inquired of Su Tsang, do you believe the company erred? Su Tsang shook his head, no. And did you err? Su Tsang again shook his head, no. Then what are you so troubled about? Su Tsang sighed. I wish to find a solution that satisfies everyone. And what follows after this matter is settled. There will be many more issues. Su Gang, Chun Xiangdong said sternly. What purpose does your presence here serve? No matter how well you perform, it won't alter the situation. This is not your company, and you cannot affect any change. Therefore, I aspire to establish my own airline, Su Tsang suddenly declared. Chun Xiangdong was utterly astonished by Su Tsang's revelation. What did you just say? Su Tsang refrained from answering directly, instead fixing an intense gaze upon Chun Xiangdong. Master, I have something to ask you. Chun Xiangdong instinctively inquired, what is it? Master. You may choose not to respond to the following question. Su Tsang's demeanor turned exceedingly serious. Soon, the authorities will lift the price controls on tickets, correct? Upon hearing this, the typically composed Chun Xiangdong's expression changed dramatically, yet he quickly regained his composure, remaining silent. However, Su Tsang nodded slightly. I understand. Thank you, Master. Chapter 79. The Living Buddha. After bidding farewell to his master, Chun Xiangdong, Su Tsang remained pensive. Although his master candidly offered to assist in concealing the issues surrounding his flight, the true stance of the authorities remained an enigma. Were they merely perplexed, with no intention of pursuing the matter further? Or did they harbor a desire to delve deeper? Such uncertainties were beyond Su Tsang's comprehension. Nevertheless, from Chun Xiangdong's demeanor, it appeared that the authorities had not escalated the issue to a critical level. Otherwise, it would be implausible for Chun Xiangdong alone to suppress it. In truth, Su Tsang harbored little genuine concern regarding the flight incident. When he expressed to his master that he had nothing more to say on the matter, it was a deliberate statement of his stance. Chun Xiangdong was someone who could be entrusted with secrets, and Su Tsang's words would likely reveal to him that something significant was being concealed. Hence, even though Chun Xiangdong pointed out that Su Tsang was hiding something, he refrained from probing further. Should the authorities pursue the matter, Su Tsang would likely find himself at a loss for words. Yet he would not convey the same narrative to them as he did to Chun Xiangdong. Instead, he could suggest that he observed a flock of birds, expressing concerns about the risk of bird strikes, thereby providing himself with a plausible excuse. Ultimately, whether or not there was any recorded evidence aboard the aircraft would depend on Su Tsang's account. Even if the authorities dismissed his entirely subjective explanation, it was improbable they would penalize him for his words. Thus, even in the most dire of outcomes, the worst that could befall Su Tsang was an inability to fly. However, such extreme consequences were unlikely to manifest. Moreover, from a personal standpoint, Su Tsang had considerable faith in Chun Xiangdong's assurances. If he said he could mitigate the situation, then it was reasonable to believe he could. Su Tsang acknowledged that he had indeed committed some oversights concerning Flight 6321, primarily due to his recent rebirth and an unsettled mental state. He resolved to be more vigilant moving forward. Nevertheless, through his conversation with his master, Su Tsang recognized that, from the company's perspective, reinstating Flight 1566 was both reasonable and compliant with regulations. Thus, he needed to devise a plan that the company would find acceptable. Upon returning to the base building, Su Tsang sought out Liu Jinghua. At that moment, Liu Jinghua was the sole occupant of the office. Upon seeing Su Tsang re-enter, he immediately rose and inquired, "Su Tsang, what brings you back?" "Brother Liu, I need your assistance," Su Tsang replied. "What kind of assistance?" Liu Jinghua asked. "I wish to examine the maintenance records for Flight 1566, and I need the Quality Center to provide me with all operational data concerning 1566, Su Tsang stated. "I lack the authority for that. It requires your intervention, Brother Liu," he added. "All maintenance records and operational data?" Liu Jinghua paused in surprise. "Su Tsang, what do you need all that for?" Su Tsang replied gravely, "If the malfunction was not merely a random occurrence, then its triggering conditions should exhibit a pattern, likely one that seldom arises during normal operations. Otherwise, I would not have perceived it so acutely on that occasion. If there is indeed a pattern, perhaps we can uncover some clues from the maintenance records and operational data. Although Flight 1566 has not been in service for long, and its maintenance records may be limited, the operational data is substantial," Liu Jinghua remarked. "Do you wish to discern patterns within this overwhelming mass of data? Even if you had 10 attempts, it would be futile." Liu Jinghua could comprehend Su Tsang's perspective. At first glance, it seemed plausible. However, in practice, it was nearly impossible. Merely examining these documents could drown a person in complexity, let alone extracting a deeply concealed pattern from the chaotic data. Furthermore, one could even question the existence of such a pattern. How can one ascertain its presence without attempting to uncover it? Su Tsang flashed a faint smile. "Brother Liu, I admit I was overly excited earlier, but in this situation, I have no grounds to halt Flight 1566. Therefore, I aim to unearth a reason that would compel the company to regard this matter with the seriousness it deserves." Liu Jinghua was taken aback for a moment. Then he exhaled deeply. "Su Tsang, it's good that you can see things clearly. We merely occupy different positions. I have looked into it, and tomorrow afternoon marks the first flight of 1566 after its resumption. If possible, I would like to identify any issues prior to that." Liu Jinghua couldn't help but chuckle. "Within a single day, do you